Hey, what's going on? Sunday chill. What's going on, people? People. Let me get worked up over here. Let's see. Y'all can hear me, huh? Okay. All right. Let me get set up. Hold on. Get set up right quick. Yeah, I want to talk about what I saw today. Shout out to everybody. Tom Malone, salute to you, man. Yeah, I just want to talk about some. I've seen a recent uh pre-record by Red Sings of the Blues with MTR tutorials. What's his name? Tutorials or something like that. MTR. Um, yeah. Okay, AB. Thank you. And I mean, it's awful what happened. He's in everybody's prayers, but I hope he has a speedy recovery. That cancer. I mean, always get checked out. I mean, it's good for guys like him to acknowledge that it's okay to go to the doctor. I mean, I eventually will in the next couple of months, but we'll see. Always get a daily checkup and things like that, for the men and things like that. He it was like, I think it was like bad news for most people in the sphere, and I think people liked him, whatever, and that's not good news. What's going on, DeAndre? Salute. That's not good to hear that. I think it's testicular cancer or something like that for the testicle. I think it was on his right testicle, but and I saw Ramil did one too. I put that in the community tab as well, and it was a little argument with the a so-called professional against Bowdy. But if he's getting the surgery, that Red says confirmed he is getting the surgery, so that's good news. And we wish him over here a speedy recovery. Shouts out to MTR for breaking the news to us, and he's in our prayers. And I just wanted to just get a brief moment of that. And it's not good. It's not good. Men got to do better and things like that. I think it's just like what Diaz once said. He said, your health's important. Your health's important. And it's very important. You got to take care of yourself. And that's one of the things that you're going to have to learn to take care of yourself. That's why the 10 life value system means something. You got to be on par with what you're doing, and plus be efficient. Efficiency is key. I don't care who you are. It is very key. I am not really emotional about it. That's why I try to keep it certain ways of doing it. And then what's going on, Enhance? Salute. I'm just saying the health factor of it just helps you. And, make sure you have your stuff right and everything, your insurance, whatever. But, always have a daily checkup, at least once a year, once or every 2 years, I'll say like that. But just keep on par, with the physical, the things like that, and make sure you're all right and eating the right stuff too, and make sure you don't drink as much toxins in your body, because that can do some damage. But I think what I saw this last week and this week, I mean, Kuda had a stream. Was it Saturday or till Friday morning, Saturday morning? It was a good stream. It was like 11 hours. I haven't seen the replay. I ain't seen the replay of it, because I think one of the reasons that you see one of the things in the moment that I think I saw half of that stream. He was talking about certain things, so it was good. And I think he did it for 4 hours, and they was talking about different topics and things like that nature. Then people off air, I think we went off air and we discussed the little things, but we're not gonna get into that. I mean, shouts out DeAndre and Kuda and Rashawn, and talk about a few things and the situation with the divester with the hanging thing. We talk about various things, but that's the thing about it. So one thing I can say is one of those things that you can just get through and get to know and things like that. And I'm just saying that, yeah, we had a good discussion. I think that lasted for like hours off air, and then I think I went off around a one something or one or two something, and that's it. And that's why I get through. So I know one thing is, and that's just how I see it. But yeah, I think yeah, and that's just how I see it. But I think when we was talking like deep conversation and things like that. But you know that I know Kuda wanted to get off air and things like that. He had a good stream. I had to see the replay again when I came around the 11 hour mark. I was watching the whole stream. And I know he was talking. He was talking about game and this and that. I know how he does his content and things like that. I did saw a replay of my stream with Thursday Thrills. I actually fell asleep around the 4 hour mark, and Joey was talking. It was just crazy. Yeah, divester hanging. Yeah, I just talked about that. Yeah, that. It's a new woman with that little avatar. She ain't got no points or anything. She just not building on nothing. But I'm not even worried about them individuals. That I sang that in March. They was gonna do some shit like that, but they ain't gonna last. But until like 3 months or till next year, they're not gonna last this year. I could tell they're gonna fold like a ton of bricks. But as what I was saying about that restream that I saw of myself, it's come to the conclusion that I did fell asleep on the panel with Joey by accident. I was drained till like Friday morning. I was doing too much that day, but you know, yeah. Oh, what's going on, Sexy Red? What's going on? And what's going on, Toy? Yeah, I don't worry about them either, Toy. But yeah, I'm just saying, man. Like I when I saw that restream, I did good. I mean, UD had some great points, and he just came through and just try to build on and expound on things. I'm not even worried about the things that I've seen. Like, you know, I was just speaking my mind on that Thursday, but yeah, Thursday Thrills was a decent uh was a decent show and things like that. So that's one of the things I can just build off on. And that's just how you get through. So yeah, hold on for a sec. Oh, not a problem, not a problem. Not a problem, Red. Yeah. Hold on for a second. I'll be on mute. Hold on. All right. All right. Let's see what I got here for a moment. Oh God. Let me fix the audio. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So yeah, as what I was saying in so many words, that stream I saw it was a good one. And I like the presentation on it as well. So, you know, I'm getting good with it. But the more I do it, it's the better I'll be. So I'm not even tripping at this point. But you know, we had a good conversation. I mean, it got some views after I got off, you know. And I'm just like saying, yeah, man. And that was a good one. And you know, this is Sunday Chills. This is like my another open discussion. I'll see how this will do, and we'll see from there. And I'll schedule another one like next month. I will talk about Cambodia and Thailand and not I already talked about Thailand. I want to talk about Cambodia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. They'll be my Wednesday streams. I'll just drop them. Like I said before, this month I'm gonna go in depth on those. After that, I'll talk about something else on the Wednesday streams, the history of probably I'm gonna do the series of the ribbon, series of the microphone, and then to dynamic. I'll get into the brands, the microphone brands, Wednesday, how they found it, what shapes broadcasting and streaming today. It's gonna be good topics. I'll put them on Wednesdays. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. And my open topics will be like the Fridays and Thursday and Sunday streams. But I will do another Thursday Thrills again because the Thursday Thrills is usually my open streams. I kind of like it more than Friday because Friday streams can be very, very tricky because I'll do one because I have enough of those. And the last one, I'll do a 2 more on that month and just focus. Sunday chills is my day. I hate to say it. Sundays are usually my biggest stream day there is the start of the week. I like starting on Sunday chills because Sunday chills are cool. I don't mind. I could do a whole open discussion on those. You know what I'm saying? And I have no problem. So mainly I'm saying like you can be a part of that. So yeah, I have no problems and things in that matter. So yeah. What's going on, Irv? Salute, man. Past the $40. Y'all subscribe to him, man. He's got some good content. I mean, him and the man is something else, boy. They be on some BS a little bit, but I'm just playing. I'm playing. Everybody be tripping. But yeah, man. She said, thanks for struggle streaming. Yeah, streaming can be tough, but you're doing your thing, Red. I mean, you keep doing what you're doing. I'll give you a couple of months until next year. You'll be good. But doing content like pre-records, that's all good. I do self live streams too. I'll probably do one tomorrow, a self live stream. I'll do all those. I'll have time to do one tomorrow. Monday, Tuesday, I'll just do self live streams. I'll do one Friday. But Saturday, I don't stream on Saturday. I become a panelist on Saturday. Saturday streams, everybody be streaming. I just can't do it. I tried it a few times. I'm like, just can't do it. I just can't do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. He said the teleprompter is life. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is. Yeah, I believe in that. So, yeah, man, I'm just been chilling, but I'm watching Gilly right now interviewing Bernard Hopkins, things like that. What's going on, Third War? Salute, man. Salute. And I appreciate everybody coming through. But yeah, I had to start a little early. Sundays is usually my days anyway, because I like start like 7:50 and things like that. I won't do these more often because Sundays is my days to regather what I'm thinking. Because Sundays is one of them days you just like, all right, let's just let it rip, right? Because some people they like Saturdays and things like that. Saturday, I'm just really basically want to be off and things like that. So yeah. Kuda did a great stream the other day. Yeah, I'm gonna probably watch that. But we went off air and we had like a build, man. What'd you say about them other individuals, man? I'm still tripping off that, man. And I know he's tripping right now. I just try to tell him, just keep it on the low, man, because we'll be good on that. But yeah, man, it's one of those things that I learn a lot about people now. That's my first time on the back end. I mean, we probably do a few of those every once in a while. But yeah. What's going on? Nice to salute. Yeah, it's just like, after MTR and what's going on, Degenerate, MTR, he had a little problem. He said he had like, the cancer thing, and we wish him a speedy recovery over here. I said that earlier. And I just want to expound on things. Yeah, just man, get your health checked. It's not, this is 2021. We're at the age of technology. There's things to fix your problems with cancer and things like that. Everybody's dealing with COVID and things like that. It's no time to lose and things like that, He said Ramil's community tab, and my team definitely got some influence in this space. Okay. Oh, what's going on, SKC? Salute, man. Salute. And yeah. I want to see what Ramil's talking about. Talking about Lord Ramil himself. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I saw that Third Ward. That 3-6. Yeah. I gave it a like. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I already done seen that Third Ward. Appreciate you though. I'm watching Gilly right now, and Sky watching Bernard Hopkins right now, and they was talking about that prison story. Thought that was pretty interesting. Bernard, a legendary middleweight boxer. I think he stayed in the middleweight to light heavyweight, I believe. Yeah, he's a good dude. Out of Philly, North Philly, and he talked about different places in Philly and things like that. So yeah, for me, I'm not even worried about it. So I've been busy looking at my content and things like that, and it's just moving around and things like that. So and then she says she got a dedication for Cuda tomorrow morning. Okay, cool, nicer, cool. And yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's just one of the things in here, as we can say. So yeah, it's gonna be more scheduled content as usual. I have to move around and see what I'm gonna put in and put in my little broadcasts and things like that. But it ain't gonna stop me. I'll see what's going on and things like that nature. So I basically want to say this. I'll do those history streams every Wednesday. Um, I will talk about Cambodia, pick up where I left off from the Thailand stream, and then I'll do Vietnam. I'm gonna be very careful because it's like one page and things like that. And then there's the what's the stream? What's the stream that Indonesia? And that's it. And then I'll talk about the indigenous people. I think the Americas, yes, like I'll get in depth with those, South America and things like that. I ain't gonna spend much time on the Olmecs that much. I know most people know it's floating around. I'll have a small discussion on that and expound on everything else. Just conjoin it together and things like that. So I'm gonna add on to it. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see because it's so many parts to it, and the stream is going to be incredible. Like I'm just gonna put it together. So yeah, those are my Wednesday streams. My Thursday streams, I'll continue doing Thursday streams as well through Sunday streams, but I will do another Friday special madness. Those are my like Friday streams. I ain't gonna do as many of those as I can, but I will do those in time. I'll do them like every other month. I'll do one this coming up next month in the week and spread it out. And because Thursday streams, I'll do them like every 2 weeks and just space it out, like that. But I'll do every Sunday streams. Like Sunday chills is my streams. I stick with that. Because some days I'll stop doing Thursday chills. Thursday thrills and then go to Friday specials. Those are my open discussions, like open panels and discussion. We can talk about different things like that. Wednesday streams I do is the historical streams, just presentation alone. That's all I'm doing, and then we'll talk about and expound on it later. You know what I'm saying? Like we can just get that feel. So me, I'm just looking at gear lately and just looking at pieces what I need. So that's just one of the things that you have to have. So yeah. Slide roasted Solo. Yeah, I saw that over at Aaron Fountains. Yeah, it's getting bad. He was over at GMT's acting bad. Yeah, Solo, I don't know what's wrong with him. It's no shots at him, he just, I'm not like a fanatic over him, but he's I don't care for Sly either. Sly's cool. I'm neutral, but when it comes to like Solo, it's kind of wild in space. I ain't even worried about those individuals like that. I just let them be them. You know what I mean? It's bad enough Big J and Angry Man's going at it, but these two, it's hilarious, man, at this point. Yeah, I kind of just leave them boys alone. But yeah, man. Yeah. It's just one of those things. So, if y'all want to do it, because this is Sunday, so I can open this up in the next minute, so like 20 minutes, because I'm not gonna I'll talk like 19 minutes. I usually talk like 50 minutes to an hour. That's easy. I've done that before. I've done a lot of things before. I did another stream before I had to set the extra equipment in my hand. I was a headset guy and learning how to run a show and then had a mini podcast, whatever. So, what I'm saying, or broadcasting. So I had to learn a lot. So the whole thing about me is I try to build on that foundation. So that's the whole thing. But yeah, I try to keep this up and be consistent. But shouts out to Mace for coming through, with the gestures, man. I'm just gonna dump this in here, and because I know people is itching to talk. So I got time tonight. So do your spiel. I'm just gonna pin it, do my thing. But 10 out the box. God damn, views is about to go up. This is gonna be an interesting night. But I'm just looking at everything and just like, yeah, I'm just looking at the gears and stuff. So, I'm not really worried about what's up. So I'm just gonna take this off for a minute and keep this up here. And yeah, I'm not even worried at this point. But yeah. A Raycon Kingdom stream would be interesting. Yeah. Degenerate, yeah. I will try to look into that. I mean, I'm looking at those Asian countries. They don't, I mean, I already discussed China. I think they have Japan. I want to see if they have Japan. Hold on. If they don't, I think he didn't want to go in depth on that. I think he did. He did a search on Japan, but I think he put that in China too, in one of those things. So I don't know what my boy was doing, but shouts out to him with this website, man. That's what helped my content over the years. I saved a lot of pictures on my Windows laptop and then the various different angles and kept the files on them. So yeah, man, it's good. Yeah. The Byzantine Empire of the monk nun. Yeah, man. Like it's paintings ain't nothing. So, saying the Etruscan tombs and things like that. That's all I talk about on my Wednesday streams. I mean, yeah, they got the Jesus Prehistoric Americas, So, yeah. I know people coming through. Let me see. Let me see what I'm going to talk about. Yeah, but this Wednesday, I'm going to talk about this. Not this Wednesday, but next month on Wednesday. I'm going to talk next month on Wednesday. Vietnam, Indonesia. I'll schedule them on Wednesday streams. And once I do that, I'll schedule them out. And the original people of the prehistoric of America, that's going to be separate. I'll start out like that first. Yes, I'll start. I know that's going to be a decent stream. Then we're going to get into the Olmec and Mesoamerica, all that North America and things like that. So how I'm going to start is I'm going to start prehistoric America. Somewhere around, that's going to be a different topic. It goes in depth on a lot of things. Probably if Indonesia and Vietnamese and Cambodia is short on each Wednesday, I will try to do prehistoric America, and then I'll expound on it, and then I'll do North America. I'll probably do both of them at the same time. That's going to be a long stream with no panel and get my presentation on it. I don't know what days I'm going to do it on. I don't know what time I will do it. I can do it on a longer time because everybody's going to be streaming during the week. I always do them at night. That's where I usually stream at around this time because most people don't stream around 7 to 8 as much. It's usually quiet because everybody's eating and doing things like that. So yeah, the Hawaii stream, y'all should check that out. I did that. I think he did China, Anatolia. Now he ain't got Japan. I mean, he has Japan, but it's a small set. It ain't that much, but I'm going to stop viewing. Let's see what's up here. So yeah.
What's up, man? What's going on?
What's going on, man? It's good, man.
Shit, man. Just catching up on these some man shit NFL time.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, man. It's just
The season looks good from what I'm hearing.
like it was like the season, man. Whoever's going to win, like, and it's both sports. It's like football and basketball. Man. Whoever's going to win, it's like injuries and Rona. Like if your team, it's like a battle of attrition. It's not even about if your team's like the best team out there.
Yeah,
we're not gonna get like the best team out there winning the championship for the next like 2 years. Like, you know what I'm
Facts.
saying? Like, it's not gonna happen. Like, it's really not gonna happen. Like, yeah, I was looking at my Ravens today, man. I'm just looking. I said 19-17, they beat Detroit. Like, what the fuck? Like, nigga, y'all just threw 35 points on the board. Like, you know what I mean? Like 36 points on the board
Yeah.
against the Chiefs, right? And I was like,
Yeah.
and you know, I was looking at the game, man, like the highlights. I was like, yo, Detroit, they're pretty nice. Like, you know what I mean? They got good defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The quarterback is pretty solid. Their running game is pretty solid. So they solid all around. It's Detroit.
It's Detroit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this. I think, you know what I think it is, man? I think it's like the team, for some reason, man, like the team has this curse on it. Like,
always have. It's always have. I mean, that's the Lions. I mean, they're terrible, man. I like the basketball team. That's it. But I don't like the football team. Now, the Ravens, I'm kind of neutral with them. I'm not like a big fan of the Ravens, but I do I respect the players. So I hate to say it. I do like Ray Lewis. I remember Jamal Lewis. I met him in person too in the Braves game. Me and my dad went and and saw his wife and kids and whatever. But that team is good though too. It's always been good. And I'm glad they won a couple of Super Bowls. I mean, they are fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen them live years ago. Like the Ravens was no joke. And I mean that quarterback y'all got. Oh yeah.
Yo,
they're fun to watch. Yeah.
The problem, you know what I mean? The problem I have with him when I watch him is he's okay. He can throw the football. He's a Heisman Trophy winner, but he can run, right?
Yeah.
And every time I hear these newscasters, he ain't gonna last long because he keep running the football like it. He can throw the ball and then blah 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 blah. And you know, my thing was this, right? He went to the perfect team for his asset. You cannot throw the football if you don't have any wide receivers to throw to.
Facts.
I'm like, every time he throws it to Marquise Brown, every interception that he throws, for the most part, is because Marquise Brown is too small, or he tripped up, or he drops the ball. Like, the dude does not have his cousin's hands, which is old dude that was in Antonio Brown.
Right.
Like, Hollywood Brown is not Antonio Brown. He doesn't have his hands. He doesn't have he doesn't have his talent. You know what I'm saying? And he's too small, right? And the type of offense that they need to run with Lamar is they need to let him run. But I see Lamar wants to be a passer. He wants to prove everybody wrong. I'm a passer. Dude, the best thing that you do is make the defense scared. He actually gets the wide receivers open by running. He gets them open.
Yeah.
Like, they scared. Like the you know what I mean? The wide, you know, I see the corners when Lamar looked like he about to take off, the corners immediately leave their wide receivers, leave their assignments and run forward because they don't want to be on a highlight reel.
Right.
They don't want him getting 20 yards with his legs, which he can do. Like, he doesn't run
easily.
Yeah, he doesn't run like Michael Vick. Like, he doesn't run like he doesn't run. He runs more like Randall Cunningham, right?
He has them Cunningham legs. Yeah.
But the thing about him is those are design runs. He has an extra blocker. Like, you know what I mean? He's already like, he's learning how to slide, run out of bounds, not take too much punishment. And they don't got all three of they starting running backs, man. The starting running back, the backup, and the backup of the backup. They all out for the season. Gone.
Right, gone.
They gone, right? And they're gone. And the running backs they got in now, they signed them from the practice squad. So if they get to the playoffs, I would be happy because they're winning games by the skin of their teeth. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, and then they got hit with COVID again. They defense. The defensive line, like, I think some people on the defense, they in COVID protocol and shit. So it's like, whoever's going to win the Super Bowl this year, or the two teams that's going to be in the Super Bowl representing the conferences, is going to be injuries and COVID. Like, it's definitely injuries and COVID. I already know what it's going to be. That's just what it is. I was watching Mahomes, man, and he lost again today.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
See, he won a Super Bowl a year before Tom Brady won one again. It's a pattern with him and LeBron James. That's how I look at who wins the championship in both sports. LeBron did not win this year because he's getting older, because the high school draft pick is next year, because Wacky told me this on the channel. He said NBA is officially allowing high school players because they don't want them to go overseas and losing money, because they're sick of American players going overseas fucking up their money, because they wanted to bring it back, because wherever happens to LeBron, they need another star like LeBron. So what they're gonna do is allow the high school players again, because college done fucked up the money, and same with football. Now the NFL is going to do a one and done. They said that next year. They're seeing how this season is. If something happens to Tom Brady, they're looking at these guys, that money vacuum, and so what they're gonna do, and during COVID, they're gonna be like, we need a next big guy, and if he's good enough, they're gonna train him. And the same protocol like the NBA. And what they're gonna do is get them guys ready for the next 2 years, and that's your future talent right there. And it's gonna be like that. Now NFL will try to do a high school thing too. It's hard. I won't tell you a secret. They're gonna train them, build them up, because when you get older, you know, if you get like at least 25 and up, they want you more durable, you know, because I think this COVID run test is going to test who's stronger when you're younger, because when you're super young right now, if you're like 18, 24, that shit will weigh off on you. But when you get like 25 or my age, that's when to see how you'll last, because the game's already finessed. They don't want it to be ground and pound. You're right. Whoever wins the championship and who doesn't have COVID wins. I can see a few teams. I can't say about my team, because my team is the Eagles. I got 3 teams I like in the NFL: them, Broncos, and the Raiders. So they're decent,
right?
But I won't be surprised by Tom Brady not winning this year, or Mahomes, because anybody can win it. Because I don't see LeBron winning it this year. Now it's a flip, because these teams is getting better in the NBA. Now LeBron can win it. He has to win it with Westbrook. If he doesn't, that's just him. You know.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say like. I'm gonna say like this. I'm gonna put it like this. If this is like, I look at the West, right? I look at the West. If it's LeBron, I look in the West, the Western Conference, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that's going to keep LeBron out of the finals is injuries, right?
Yeah. I think
and I'm not saying I already account for Anthony Davis being injured, so we're not talking about him. We're talking about him being injured. If he's not injured, they're going to get to the finals. Like, there's no, because Kawhi's not coming back. Kawhi's not coming back, and he's not coming back. And Golden State is too old now, because
I don't trust them.
Their problem, and it's Steph's ankles. Clay is going to take it. Clay going to try to run 100 miles an hour, right? And he going to get himself hurt. Now they're going to put him on some injuries, some minutes restriction. They trying to do this mid-season tournament bullshit. They trying to do whatever they can to make up that money they lost from that big TV deal, right? And the players ain't having it. Like, they gonna have to cut some games. If you want to do that mid-season tournament bullshit, do that shit for the bottom bracket teams to secure them, like maybe a spot in the play-in tournament at the end, right? Like, it's 82 fucking games. You don't need no more fucking games. This ain't baseball, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, basketball is a fast-paced collision sport. Motherfuckers falling on the ground, even if they flopping, they still falling on the ground.
Yeah, so, they still fall in contact with each other.
Yeah, you don't even need 82 games any fucking more, man. Like, matter of fact, what they should do with baseball, I mean, my bad, not baseball, basketball, is what they should do with basketball is that you should do a week off, right? The All-Star game is supposed to be a week off, right?
Yeah.
But it's the All-Star game. So what they should do is anybody that's not in the All-Star game, right? You got the rookie game, and then you got the All-Star game. So what they should do is anybody that's not in the All-Star game, they should do that tournament but the players that was in the All-Star game, they actually get their week off. Do that damn tournament then, so you can give that basketball. But you're giving the players that didn't make the All-Star game, because usually you do the All-Star game at the end of the damn season. You don't do it in the middle of the season. But I get what they're trying to do. The Super Bowl is coming. Nobody gives a fuck about basketball. So have your shit around the Super Bowl, get that 2 weeks off, and then once the Super Bowl over with, everybody wants some sports, then they go watch you. Like that, you know what I mean? Like I don't see LeBron like I said before, you got Dwight Howard, right? You got your center, you got Rondo as your backup floor general, right? Rondo done played with damn near everybody already. Melo's there. He's going to get a lot of playing time, especially in the second unit, right? He's going to come in. He's going to always give you some points because he's a scorer, right?
Yeah.
And then you got Russell Westbrook, which he's going to run 100 miles an hour.
He's a difference maker. That's why. That's why I agree with your sentence right there. Yeah, Westbrook is the key.
Now, this is the fact if LeBron's going to win the title, okay? If the Nets get to the finals, he ain't winning.
Yeah.
Right? If the Nets get to the finals, he's not winning. Now, the question is, I have it 60% that the Nets ain't getting to the finals.
Yeah.
And these are the three factors. Kevin Durant is not a factor. He's not. Right? Because he's been getting hurt his whole career, right? So that's not a fact, right?
And just same with Kyrie. He's injury prone. I don't trust
that's not
neither
a fact.
one of them. And James Harden, he can't lead shit in the championship. That's
he can't lead shit. Team. So my thing is this. I'm not worried about Kevin Durant doing this thing because he proved that he was a half a toe away from an NBA Finals, right?
Right.
Now, if Kevin Durant went to the NBA Finals with that Brooklyn team, he would have won the title, right? He would have won the title because Giannis pretty much won the title by himself, if you think about it, right? No one wants to give it credit. No one wants to put him up there yet.
He won it by himself. I saw that the finals, the whole playoffs this year.
He won it by himself, right? But Kevin Durant, if he would have done that, they would have blew it up, right? Because Kevin Durant, he's better than LeBron. He got right, and all of a sudden,
that bullshit.
What would have happened is Kyrie would have been out of Brooklyn like that. They would send Kyrie to Philly, and they would have got Ben Simmons, right?
Oh, that's a difference maker.
Yeah, and then they would have moved Harden over to his real spot as the 2, right?
Yeah,
because Harden was. The reason Harden got hurt because Harden came in out of shape, and being a point guard is taxing. And he became the point guard. And Kyrie became the shooting guard. But it was some AAU 5-on-5, but we got the 3 best scorers in the league.
Yeah, AAU nonsense. Yeah.
And it was, and then you got old dude, what's his name? Dude, he won the MVP, and he shouldn't have won the MVP as their coach when Shaq was dominating.
You're talking about Steve Nash.
Steve Nash. You got Steve Nash. He ain't no coach, man. He ain't no coach. He's just there. There ain't nobody listening to Steve Nash, man. Right?
Yeah, he's D'Antoni's proxy.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. D'Antoni's the assistant coach. Steve Nash is the head coach because everybody know D'Antoni's trash. Right, so ain't nobody in their right mind. You just leave Houston, right? You had Chris Paul, you had James Harden, you had Russell Westbrook, you had James Harden, right? You almost went to the finals a bunch of times, and you always fail because you don't believe in defense. Like you don't understand that you need to play defense to get you, even though.
And he had Melo in New York. That's another thing too. He had so many chances.
He had so many chances, and the problem is he doesn't know how. He doesn't emphasize no shredded defense. And the problem, and this is my problem with D'Antoni, right? Is that the analytics tell you, right? Because everybody's on these analytics shit. Right? The analytics tells you the last 20 years, the last what 18 NBA championships were decided really by a defensive stop.
Right.
Like LeBron, like the whole LeBron coming from 3-1 down. Nobody like Kyrie gets mad. No one cares. No one talks about the game winning 3. No, the game, you didn't win the game on the 3. It was actually LeBron chasing down, blocking Iguodala, and he actually hitting a fucking free throw. Like he actually, you know what I'm saying? Like no one cares because nigga, what was you doing the first couple of games? You wasn't. He was actually carrying the team on his back the whole time. You wasn't really. You didn't like Kyrie didn't do nothing until when Draymond couldn't play in game 6. No game 6. He couldn't play in game 6. That's when LeBron had 2 back-to-back 40-point games and shit, right? So D'Antoni is weird, man. Like he's like, but they keep him around for whatever reason, man. They keep these NBA coaches for whatever reason. Like Tom Thibodeau, right? He stresses defense too much. He runs his players into the fucking ground. Like he doesn't have an offensive bone in his body, but his teams are good on defense. That's why New York is doing better. But the problem is he's the cause for Derrick Rose being the shell of himself from the MVP he was. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the thing that I like is there was there was this thing going around, right? And this is what I'm saying about Giannis. I like Giannis. I like the way he thinks, right? Because he said, I'm not the best player in the world because there's still LeBron and Kate. Because he knows the last 2 opponents in the NBA Finals been cream puff opponents, right? The Miami Heat had no right to being on the floor with the fucking LA when they was in the championship, right?
Yeah, that was done by design too with the COVID shit. You know, they had no business.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what I mean? But you know, it was mental. That's what I'm saying. COVID played a part, like the Rona played a part, but you had to be mentally strong to be in the bubble. Like people don't know how much mental strength that you gotta have.
It's mental strength. You're correct, and a lot of players weren't ready. It caught them off guard. Now Milwaukee dropped the ball. I blame them that year, and I look at how their team was set up. But that coming up next year, I knew that it was gonna be Miami and sweep because Miami wasn't no fucking good. They had no business being in the Eastern Conference finals. In the finals last year because now you had a leg up. Yeah, you had the mental, but you wasn't mentally prepared for a championship. LeBron shouldn't have won that year either because he was prepared mentally. I give him that, but he shouldn't have won because that was the year that the West could have just stopped him, but they was not prepared. And it goes both ways. If LeBron, see, the thing about him is he's pragmatic, right?
Yeah,
he picks you apart and this is why I tell Kudo all the time, your zodiac sign and your sign, y'all pragmatic. Y'all pick niggas apart. Anytime they say something stupid, you break them down. It's just like LeBron, like he be talking and knowing each other's plays. And I told my dad, no, that's the Capricorn thing. That's what they do. It's like this one of them. They get you under your skin. If you fuck up, they're gonna come at you, man. It's just like it's fundamental offense and defense with him. Yeah, he's a Swiss Army knife. That's Colin Cowherd said it best because they're both the same sign. The reason he keeps saying that, he's gonna pick you apart. He's gonna pick you apart, and that's why he is a great player of this era. Now he may not be of all time, but I can't. I'll say it like this: all time, I'll say top 5 to be fair, because I appreciate him winning the COVID championship or this championship. Where we're gonna say, I'm gonna say NBA championship. I don't care if it's COVID or not. He should have won the last couple of them, and especially to 15 to be fair. But I'm glad he won 16, and that just shows you he should have won 15. Now Golden State had no business being in the finals as well. But see, you know, a lot of West teams could have stopped him. But here's the thing: you had Steve Kerr and that Phil Jackson type coaching, and Popovich coaching the Spurs system. That helps him. And see, LeBron understands I'm that guy now. And in the West, he knows it's not easy because in the East, he can cakewalk. Now, the West, you can't do that. He figured out who's the toughest in the West. He's got Denver and Phoenix to worry about. He ain't worrying about Golden State because Golden State's ran through. That's easy. Because if Phoenix and Denver understands LeBron's patterns like the Spurs do, you have a shot. But the problem with them
They're
is,
too young, man.
they're too young. But
But
if they get a little experience, but the only one that has experience is Denver because they've played against LeBron 7 games. They'll take him there. And the reason I say Denver can be a dark horse, if Jamal Murray gets good, he can go to the edge. But Phoenix beat him and got lucky because of Chris Paul. That's all I'm gonna say. Chris Paul won it. And that's the thing.
I'm gonna say, like, LeBron was, even though he came back, like he had to come back because they couldn't. Like, my thing is this, and people don't even know why they did what they did.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis is glass, man. He even said when he signed that big contract because of my injury history. So there must be something going on with him, right?
He's injury prone.
Right, that he knows physically and health wise, and Rich Paul knows. Rich Paul ain't no dumbass agent. He's very smart.
No, he's very smart. Yeah, that's LeBron's friend.
Yeah, so shout out to Rich Paul and Adele. Shout out to Rich Paul and Adele. Right? Smart move, man. Smart move. Right? It's like, so smart move.
Yeah, smart move. I saw that on Reddit. Smart move. They jealous. Yeah, smart move.
Yeah, smart move. You know what I'm saying? Tell them why you mad, son. I be. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But the reason is because Anthony Davis, because people keep forgetting he was a point guard when he was in school, and he got that ridiculous growth spurt, right? And his body, if you look at him, he's never fully, like Anthony Davis technically supposed to play like Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
But when he was in New Orleans for so long that they forced him to be a 4 and a 5, and technically he's actually a 3. He's a 3. He's like Anthony Davis supposed to be Chris Bosh, like pre-Miami. Like, he's not built to take that punishment. He would rather be a wing, like a wing player, than be down there, because you can't, a dude that's been playing all the way up almost to college as a point guard or as a shooting guard. Yeah, he got a growth spurt, but that punishment that you take down there in the post is a whole different beast. That's a whole different strength that you got to work on. You know what I mean? There's like, if you look at his legs and his lower body, he's skinny. He's got twigs for fucking
he's badly proportionally built. He's got a funny build. He's kind of like I hate to say it, kind of like Fantastic. He's got a fucked up build. He's big on top, but his legs is fucked up.
But he's not even big. He's long. Like Anthony Davis, if you see him when he got his shirt off,
he's long. He's
got
long.
Square shoulders, and he's got a long torso. You know what he's built like? He's built like an anime character.
Yeah, that's all he is. He's a twig.
He's
a light skinned twig, but you got to look at his neck region. He's 6'10", right? That's because he got that fucked up frame. Because the neck, and I hate to say the foot size determine how you're going to be big. Now I'm kind of slim on the slim side on the 6'5". I'm like a middleweight, but if I add some muscles, I can get that big. I used to be 180 once, so I know what that's like. So
that's what I'm saying. He's like LeBron is like a grown ass man.
That's like, a lot of training. He's 6'8". Now he's long too. Now people try to say, no, he ain't that. He's just long and big. Just look at his biceps and his triceps. He'll tell you. He looks big on TV, but when you see him in person, he's just like a normal 6'8" guy. He's just athletic. He's just shredded. When he takes his shirt off.
Just shredded, and you know what I mean. So he's more like LeBron would be like a tight end in the NFL or something. Like that.
Tight end, and he could also be a big wide receiver that can bust holes. Yeah, he could do both. Yeah,
like a Terrell, like Terrell. He's taller than Terrell Davis, but they're kind of similarly built. If you look at Terrell Davis, if you looked at him, he had nice sized legs.
As a running back.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Terrell Owens, my bad. Like Terrell Owens.
Terrell Owens,
Terrell Owens
big too.
Terrell Owens is big, but if you look at him even now, like Shannon Sharp and all of them motherfuckers, like, he's not as bulky as Shannon Sharp, but he's more like a Terrell Owens lean type.
That's his lean type. See, LeBron's leaner as wide receiver, they were saying, and also he could be tight end. He could be both. Now Shannon's a big dude because I know he's from Savannah, but his frame, it makes makes sense why he runs so fast, and because they got the small ankles. And anytime you have small ankles to run fast like that and big kneecaps and legs, my dad always said you're fast. Yeah, if you're not needing pigeon toe, yeah, of course the nigga's gonna be fast regardless.
Yeah, he's gonna be fast. So, and his brother Sterling was the shit. So
yeah, Sterling was cold. Yeah.
So now LeBron is. That's why I said is the net. If the Nets and this is what I'm saying. If the Nets get to the finals and they're healthy and they play the whole season, right? And someone manages Kyrie Irving from being a fucking head case, right? You're straight. And I think that's why they brought James Harden in, because James Harden is actually there to manage Kyrie Irving being a head case, right? And people don't know that. Like people don't know that, man. Like they don't really know that. And this is going to be the Nets' problem. Defense is going to be a problem because DeAndre Jordan is, people know what to do with the Nets now.
Yeah.
Is time of possession with them. Right? You put a body on Kevin Durant. You run him in the screens. You beat him up, right? Like, basically, you treat Kevin Durant how they treat Steph Curry. Just he's like almost 7 feet.
Right.
Like you attack Kevin Durant constantly and consistently. They're going to do their ISO ball. You just make sure nobody else shoots, right? James Harden going to do his thing. The NBA are making that rule with that fucking jumping into people. So you notice James Harden,
that's a foul.
Last year he wasn't getting those foul shots that he normally gets to actually make up majority of his points when he be dropping 35.
And he be running into you on purpose. If you move your feet, that's how he gets. Kind of like Karl Malone. That's how they used to do. Yeah, they used to cheat like that. I'm like, come on.
Yes. Man. So that's not going to work, right? And we know Kyrie Irving is only going to give you 15 to 20 games good, and then he's going to leave for some fucking personal reason, right? Something's going to happen with him where he's going to be a problem, right? And it's going to mess up the continuity, and it's going to play dividends in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say this, right? And this is the thing people don't talk about. LeBron is very petty, so.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
so true. I agree with that.
So he's going to, and this is what he's going to do, right? This is his case, right? To say that he's the best player in the 2 decades, damn near he's been playing almost in the NBA, right?
Right.
If he wins a title with Carmelo, right, and Russell Westbrook on his team, because he already won a title with Dwight Howard on the team. Right?
Yeah, that's even better because
that's like a smack in Kobe's face.
And here's the thing: he's the number 1 pick, also and all-star defensive player. Dwight was great back in the day. It's just the later in his career won the title with LeBron. That's a milestone right there.
Yeah.
Now you can say he's played with great players.
Well, here's the other thing, right?
Go ahead.
If you think about it like this, if you think about all the people LeBron has played with, I think D Wade, if I'm not mistaken, right? D Wade was the only superstar that he played with that was in their perceivable prime or could actually contribute to the team.
Yeah, because he already had a title before LeBron.
Him, right?
Yeah.
So now the D Wade, you know what I'm saying? So LeBron got D Wade multiple titles, but people now forget about it because he's tied up with D Wade in titles, right? Yeah. So now if he gets Carmelo a title, right?
The banana boat crew. Yeah. That's
So if he wins with Russell Westbrook on his squad, right?
And Carmelo. Yeah.
And Carmelo and DeAndre Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you have to say from now on. If I'm starting a franchise, right? And I got a choice between building a team around Michael Jordan and LeBron James, you have to take LeBron James. You can't say it. You can't say it no other way because the consistent between LeBron James and Michael Jordan, when you talk about teammates, all 6 titles, Michael Jordan has Scottie Pippen, Phil Jackson, and some type of rebounding defensive monster. First, it was Horace Grant, and then it was you want to upgrade from Horace Grant? Give me Dennis Rodman that already got titles.
That Dennis Rodman team, I will take that team because of that setting. That's the Michael Jordan team I will take. Now, if you want to talk about an all-time team, to be fair, you got to add Bill Russell, Michael, and LeBron. I'll tell you this. I will build a team. If you want a classic Paramount team, the Celtics is your goal. The all-time Celtics, like Bill Russell, you see it in 2K. That's the team that you want. Now, if there was a Cleveland team back in the day, I'll give LeBron all those guys that won from LA team, right? If they was in Cleveland jerseys, that's the team that LeBron should have had the start of his career. But the problem was too much talent in the 2000s. But the Lakers team, I would say of this era, yes, I would take LeBron versus Kobe. Now, Kobe was great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on Kobe either. But if you want a team that's indestructible, LeBron with the Lakers, I see it. If he wins this title this year, I mean, this coming up next year, that team will be better than Kobe's. And we're going to have to say, yes, he surpassed Kobe. Yes, I'll give him that.
Yeah.
That
I'm
I'll
like,
give
well,
him.
To me personally,
he's neck and shoulders with I hate to say Bill Russell in all playoff appearances. I give him that.
Yeah.
You know, that
I'm
right
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. This is just me.
Yeah.
When people talk about like, you know, LeBron and Kobe, I said Kobe Bryant is not in the same sentence as LeBron James. And people like, well, what do you mean? I said, let me explain to you. Kobe came out of high school. Say, yeah, but he was riding the pine. LeBron has never ride the pine. Right? Like, he's never rode the pine. I was like, yes. I said Kobe played with Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal had Penny Hardaway. Had Orlando took care of Shaq, Shaq would have stayed in Orlando. Y'all keep forgetting.
Facts. He would have. And Penny, myself.
And Penny out the gate was 100 times better. Y'all need to put respect on Penny Hardaway's name. Then Kobe.
Penny Hardaway's Kobe. Yeah.
He was, you know what I'm saying? And the thing I said, Grant Hill was 100 times better than motherfucking
Kobe Bryant. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I said Tracy McGrady was 100 times better.
Now it's better than
Carter
Kobe Bryant. Yeah.
was 100 times. He even showed it because Vince still played up into his 40s. Kobe was retired. Vince was still playing. So, you know what I mean? Kobe played, you know what I mean, whatever, but his Achilles and stuff like that. But
that cost him his career, yeah.
That cost him his career. I say Grant Hill got hurt, came back, still did his thing, and went back in retirement. I said, here's the thing about Kobe. Kobe was Michael Jordan 2.0.
That's all he was.
And he carried the legacy of Michael Jordan. And fortunately for him, Phil Jackson was his coach.
That's what it was.
That was
in comparison, he was like a Michael 2.0. And I don't want to say he's a wannabe, but the sad part about it, I just didn't think. Now, he is a great shooting guard.
Yeah, he's a good,
but he played the same position. But outside as a great player, he's in my top 10. I'll say that. Yeah. Top 5.
I'm like, it's what he did. I'm like, is what he did per se, because when Shaq left, Shaq went to
Miami,
and then Shaq knew he was done when he went to Miami, and he handed over the keys to D Wade, right? And I said, and D Wade was Kobe-ish, but he was Pat Riley's answer to Kobe, right?
Yeah.
And you know, it's a shame we never got to see D Wade versus Kobe in the NBA finals. That shit would have been crazy, man. That
would have been epic. Crazy. Oh, I would love that. What's going on, UD? Salute, man.
What's going on?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, he is Kobe-esque, but he's a mixture of everybody else. What I like about D-Wade too, that's my favorite Miami Heat player of all time. I like the Heat. I have a lot of teams in the East I like, But
D-Wade, man. D-Wade, man.
but Penny Hardaway, yes, but them fucking niggas like Grant Hill that cost him. But Penny was my favorite point guard in the 90s. Man,
But
it was
people don't
him. It was him, Stockton, and a few other guys. I didn't like Jason Kidd. I'm gonna tell you right.
Jason Kidd, I didn't like Jason Kidd.
Like him either.
Listen, if you gave me a choice between Jason Kidd and Jason Williams, I'd have took Jason Williams, the white boy.
Yeah, I take Jason Williams. Now the black Jason Williams is different. That's the
yeah. I'm talking about the white boy. I'm talking about white chocolate, man. Like the white,
he's a beast. Yeah, he's a beast.
He was. Listen, if he was on the right team, man.
And if he was on the right team, if he was on one of my Heat teams and Magic teams, oh my god, but he was on Sacramento. I like that team. I love Sacramento.
But people don't know, like Chris Webber's in the Hall of Fame because of Jason Williams.
Williams, that's it. That's true. And Chris Webber, the reason why he's in the Hall of Fame, he played Jason Williams as part of it, and a combination how he came into
was it Mark,
in the league? You know, like I hate to say, like Mark that
Gasol?
Michigan team.
Was it Mark Gasol? In Sacramento or no?
No, it was Stojakovic. It was Stojakovic.
Okay,
Stojakovic, Divock. Yeah, he earned his numbers. Yeah, but a lot of those numbers came from his early career too in Golden State. But see that trade in Orlando. See, Orlando did a smart move trading Penny Hardaway for him, and that changed their franchises. If he would have stayed, it would make a difference because him and Shaq realized they wouldn't have got along because they both needed the ball.
Yeah, and they cluttered. They cluttered.
Yeah, they cluttered the paint. Yeah,
listen, man, that Orlando team, right? Orlando always had a team when they put it together.
Right,
but it's like the Bills. Remember the Bills in the 90s? They would always.
That's what they were. I mean, they were like my Buffalo Bills in the NBA. It's just, I mean, I love the Magic, but I'm upset. But see, I blame one person, Nick Anderson, in the front office. It's just like Sacramento. Sacramento reminds me of those free throws, man. Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, and then they had the brooms. They had the brooms, and I saw that documentary when they talked about the brooms. I didn't know that was true. I said, God damn.
No, man.
Mercy. The fans show no mercy.
Listen, man, even still, man, you don't blame Nick Anderson and the brooms. You blame Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan was talking cash shit to him at the free throw.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I ain't even Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Mike.
But no, the reason I had to blame the front office, I blame them for that because Nick was not prepared. They wasn't ready. But see, they were a young team too. You couldn't beat Olajuwon. You can't beat Olajuwon. Not if he's coming off of a championship. I'm not surprised that Houston beat him like that. See, I'm not surprised.
Listen. I was not expecting that with Houston, right? What I mean is, I'm not talking about that part. What I'm talking about is, right?
Yeah.
They ran 4-5 off the floor, right? But he just came back, right? He just came back off of whatever, right? They were going to win a championship if they got past the Bulls. Right? Nick Anderson, 4 free throws back to back, and he didn't hit near one of them as an 85% free throw shooter. You know the crazy part is, if they would have fouled Shaq would have hit one of those and they would have went to the damn finals. This is facts. We all like as horrid as a free throw shooter Shaq is, right? Dennis Rodman was in Shaq's head so bad they stopped giving him the ball. If you go watch the game, like
I watched it.
Stretch, right?
I remember.
Penny was handcuffed by Scotty.
Mm-hmm.
Penny was handcuffed by Scotty. Mike was on Nick Anderson. You know what I'm saying? Brian Shaw was walled off by Ron Harper. Everybody else didn't matter. So
in 96 Bulls team, they was going to decimate Orlando. But I'm talking about that championship team in 95, man. They had that chance. I said, God damn.
No, man. Listen. I'm going to tell you what. Listen, man. I watched this shit. I watched it, right? I watched that whole thing.
I did too.
Everybody was pumping. Everybody was pumping Orlando up. And I said, Shaq ain't ready because every time Shaq plays against a center,
a talented center like that,
true center,
like Olajuwon.
Remember when Shaq right? Remember that championships the Spurs won when they had David Robinson and Tim Duncan.
Yeah,
right?
I remember that.
Tim
Yeah.
Duncan and David Robinson was taking turns giving Shaq the business.
Yes.
Right? Giving them the business. I'm talking about, hey, you go. No, I go. You go. I go. Pick, roll, got you. All day, every day. Tim Duncan looked like the second coming of Kareem Olajuwon. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like David Robinson looked like, man, like you didn't know what you
he looked like the old Robinson in the 90s. I like David Robinson. He said, I'm a Spurs guy myself. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So it was perfect, man. You had Avery Johnson coming down there running the floor. You know what I mean? It was beautiful, right? Now, here was the problem. And Steven Jackson and all that, right? But and then you had Steve Kerr, right? So no, Steve Kerr wasn't there yet. So then you had the other thing, right? Is that everything went through Shaq. It was inside out, right? Mm-hmm. Penny was more worried about running the offense than scoring. But because Shaq was getting this push, and Shaq was coming up on his contract year, right? Penny knew he wouldn't have been in Orlando without Shaq. He knew. So Penny was feeding Shaq and all this other stuff. So it was a perfect game plan. The coach wasn't ready. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, there was no adjustments being made because it worked all season. And they were too young. I'm going to just be honest with you. They were too young. They're like what you had. Brian Shaw was the most veteran guy they had that was actually playing.
Yeah, and then they had Tree Rollins. He wasn't that good either. I mean,
he was that. Yeah, once you got past they starting five and you know whatever, it was just whatever. So then you go and play the Bulls, right? Because they felt as though, and they was overconfident. They felt as though they already won the championship because they beat Michael Jordan. No, you didn't. No,
you had to go. You had to go against Olajuwon. He was the best. He was coming off of a championship, the 6th seed.
Yeah, but see, that's what I mean. But you know, who held supreme, right? Because it was like, think about it. It was like Scottie Pippen beat you without Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Then MJ came back.
It was over. Back, right? Like, he came back. That's 95.
You know what I'm saying? So he came back. So it's like, shit, we barely beat Scottie without MJ. Now MJ back because Michael is like when Superman died.
That next year, next year, the Space Jam movie in '96. Oh my God, when Michael dusted him, that was payback. It was personal. Michael took it personal, even though he's a February Aquarius man. He's a visionary. He's all right. I'm gonna get my shit, nigga.
Yeah, and I'm like,
over, man.
But I think it was David Hill and Scott Skittles. Yeah, Scott Skiles. Yeah. So at the time, here's the problem, right? They were still one Nick Anderson free throw away from losing. So it took everything the Bulls had. And I'm not discounting them. They did what they needed to do. If that team would have got past the Bulls, they would have ran the Suns off the floor because they wasn't even athletic enough. Like if you look at that game, if you look at the Bulls versus the Suns that year, right?
Oh, 93? Yeah, the Suns had the better team.
You know what I'm saying? The Suns had the better team, right? Who did the Bulls play? They played what was it, the Sonics when Mike came back?
96, they beat the Sonics. Sonics wasn't good. I mean, they was good in the West that year, but Gary Payton was no match for no Michael Jordan. It's Mike. And then they played Utah like 2 years straight. I remember the last two. Yeah. See, I'm 30. I remember the last two championships with the Jazz, and that was a series, and they gave him hell. And Karl Malone was his best feat. But if you remember in 91, he beat Magic. Magic was about to go. He faced Drexler. Drexler was good too. He was underrated. A lot of people don't give him credit, but see, Clyde Drexler, they had a decent team. Now the Trailblazers was like a whole nother beast. Now Michael did a great job beating them, but then the next year he should have lost 93. And this is when Charles Barkley should have won a championship. Charles thought he was the man, right? He blew it because he had the best Suns team, and to this day, I still blame him because of the leadership. You never take your eye off of Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan had he had the worst team in '93. That's the worst team I've ever seen. But that Paxson guy saved them. If it wasn't for John Paxson,
man,
they wouldn't have won that
Armstrong,
championship.
Paxson and Steve Kerr. Listen, man, listen. It's a team sport.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I say. Is it's a team sport.
Yeah.
Man.
If Paxson wouldn't have hit that shot in '93, that '93 team, that team would have ceased to exist. There's so much talent in the '90s because Michael was a threat. You know, remember Detroit went down, Boston went down. See, Boston had a chance to be like a Yankee dynasty. They had Reggie Lewis and Len Bias. If Len Bias wouldn't have died and Reggie Lewis, it'd been a different story. It'd be like what Kobe Bryant winning extra championships like for Michael.
You know the part? You know the funny part is Reggie Lewis from our high school.
Yeah, right. Absalon, I agree. Yeah, for locking down defenders. Yeah, I like Gary Payne. Don't get me wrong. It's just that's not a thing. I just don't see him beat Mike though, like that year, because Michael's mystique was just he ruined a lot of lives, man, psychologically. And he
that's
just
what
did.
I said is if that's what I said is that if they played, I could have swore, man. Hold on, if they would have played the Sonics. Right, if the Magic would have played the Sonics, they would have got their lights shot out. And what kept the Sonics in the game that made it a series, it wasn't Gary Payton, it was Sean Kemp a little bit, but they start getting him into foul trouble with all them damn centers that the Bulls be having just to suck up fouls and stuff. But it was it was actually Deathless Shrimp and old dude.
Yeah, Shrimp. Yeah, he's cold too. He don't get no credit. Yeah.
That came in with Michael Jordan that played on the North Carolina championship team that used to shoot them flat-footed threes.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that dude. People keep forgetting that dude was cold as shit.
He's cold too. Yeah.
He didn't jump for shit. Like, if you ever think about it, man, this nigga was in the NBA and this nigga never left the ground. Like, if you think about it, like this nigga was there as a 3-point specialist, but he didn't jump to shoot. And he was in the NBA for a while.
Oh, you talking about?
I forgot what his name is, because him and Michael Jordan was on that North Carolina team.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. It ain't James Worthy, is it?
No, it's not Worthy. It was I forgot his name, man.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I gotta look at his North Carolina roster. Oh, I can look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, just look at the Supersonics starting.
Okay,
because you had Deathless Shrimp.
Yeah, I like that. He's all time Sonic. Yeah, he was cold. Now he did play for Dallas, but my issue with him was he was a beast. Yeah,
he was. I'm like, you know me, like when you talk about like this is, and the NBA wasn't on 3-pointers like they was now, right?
No.
Like,
it was mid-range.
If Deathless Shrimp, right? People keep like this. Okay, if Deathless Shrimp, John Paxson, who's the guy? Who was the other guy that played with John Paxson? He was the shooting guard, the white dude.
It wasn't Steve Kerr because he wasn't there at the time. He was in Cleveland. Yeah,
it was the other white dude. He would always, before he shot the ball, he'd get a free throw. He'll wipe his face and stuff. Like you know what I mean.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he could shoot.
Okay, let me see the '96 Bulls team's finals roster. Okay, I remember Randy Brown, Judd Bushler. He was good. He was Arizona. That's Judd Bushler. He was new on that team. Jason Caffey. I remember Jason Caffey, James Edwards, Jack Haley, Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr came. That's it. Yeah, he came from different teams that came to that team. Tony Kukoc, they got him in the early 90s. He was part of that Yugoslavia team before the split because of that Croatian, that Balkan Wars to Bill Clinton's ass. Luke Longley, he's from I think Australia, even though he went to New Mexico as his college. Scottie Pippen, Central Arkansas, small town college. Dennis Rodman, yes, a Hall of Fame already. John Sally, Dickie Simpkins, I remember him, and Bill Wellington, St. John's.
St. John's. Yeah. So who's on the Sonics?
Now the Sonics, you had Vincent Askew. I remember him. Vincent Askew was decent. He was a good role player. Frank Brzezowski. I remember him. He was decent. I remember. See, I studied all the time. So I used to have 2K5 ESPN. So okay, Hershey Hawkins was cold. He went to Bradley. Irvin Johnson, the big man. He went to New Orleans in his college. He's a big man. Irvin Johnson. He used to play for the Bucks. I remember him.
Yeah.
Shawn Kemp was my favorite high flyer out of Texas. But
had too many kids, man. Too many kids.
He's from Elkhart, Indiana. He's from Elkhart, Indiana, out of Elkhart. So okay. Nate McMillan, a good guy. He's a good coach. He took the Hawks to the conference finals this year, but he's all-time Sonic himself. Nate McMillan, the backup point guard
Hawks
too.
Is also another team, man. That's like the Bills, man. They just
it's a combination of that. You know, the Hawks. I mean, they kind of like the Bills, but they kind of like somebody else too, because they can win one because it's so easy now. But you know, it's just
they can't, man. They can't, man. They
just need that. They need that LeBron package, man. Not LeBron.
They ain't gonna get it, man. Like, go ahead, keep reading, man.
Yeah. So you got your all-time Sonic Gary Payton. Now you got Sam Perkins. I know who you're talking about. Sam Perkins.
Sam Perkins. That's who we was talking about. Sam Perkins, Mister. I'm not going to jump to shoot a three, my nigga. Like you, like that dude.
He was part of that championship team. Yeah, he's played for the Lakers too. Won a championship with the Lakers too. Yeah. So that's another reason why the Sonics was there. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah. That right there, I know. Yeah, Sam Perkins was good. And he fell off after the years later. But then you got Steve Scheffler. Yeah, he's another one, the big man. And then you got Detlef Schrempf. Yeah, he was a Husky. Mm-hmm. He was out of Germany. And Eric Snow. I remember Eric Snow.
Yeah, Eric Snow. Yeah, that was young Eric Snow. Then Eric
David Wingate. People forget. David Wingate used to play for the Hornets. Yeah, David Wingate. See, that was my team in the Sonics. You know, people forget. Yeah. They had a good team. They had Sherelle Ford. Yeah. That's a decent team.
Yeah, you know? But you know what I mean? Like, you know, Eric Snow goes to
they won. Yeah, Chicago won 6 games according to that series.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Chicago, that's what I mean. Like Chicago won 6 games. It took them 6 games, and the people that kept them in the game was Sam Perkins and Detlef Schrempf. Like it wasn't Shawn Kemp. They pretty much did what
it was 4 players. I would say Detlef Schrempf, Sam Perkins, and Shawn Kemp. And the reason I say those 3 because they understood each other. And Gary didn't know how to stop Michael. All they did was they figure out Dennis Rodman. Yeah, and Dennis kind of saved them the last couple games, and Pippen kind of stepped up, and that's when Mike got his points and whatever.
Yeah, so I'm like, but you know, like that's what I'm saying is like Pippen always told the line, but people keep forgetting. Here's the thing, right? And no one wants to bring this up because you know you still look at the win-loss ratio, but when you watch the game, when Michael Jordan came back, all the way up into the last season until he went to we ain't even going to talk about the Wizards shit, but when he went to the Wizards, right? And he only went there because
decline.
Yeah. He only went there because he was going there for ownership, to get into the ownership group. That's all he went there for. But we're gonna talk about this. Michael Jordan through the whole season, when everybody says that the coach down there in San Antonio,
Popovich. Yeah,
Popovich. They say Popovich was like load managing. No, Phil Jackson is actually the originator of load managing. Michael Jordan would go out. It didn't matter if they was winning, losing, tied up. Don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan will play the first 4 minutes of the third quarter, and you wouldn't see Michael Jordan until the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter.
But to be fair, both of them did load management. I would say Phil and Greg, they had that style of coaching. They both did load management. I'm gonna tell you a secret. Phil had it first. Greg did it on the West. His was different. It was like a military style, and he let players before he got there, he did it in Golden State with what's his name? He used to play for Don Nelson. They taught him that. And Phil did too with the Knicks, and he figured out how to refurbish players. That's why Michael was so good. And that's why if you notice the Bulls and the Spurs were very similar on defense, and you can tell They didn't go to the finals. I wish they was in the finals. Those are the two teams I would love to see in the finals. But here's the problem: you had Olajuwon, you had Karl Malone, you had the Sonics, you had so much talent in the West in the '90s. See, the NBA was actually brand new to people, you know, because back in the NBA in the '80s, my dad said you didn't have no team, son. It wasn't that many teams in the West or the East because it was growing. But David Stern changed that when they added expansion teams, and that's when the '90s kind of actually the best era in the 2000s because Michael made that league what it is. Without Michael and without Bill Russell, the NBA would be dead, man. I'd say, and the ABA too, because see, Larry Bird didn't do that. He just held it on. Him and man, I hate when they said they didn't fix the fucking league. It was Michael. He was money. You know what I'm saying? He came from North Carolina, that shiny black ball head. They said, look at that nigga, man. Yeah, it's a combination of Wilt and Bill Russell. If they didn't have that type of niggas running the league like that, see, the white players kind of died out. That's what we took over.
Yeah, the white. I'm gonna say it like this: the white players. I'm gonna be honest with you. The white players died out when the ABA was formed. It was a wrap. The white players, the ABA was making more money, and that's why the NBA brought the rights to the ABA. Because those two George boys, they didn't know how to run the league properly, and the NBA couldn't keep suppressing them, right? And they saw what was going to happen, and it was going to set a precedent. So the NBA took that ass deal, right? Because they just when they got that TV deal, they finally brought them dudes out because they still had rights to the ABA. So them dudes, them two dudes was making billions of dollars.
He said 1980s is the best there. Nah, they ain't the best there. They all right. I mean, I've seen stars and teams, but the 90s was the best.
I'm like, you talking about the league totally, like in
90s was the best.
I'm like, you talking about the league totally,
I stand on that.
You know what I mean? Where the talent was spaced in every region, where there was only really in the 80s, it was only really Detroit. It was only in certain places and certain regions, and of course, certain people had teams. But
he said Magic Johnson, Larry revived the NBA. Yeah, they revived it in the 80s and Michael transition. Yeah, I would say that, but Mike,
I'm gonna tell you.
I would say,
I'm gonna say.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, right? The NBA wasn't revived by Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. It was actually the acquisition of the ABA. Where you had Kareem, you had Dr. J, you had Moses Malone, you had all of them, and then Magic. Remember, Kareem was still playing. So when Magic came up, right? Magic was doing his thing. Then Isaiah, Lil Zeke, and the Detroit Bad Boys, because because Boston was still Boston. Before Larry Bird got there, people keep forgetting Larry Bird.
Boston won 2 championships in the 70s, even though they was dominating the league at the time. The ABA was competing against them, the teams added later. Now I give Magic and Larry some credit, but here's the thing: like I agree with you with Dr. J and Kareem, because people forget Kareem won a championship with the Bucks, and that's what brought him over. Yeah,
the Lakers come from Minneapolis. The Minneapolis Lakers.
Minneapolis Lakers, Great Lake. Yeah, the people forget that because the Lakers at that time, and then I remember this sweep too when I studied history back in 1959 when they got swept by the Celtics with Bill Russell. They took that shit personal. That's how that rivalry really started, because it didn't really start until 59, and then after on it started the 60s, 70s, and then
Wilt
80s.
Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain, Wilt made it a difference in the. I would say
he was the Dennis Rodman rock star, nigga. First,
Wilt was he was a stat guy. But if you know what stat pattern was, it was Wilt. And if you look at LeBron, their builds, see, they brought the fitness into the NBA. If it wasn't for those guys, those players wouldn't look the same what they were. But see, back then, those guys were slimmer, they were faster, and everything else. Now, Bill Russell was a defensive guy. One thing I liked about him, his team was kind of like, I hate to say like the Yankees comparison, because what I mean by that is paramount. The rules, like you can act up in those cities and not try to be those players, man. Like, I get people saying 80s is the best era. To me, I say it's the 90s because you had talent. I'm talking about sheer talent. I'm talking about guys that transcended even more. Now the 80s, I give players talent, yes, but the problem is it wasn't that much teams because me and my father had this discussion all the time. He was born in the 50s. He said, son, only a couple of teams came in the league. That expansion team kind of changed it. And that's why the 80s was getting a little bit more interesting because, see, people stuck on Magic and Bird. You know, that's how TV works, right? But people forget there was a lot of talented players, you know, because people just learned about the NBA in the 80s on television. Now, he told me this story. He said, son, I had radio. Back in his day, he heard him on the radio and he saw the black and white TV screen and he traveled to see games in Vanderbilt and other teams and had semi-pro leagues and how leagues were back then, because back then was pretty simple. It wasn't as hard like you see now with the finesse game, and they took the physicality out of the games or whatever, right? So the NBA today is more, I wouldn't say it's more exciting, but I miss the old ground and pound days and the of the 90s and the 2000s because you saw sheer talent, man. Now the 80s, I give them credit, but I don't think it's the best era. That's just me, you know, because for me looking at it back then, I'm like, nah, man, I don't think it's the best era. I mean, that's just I used to believe that. I used to believe that when I was younger. I said, nah, you know.
Okay, let me tell y'all why the 1980s was a way better era than the 1990s. Right? Well, first and foremost, the best plays of the 1990s came from the 1980s. That's one. And number two, in the 1980s, when you talk about there was more team rivalries in the 1980s, Lakers versus the Celtics, the Bulls versus Pistons.
Oh yeah.
You had also and you also had team rivalries such as, well, actually the Bulls and Knicks rivalry, that started in the 90s. You just had the Bulls and Knicks rivalry and the Knicks versus Miami Heat rivalry. You know what I'm saying? And the rivalries in the 1980s was way more exciting. And
it was.
And also, I'm going to tell you why the 1980s was actually a better league. See, in the 1990s, the actual rule changed. In the 1990s, when you talking about there was this one rule. It was on the defensive tip.
Was it the 3-second violation?
I have to go. Okay, I have to go back. I'm damn near forgot. But I'm going to tell you one thing. No, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird did revive the NBA. They did, because during the 1980s, prior to the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird rivalry, this is actual facts. Prior to the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird rivalry, the NBA had terrible TV revenues. And then the first time that Larry Bird and Magic Johnson met in the NBA Finals, the television revenue in the NBA skyrocketed. I don't know if you guys watched that Bulls documentary that came out on ESPN.
Yeah,
I saw it.
If you watch episode 1, Michael Jordan was talking about that.
Yeah,
of course. Was talking about that. Yeah. This is actual facts. I'm not giving you an opinion. And
I know. I agree with that.
And also, sir, when you talk about the NBA had more teams in the 1990s, the NBA only had 2 more teams than the NBA in the 1980s, which was the Toronto Raptors, and at that time
Vancouver Grizzlies. I said the 80s.
The 80s is when they had more expansion teams, because in the 80s,
expansion. I just said that the expansion teams. I mentioned
the 4 expansion teams in the 1980s with the Charlotte Hornets
and Minnesota Timberwolves, and Minnesota Timberwolves, and then Minnesota Timberwolds.
That was the 80s.
That was 80s. That's the 80s.
2 more expansion teams, but that
that's in Canada.
Evolved that did not really increase the level of talent in the 1990s. In the 1990s, the best players in the 1990s came from the 1980s. You know what I'm saying?
The early
all
90s of the 80s, yeah, I give you that. But I'm saying like when Kobe came, that talent, man, like growing up, I said I ain't never seen that much talent. See, I'm a little younger because I understand how the 90s was. Now I know the early 90s came from the 80s. I give you that. Now I give you Michael, Dennis and all them dudes. And now Larry Bird and Magic, yes, they was on I don't want to say they were on the decline. Now, like I said early in the stream, I said if Boston was like the Yankee style system they had, if they would have had what's his name, Reggie Lewis and Len Bias, if they wouldn't have died, that'd been a different story because I hate to say Michael would have had like a comparison like a Kobe-ish a little bit, but I ain't gonna say Kobe-ish because they both had that killer instinct. And I'd hate to say if LeBron wins, he said, or this coming up next year, and we said that early in the stream, you're gonna have to pick that team if you want to build a team around him because it would make sense because you not only you won with Westbrook and what's his name, DeAndre
Melo.
Jordan and Melo.
Yeah.
Now it'd be a different conversation. I ain't gonna say he's the best, and Michael, we'll have to see because we gotta see how he's gonna, through that team. But I just don't trust Anthony Davis. He's just injury prone. That's what's stopping him, because
that's why they
like I said, but I will give you the early 90s with the 80s players. I give you that, but the 90s, man, it's tough because those guys coming in like that. I know the 2000s was good without the late 90s, the 2000s wouldn't be as much. I mean, I'd say because a lot of time growing up, it's different.
No, but let me tell you, when you talk about when you talk about the 90s, because you brought up Kobe Bryant. Although Kobe Bryant got drafted in the 1960s, he did not develop into the great player that he was until the 2000s.
Yeah.
But even then, during the 2000s, the league started watering down, starting in the 2000s.
Yeah, they try to water it down. I mean, until that Mouse to the Palace. Yeah.
Listen, even experts, right? You can have your own opinion, but even experts will tell you that the greatest era in the NBA was in 1980. You talk about Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, with Joe Dumars and Bad Boy Pistons. You're talking about, you're also talking about Dominique Wilkins with Spud.
Yeah, I give you the Pistons. I give you that.
You also talk about Marcus Johnson and those Milwaukee Bucks teams. You also talk about the Sonics teams with Tom Chambers when he was in the Seattle Sonics. You know what I'm saying? Come on, that was. And don't forget Rolando Blackman. When he was
Blackman,
Dallas
Mavericks.
But see, I'm like, when you think, I'm like, when you you're talking about it and you go back and you look at it, right? It's when you're talking about it on like, I'm gonna say like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
We in America knew what it was. We knew what it was, but internationally, world pushing, where the NBA was jumping up there, right, on an international level, the Dream Team pushed that, right?
Yeah,
that was in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
So
of course,
even though they came from the 80s, from the 80s players to the 90s, and they made a difference. But that Yugoslavia team put pressure on America after they split up with Clinton. I blame Clinton for that shit because the 90s. Yeah, you know how it is. I know, but that 92 team, yes, that was the best dream team, and they had a college player that won a championship, Christian Laettner. Now he's a role player. He was all right, but he wasn't. He had an all-star. That was it. That was just from.
Listen, man. I'm gonna tell you like this, man. I'm gonna tell you like this. We were robbed. I'm gonna tell you why we were robbed. Isaiah Thomas was not on the Dream Team. That is the most disrespectful shit that Michael Jordan has ever done in his damn life. Him and Magic Johnson.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That right there, I don't. And what I mean by that is Magic beat the Celtics, kept this nigga in the first, leaving in the first round. I mean, Zeke, and he beat Magic twice.
Yeah.
in his prime. He beat Magic in his prime, right? He didn't beat Magic saying that he had AIDS and he was taking the meds. He didn't catch niggas on their downturn. He caught niggas in their prime.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He caught you know what I mean? He caught Larry Bird in his prime and beat him. Not Larry Bird after he did back problems.
Nah, he beat him in his prime. I give you that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't catch nobody when Zeke won his titles, he won his MVPs. He was in there beefing with them in their prime. That Detroit Pistons team, Zeke and all of that. And we didn't.
Oh, yeah. Well, Robin,
And then we didn't get to see his greatness. It displayed on an international level because of some quote unquote
paid for Michael Jordan.
That's
Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Because Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. Because Magic actually finally admitted to it when him and Zeke had that thing. Because
they had an interview in TNT. I saw that, and they both hug it out because
they hugged it out.
Hold on. So hold on for a minute. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt. So you mean to tell me Magic Johnson was also part of the reason why Isaiah Thomas did not make the dream team? Yo, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it was, and it was because Mike said he wasn't going to play on the dream team if Zeke was on
Isaiah.
Right? It was Isaiah Thomas was on it, right? Because he's still mad about the time I think somebody stomped on his ankle. Like, you know,
I remember that.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So he's still mad about that. And then, which is obviously so I can see that, right? But then he was but then Magic was like, nah, we don't need Zeke, right? And he was mad when they asked Zeke about the whole thing, because when Magic came out and said he had AIDS, Zeke was like, I'm trying to play with that, because nobody know what AIDS was. Like, they just know you just catch the shit and you die, right?
Yeah.
So he was mad about that, but nigga, everybody in the league was mad about that. That's nigga why you had to retire until the information came out and all the extra shit, and then he came back for like a couple of seasons, and then he was gone again. So motherfuckers is acting like, you know what I mean, like, yo, that's your man. But they asked him a question. He said, man, we don't know what the fuck that, because when it did come out, the only way you got it back then, the way they was pushing it is you was in the gay community.
Boom, just about
right.
That was it. That was the only information you got. You got it from drugs or hanging around with gay people. Right?
People, yeah.
That was it. That's only anything anybody knew. But hey, look at Magic Johnson's son now.
So let me say this.
You know, and they know he was over there in LA and Hollywood. So niggas knew what it was. But yeah, it was Magic Johnson came clean. It wasn't just Mike, it was me too. I didn't want Zeke on the team. Because he had to hold that L, because Magic knew that Bulls last ride championship was coming out. And Mike was throwing everybody underneath the bus with that shit. Like he was snitching. Like niggas don't even know the nigga was snitching. He was snitching. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean,
You know what I mean?
I knew that. Yeah.
He was snitching. Wow. So my thing was this was my thing right here is that's why I say it like this is that, and Zeke always says this. He says this like without a passion, right? He said, when it mattered the most, none of y'all beat Michael Jordan but me. He says it all the time.
That is true.
That's fact. That is true. That is true. If you watch that Bad Boys documentary on Netflix, I think they still got it. And Michael Jordan said to himself, he said, without those championships, we wouldn't have got past Detroit and Boston. He said that. He said, we wouldn't have got past Detroit. And he says it himself too. Mike said it himself out of his own mouth. And the reason he says that is paramount. You know,
because
one thing. Go
ahead, Wacky.
One thing you have to understand. That's the reason why it took Jordan 7 years to win his first championship, mainly because of Detroit. And Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars was he gave him
problems.
He gave Jordan the most problems. Jordan admitted that throughout his whole entire career, that the best player to ever defend him the best was Joe Dumars, because a lot of people felt
Facts.
that Gary Payton was the best Jordan defender.
No. He's in the top five, but
Joe
Dumas,
Dumars,
he's in the top
Joe
five. Yeah,
Dumars
Joe Dumars
is the best Jordan defender because
right.
he was close to the same side and he was strong. You got to understand too, he was as strong as Jordan. He was not close to the same size as Jordan because Joe Dumars was only 6'3", 6'4", maybe. So Jordan had maybe a 2 or 3, inch advantage of him. But Joe Dumars was strong as Jordan and as quick as Jordan. And he was smart. He studied Jordan like a motherfucker, man. Yeah, so
Joe Dumars, he came out of what college he came out? McNeese State. He's a good guard, good shooting guard. I think his dad passed away in the 80s. And I remember that documentary story with Detroit. And then the way he guards Jordan, he figured him out what he does. When Jordan goes to the lane, they don't want him scoring in the middle because he's a damn good mid-range shooter. When he goes for a layup or a dunk, he puts pressure on teams like that. See, Jordan picks you apart. It's kind of like what you see with all these great athletes. Like I don't want to say Brady and LeBron-ish a little bit because Jordan had that mystique. It's like you put Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, how they look at Jordan when they was playing. He was playing like that. It's like you got Magic and you have who? You got Isaiah, but you also had Larry. See, they had to reverence those two guys in the 60s, but see, they didn't like Michael because the media kept pushing him as the thing in the 90s, even though he came from the 80s. But people forget his threat was Larry Bird, Magic. I would say Dr. J. I got to throw in Isaiah and Magic because he wanted them gone in a way. I don't think he wanted them gone, but he was competitive because see, the 80s, I'll give you that. The 80s was probably the most competitive era with players. Because people in general, the mass people look at the NBA as for players. I agree with Colin Cowherd on this. The problem was I agree with my dad's people in his era. They'll tell you it's the teams. The teams, they were excited, but it wasn't enough because they was trying to add teams. And I knew what David Stern did. So what he did is say, all right, let's go to Miami, 1988, because that's 33 years of this year. Yeah. And then the Magic came somewhere around 89. And then the Minnesota Timberwolves came around 89 as well, because you got those teams. Now the Charlotte Hornets, Charlotte Hornets in Miami came around 80. No, 2 different years. The first two it was Miami. It was back in 88. Charlotte 88. Orlando was 89. I do remember that, and I remember 89. Timberwolves because of that trade with what's his name that used to be for the Pistons, Rick Mahorn, and that expansion draft shit. Yeah. That's what made a difference. And then when you look at those teams, right? Those teams got years to win championships, but over in the future, I guess David wanted to see because overseas they had foreign players in the 80s, right? But what made the difference that Yugoslavia team had the best talent. Now that Croatian shit with the Serbians, the Kosovo people, all them, the Balkan countries going to war. I blame Clinton for that, instigating that. We had no business over there. That was their personal problem. When Vlade pissed off the flag and dissed Croatia, that really escalated. And it's a lot of escalations to that. And he apologized for it. But, it was over some dumb shit. But then the next 2 years, you saw the Dream Team. Now, they left Zeke out on purpose. I would say Michael and Magic and the coach, because you know how it is. It's just Zeke. He was a firecracker, man. He tell you like what it was. I wasn't a big fan of him until the team that he had. I did like the 90s and the 89 team that he had. Now, he could have won 88, but here's the thing. That injury got him. The Lakers had to do their thing. Yeah, Magic had to do his thing. So, how that was. It happens. We just talked about it earlier. Injuries.
But this is the thing though, is that see, Isaiah Thomas, he did an interview when it came to the Last Dance documentary, and he stated how a lot of people forget history, that when you speak about that era in the 1980s and you spoke about the most dominant team in the Eastern Conference, a lot of people just looked at the Boston Celtics as a dominant team in the Eastern Conference. And that was not true. There was different dominant Eastern Conference teams. The first dominant Eastern Conference team in the 1980s was the Philadelphia 76ers. Then it was the Boston Celtics. Afterwards, it was the Detroit Pistons. And then once the 80s was over and then the 90s era came, then it was the Chicago Bulls. But a lot of people think that, okay, the 1980s, the dominant team in the Eastern Conference was just the Boston Celtics, and the 90s came just Chicago Bulls. No, it was the 76ers, the Boston Celtics, the Detroit Pistons, and then the Chicago Bulls. That's how competitive the Eastern Conference was.
Yeah. The reason I say Boston, but people gotta understand Boston had the 70s. I know they had it on lock with the Knicks. You had the Bucks as Kareem. Now the 80s, you are right with the Sixers. I'll give you the Sixers. What hurt the Sixers was that super team in '83. Now they could have extended further, but I know Milwaukee. Milwaukee kind of edged them, and then you got Chicago. They was brand new at the time, coming up in the ranks. Detroit was building. They added Lambert because it came from Cleveland. Cleveland wasn't a team that was like, they were like what did DeAndre said about the Buffalo Bills reference? Yeah, they were like the Bills in the 80s. Yeah, in a sense.
I'm just speaking about the order, because there was no such thing as one dominant Eastern Conference team in the 1980s.
It was a lot of talent. Yeah, in the East. I give you that.
3 of them. Yeah,
but I'm saying championship wise, while I look at the 80s, I say, damn, why did Boston get? I know they got 3, and I know the Lakers on the West got at least, was it 5 in the 80s?
5 in the 80s.
That's and I look at that, I was like, that ain't right. I mean, but I know the talent. If you want to talk about conference, it's a lot of East teams that have talent. But the reason I say Boston, because they was covered the most, and I think media kind of messed the kids up back then. Well, you got to remember Larry Bird, the white guy, the superstar, and you got to remember the 60s. It was a lot of white players, but they wasn't stars. Like I would say, like Jerry West. I mean, you had Bob Cousy, and then you had what's his name, Havlicek. And after that, the 70s, the black players came and kind of changed the game. And then you got the ABA players, like we all talk about in the barbershop. And I tell them all the time. Years ago, I said, well, the talent was good, but you got to remember Magic and Bird kind of edged it a little bit in the 80s, and then the 80s was fine.
The black players started coming. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the black players started entering the Boston Celtics during the 60s with Casey Jones and Bill Russell.
That too. I give you that. You
also had World B. Free, who was supposed to get drafted at that time in the Boston Celtics.
Yeah,
he got caught up in some scandal, and then the NBA refused to draft him at that time. So, So it started. And then he
with the Warriors. I think the Sixers, and then I remember him from the Warriors. Before it's a lot of talent.
Before that, he was playing for the Harlem Globetrotters.
Just like Will Chamberlain, he played at Harlem Globetrotters as well before he got into the NBA. I know he's from North Philly, but
because I'm like, I'm like, but see, that's what I'm saying is like, they already knew what it was because they looked at baseball, right? Like the NBA knew what it was, right? They already knew the Magic and the Bird thing that they were doing was Magic Johnson. Everybody knew he was okay. Magic Johnson was perfect, right? Because Larry Bird, they knew Larry Bird is from. He got drafted by Boston. He's over there. Kareem is getting old, right? Kareem's getting old, right? But Kareem is the thing that they don't want. You get what I'm saying? Like, and we're talking about the loud majority of people, right? White America. Kareem was that old vestige of black pride because he was up there with Muhammad and all of them talking about
Jim Brown and
Jim Brown and all of that, right? So he started he was a part of that movement of social issues with players, right? So they needed somebody to make white people feel better. What's better than having Magic Johnson, right? Got that $1 million smile. He went to Michigan State, and everybody knows him. He's going to the Lakers, and then you got the white boy, playing similar to the black players, right? But it's the last vestige. They already knew black people was going to take over the NBA because look at baseball, right? Baseball was like dying until you had your Ken Griffey singers and all of that. Like, you know what I mean? So they knew what was happening. They knew what was going on. So they had to play that role. And then everybody, you know, you couldn't push Isaiah the Bad Boy Pistons. If you think about it like this, the Bad Boy Pistons, right? If you think about it, right, you don't just say the Pistons, right? The Detroit Pistons. You got to put Bad Boy Pistons.
It's in front of it, yeah.
In front of it, right? You have to do it. It's a subversion, right? Now think about the city of Detroit around the 80s, right?
Oh,
right?
It's rough. Yeah,
it was terrible, right? It was big, but they don't talk. You know what I mean? Like, so
it's a blue collar city. Yeah,
Detroit it was a black collar city because it was nothing but niggas really in Detroit.
Yeah,
like if you think about it, but they all migrated from the South and all of the, and remember they was, you know, the nation was going through. They did that deal, that overseas deal. And so all the jobs was going overseas, and then Detroit started going down, but then drugs started going
auto
up,
industry, right? And all that.
Yeah, auto industry started closing down. Like Detroit started failing. So, like you said, you get to Detroit is rough, right? So you get the Bad Boy Pistons, and they played like how Detroit is, clotheslining niggas in midair, like, all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? When you looked at it, they had that rough and tumble style, right?
Yeah, now, they try to emulate like the what he said, the Oakland Raiders. That's what Zeke Thomas said. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they was a rough team back in the day too.
Yeah,
I like
John Madden and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so, that's what they try to be like.
You know what I'm saying? So now you got the Detroit Pistons. They got that grit, right? Like right? And then, but if you look at the Celtics, right, they had their enforcers on there and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, Boston was brutal. Yeah. Like they threw guys on the floor too. Yeah,
but you understood it, right? Because Boston's a blue collar town. It's Irish. It's, you know what I mean, like
Polish, Irish. Yeah,
Polish, you Irish. But you know But if you look at their mascot, it's it's a leprechaun or whatever you.
A green leprechaun. Yeah, it goes back to Europe too.
Yeah, so they sitting there. Yeah. So they sitting there. So you already know we drink green beer and we fight you. But
green whiskey, beer, and what you call it, that Irish. Yeah, that's the
Guinness
whiskey.
And all that stuff.
The
right?
Guinness.
So but when you look at Boston itself. When they started to get in the offense and they played, it was like college. It was like an orchestra, right? It just didn't just happen. It happened. It was a system. But when you look at Detroit, it didn't look like a system. It looked like niggas out there playing playground basketball, getting it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So everybody liked that, but that wasn't good enough, right? Then when you look at LA and you look at Showtime, right?
Yeah, like, the fun stuff.
The fun stuff, right? So you get this gritty, old school basketball with this LA, it fits, right? Magic Johnson with the Hollywood smile. You got Kareem, he ain't talking as much no more, right? You notice Kareem stopped talking as much as he was.
Yeah,
right?
He kind of stopped. He kind of changed at the time.
He changed, right? Because he knew what it was, right? Magic was getting the push. He was in front of the media. He had that smile. He said what he needed to say. He was throwing them no-look passes. You had Worthy coming on the break. And when they would move down the court, it was like seeing some gazelles. The shit was wonderful, right? Now you got Larry Bird, like you don't even remember really who else was on the team because he was basically holding the team on his back to the point where he started having back problems, right? Like if you look at Boston back then, Magic didn't live up to his potential because of what happened with the AIDS thing and all this other stuff. So, and then Zeke started getting those injuries and they had to break up the team in Detroit. So if you look at Mike, if you look at Mike, right? Mike didn't beat Magic, Zeke, or Larry ever in his career at their prime. They beat him down and ran him off the court. These are facts. These are just straight up facts. He never beat them in their prime. When we talk about going and making, we talking about going to the finals, beating them in the Eastern Conference Finals. He didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do it at all. At all.
Yeah.
Even when they finally beat the Pistons, Zeke was already going through like injuries the whole fucking season.
Man, look at these championships I posted up on here. Yeah, you got Bill Russell, Sam Jones, Tom Henson. This is all Celtics, all 11 championships, a combination of those teams.
Yeah, and if you think about it,
let me give some pushback, right? Because I have to disagree with what Justice Andre said when he said that Magic didn't live up to his potential. He did. He won 5 championships and went to 9 NBA finals. He lived up to his potential. I mean, he didn't become HIV positive until he was about 32 years old, right? He was like 32 years old. So usually at that time, when a player in the NBA is 32 years old, they're about 2 or 3 years away from retirement. Because remember, most NBA, like a lot of NBA players at that time, once they hit their mid-30s, they're done. It's not like today where NBA players like retire at damn near 40. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
all right, well,
at that time, when you was like 32, you was like 2 or 3 years away from retirement. So Magic lived up to his potential. Now, could he have played longer if it wasn't for the HIV infection? Yes. But when you won 5 championships and went to 9 NBA finals in your total career, and actually lived up to being the face of the NBA in the 1980s, he lived up to his potential.
I'm gonna say this. Right? I you know what? And I accept that one. I'm gonna say this. When Magic left, right? When Magic left, because and when I mean, well, he lived up to his potential, but he didn't hand the torch off in the proper context, him or Larry Bird. And what I mean by that is we needed another Bulls versus Lakers. Right? Like you don't want Magic, like you're always thinking in your head, if Magic ain't got AIDS, how many rivalry championships would we have seen between the Bulls versus the Lakers? If Larry didn't burn out, right? How many? It would have been the Bulls versus the Celtics rivalry versus the Bulls versus the Knicks, right? And I don't even call that a rivalry. That's not a rivalry. You got to win. You got to win some shit for it to be a rivalry, right? Like regular season games don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't matter. Like Michael Jordan, all of his rivalries. Like if you think about Jordan's rivalries that really mattered. Like, and what I mean, like, it was back and forth. It's the Jazz, man. Like, it's not even the Knicks. The Knicks never won a series against Michael Jordan.
No, they didn't.
They never. That's not a rivalry. You got to win for it to be a rivalry. That wasn't it. The Knicks was going to lose.
Same thing. Well, the same thing could apply for the Jazz, because the Jazz never won a series against the Bulls, especially in the NBA Finals. Now, the rivalry, what I deem as a rivalry, is super competitive. You got to understand, although the Knicks never really beat the Bulls with Michael Jordan during the playoffs, but the Bulls had to beat the Knicks in order for the Bulls to ever advance to the next round. They had to beat the Knicks. And not only that, the Knicks was a championship caliber team. Like as far as being a championship caliber team at that time, those Knicks teams in the 80s was on the same level in the Bulls, in the sense that they were both championship caliber teams. And they were both basically getting at each other. You know, but in the playoffs, of course, the Bulls and Michael Jordan, eventually beat them in the playoffs. But you got to understand, a lot of games in the playoffs, when it came to Knicks versus Bulls, was very close. Like, for example, I think in the 92 playoffs, when the Bulls played against the Knicks, it went to a game 7. I think it went to a game 7.
Yeah.
It went to a game.
Yeah, that's see now.
What that Knicks in the game 7 you talking about is the Knicks, right?
I think yeah, with the Knicks in '92 playoffs.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I know in '93.
Yeah.
No, in '93.
I think it was it 94 or 93?
Well, '94 it was also went to a game 7 and the Knicks won that.
Yeah, the Knicks won that. Yeah, now the team the Knicks beat
was
Bulls.
without
I can say that without Jordan, that can be considered a rivalry in a sense. If you're talking about in the team sense, yes. Now, what he's saying about the Jazz, yes, I would say if you factor in Karl Malone, yeah, that's a rivalry between them two. Now, the Jazz have beaten them in a series and took them to game 6, but never beat the Bulls. Now, that conversation can go, either way. But I respect that the Knicks and the Jazz, you can say they can be rivals in a way. Now, if the problem with the Jazz, though, they had to realize the West was good too.
Yeah,
you had the Spurs and the Sonics, and that's why nobody in the West can contest them except for San Antonio. That's why I said earlier in the stream, I wish the Spurs and the Bulls played each other because they had the same similar style, because they had the low management thing, and Mike was him and David Robinson. I would love to see that. That's the ones we could have seen, and Elijah won. But see, we didn't get to see it because you got Utah, you had the Knicks. You had your Lakers, Shaq came in on the tail end of it. You had your Magic, you had your Heat. It's just so many good players. Yeah,
it would have been better if you saw the Rockets play against the Bulls in the NBA Finals at that time, because not only did you have Olajuwon, you also had Clyde Drexler. Then you had the Robert Ory's. You had the Kenny Smith, and you had
Sam
Kenny
Cassell.
Smith and Sam
Cassell. Yeah, Sam Cassell.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and they had Drexler. They had Drexler, Mario Ellie. Yeah, I remember that roster.
Yo,
Rob Dorey.
Charles Barkley.
Well, the reason,
Charles Barkley, he had his chance, but that was probably the best Suns team I've seen since I would say the 70s, and the 60s, because that 93 team was the best. And now the best team I would say now historically, I would say, I can't say Chris Paul, but they was probably the best final team. What hurt them was Giannis, man. Giannis understood what it was doing. He used he cut him off from shooting. So for one, I saw the series. I mean, I thought that was going to go.
Did a good job.
But
listen, man,
my heart was for the Suns. Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. Although my heart was for the Suns in that past NBA Finals, the Suns had no chance against Giannis. When you have a guy, nobody in the Suns can stop Giannis. When Giannis is on fire, no one in the Suns can stop him. The thing is, when you have a play that's unstoppable, once they're on fire, you're gonna lose. If you don't have a play in your team to stop them, you're gonna lose.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, man. When you watch that finals, right? Because I was looking at the Suns game, right? When I was looking at the Suns go through the playoffs, right? I was like, it was like, okay, the Suns going to the finals was like the Heat going against the finals the year before, right?
In a way, I have to agree with you, yeah.
Because if you think about it, right? Okay, the Lakers are hurt. Certain things were guaranteed that never happened that happened, right? So I give you the first one, right? LeBron never won. He never lost in the first round. That's the first time it ever happened in his career.
In history, he never lost, but he was injured. Yeah,
he was going to win the MVP if he didn't pull his hamstring or whatever, right? But Anthony Davis was hurt, right? And then somebody else was hurt. Something else was going on. It was some shit. I could tell with their body language that LeBron came back earlier than he need to, because if he would have got that extra time off, the Suns wouldn't have got out of the first fucking round. They'd have been gone. Right now, the same thing went down. Kawhi Leonard went down, right? Paul George. Now this tells you something, right? When Paul George plays with another superstar, he don't play right. But when he ain't got nobody else around him, the nigga act like he the second coming of old dude that used to Reggie Miller and shit in Indiana, right?
Right.
When Kawhi wasn't around, you saw how well he was doing. The Clippers was doing, but those games was like he was tired because he was going to 6 and 7 game series all the way up until they got to the conference finals, right? So if you looked at it, it was like everything was falling in the Suns' favor. And then, just like clockwork, Chris Paul gets hurt like he gets hurt all the fucking time, right? So he gets hurt. They go to the thing, right? They go to the thing. And I'm looking at the way Milwaukee's built. Milwaukee's a defensive team.
Yeah, they are.
DeAndre Ayton down there in their post cannot handle Giannis. Giannis is like Wilt Chamberlain in his prime, right?
Yeah.
Giannis goes in because they don't. Okay, Giannis plays like he belong in the 90s. When you feed the post, nigga just turn around and dunk on your ass. He plays like Sean Kemp. If you look how Sean Kemp used to play, Gary Payton used to throw him the ball down in the post.
And Sean Kemp was a athletic finisher too. He jumped so high, and he told his story in the documentary too, an old documentary I've seen on YouTube. And he said the way he passed by Gary Payton, it was insane, and Seattle loved him for that. That's one of my favorite Seattle teams with them in the years because of the Knights. I know they won one in '79, but they had like, what's his name? I already know they all-time teams, but that Sonics team in the '90s was something else. That's probably the best Sonics team you've ever seen in that era because ever since they went to, I would say, OKC, they wouldn't been right since. But if that team moves back to Seattle, but what hurt them was the money. And the team didn't want to pay no taxes on it because that city don't pay no state income tax. So I blame the fans for that and the ownership. It was a combination a lot of times. If you want to blame someone, it's them. And David Stern didn't care. He said, if you want to move, go ahead. It was about money. Money kind of divides a lot of people because, you know how fans get. But the owner doesn't care. He's going to do business kind of like a corporation. Like, let's just say if the Bulls decide to go to these small cities where I come from, right? If the team don't want to pay the taxes on, you know what I mean? Because the NBA, they want you to pay income tax. I mean, that's just how teams roll. Let's keep it a buck. That's how their minds work. And I learned in championship games too, the bill, how they pay their bills, right? Players get all the money, they split it, right? We was talking about that in recent streams on Sunday Chills, and I said that's how they make their money, man. But Giannis was a beast. He intimidated those guys. But see, I'm glad he's getting his just due, but we'll have to see what he's going to do next year. But see, I ain't worried about LeBron because LeBron's I ain't going to say he's on the tail end yet, but he is because anything can happen. Like you said, DeAndre, injuries can matter in many sections. When I look at this on Ship, it's cool, but I'm going to read this record. Indiana was stuck on the Bulls and the Orlando match with Shaq and Penny because they beat the Bulls before the image of Shaq stayed with Penny. Yeah, if he stayed with Penny, but here's the thing. It wouldn't have mattered. Reggie Miller was a little overrated. I hate to say that. I mean, Reggie's cool, but the Pacers was good back in the day too when they got him, but they wasn't as great. You know what I'm saying? They're on the bottom where Cleveland was. But they was in that division. I hate to say it, in the Central Division. The toughest teams, I hate to say it, was Detroit and Chicago. That's why I like them too. Now, Milwaukee was on the tail end of it because in the 80s, you have to remember, they had talent. But in the 90s, they kind of changed that and went to the playoffs, and they had Glenn Robinson and things like that. And you got to remember the 2000s. I'm glad Milwaukee finally won a championship in this era because that's a playoff team. People forget that's a playoff team. Phoenix Suns are a playoff team.
Disagree.
All those are playoff teams.
Dude, Reggie Miller was not overrated. He was not overrated.
I guess he didn't see that choke game against the Knicks.
Dude,
he's overrated, bro.
Listen, he's not overrated. When you can go in Madison Square Garden and beat those Knicks teams, he's not overrated. Dog.
That was in the mix, man.
You saw what he did in what was it? I think it was the '94 playoffs against the Knicks.
I saw that. Yeah, he killed the Knicks, but I'm saying. Yeah, but I'm talking about as all his career, he had his chance like in the 2000s, like in Shaq. I was like, man, Reggie, come on, man.
I mean, he lost against great teams. Number one, okay. The number one reason why Reggie Miller did not win the championship was number one, Michael Jordan.
There you go.
Number two, the dominance of Shaquille O'Neal. And number three, right in the mid 2000s, the Mouse in the Palace and Ron Artest dumbass and Steven Jackson dumbass.
I'm like, well, you can't like
Because that was
you
still
can't blame Ron for that one.
team was a championship caliber team, but because Steven Jackson and Ron Artest dumbass had to do that dumbass shit in 2005, that ruined Reggie Miller's chances for a championship. I mean, he
retired. He retired the next year. Yeah. But
he retired the next year.
Yeah, but I watched that interview with Ron and Steven Jackson on All the Smoke, right? And Ron, like Steven Jackson, even said it. He said, "Everybody don't know, Ron. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. It was the fans' fault. Like they even said it. Like the NBA came down. Like he said, look, he said when it happened, they got fined, but the NBA came down and made them sign NDAs at the time with David Stern. Because when they looked at the footage and they went through an arbitrator, right? Because it was Jermaine O'Neal even said it. He got his suspension reversed because an outside arbitrator looked at the evidence and saw the person that actually started the whole thing was the fan and was actually the NBA's fault for not protecting the players.
Hold on, but the thing is, the fans was wrong for throwing the items at the players. Yes, they was wrong. But the thing is, as a player, you have the responsibility to control yourself, okay? Ron Artest should not have ran into the crowd to go after that player, and then he hit the wrong damn player afterwards, okay? No, excuse me, the wrong person in the audience. The wrong fan, okay? Okay, yes, yeah. Fan. Plenty of times, right? Several times in sports, fans will throw something at a player. But at the end of the day, as a player, you have the responsibility to control yourself. You know, Ron Artest, he shouldn't have ran into that crowd and run after that fan that threw a cup at him.
Well, see, here's the funny part, right? Ron Artest and Steven Jackson even said it, right? The fan that threw the cup at him wasn't the one that he went after, right? He went after the fan because he knows the guy. And the guy that actually threw the cup at him was his friend that was sitting next to him.
Wow.
Like he didn't go like Ron Artest.
That's why I think he got the wrong person.
What I'm saying is where they was explaining it, right? They like you got to watch it when he was talking about it because I watched the interview.
No, I was talking about. I remember it live when it happened.
No. But the people that was actually involved in it, like no one actually asked Ron Artest, like, why did he run up in there? Why did he do that after that guy? But he knows that guy. He called him by name. He knew that guy. Like they know each other. They hung out. They know each other. So it wasn't like he went after some random person. He went after the guy because it came from that direction, and the guy was mouthing at him. And then when the other thing came again, he was surrounded. And he just said, "Man, I just started punching." But we all know Ron Artest is bipolar too.
Yeah, he mentioned that. He mentioned that in an interview. He mentioned that in an interview.
Bipolar until after the
I have to disagree with that. No.
Yeah.
Once that cup was thrown at him, Ron Artest ran and hit the guy who he thought threw the cup at him.
Yeah.
Ron Artest did not know who threw the cup at him.
Yeah, he
ran after the wrong guy.
Yeah, he said, I got hit with a cup. I'm looking up. I see the guy that I know that knows me. He's mouthing off to me. So he said, I'm thinking this guy threw the cup at me. So I go up.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he said he know me. We know each other. Right? Like he's like, yo, I'm looking
the bipolar part, that is true. He mentioned that in the interview.
Yeah,
he said that over at Fox.
Yeah, he said he didn't know that he had bipolar until after the fact. But even still to your point with the Reggie Miller thing, right? You're right. That ruined Reggie Miller's chance to win a championship because Reggie was done after that because everybody knew what happened, right? Even Ben Wallace. Think about it. Detroit suffered from that too, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it was
that Pistons team in the 2000. Yeah, I like that team.
Yeah. So
They so from that they went back to the finals after.
yeah, but they said,
Detroit went back to the finals.
but they lost against the Lakers, right?
No, against
No, the Spurs.
They lost
I like
against
the
the Spurs.
Yeah.
And then because remember they won two. Did they won two? They won
no,
two.
They won one.
No, they just won in 2004. This
Okay,
is one.
They won one. Then they went back and they lost against the Spurs. And when they were supposed to go back, LeBron goes shooting out of his fucking mind and keep him out of,
yeah.
He keeps him out of the, you know what I mean? So, like, you know what I mean? They even talked about how they lost it. Jermaine O'Neal was like, man, that whole Malice in the Palace thing changed the whole NBA from then on.
But the Pacers wasn't right after that. I mean, they rebuilded in prior to that. You know, they had Paul George in that draft with Kawhi Leonard. They drafted him, but he got traded for George Hill. So, you know, that's an interesting draft too. You know, and that's what changed the whole NBA dynamic. But the Pacers, they looking to get back in the playoffs this year, you know, because, you know, they're a decent team. It's just they were hurled. Now in the 80s, they use Reggie Miller as a standpoint, you know. But the Michael Jordan thing, I give you that. They put pressure on him because you had Ewing, you had him. Who else you had? You had Elijah Wan. It was so much talent in the 90s with those players because some of them came from the 80s. Then Kobe, he came afterwards because he was brand new because we didn't know who Kobe was, how he was going to be as a player. But in the 90s, you got to remember there was some decent talent that came out in the early 90s as well. So yeah, Christian Laettner didn't live up to be the star that they said, but a role player. And when he got that All-Star year in Atlanta, that was it. Outside of that, he just went down, you know. But that dream team he was on, that's what got him. And people didn't like that either. They said, how did he get the dream team? Well, you got to remember, Duke was a good team at the time. And then you had that coach, Mike Krzyzewski, you know, because you got to remember, he had a certain system. I remember I remember that system in high school. They used to play in my high school, and they used the system a lot. I didn't like Duke. I was a Kentucky guy, but Duke was good because at the time, Laettner kind of made that team what it was. If it wasn't for them in the 80s, I mean, they found him in Buffalo, whatever. You know, he's a blue-collar town kid and whatever. But people forget Duke was decent in the 90s, but in the 80s, it was just early 80s. What they said in the document, it was with Laettner, they said they were trash, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he kind of changed the dynamic. So they got physical over time. But there was some black players that came through.
Yeah, Grant Hill.
Black players that came through. Yeah, Grant Hill, he changed it.
Don't forget.
It was Grant Hill and that other guy. I forget his name. That guy
Bob
that works.
Bob Hurley.
Not Bob Hurley. I'm talking about the black guy, the 23 that was cool with Laettner. They talk about in that document. Yeah. Him. It was him.
When you talk about that, hold on. But when you talk about that Duke team, it was not only Christian, but he was playing side by side with Grant Hill and Bobby Hurley. So
yeah, Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill.
That
was a great.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah.
You know,
But I was talking about that player. Yeah, I was talking about that player, that other black player that was cool with Laettner and had a problem with him. You know, I was looking at that. I said, yeah, they had a few black players. I forget his name, but he's wore number 23. He spoke highly of Laettner at the time. This is when Duke was.
I don't know.
Yeah, but he used to play for Duke with him. I forget his name.
Yeah,
but I know it's Grant Hill. Yeah,
it was.
And I was looking at that school, and they deemed that it was a, you know, like it's a private, you know, college, whatever. You know,
it's a medical
college. The medical and all that. And I was thinking about Emory, right? And I was trying to tell my dad, Duke is known for that. But you got to remember, at that time when they won championships, at the time, people, that was unheard of with that team because they was going upper echelons with the Kentuckys, the UNLVs, UCLAs, and Michigan States. You got to understand, Mike Krzyzewski, they was trying to get rid of him back in the early 80s. But what saved him was Christian Laettner. I hate to say that, him and Grant Hill. And Grant Hill kind of changed it.
Yeah.
You know, that was the dynamic.
Yeah, it was.
And after that, each year, I think they won championship each year. But that Jason Williams guy, he was good. But that motorcycle accident was kind of, I would say it's silly, but it was a freak accident. But you know, his career was cut short. You know,
but I'm like, and even Jason Williams will tell you, he said that was the dumbest thing in his life that he ever did, because I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? Riding a motorcycle, like they even. Like, you know,
after the contract, there's a clause on. I'm sorry, there's a clause on the player's contract that
if they get on things like motorcycles or any type of motorsport and they get injured, they cut contract.
Yeah.
So a lot of players got their contracts cut because of that, something like that. I think that's what happened with Jay Williams. I think he got his contract cut by the Bulls.
Yeah.
I may be wrong.
Yeah.
I may be wrong on that, but I
Yeah,
know
that
there's
happened to
a
him.
lot of NFL contract when it comes to that. But go ahead. I gotta go. By the way, I gotta go because I'm losing.
Okay. Yeah.
All right,
Wagon,
now.
what's good, man?
All right, man.
Yeah, all right.
Y'all have
Peace.
a good night. All right, peace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, it was a good discussion. I'm gonna read this. Shaq was good in LSU. He wasn't Christian Laettner, so they chose Christian Laettner for the Dream Team roster. That's true. That's true because Shaq, at that time, yes, he was good in LSU. And I'm glad. Thank you, the Glorious. I'm glad LSU was good. But see, that's what they was trying to pat it on the Laettner. But in NBA career-wise, Shaq was a great player. Now,
Laettner was trash in the NBA.
Yeah, that's what it was. And I hate to say that. I liked him as a college player, but the NBA, I knew he was a role player because the older I am now, I'm like, yeah, he was a role player. I figured it out. Because as a kid, I thought he was going to be something, even though I like Shaq too, but I knew Shaq was great. But what hurt Shaq was that championship year, Nick Anderson, them free throws, he wasn't ready. But when I saw Olajuwon, I like Olajuwon, I said, damn, he schooled the shit out of Shaq. But Shaq had to realize that was a great player. You know what I mean? He had to learn a lesson, man. He had to learn. And Michael Jordan told him this on the sideline. He said, you got to learn to fail first. And that's how he got those championships, man. Without him saying that to him, Shaq wouldn't have had those rings. I mean, I'm just telling it like it is. I mean, he knew how Michael was a stranglehold to the league. It was him, Larry Bird, Magic, and Bill Russell. I mean, even though Chamberlain did too, but Chamberlain had two. Now, he won for the Sixers one year. Then he had the Lakers and that 72 team. And that's a different story on that. But I ain't gonna get into Wilt. Wilt was stat padding like a mother. You thought LeBron was stat padding? Shit.
I'm like, here was the thing, right? Like back then, okay. First of all, basketball players didn't get paid that much. Like,
back then, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, basketball players, like the top basketball players, if we would talk about inflation,
yeah.
If you compare it to the veterans minimum back when Wilt and Kareem and Bill and all of them was getting paid, is like, I think they said it's 4 times as much. The veterans minimum now is 4 times as much as the top player then, and that's including inflation. So that means that the top players in the NBA was getting paid way less, and then the white player, I guess the top white player at the time, or the star that you had at the time, they was getting paid. I think you had Pistol Pete. No, I think he was a little bit before that. You had some other white players, but Wilt knew he had no shot of winning the title. None whatsoever, right? So he did, and then you didn't have player movement like you do now. Like, players taking charge of their career. It's like you just happy to play basketball for a living. And pretty much most of the money that you made was outside of basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Yeah, most of the money that you made was outside of basketball, like being in movies, doing interviews, showing up to the Playboy Mansion. It's like, shit like that.
Man.
I just read this article from this woman. 70 years old, was talking about how she got assaulted or sexually assaulted by Wilt Chamberlain and shit.
That's some bullshit. Yeah,
I just saw that, and then I read the article, and she was in the Playboy Mansion. She was a Playboy. I was like, all right, I'm done reading this.
I'm done with that.
I'm done with this, man. Go.
They be lying on folks, man. Like that's worse than Bill Cosby. Yeah,
you 70 years old. I ain't trying to hear this, man. Like, oh, now you remember now after how much coke and Quaaludes you was pumping in your ass. Acid and shit. You remember Wilt Chamberlain doing what? Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. 70, you 70, it's over. The statute of limitations. Look at Bill. Like it ain't okay. You got a book coming. What's going on? You want some money? He ain't got shit. He ain't got shit. I'm telling you.
There's a book deal. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, he ain't got shit. I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, but see, this is that other thing, man, that we need to clue on and talk about, man. About a lot of these young guys, man.
Yeah.
Theirs is going because the difference is these are just stories being told. I'm like, with all of this technology, like imagine a chick that's for the streets now, right?
Worse.
You know what I mean? It's going to be worse because she going to have text messages, video. You know,
it's over. It's over.
Like, and
it's just like what it says. Ask Nathaniel said it best. It's over for certain places. He told that to Ism on that stream, the hour stream, and then talked about dating codes. All that shit's over, man. Yeah. The ordinary person is gonna have to pay online. That's his future, and he said that's part of the ecosystem. And he even said this. That's why I liked him, even though I'm a mod over there. He said, "That's the truth. Whether you like it or not, like, look, that player shit is over." He told that to Ism, look, this is it. This is it. You know what you just told me right now. Yeah, it's over, man. They own to that.
I mean, like this. Like, and here's the thing, right? It's not like everybody's going on both ends of the spectrum, right? Yeah. Everybody's going, it's not over, and everybody's going, it's over. No, it's in between, right? And the reason why it's in between is because you have to follow the trek of history, right? And systems that are in place like right now that work, right? So America's going to follow the European model. You know what I mean? So,
of course. Yeah.
So the European model states is this, right? Okay. The problem is the lines are blurred. And this is why I always explain it to people and they don't get it, right? And I guess I gotta dumb it down because I'm thinking I'm coming with I have to lower the dosage on the black pill when I talk about it, right?
Yeah,
right. So I have to lower the dosage. So I say, look, this is how it's going to work. They're going to legalize it so there's no gray area in between. So there's no intermixing because we don't have a bar of what is considered what and what. It's confusing as hell, right?
Right.
You can't have people that are sex workers, right? And then you call it human trafficking where you're volunteering for it.
Yeah.
It's not human trafficking. If you go out there to volunteer to pay for a dude to pay you to lay down and him to you using your body for exchange for money and gifts, that's not human trafficking. You're in hoe. It's the oldest occupation in the world. It happened. Right. No one kidnapped you. No one chained you up in a shipping container or has you at the bottom of a basement and a dude paid another dude and you chained up to a sink or to a pipe and they just ravaging your ass. That's not human trafficking because you're doing it yourself. You're volunteering yourself for the service, right? Even if you go to a pimp and he's sitting on the corner, pimps don't go running around kidnapping broads and putting them on a corner and tell them to suck dick for money.
Right.
These women volunteer themselves for whatever they went through or whatever because this is it's whatever, right? Okay. Now, that's the difference between that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're making that a difference. So we're going to call this sex work. That's why there's a difference. You notice they started breaking this up, right? We're going to call this sex workers, and we're going to call this human trafficking, right? Against your will, sex work is human trafficking. A young girl out there, underage, that's human trafficking. You're going to get some time. You're going to get some big time, right? They don't want pimps to go away because pimps actually is a necessary part of the environment because of pimps.
Ecosystem.
The ecosystem, right? Because you need pimps in the trick ecosystem. If you don't have pimps in the trick ecosystem, then the people that are selling their bodies, man, women, transvestites or whatever, right?
Yeah,
they don't have to honor the agreement. The pimp is the Better Business Bureau.
Yeah,
right?
he is.
He's the security for the prostitute, but he's also the customer service rep.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
True,
sorry.
true, true, true,
That's
true,
what
true.
it is, right? That's what it is. So if they legalize it and they tax it because they know that sex is a $1 trillion industry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They got to make money off it. They got to make money. They got to get this money back, right, from these tax dollars. And guess what? What makes men go to work? Women, because they want pussy. And women ain't giving up pussy unless you pay them. But now they don't have to actually give up pussy because there's nothing incentivizing them to give up the pussy, even if you're paying. So we got to incentive. I'm like, it's the natural order of things. It's like it's protection and provisions and incentivization. I think it's like, so what's going to happen is not us, not the 30-year-olds, but the 25 and under, right? They're going to grow up in a world where I want some pussy. I want some pussy. But I can't, but I'm not going to risk my career on getting some pussy. And not just the chick say that I raped her or I sexually harassed her. It's I get a chick pregnant and I ain't trying to get a chick pregnant, but I want some pussy. Why don't I just pay this chick? Why don't I just pay this chick over here and I get the pussy? I get bad bitch and the pussy. Okay, cool. Then what's going to happen? Oh, I'm going to calm down. I'm going to start talking to this pretty chick, and then I'm going to start disassociating vagina and beauty with actual what a wife or what a woman should actually be for me to build a family and whatever.
Right.
All right, cool. Now I like this chick, but there's no pressure because if she doesn't give me the pussy or she's taking her time, she's not under pressure to give me some pussy, and we fuck it up for both of us and hate each other's guts because there's a chick that her job is to give me some pussy. Like I just pay it, I get the pussy. Right? Like, I can go on a date with Sally and I can beat down Jill, right? And then I don't have to worry about my resources getting fucked with, and I can still concentrate on myself or whatever, right? That's what's going to be. There's going to be certain levels of companionship that's going to happen, right? And then it's going to go on another level of paid mistresses and all this extra shit. Shit's going to happen. Like it's just going to happen because right now everything's too misconstrued, right? It's too much access of choice. It's too much choice.
It's too much choice. Yeah, that's the problem. And I think Nathaniel said it very clearly what you just said, the same thing. He said ism, you can beat a player, but a lot of them don't appreciate it. He said it's only a handful of us, but 80% of the world are ordinary, man. They're going to have to, you're going to be paying. And the way he said it in that stream told ism, you're going to have to be paying. Everybody, him and Albert said this, everybody pays eventually, because if you're that age and you want some pussy, like you just said, you're gonna have to pay for it. Now, I ain't saying you don't have to. I don't do it myself, but if you do it, go ahead and do it. I'm not gonna judge nobody for it. I know Kuda's against it too, but he has to understand the ecosystem to work. You need at least a good amount of men to do that, because women pay for their pussy all the time. They have no problem. They tell you straight up. Even the ones that's not paying, they tell you they're exchanging something. And the way Nathaniel said that, I was like, he's right. And the men don't want to admit that, but you got certain men that paid a little bit. So we got to be honest here. So what type of society you want? Yeah, you said it's a plutocracy. I believe it. I haven't done a subject matter on it, but I had to do more research on it. But if it's true, it's got a lot of symptoms. Yeah, it's got a lot of symptoms of it, because they kept saying it for years and years. And I have to agree with them. I have to agree with them.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Cerulean brought that up a long time ago. You know why niggas, do you understand why niggas keep yelling this word gynocracy out?
Yeah.
Cerulean made a video back in 2018 breaking down what type of government we in. And he said this, right? He said that we're in a plutocracy, there's the plutarchs that's at the top. And we're right now the plutocrats, it has made it certain that they're using at this moment the gynocracy, right, to keep this. And there's not a matriarchy or a patriarchy. He broke it down in one of his videos, right? Then Grinch and Angry Man just ran with the word gynocracy. And that's why niggas say gynocracy. They don't know why they're saying it, but they say it because they misquoted what came out of Cerulean's video.
That's worse than BGS saying gynocracy. He says the same thing too. And
He
that's
says
like,
the same
wow.
thing. But BGS was the one that told asked Cerulean to break it down because Cerulean has degrees in social science and written papers and all this extra stuff.
Right.
So he broke it down in the video, but gynocracy is more catchy, right? Because
that's all it was.
Yeah, that's because you get to blame the women. You don't blame the people that's in power that put the system in place, which is other men. You get to blame the women, right? And that means you don't have to take accountability for your actions. Because if you blame the men, then that means you're a man and it's your inability to compete against other men. So you get to blame a whole different sex and entity, right? It's kind of like racism, right? It's like, we ain't getting no jobs. Well, you know why you can't get no jobs? Not because we are not doing our job as leaders, the Mexicans. Oh, watch them Haitians jumping over the wall.
Them illegals.
Them niggas. Not only are they legal niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Same shit. That's just with the pussy thing, but it makes sense though. But see, plutocracy, I believe it. It's always have been, but him breaking it down, I've heard him break it down, and other white people said the same thing. He's absolutely right because it's so consistent. And I haven't done a piece on it myself and had the symptoms. You're gonna have to blame that. Yeah, gynocracy, that's an individual race thing. That's another race of men blaming one race of women if you want to really get technical or overall. But feminism as a whole is layers to it. Now, feminism to me ain't really, it's really non-existent because our women don't even practice it right. Because the white women, they practice it and use it as a political trope.
Well, the problem with it, it's always. But here's the thing, like our women, American women, westernized women use it correctly. Our women included, right? Because you can't separate. Like in this instance, when we're talking about women, we can't go down the line and start separating them like that, right? Because black women are American women just as white women are.
Yeah,
they're more American
are
than anything, right? So and actually, black women drive. Black women has driven the look of what the American woman should look like. As black women go, so does the rest of the America goes. Like, I'm just going to be honest with you. So now, as we look at it in this instance and in this fact, is that the gynocratic way that is being used, feminism is a part of that. It's actually the foundation of the gynocratic way, right? Because if you look at it, right, if women that were actually feminists sat back, looked at the numbers, right? Women invest in their interests. Why is it that there's more women than men, right? In Western society, in America, why are they still begging men for a seat at the table? Right? Like, you get what I mean? Like, your numbers alone collectively should dictate you being in places of power, you're making decisions and all of that, right?
Right.
Why is you keep seeing the first female this, the first Asian female the first black female
that's what hold them back.
Bliggy. Like it's the separation on the layers of it, right? It's that I'm here, I get to do it. But what feminism is, right, is just a vehicle of the gynocratic rule that the plutocracy puts out there to keep men in line, weak men in line, because you don't really hear a lot of men complaining about feminism if they're in a position of power in their life.
Not as much in power. No. Only online. I've noticed that. Only online.
And actually, that's actually coming to a close because now, what are the feminists complaining about? right?
They shouldn't be complaining. That's why I'm saying it's like, I hate to say it should be non-existent at this point. I know it exists, but I'm not saying it's the main ruler of the planet. Now they do have a hand in hand with the plutocracy, along with the guys that, like, if you want to say racism of class, if they had money, you know, if they're rich. That's true. Now, black women, I hate to say this, are they gonna get 10 billion? And Charles said this, they're gonna fuck it up. Of course they're gonna fuck it up.
They're not getting, but see, here's the thing. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
And niggas are stupid. This is where I disagree with. This is where I disagree with Charles.
You disagree with the 10 billion?
No. I disagree with niggas, and niggas are dumb. And this is what I mean. Niggas is dumb, right? Niggas is dumb. Okay. When they passed that stimulus bill, right? 10 billion from Goldman and Sachs. 44 million black people in America, that's 18%. They're only going to get that money to black women, so that's a 2-to-1 ratio, right? So that means out of that 44 million, right? That means over what? Let's just say 22 million. Divide 22 million into 10 billion. So how many, where them checks going? How many checks are they just going to give blank checks to black women? When is the age cut off? Who gets these checks? What are the parameters of these checks? They ain't giving, ain't no, and since they signed that and said they was going to do it, I ain't heard now one black woman step up on none of these panels and say they got their Goldman and Sachs check, y'all.
I've yet to hear one at all, but I'm just saying, like, if they get that type of money, they ain't getting it.
They ain't getting the
Man,
money.
They could have fooled me. And I was like, well, damn, if they wasn't getting 10 billion, I mean, they must have fooled them. I was like, well, shit.
No. The $10 million.
I mean, 10 billion.
The $10 billion Goldman and Sachs money was only going to fucking programs that they said to make that thing for people that apply for the grants and loans across all of these programs that need to be made. Guess who already hijacked that? The LGBTQ motherfuckers already.
Oh yeah, I figured that.
The white women already got it and is going. And remember, it said black women. Didn't say American born only black women. It just said black women. So guess what black women. That's
kind of like affirmative action, ain't it? With the black men.
No, it's not even affirmative action. Black women. It means anyone that does not, right? Say that they're white. Right? So guess what goes into the non-white category? Latino, Pacific Islander, right? Not Asian, Pacific Islander goes into that because you're considered darker, so you're considered black. That's like dog whistle language. Niggas don't even know where to apply for these damn grants and loans. They don't even know.
So you're saying those people are getting that 10 billion for their communities? Wow.
And they already done got it. And guess what?
I'm laughing. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that. I forgot about that account.
And guess where the rest of that money went? I just read an article, right? I just read an article that the Afghan refugees, women, right?
Yeah.
Are going to be settled in Minnesota. Guess what else is in Minnesota? Ethiopians, Eritreans, East Africans, right? Yeah. So guess what? The Afghan women can easily what? They easily can be enveloped in those communities, marry into those people, but then they'll be looked at as what? Lighter black people, right? They're considered what? Black women. Guess who's gonna get that money? Guess who's gonna get them businesses open? Guess who's gonna get those grants and those colleges, and they're gonna get all of them that money, that refugee money, and all. Look, man, when niggas was up here saying all of that dumb shit, I said y'all niggas are too smart and too intelligent to see the bigger picture because you just want to cry about what bitches are getting. What bitches are getting, black women, there you go with the shacks. What are they doing about black men? What are you doing about black men? What are you putting together? What are you invested in your interests? I'm like right now, what was it? Mike V was up here talking about they got all these IT jobs and got all these They got all these programs to get these black men as ITs and get these black people. Like, yo, they got a major hiring shortage in the police department right now. I saw an article about in Dallas, right? Not in Dallas. Is one of these. Hold on, I gotta look it up. But it's in Texas, and they said, right, they're shorthanded. The police are only going to come to your house for major crimes. So if your house is burglarized and the burglar isn't there anymore and they leave the scene, you got to dial 311 instead of 911.
Damn.
And the police officer's not even going to show up to the scene. They're going to send somebody else, like to do the report, like forensics or somebody else. They're not going to send an armed peacekeeper to your home. Right? When everybody in Texas was cool with the constitutional carry, you don't need a gun, like a gun permit. That wasn't just because they were being nice. That means they're shorthanded on police officers because a lot of them were forced to resign because of the George Floyd thing or whatever. So if you mad, okay, so you got that part. So what are you black men doing that are able-bodied? Go join the police force. Go join the police force so you ain't got to worry about it.
They ain't gonna do that. Charles been saying that along on his channel about the police force, and not only in Baltimore but in everywhere. Everywhere. He's been saying that.
They have a major shortage in those positions. A police officer starting off is making depending on what city you in, 38 to 45,000 a year. I was like, yo, you can join the police department damn near anywhere. You don't got to be in a major city. You could be in like a suburb where you'll get less work. Basically, you'll just be riding around handing out tickets, enjoying your money. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, Ronnie Coleman was a police officer. He couldn't be getting that goddamn big if he was chasing niggas down in Houston.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, that's not even that. Nigga, that's not even. Look, man. Like I said, man, niggas sit up here spend more time crying about this is what the bitches get. This is what your bitch getting. This is what bitch getting. Right? And they ain't thinking about it, man. I'm like, what programs? Did you do the research? Like, did you go into it? A company can announce that why is Goldman Sachs giving up 10 billion? Right? Why are they giving up Why is they giving up 10 billion?
And I forgot about those foreign women you mentioned. I forgot about them Arab women, those Afghani women, and those people from Pacific Island. Yeah. And those Latin women, Mexicans or people from El Salvador. Yeah. Because they're in the country. Shit. Puerto Rican. All those women. I'm like, really? $10 billion and our actual natural born, what you say? Black women don't get that money? I'll say, shit.
You don't get, but that's what I'm saying. Like what programs are they putting together for them to get it?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like you don't.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah, like you know what I mean? Like what programs are in place? Like who's writing these grants for them to get it? They can put that money to the side, but guess what? That money's got to go. Then why is Goldman Sachs giving that money? When did they make this announcement? Well, Goldman Sachs already got hit with so many FCC violations that they had to pay the tax. They had to pay the fine. So instead of paying the fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
They say, okay, instead of us paying this fine, why don't we just give it away to this? What's the group right now that's in the limelight to make them look good for promotion or for you know what I'm saying? To get their name out of the mud, give it to the black people, give it to the black women, right? Not the black men, right? Because see, if you give it to black men, if you give it to black people, because that's black men and women, you give it to black women, right? You give it to black women because the women are the most what? The women are the most, you know what I mean? They need protection.
Yeah,
but then you get these stupid niggas getting up on a social platform crying about the women that they need to protect. Crying about it, right? Think about it. Like you see the game that's being played here. It's like it was a setup. You're getting up here and you're sitting up here crying and complaining about another man making a program to protect your women while you're throwing them underneath the bus on a public platform. Let that make sense. Let that like the white man will complain about Becky all day, but soon as Becky come up missing in Utah, all the white men will be out there looking for Becky.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand that like I said like this, man. The time for a lot of stuff is it's over. Like I'm like these guys. Like sometimes I think like I used to just thought maybe these guys are misinformed. No, you're not misinformed. You just want to say whatever you want to say because you're in your feelings. For men to sit up here and talk about don't be in your feelings, get out your fifis. Niggas stay in their fifis 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That's right.
They don't look at it with a clear head. They're not getting that money. And even if they set up the program is set up to fail anyway. And most black women, listen, most black people don't trust banks anyway.
Anyway, yeah.
They don't
they
trust
put it under they put them under the mattress and shit like that to this day.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, how many times you done seen a black woman pull some money out of her titties?
Not many. I mean,
you know
I've seen plenty. Yeah.
Like they done pulled them out of their titties, right? Like mama, it was like, hey, go to the store. My mama used to do that. She's like, hey, baby, go to the store and give me such. I was like, you just said we ain't got no money. And she done pulled out a mystical $20 out of her.
Or in the shoe. You know, I know some black men in the shoes. Like black men used to do it in the shoes years ago. My people used to do that.
Yeah,
but not as much as I've seen. But I'm just saying they just still do it now. The younger ones.
What was it called? My uncle used to do it. He used to wear suits, right? And he used to have them. It's the thing that you supposed to wear when you wear a suit to keep your socks from falling, right?
Right.
Clips. You wear them clips on the top of your socks, right? And they used to have this thing that used to sit there. It looked like a money, like a billfold, like a clip.
Yeah, it's a clip.
You put that $20.
Actually, I seen one years ago. This is nice salesman, black guy, but he had a daughter had Downs, right? And one of them had cerebral palsy, right? But he had that clip, like you said, a metal clip to hold the money. There's actually a wallet with the metal clip. My dad's got one too. I was like, why has he got that? But they, like you said, for the socks, that's where they got it from. And I was looking at that, I was like, is that the new wallet now? But some people don't want to do the leather wallet. I still got the leather wallet. I had to change mine. But it's just that money, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, most people don't trust banks unless if you have a bank card, that's understandable. If you know how to check it on your phone and stuff and keep it private and have your own code, that's a different story in the topic. But most niggas don't do that. It's only, I'd say, Jewish people, whites, and others and Italians with the banks, but you never see a black man running a bank unless now Africans is different. Now they do have banks, but not as much. It's only a handful. Now Mike will tell you that. I can't go in depth like that. So, but I'll say us black people, Caribbean,
we keep it in the crib, man. We keep it in the crib
or a safe or a safe. I do remember that.
I got a safe. That's it. Yeah, I got like every house. That was, that was the first thing. That was the first thing I brought. Like when I my first apartment, me as a grown man, my first apartment, the first thing, and I didn't even buy it, right? My godmother, right? My godfather, they gave me some of the old furniture when I was moving in, right? Gave me some of the old furniture they had in storage. And my godfather was like, hey, he said, come over here, nephew. I was like, oh, what's going on? He said, I'm gonna give you this. Every man should have this in their house. And he gave me one of them Century fireproof, like small safes. The ones that weigh about like 50, 60 pounds. And he said, put all your good documents in here. You put your birth certificate, social security card, all the stuff. Just in case it burned down, you can get to your good stuff. You know what I'm saying? And, he said, put it somewhere where you know where it's at. Always keep at least $1,000 in the crib. you know, and I listened to what he said, and we had that blizzard in Norfolk. I remember it, and the bank was closed. Like they didn't refill the ATM, none of that, right? ATM down, niggas was sucking. I was straight because I had my money in the crib. I had my money, man.
Right.
Like it's just black people know how to do, man. Like black people, I'm gonna say it like this, man. Black people, we know how to. We understand certain things. You got to get to the bank. You got to do this. So the whole Goldman and Sachs thing, even writing a grant to get this, like, what is that money for? There's so many ramifications. Maybe that, like say you got to, say a black woman got a business, right?
Right.
Most of the time, most black women build businesses in the service industry. Hairdresser, nail technician, anything they got to deal with food.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or you can say like a party promote, media, anything like that, right? So is that 10 billion, say you giving this money away to these businesses. But most of the time when a company give grants, the grants usually go to nonprofits.
Right.
They don't go to actually small businesses to start up, to make revenue and money. So the only other people that can really apply for them grants is them churches.
Yeah.
And we already know that ain't getting to no black women. That's going to PASA.
Yeah.
So we back to square one. So Goldman Sachs gave money to every woman but the black women you're talking about. And a select few of black men going to capitalize off of it.
That's just about it. Yeah, what are they talking about right there? Yeah. And they said that last year, and I shook my head. I was like, that ain't true, fellas.
Yeah, and we talked about it in other circles, and it was debunked a couple of times, but they just ran with it with the narrative.
Yeah, they ran with because they heard black woman, they think our women. No, they use other races as a black woman too. See, a white woman can't call herself that, she'll get in trouble, but the other races can get away with it.
Yeah,
like the Mexicans and whoever come through. It's a different ball game, man.
Yeah,
you got to be prepared to eat that.
Yeah, if you want to play, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm sorry to say it like this, but if you want to play the race identity politics, you gotta play it all the way to the letter.
Right.
You have to have strict sets of rules. Right? You can't be adopting other people's quote unquote traumas to enhance your own.
Right, absolutely.
Like, because you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to stay on that side of the fence. Like, and like that's why the Asians really got mad with black people, because niggas wasn't falling for it.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't like when they say certain things about, like, when they start, like, okay, this is me. If you're going to play identity politics, you got to play it because that's the way the game is played. That's the rules of the game. We're playing the identity politics game. So that it's always been played in America. So it's not just black people just don't play it right. Everybody else plays it right. We just play it wrong, right? We always play it wrong, right? So I hate it when if you're going to play identity politics, you don't involve anybody else. So when they say, yeah, they always discriminating against black and brown people. No, black people. The brown people can speak for themselves. And if they don't have a representative, they need to go find one.
Right.
Because when they out there marching for their rights, they don't mention black people. They mention, but when we're being mentioned and they want to get a little piece of the action, they say, yeah, we need to bring together and bridge the relationships of black and brown people. See, that's what they said. They don't say it any other time. Matter of fact, they're very bone quiet. The only time you hear them talking about brown people is when they come up to immigration and illegals crossing the border. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the biggest thing, right?
Uh-huh.
So when we're talking about black people, specifically black folk, that's it, right? Specifically black folk, that's it. And anybody else that wants to use that of those black folk if you ain't on code and you start to say, well, you black people ain't this because, from the islands, we act like this, then they get excommunicated out of the black movement. Then you sit your immigrant happy ass over there. You know what I mean? Like you need to be on code. You need to be a part of the group, but be very quiet. Like, it's certain things that if you're going to play the identity politics, you got to play it the right way. You got to go all the way to the end with it. You can't be allowing people to come in whenever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like when say, yo, Black Lives Matter. Yeah, that's a good movement. That's a good movement. But when someone said, man, I don't agree with Black Lives Matter, fuck that shit. Everybody was like, oh, this nigga's a coon. I said, no. Hold on. Before y'all say that he's a coon, because coons, they will tell you exactly where they stand. You ain't got to think about it or wonder, right? Let the man say his piece. Go ahead. I was in a group. He said, I don't like Black Lives Matter because this is their mission statement. They are not about traditional family. They're not about men and women getting together. They're about
Thanks, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't like BLM.
They even said it. They're about LGBTQ, all of this other stuff, and they're using this movement to boost the LGBTQ people and not about what the original thing. And if you look at Black Lives Matter, there's a lot of not just white people, but people from all over. Most of them people ain't black that's in Black Lives Matter. They just had black representation. But if you break it down and look at it, and he brought it up, and it was undisputable. And the people that would listen, that wasn't in their feelings, they's like, you know what? Let me look into this. This brother's right. And then months later, finally, it showed its head. Now, guess what they running in England right now? They got a program, right, running for companies, literature on Black Lives Matter. I saw the article. Saw the article. Why is that a problem? Why are they doing that in England of all places? But then I'm looking at their numbers from COVID. Destroyed them. COVID destroyed England. Destroyed it, right? But think about it. As COVID destroying England's population, most of their population are older, white, British people.
Yeah.
Right? Whose majority of English's younger population are immigrants. 25 to 45, from the ages between 25 and 45, right? If you take the population of England and you do the numbers, from 25 to 45, from their census, it's damn near 50-50 ratio.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, that is.
Right? And what they count that 50-50 ratio, just for the numbers, right? On the immigrant side, they're talking about first generation British also. Second generation British are not considered in that immigrant ratio. So they moved them over to the British section. So if you actually do the math and actually look at it, England, when you're talking about Caucasian England, population is actually only 25 percentile. 25 percentile. Right? They got a new term over there called wokery, right? They got a guy that was talking about people shouldn't be woke and whatever. But he's not a traditional British looking guy. He's from India.
Yeah.
He's one of the he's one of the representatives in the upper house. Right? Or the house was it the upper house? Like the lower house is the House of Commons, and the upper house is the Lords, the House of. Pretty much is like our Senate versus House of Representatives. Like Senate's got pretty much more jurisdiction than shit. People don't understand. A Senate is actually, you want a senator more than you want a House rep. Just being honest. But you know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. It comes from the same system. So why are they implementing that? Because Britain is changing, but they want you to still have that pride as a Briton. Like they were running, they
that
were
fake
literally.
pride. Yeah.
They want you to have that British pride. They don't, you know what I mean? They don't. They understand that they can't keep Britain white forever. Like actually, it actually
Yeah.
be the country's detriment.
Yeah,
Right?
it's kind of like France is already there. It's just Britain
Yeah.
is stuck in the old Roman way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it's
want it,
over.
but you know what I mean. But COVID is pretty much changing that. That's pretty much out the window, right? Like
Oh
so,
yeah. Oh yeah.
so they already know what it is. They already know what it is, right? So and that's why that's why like the whole BritX thing was so important because
Yeah, Brexit. Yeah,
the
Brexit was so
Brexit thing
important.
was so important for them to do it. Yeah, it wasn't it was a financial thing, but it was an ideology. It was the Britain
Yeah, it was a
ideology,
comment. It was a comment of that and ideology, money, and
the
see,
nationalism.
yeah.
Nationalism.
Oh, by the way, Big J mentioned it on the stream with Wacky.
Right.
He said this about the I mentioned the Ireland and the Scottish shit with the
Right,
nukes, right? And then he said
Yeah.
the same thing. He said, that's going on. That's been going on since Brexit. He mentioned that in the stream. He mentioned that for specific reason because it can't stay white forever. Because if they imagine if they hit Texas like San Antonio where the nukes are. Yeah, true. But the problem with that is we'll counter and do more damage because I know how crazy American get and the CIA and the feds get, but they'll be like, all right, Britain, you done fucked up. We can't help you because America's getting mixed. See, they already see France is ahead of everybody. It's just Britain is the last to do it. Because you know what the general said, the general said, right? Q said this on Q the show. He said, number one, their system of what you're talking about, the marriage. He said is a lot worse than ours because we're far ahead of them in that. And then Britain's got a lot of problems,
Yeah,
but you're right on that. Yeah.
Yeah, Britain's got, I'm like, it's got, but you know what I mean? Like, and that's what I'm saying is like Europe itself, right? You know what I mean? Like, even with the Brexit thing, like they even had, like, it went across the news, but because it's so much other stuff going on, like the Afghan thing is a good diversion, right? Afghanistan thing is a good diversion. So no one's seeing, but these news articles still come out. And Britain actually voted in the House to basically in their House of Commons and the House of Lords, right? They already told Johnson, right? They call him the British Trump and shit, right? So they already
Boris
told
Johnson, they
already told Boris Johnson, the House of Commons and the House of Lords, that we're going to vote the default on the BritX thing. Like, we ain't paying them shit. Like, basically, that's what they said. We ain't paying them shit. And what they going to do about it? Like, that's basically what they meant, right? Because, and I said, this is very important. This is so important because France was trying to hold Britain's feet to the fire with the payment of removing himself from the EU, right?
Right.
And Italy and Spain, right, didn't give a fuck, right?
Right.
And Germany ain't saying shit. They don't care neither.
Oh, of course they don't care.
Because they already made their backdoor deals with England, right? Like Italy, Spain, and Germany already made, and Sweden and certain other European countries already made their backdoors with England. Long as you keep your borders open, we get our anti-terrorism thing up, we'll help you. We need to still trade with you. The reason why France, they're so prone on doing it, right, is because they know that Italy and Spain already talking about leaving after they didn't get the help that they needed during the COVID thing happening, right? They just left them to their own devices, right? They didn't even try to help them because they was hit the hardest first, right?
Yeah.
So they thinking about leaving, but France is because if France can get England to agree to something, right? Plus is that cousin that old rivalries never die.
Old rivalries never die. Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it's two cousins fighting each other, right? So they sitting there, and if France can hold England foot to the fire, then Italy and Spain can't easily dip like that, right? Because there's no back and there's no precedent for it. So, but France is having internal problems themselves. So
Yeah,
much
they always
so,
have. Yeah.
yeah, so much so that they looking at another damn near tip of another fucking French Revolution almost. French motherfuckers, like if they ain't drinking, if people don't get this about France, if they're not drinking wine and eating cheese or eating some type of cake souped up with alcohol or something,
Yeah.
they protesting and sending people to the guillotine. Like
That's what they do. I mean,
Yeah.
France is known for that. If you go by historical reference before Napoleon, they've been doing that for like centuries. I mean, France is a unique country. And I tell people, if I ever visit, I'll see for myself. But I know they there. And if they, like you said, if they don't get what they want, they kill it.
They kill it. Listen,
They're killing.
If you look at history, right? If you look at history, look at most of the French monarchs. They were mostly killed by their own people.
Yeah.
Like if you think
Even
about it, right?
if you go back to the Templar period, how it started, and when the Templars got overthrown by those wretched trades, kind of like here, this country was basically France owned, and I try to tell that the information. No, if you study proper history, France had it. Spain didn't have shit. They just had certain territories.
Yeah,
Britain, Britain had that Roman history. See, Rome, that red, white, and blue flag, the eagle, the regalia, all that shit. It all came from those areas like France,
the Second Reich,
England. Yeah, the Second Reich, and people forget. Rome had a vast empire, but see, there was decline over the years because the Byzantine Empire fucked up everything. They fucked up everything. They went to what you call Istanbul, Turkey now. It was called Constantinople. You know, that's why that game, Ezio was important about that period. It was a rough period, but that Constantine guy took his clothes off, and there's a story they put in the game how he surrendered and shit, which is true shit. And I was like, oh God, he did that shit and surrendered, and then you know how they got him, you know, but they do shit like that. But France is dirty.
Yeah, France is like that's what I'm saying. Like, and it's France not like
dirty.
If France's monarchs, it's not like they got It's like it's different if it's a lord and they do a coup and they kill him.
Yeah,
no, it's literally the commoners overthrowing the castle and dragging out the monarch and executing them in front of everybody. Like it's not a power struggle and they lost with it. It's the commoners overthrowing. Like that's their nature. They will overthrow. Look, if you don't appease the people, they will have your head on a damn pike.
On swivels.
On a swivel. Like Game of Thrones, people don't even realize, like, actually what Game of Thrones is a reenactment of history. If you remove
that's all it is.
Is this, you know what I mean? So you know what I mean, you just throw some dragons in there and niggas forget that it's history, right? Throw some dragons, throw some zombies in there.
That's just throws it all.
Yeah, and it's not even dragons, it was wyverns and shit. But even when it was said, man, like you know, me personally, it's like America, and this is the thing. If we actually think about it, America is actually 150 to 200 years too early for the position that they're in right now. Like, actually, okay, so World War II happened, right? What America got in World War II, right? They're just supposed to get it now.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, because if you look at America as a whole, America hasn't built up its infrastructure internally yet.
Yeah.
It hasn't. And like, people don't even know this, right? England wasn't occupied during World War II.
No, it wasn't.
Italy wasn't occupied either, right? Because they went along with what the Third Reich was doing, right? They was allies of the Third Reich. If you look at all of the places that was occupied, right? France was the major occupation.
Yeah.
Right? And if you think about it, if America was pretty much owed France a lot of money, and most of America was owned by France, then they come out of World War II as a superpower, and then France gets little to nothing of the breakup of Germany, they just barely get their shit back, right? Like they just get their shit back. Like, you know what I'm saying? They just like, hey, yeah. A couple of these things that y'all had, yeah, we gonna give it back to you. What about this other shit? The Vatican's got that for safekeeping.
True.
We got some shit. Yeah, we got some shit. Yeah, we got it. Yeah. Shit. Well, give it back. Well, you can come to America and come and get it, but I don't think you got. I don't think
they ain't gonna do it because if you studied the Revolutionary War, that's how it started. France had the whole. I would say the centuries before and the 18th century, that was a whole empire. But see, Britain came along. It was a repeat of Rome, because if you study Western and Eastern Europe, the Holy Roman Empire was one. But see, Russia backed off years ago because of their history, because France is in a weird place. You had Napoleon. Thanks to the unity game they created, which is accurate. He was robbing shit. He didn't took care of France, and then the next century he fucked up, and that's why it did not really last that long, because France was worn down by Britain. See, Britain figured out they had Montreal, they had Louisiana, they had Haiti. The first time they had Haiti, they did peace with the Haitians, and then the second go around, like Information Man broke down, and I put it in my community tab, like a couple of weeks or a couple of days ago. He said he showed the whole history and what it was. That guy, if it wasn't him, but actually you should say this, I should tell him, if it wasn't for France and that motherfucker that had to start the revolution, you wouldn't have no fucking America, and you especially wouldn't have no niggas. Let's cut the bullshit. Like the Moors, you wouldn't have this country. You or the Polynesian people that came first before those Asian Americans, like what we call Native Americans, they would have, this place wouldn't have fucking exist. I mean, black people and the Polynesian dark skinned people built this country, if you want to get technical, and especially the Moorish people of us are descent. We understand how the world works. The sad part, our people come from the East, and Haiti, they were like the pillars. It was Jamaicans. It's actually the whole Caribbean people. If you want to get it's all Caribbean people, because they knew we're all the same people. They just want to play this game with separate. No. The FBA is just a scam. It's just like the MTSA scam, like the NOI scam, because they claim they're Native American, which they're not, because anybody can call themselves Native American. It like the woman with the Goldman Sachs. It's all in comparison. It's the same trick they play, like you said. Look, if you want to play racial politics, we fail on that. Anytime we call we're Native American on that. No. We fail there every time, sir. You lost.
Like, why would you here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Why would you? And it's a good. It's the propaganda trick is a wonderful thing, right? I was watching something, right? And I was watching something, and it was this thing. It was this video about the 10 most horrible science experiments that were done throughout history. Right? It just came up in my feed. I'm a nerd. I watch shit. So it gets to the end, right? And it was like it was the number one was unit 737, right? And the second one was the syphilis project that they did down in Guatemala first. So the Tuskegee experiment, this was done after the syphilis project was done down in Guatemala, right? So now they do the 737 thing, right? And they say it's number one, right? Because the Japanese was doing cholera, all of that stuff to the Chinese prisoners, all of that, right? And the guy said that America forgave all of the war crimes of Japan. Well, the world did, because they came out with results. And a lot of those people that participated in that, doctors and all of that, were given high positions in businesses in America and throughout Europe.
Right.
So it's like, and the guy said, as long as you come out with results, everything is forgiven in the name of science, right? Like it was, and in the video ended, right? So what that basically mean is like this, right? After every war, right? If you throughout history, and when you're going through high school, when you learn Shakespeare, it's 2 plays that they're going to make you learn. Well, it's 3 plays, but the top 2 is Romeo and Juliet and King Richard. You're going to learn those 2. Those are the ones you're going to touch those in high school before you go. You do Macbeth at the end, right, towards the end. But your introductory to Shakespeare's plays in English class when you're in high school is Romeo and Juliet and King Richard. There's a reason behind this. People don't understand the context.
I never really
when you ever look through history, the winner never, ever, ever holds the loser in high esteem unless they have to. Because that loser didn't lose. They actually just did a peace agreement, and that loser willingly comes into and builds up the country furthermore. They get offered a position. Look at the Confederacy. All of those people that was in the Confederacy that wanted to succeed from the North, they got positions in Congress after the Civil War was over with. That's why they got monuments all over the place. In any other country, they wouldn't get any monuments because they would have been considered traitors. Can't be considered a traitor if it was in the documents that you could succeed, when you can put in articles of secession. Matter of fact, every election, every federal election, everybody's worried about Texas seceding from the Union.
Yeah.
Everybody. Like, they got articles, like Texas to this day have articles where they can succeed from the Union.
Yeah.
It's called the United States of America for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not America. It's like if you really think about it, technically, to be honest with you, China is a country. If you think about it, right? You say China, right? You say China. Okay, cool. China, right? You say you used to say England, but now you say the United Kingdoms. Scotland is actually its own country. Ireland, Northern Ireland is its own country.
Yeah.
Right? Like
France is its own country. Yeah.
Like you say France, right? You say Italy. Yeah. You don't say the United, you don't say the United Papal States of Italy. You don't say that. Right? No. You don't say the United, Italy, you would say the United Kingdoms of Italy, because Florence and Venice and Tuscan, they were all their own kingdoms, individual
kingdoms.
All
their kingdoms, yeah. And then Rome was like the oldest because it's in the south. But people forget, the Holy Roman Empire is a vast of different countries. It started from Rome, Italy, and then it spread out to France, England. Because France and England did not fucking exist. Rome was before them. But their colors is red, white, and blue. And that's what they trick you with. And they had senators, they had 50 states and 50 territories, they would say, kind of like the U.S. The U.S. is the daughter of it. And I know why people try to say, why is the daughter of Babylon? Look, well, New York is the daughter of Babylon City, not the whole U.S., because it's not even a country. It's like territories of 50 states, and then you got your 52, 53, because Israel's one. Puerto Rico's 2, and I forget the third one, Guam, and all that. They try to say it was not a garrison state. No, it's a garrison of the U.S., sir. They created it back in the 40s. That state of Israel, they created it. That's not even a country. I wouldn't even call it a country, because the sad part, why that country could be replaced and America wouldn't care anyway. They would care, but deep down they wouldn't, because if something happens to them, it'll be a trap, you know what I mean? Because you're giving power to the Jesuits and the Romans and all day long. But if you kill both of them at the same time, that's a revolution. That'd be like France and Haiti all over again. But see, here's why niggas won't do it. They too scared because they love that cheese. They love that money. It's just like the French people with the wine and stuff. You know, it has to be, I got to blame you. You know, if it's plutocracy and corporation, they don't want that change. I tell you, they're not built like that, man. That's why, like I said, I get what France is doing. I get what the U.S. is doing. UK is a classic old empire that's dying off. A lot of people are tired of it. You got people immigrating, change things. They don't want that change, man. Because if they really want that change, if they take black people out of these territories, even Italy or where our people scatter or whatever in the African countries, the world would die. They said, no niggas, what? And then, you know, the NBA, think about it. It's business. They don't want no chaos. Just like the general, we had that discussion on the third shift, and he said, and he's right. They don't want that chaos. And he knew I was right, because they don't want that bloodshed. And he said, cool. They don't want that bloodshed. They're not ready. They're not ready. They ain't ready for that.
even still, like the average citizen is not ready for even what people don't understand is this, right? Gun laws. Okay, let's talk about these gun laws for a second, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. You got a gun. Okay, you got a gun. Last time you used it. Last time you cleaned it. Last time you practiced with it. I don't go into a gun range and standing there and shooting a gun is not training you. Now, that dude sitting next to you, hitting that little clock with that buzzer in your ear, where you think you're under some time constraints and you shooting and hitting your target, now that's gun training. Learning your weapon, learning how to shoot it, learning how to do it. Like if you're proficient with your gun when you shot it all day and you're tired and you take care of it and you clean it, and then you're doing like that training that Keanu Reeves be doing when he be doing John Wick, that's gun training. That's you ready to fight when it's time to fight, to use your weapon, right? But you know, when you hear about people with guns, right? And I know you heard about this, sir, right? Have you ever, a person that carries a gun in the South, right? That's a proper gun owner, right? They don't say these words. I'll be back. Let me go to the trunk. They don't say
they
it.
don't. They got it on them. They just go.
They got them on them. If you gotta go to the trunk, if you gotta go to the car, right?
Only a nigga would say that. See,
there you have it. And that's what I'm talking about. There you have it, right?
Only a nigga would say that, but see, a black person in the South, I say, growing up, if you're proper and grew up in the suburbs or grew up in the country, you would not say that. You would have got your face slapped by your father or your forefathers. You weren't able to say that. Even a white person, redneck. In the South, you don't say that shit. Now up north, you probably would hear them say it. In Midwest and West Coast, only them niggas will say that. Now, a black person in each state around the whole U.S. would never say their outskirts, right? They got guns. Stop it. And just like Bernard Hawkins said when he talked about that prison story in Dallas, Philadelphia, like them rednecks know you on some city sick and shit. And the way he said it, man, I started dying, but he's right. They had guns. They ain't scared of no niggas. It's the truth, man. Like, yeah.
And that's what I mean.
And the heat is on the hip, like Kylie Jane said, known as Simply Neat. Yeah, she said it. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh no, that's not neat.
My fault.
Oh yeah, that's not neat.
They got the same symbol. My fault.
Yeah. So no, but she was I'm like, that's what I mean, is like people, you know, I guess it's that thing of me being in the military or something, man. Like first of all, you know, I remember this comedian, right? It was this comedian, he's a white boy, right? He's a white boy that's a comedian with a tattoo on his face. He got face tattoos, right? But he sounds like a nerd when he's talking.
Right.
So that's what makes it funny. And he said, I got laughed at. He said, I got laughed at when they asked me, what type of gun are you going to have for home security? And he said, I'm going to have a 22. And the crowd laughed at him. And he was looking at him dead serious, right? And I was thinking too, I was like, nigga, what? But when he explained himself, I felt like a dumbass after he finished explaining himself. And this is what he said. He said, it's the middle of the night. Someone kicks in your door, right? They're getting into your house. You're getting your gun together, right? First of all, you're scared, right? Because you don't know who it is. So you're going for your gun, right? You get up on the guy. Hey, get out of my house. Blah. You shoot it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't know, you can't hear shit because you got that 45. Guns are loud. You're disoriented. You can't shoot. You don't know where it's at. Your eyes haven't adjusted. the flash, the bang, everything. So how are you going to actually hit your target if you got a big caliber weapon and you're waking up out of a fucking sleep? He said, unless you were in the military, you special forces from a dead sleep, you're fucked. Right? He said, that's why I go with the old trusty 22. It's not as loud. The kickback isn't much. And I know that I'm going to put a lot on target. He said, have you ever been shot? Have you ever been shot? You don't know what a gunshot feels like.
Mm-hmm.
A 22, a 9mm, a 30. Once you hear the bang and you get hit, you're going to run.
Yeah.
Right? And the point of home defense is to get the intruder out of your house, not to have a dead person laying on your carpet.
Yeah, and how do you explain it to the police?
Yeah.
And you know when he said it, when he said it like that, I felt like a dumbass. I learned something.
Yeah.
Right? Because I was like, yo, he makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He makes a lot of sense, because why do you need a big caliber like weapon inside of I'm like,
my dad said the same thing to me all the time, DeAndre. In the South, he's right. I mean, it's funny with the weapon, the 22. I get that concept, but he's right. He's telling you right. But the reason why is because you don't want to make a big mess, especially if you're a nigga carrying a big gun. They'd be like, oh, he's a terrorist. You know what I mean? That's what they'll look at you.
See, a terrorist, you giving niggas too much credit. He's a nigga.
I know. Yeah, that too. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying in this way that is correlates what I'm saying is they'll look at you as a terrorist as to blame. I ain't giving them credit. No, niggas is dumb anyway. They gonna tell me, please don't put me in the jail. You know, that's them. But I'm just saying the black guy, they call us niggas by accident because they know we ain't scared of them. We can defend ourselves, whatever. But I'm just saying in the South, you just gotta be careful. You have to realize you're a target. So no matter if you're trying to say you ain't a nigga, like what did Prophet Dot said? He said you're still a nigga, and he had a stream on that. And the way he said it, he's right, because I live that life every day. Because you got to remember, white folks or rednecks will understand they're not playing with you. So of course he's absolutely right, because you know you don't want to make a mess, and next thing you know it's somebody done shot somebody. That fucking nigger, he done killed everybody. Yeah, you know, and that's the whole point. That's the whole point. And they calling you a terrorist. That's another way, just calling you N-word, a thug. But see, you gotta understand, that's the racial tropes they throw on you. But see, the average nigga don't get that. They like, oh, I'm thinking about Arab. No, nigga, they use the Arab as bait. You are like the pinnacle whipping boy they want to use all the time and kill you, just like George Floyd. He was set up. They caught that man. They said. And that's why that cop was looking proudly dominance. That's why Fantastic had a problem when I called Mr. Fitnelli, but I tried to tell him, no, the neck and the shoulder, that's what killed him. It was two things that killed him. And there was no fentanyl in the system. So see, he got mad and found out, and you told me the truth. That really pissed him off. But see, only the white guy did time. See, Joe Biden didn't care. Nobody didn't care. But that just showed you white folks pick and choose who they want to send to jail. Just like in England, like, you know, in France, we just talk about France tomorrow. It's the same concept. What's going on again? Nice to salute. It's the same concept. Niggas don't understand that you're just a weapon to them. That's all you are. Just like it was back in the day, and even in chattel slavery, you're just a commodity. If something happens to you, you will be replaced. In the South, it's still like that. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but you know, but he's right about that 22. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And I was thinking about it. I was like, yeah, he is right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, what is a better home, you know, security weapon? And the best home security weapon you with is when you're familiar with. I'm gonna get a bat. I say, nigga, when the last time you practiced with the bat? When the last time you swung that bat for 5 minutes? You know what I'm saying? And then think about your house. Can you adequately swing that bat around? Matter of fact, you would have been better off having one of them police mag lights that actually do more damage than that bat.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like a collapsible a collapsible, flexible titanium baton gets the job done.
Or these.
Yeah, those, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Them
Yeah, them things, they work. They work.
Don't work. You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
Those things work. Like, you ain't even got to swing that at nobody. You just have it on your arms. You know what I'm saying? Dude punch at you. You block with that shit, he gonna break his shit. You know what I mean? Because hit a nigga. Listen, I remember I was learning in the military, right? Because we was doing this thing called search and seizure, VBSS, and all this other stuff, right? Pretty much, I was being a pirate, right? So, matey. And the first thing they do is they teach you before they get to the firearms, right? Because you don't want to be shooting firearms in a place where it's metal like that. You know what I mean? Like, even our shotguns are slugs. They're not even buckshots.
Them right? Shells, them slugs and them shells hit.
You know what I mean? People think we running up there, like people thinking we running up there with heavy caliber weapons. No, we not.
No.
Because soon as you shoot into a compartment where it's metal and you don't,
it'll bounce off. Yeah, ricochet, bounce off, hit you. Yeah,
and it's going to ricochet a lot. Because it's you.
And it'll hit somebody's shoulder, neck, and them bullets will hit me like, you know.
Because even when you clear, like, you know what, we would do certain things like this, right? We would run a drill where it's called clear, right? So if you got somebody in the compartment, you don't know, and plus you got to follow the Geneva Convention, right? You normally,
right.
You would just put the barrel of the gun in that bitch, shut the door, and just let that bitch off,
right? Because
the sound alone of the bang inside of the compartment is just going to disorientate somebody, right? They're going to hit because they don't know what to. They're going to hear ping, 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 and they're going to hit the ground, right? But if you don't know what they got and you just can't fire into it, then you break out your pepper spray, you spray in that motherfucker, right? And you shut the door. You close it down, right? They got to come out, right? They got to come out or they got to go out in another direction. They're going to want to come out. They're going to open the thing up, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to open it up because they're not going to think because they choking because, you know, most times they don't have that training to keep themselves straight. The eyes burning, they come out, and you got the baton. And the first thing they tell you to do, catch them on the shoulder and catch them in the back of in the knee. You going down, right?
Of course you're going down.
Right? You catch them in the shoulder, that gets their arms down, you hit them in the back of the knee, they're going to grab their knee, they're going to trip, go to the ground, and then if they want to resist, you know, you can just hit them with the Rodney King, stop resisting. Right?
Bah!
You know what I'm saying?
Get your ass up, nigga.
Yeah, you know what I mean? and you know, you put them, you put a motherfucker face down on some metal. Yeah, they gonna stop resisting real quick.
He gonna stop resisting for real. Yeah, it's no choice. Get your ass on the ground, nigga.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something you don't want to be face down on. Non-skid.
Non-skid.
It's this thing it's called non-skid, right? It's this graphite like paint that you put on a metal surface so you don't slip. It's like them. It's like if you ever been at work or something and they got them non-slip strips they got at work like around.
Yeah. I've seen those. Yeah. You don't want to be your face on the ground. No.
Yeah, but it's metal and it sticks up. It's really jagged, but it's that fine jagged.
Yeah, you know, I've seen that in construction. I've seen that in workforce. You don't want to be on the ground. That hurt my face a little bit, and I was younger then. Yeah, and even with my foot on the ground, on your back too. Oh hell no!
Yeah, that shit hurt, right? You can feel it sticking in your back, and shit, right? That's why you see construction workers have them knee pads, right? So that's why you see guys in the military they got them knee pads because they got to put their knees down on shit, right? So imagine you coming out. You got this spray that's irritating your face. You come out, dude, to hit you on your arms and your shoulder, and then he done took you head first into some non-skid. Bing.
That's even worse. Yeah,
no guns was needed. No guns
was needed. It's too easy.
It was too easy, right? So what that means is you're taught how to use these batons or the Cali sticks
nightsticks, yeah, them nightsticks, those baton, the nightsticks. What Rashawn had is classic, yeah. But the black nightstick, oh my god, I miss those. But the batons today, that's metal. I remember in school when the cops showed me in high school as a kid in middle school, when they hit you in the back of the head, you're going to the ground. You're going to the ground. I don't care who you are. And the non-skid too in the prisons. They said that some cops had knee pads as well in the South. And when I noticed when he said that, it is so true. When he said that, you don't want to be that dude, especially a black person or a white person, because hey, you don't want to resist. And you're right. Yeah, it'll fuck your head up.
And that's why when you look at when they bring out the riot gear, you see they got the face shield, they got the whole like. What people don't know is that shit is padded. That's pads, right? That's armor. That's body armor. That's protection. But the riot shields, them riot shields, man. Look. I ain't gonna lie. When we had to do riot training with the riot shields, the people that's coming to do the shit, you know what I mean, to act like the rioters. They had to put them in those, those suits that they put people in, like kind of like not the bomb suits, but the ones where you see them women go to them self-defense classes. No.
Right.
They put you in, they put the trainers in that, but not as padded, right? And then they put you in it too, so you switch off. Everything's fun and games until that motherfucker catches you.
Mm-hmm.
In that shallow part of that of the actual padding, right? And you stop real quick.
Right.
So imagine how it feels. Why you think them rioters don't be running over them riot cops? When they swing back with them batons and hit their ass, you notice the motherfuckers stop real quick. They back up, right? Because that shit, you break bones with the motherfuckers. Like what Rashad's got right here is he's got toffers. See, it's the difference between the nightstick and them toffers.
Yeah, them toffers are different. Yeah,
the toffers is a whole different beast. Like that's like
they
those
fuck
are like
shit
mini
up.
baseball bats.
Yeah, them things are going. I seen him train with those in a short clip, and then the way he trained them, I said, "Yeah, Rashawn know how to use them things." But I've seen them in martial arts. Yeah, them things hurt you too. Yeah, nightsticks is the worst thing to get hit by, but them things that Rashawn got, them things almost kill you if you hit them hard enough. I saw him at True Crime. What you call it? New York, they had like things in certain games that he used the nice. It ain't even the nice. It looked like what Rashawn had. He was hitting them guys, but then eventually you still had to use that 9mm. I'll never forget. There was certain guns you got from criminals, but he still had that. He still had that Glock. He had it in his hip or in his back of his pants. And I'm playing Saints Row right now, just fucking around being a nigga. But I miss the True Crime series. I just got off of Vice City because I'm playing ambulance and trying to start the mission again because I've been playing that like all day. But the Saints Row I'm playing right now, I already got all the territories and everything. He's been a nigga at the moment. But yeah, man, because certain melee weapons, they can hurt you, man. I mean, mine's got the chainsaw, but on that game is just brutal. Just like France with that blade. Yeah, I'm playing the second one right now. I've been playing the second one.
No, I mean the one where you went to Hong Kong after the first
one.
Sleeping Dogs is the second one.
Yeah, Sleeping Dogs. I play Sleeping Dogs. Now I played the second.
Sleeping Dogs is better because I'm like it's China, so you can't use guns like that. Sleeping Dogs is better. The fighting system,
the martial art, you gotta know. You get all the training, and I think you build them up. I play Sleeping Dogs a lot. Now I play True Crime New York, based off of him being a cop. He did War the Blues. When you got in trouble, you done shot up everybody. He had a different grade officer. I was first grade automatically. But see, when I had the 5th grade, I had to learn how to arrest people. It was different levels, trafficking and all that stuff. And I was like, damn, that's cool. But when I played Sleeping Dogs years ago, a few years back, and now recently, I have it on PS4. And man, that game is I got it on disc too. I got the definitive edition, all the outfits and everything. Yeah. Wei Shan is a beast. I give him that.
I'm gonna say this right.
Mm-hmm.
there's certain games that are loosely based on a place, and there's certain games that get the detail right. Sleeping Dogs get Hong Kong down to the T right.
That's the only game that got it down to a T. I agree with that.
T,
yes.
And when I mean a T, I mean they like if you play Sleeping Dogs and you pay attention, and if I drop you off into Hong Kong, you're going to get around. Exactly.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is that they couldn't expand it out like they wanted to, because that's when that whole that was that whole thing where the British finally did the last of it, giving everything up, because they wanted to include Calhoun, and Calhoun is actually a part of China.
Yeah.
Calhoun's actually a part of China, because you got to take a ferry from Hong Kong to China. If they would have been able to put Calhoun in there like they wanted to, oh man, that game would have been
beasted. Yeah, I think. Well, it's not in the game, but it's in. They have like an island. They call it that. They mentioned that in the game, but they ain't gonna tell you how they was gonna put it in the game. They didn't have enough money to do it. But Square Enix kind of fucked that up. They didn't want expanded because they know about Hong Kong and China's rules. You know how it is, because certain video games they make it like that.
Well, Square Enix. The problem was it was a Japanese thing too. They Japanese.
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
like,
that too. Because they don't like China either. But it's fucked up. It's in all video games. Yeah,
China don't like.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's what it was.
See, here's the thing about China, right? Right.
Yeah, you're right. They don't like them. Yeah,
right.
Correct.
China will allow Chinese people to talk bad about each other, like to a certain degree, right? They're like put out the thing about it, whatever, right? China will allow white people to do it.
Yeah. China
will not allow anybody that's Asian to do it at all. Like they won't
Facts.
They won't.
True.
And the only reason Square Enix was allowed to do that is because it was Hong Kong, and that's considered England, like British.
Yeah. British territory. Correct.
Like, that's the only, like the Dynasty Warriors series, right? If you notice, like, you ever played the Dynasty Warriors series?
I played some of it on demo, but it's a good game, good series,
right?
Yeah.
So, like, because people forget about the first one. The first one was a fighting game, like just to,
yeah,
which was, I think that was the best one. It was actually pretty good. You had to
yeah.
Now, the only reason why China allows Japan to keep putting these out is because they all share that history or whatever, right? They did whatever. If you notice, they don't let them put out anything past a certain point in history. Anything past like the Three Kingdom era or whatever, like Japan wanted to come out with a World War II game. China was like, nope, don't put us a part of it or nothing. If you notice, anytime Japan puts out anything World War II wise, it always starts with Pearl Harbor. You don't know nothing else that they did. You don't know nothing they did in the Pacific. It's always them going against the Americans. We all know that they lost. That's it.
Yeah.
They can't put about how they actually got in power and have they fuck shit up. They don't never put that. They don't never allow Japan to put that out in a video game, any type of media. The only people that can put that out is like white folk. They allow white folk to do it, but they can't. They won't let and the Koreans too. The Koreans won't let them do it neither. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's this weird. Is this like?
There's a reason. There's a reason why they won't let Koreans and Japanese do it, because the dominance. Because China is embarrassed because it's the last, I would say, Asian country. They have history too, but their problem is they're not in dominance like Japan was and Koreans was, because they got a lot of rich history. And even Southeast Asia, they wouldn't let them do it because the ties with the white man, they said, yeah, the niggas are white man, y'all can do it, but not our own people. Asian people's weird like that. That's just how they get down.
Yeah, it's like it's you know what I'm saying. But it's a game coming out. I don't know, Rashad. Did y'all hear about this Sifu game?
Yeah, I heard about that game. Yeah.
So do you know the little thing that they threw in there on Sifu?
No, I didn't. What's the thing they threw in?
Okay, so if you watched like the trailer, you saw how you was young and then he's old, right? So like you see he's young and old. So this is the thing about Sifu. every time you die, you get stronger, but you get older. So when you're younger, right, you're faster, you got more agile, but you're not as strong. When you're older, you're less agile, but you're stronger. But you got a certain time limit for you to like beat the bosses before you truly die, because you get too old to fight, right? So if you die too much, you get too old to fight, right? So the game's over. If you don't die enough, you're not going to get strong enough.
Right.
And then when you die, you come back at the moment that you die, but you're older. I think they said it's about 5 years older, right?
Yeah.
So you got to use the environment. So they say, listen, you can't go in there and punch and kick and whatever like that the whole game. Like you got to be like Jackie Chan. They say they built the game off of how Jackie Chan fights. So you got to use the environment, like kick little sofa cushions, hit a dude with like a thing. You got to jump over walls. You can't get like, you got to be in a constant state of movement. You know what I mean? Like you can't just, and then you got a block meter, like, and all of that stuff, stun meter. And then you got certain combos and you got to practice and learn. Like I looked at the game and I like how they put that element, because you're not thinking about that, right? Like, it's like, damn, I can't beat this motherfucker, so I might as well die and come back in 5 years. it's like,
yeah.
Like, but if you think about it, it's like a kung fu movie, because that's how kung fu movies used to be, right? Like the dude would come out, he was young, he'd get his ass beat, he'd train and shit under the Shaolin Temple for 5 to 6 years, then he'd come back and he beat the motherfucker ass and shit. Like, and then the movie's over with, right? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, but look, I got a question, man. I got a question for you. Because a lot of people that's watching, right? These young kids, man, they don't understand the essence, man, of the wonderfulness of kung fu movies, man. Old school kung fu movies. I think, you know what I think, man? I think these young guys that's in the manosphere, man, they need to watch old school kung fu movies.
They should. I remember.
They need to watch. I know they're not as exciting, right? Because you can tell the niggas on like cables and shit doing the moves.
Yeah.
And shit.
Yeah.
But it was the lessons learned in the movie. Oh, what you got there? What you got there, Rashawn? The crazy Shaolin disciples.
Hold on. Y'all make me pull in my bag. Hold on. If I got a Bruce Lee or something. Hold on. In the Dragon. Let me see if I got
crazy Shaolin disciples. Yo, matter of fact, y'all know on YouTube it's a channel that does old
collections. Yeah, I know about them.
Yeah, man, look, man. I put that shit on the big screen, nigga, on Saturdays and shit. At 12 o'clock, nigga, you know, get. Listen, I'm in Japan, right? I go to the Chinese restaurant, right? I get. You know what I'm saying? They don't got the box. I'm gonna tell you. Listen, man. I ain't trying to have ADHD right now. So you know that carton that we used to eat out of with Chinese food? Right? My wife thought that was the best idea ever when we got to the States. They don't have that shit in Asia. Oh, that's only an American thing. That little box with the Chinese food is in it and shit, with the little metal little fucking carrying thing. Yeah, that's not an Asian thing, because I ain't see it in China neither. I didn't see that shit in China neither. That's an American only thing. Like duck sauce is an American only thing.
Hold on. I went back in my bag. So
what you got, man? Hold on. Yeah. Wu-Tang collection.
Yeah, mine's in my closet, but I ain't got time to look for it right now. But I had some Bruce Lee movies. You know, The Enter the Dragon. I got
I don't. You know what?
Yeah.
I don't like the. Listen, man.
I had some old ones, and I had the Fist of Fury too. I have like those joints. That was it, you know. But I remember the other kung fu movies with Jackie Chan and others, and I used to see them.
Man, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just be honest with you. All right, I'm a kung fu movie purist, right?
Uh-huh.
Bruce Lee's movies, right? You know what I'm saying? Okay, they're good, but there's a particular part of the movie that's good, right? There's the one where he's doing the nunchucks, right? Right. Everybody remember when he was when he was going against Kareem, right? When he had the yellow, the yellow outfit on, right?
Game of Death.
The Game of Death.
Yellow
Right?
outfit.
He's swinging the nunchucks. He's swinging the nunchucks, right? Then everybody remember was the End of the Dragon when he came back. He was going against the Japanese, right? And he did the thing with his hands and shit, right? He had the after image with his hands, right? Which was cool as fuck, right? Right? And he jumped into the crowd and they shot him and shit, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, right? He did that shit, right? All right, cool. Everybody remember that shit. Everybody remember when he fought Chuck Norris and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those were moments in time that made those movies great. But if you take those moments out, right? There's 3 Drunken Master movies. Jackie Chan, way better, right? Whole movie start to finish, way better, right? Take any Jet Li movie he was in, the shit, right? The same movie, right? The Jet Li did, right? Fist of Legend, when he came in there and remember Bruce Lee slapped the dude in you know what I'm saying? When he walked in the Japanese dojo, Jet Li, Rick James slapped his ass into the floor. Way better, right? I know it's different. I know it's a different time, but if you look at Jet Li's movies, you look at you look at old dude that was doing the Wu-Tang movies. You know what I mean? The 36 Chambers. Everybody remember that. Everybody remember 5 Deadly Venoms. Everybody remember You Can't Catch Me, I'm the Locust Man. Nigga looking like Raiden, jumping off the shit. Everybody remember that old kung fu villain nigga? He always got his arms behind his back and he got the gray hair, nigga, always grabbing that long ass gray beard, nigga, the Silver Fox nigga, right?
Oh,
Oh, you talking about the 30? Yeah, I remember seeing those. Yeah, that's what that rap group got it from. But see, it's based off that because they was into it. You know?
Yeah, but they was into it. But them niggas actually got a Shaolin monk from the Shaolin school.
Yeah, the Shaolin school monk. Yeah.
So now, all of this being said, like I like, you know what I mean? Bruce Lee was ahead of his time. Bruce Lee to me is when somebody says that he's the father of MMA, yes.
Yeah.
He's the father of MMA, the mixture of all the martial arts for an actual style that works in real life. Right? His style works in real life. Okay. These dudes, right? These dudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like people say Bruce Lee can beat Jackie Chan. I said Bruce Lee can beat Jackie Chan in an open field. If they're in a warehouse, Bruce Lee is getting his ass whipped.
Exactly.
Hands down. Like hands down. And most of the time, you ain't out there fighting in an open field. You're fighting around some shit.
Some shit. Yeah, Jackie Chan has that drunken style. That's why it's a unique kind of like what's his name in Tekken? Lei Lu Wang is based off him. Someone kept saying Jackie Chan as a kid when I was in the electronics store. I was older than he was. I was, dude, that's not Jackie Chan. That's Lei Lu Wang. I mean, he was discovered in the first Tekken. See, I had the first Tekken. Now I played the second Tekken on the demo, but when I actually got both of them and knew the series, I learned everybody's style and every country they come from. Now, Yoshimitsu, I trust Tokuda, he's from space. He's from Manji. That's based off he's from space. He's a ninja. He's a ninja, but he's a space ninja. Like I'll tell you why I say that, because he's a space ninja from another planet. And even though he's based off a Japanese, story about the Hanya mask, right? And his hair, right? But that sword, I forget what he does because I forget who played him, but he was one of my characters too. And a lot of people say, yeah, he's a ninja, but it's a space ninja. But I think he had Kunimitsu and things like that with the weapons.
She's supposed to be. I mean, like people don't understand. Like the closest thing they actually had to a ninja doing ninjutsu was actually Raven.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was actually doing it right. Yeah, he was actually doing it right.
But then when I was looking at Tekken, like how they have those styles, I was like, yeah, and I said, yeah, they trying to be like the ancients of the most those martial arts. Now, what's his name? Kazuya Mishima and his father, the karate style. They're vicious as hell. Their
Oh, you
kicks.
talking about Hahachi?
Yeah, and his son was deadly.
Yeah,
And I was
Kazuya,
like, God
yeah.
damn, yeah.
Yo, but that story crazy, man. He just took
it's crazy.
Threw his ass off the cliff.
Yeah,
Figure
see,
it out.
his son, they didn't show that, but his son did the same shit in Tekken 1. If you play Tekken 1, you're supposed to be his son as a protagonist, did that to his father. Now, his father did the same thing, threw him in the volcano. That's the second game. Now, the third game is Ogre. And then I told Kuda after that, I think we was on the third shift stream. We talked about it. That was over. You know, they did a short story on him, but after that, that's when it fell off. And yeah, Tekken kind of the story got weird. You know, after that,
because nobody. I'm gonna say like this.
Yes, please.
And it wasn't Tekken's fault, right? It was that by the time the fourth, because Tekken Tag. Remember Tekken Tag?
Yeah, Tekken Tag. So I got that. Yeah, that's
Tekken Tag
a fun
is
game.
Shit, right?
It's the shit.
Because Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag came out, right? It was the shit.
Yeah, around the same time. Yeah, I used to have both of them. I still got the first two and Tekken Tag tournament in my
and also
go ahead, Rashawn.
Let's not forget they also had a game with Nina.
Nina Williams.
Nina had her own game too.
Nina Williams. Nina and Anna Williams. They did Aikido. They're Irish. That's their little martial arts style. And them just like that throw they have, those Irish throws like that martial Aikido. What Kuda was saying. Yeah, those are vicious. Now Nina was deadly. Her and her sister. Anna wasn't no joke. They hit you in the nuts, it's over. I'm like, God damn.
No, but people didn't even know how. Like, Tekken 1, Tekken 2, and Tekken 3. Tekken 2 was the introduction. Like, they put Jun Kazama in, right?
Yeah,
and that's
that was
when they first started putting in chain grabs. Like, she was the first chain grab.
Yeah,
right?
grab. That was it.
You know what I'm saying?
And then reversals, her and Paul,
right? And
Wang too.
Yeah, Wang. But Wang was in the first game too. If you played the first,
but Wang was like
in the first one.
And like, you know what I mean. But when you got to the third one, to me, if you ask me right now, the third one was perfection. Right? It was.
It was perfect. It was perfect. It was because they had the Tekken Force. Remember the Tekken Force, and then you had to fight through the boss. That's when the story kind of that changed Tekken. That's why Tekken Tag Tournament had to exist, because all the other Tekken games, if you remember Tekken 7, they got it from Tekken 3 because of that Tekken Force. I remember Tekken Force. I said the game. I let my other cousin, his name is DeAndre, by the way, and I let him have that because he liked that game. But I had the first two. Now, the first game was based off that Iron Fist tournament. Now, Kazuya wanted revenge on his father. Now, his stepbrother, Li Xiaolang, was in that game as well. And he sounded just like Kazuya in that thing. See, this is when Tekken was like 95 when it came out, and I remember getting it in the late 90s myself, playing that game when I was like 10. And I said, God damn, in 97, my fault, 97 when I played it. And I'll never forget, this is my first PlayStation game. The first Tekken. I played this at 9 years old in 97, right?
Hold on, wow. Because Tekken, actually the second, hold on, let me think about it. The first Tekken, right? And this is the only reason why I remember this. This is the reason why I remember this. The first Tekken came out. Nobody was fucking with it, right? Like
nobody was.
Right? Nobody was fucking with it because everybody was still on. It was two games that was out. It was Street Fighter. It was Street Fighter. It was Street Fighter 2 was out, right? Yeah. And then it was Street Fighter 2, and then Street Fighter 3, I think. Street Fighter 3 or something like that. Yeah. Right? Street Fighter 3, and then X-Men Children of the Atom was out, right?
Yeah, that was out. But that was out. And then where I was coming from, where I came from, I remember Tekken came out like somewhere in the mid 90s, but when I got it in 97, everybody was on it. They was on number 2 prior to number one because
Yeah,
number
'cause,
one
yeah.
it didn't age.
It didn't-
Well, it did age well. I take that back. It aged well. Both of them aged well. Here's the secret though. When I played the first game, and I wanted the second one, but that first game, I said, "Yeah, I understand the story now, and I understand the characters, right?" But you did had Lee, you did had Armor King, you had your basic characters from the first game. The second game was the reiteration of the first game, and Bruce, all that. But Bruce was new in the second game. But see, I loved about his story. He was a kickboxer. Now, when you had Alex and that Roger, they was new because of that story of Jack. You know, if you remember Jack and that little girl, he's a robot, right? And then they had so many styles. Now there was a proto Jack in the first game, and he was in the first game, and even Jack. So they brought him back, and there was so many Jacks, it ain't even funny. Now, when you talk about martial law, he was cold in the first game. He was basically like Bruce Lee. That was his style, and he did that flip, and he was cool with Paul. Now Paul was vicious in the first game. That judo shit and just slamming people. But in that second game, his chain grabs was vicious. I knew all his grabs and stuff. So everybody
crazy, bro.
That first game, I tell you, it's a classic. It's vintage. You know, see, this is when Tekken was brand new. Now the second game was the shit. I agree with you on that because I did like the devil and the things like that with the laser and all that shit, and then Angel. You know, I know all the characters in the second game. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Here's the crazy part, right? So Tekken, so the first Tekken came out in 94.
Yeah,
right?
94. It did.
Yeah,
correct.
Then the next Tekken came out in 95. And the reason I remember this, the reason why I remember Tekken 2 coming out in 94, because this is when the first Mortal Kombat came out. Right? Yeah. So but Tekken was there, right? Because people don't even know Mortal Kombat changed the whole industry. Right?
Yeah, it did. It was Mortal Kombat and it was Tekken too. But see, Tekken when it came out, the second game. But see, people was on the first game. You got to remember, if you're in the South like I was, you was on the first game. That second game really, both of them aged well. I'll tell you why. The second game got really popular after, I would say, like 2000. If you was playing that thing from 2000 or 99, you was on the shit with it. See, PlayStation at the time, number one, had a good catalog. Number two, I was trying to tell Kuda, the reason why PlayStation 2 had a great catalog, every game kept coming out. That's what you understand. Martial arts and all that stuff. The stealth game, the open world, the Grand Theft Autos, I'm telling you, those games had certain moves that you dealt with. If you deal with melee without the guns, they put it in sandbox. Like, see, Carl had different styles. He had the boxing, the martial arts, and he had the kickboxing, like MMA style. Grab him, knee him in the face, and that punch. I was like, okay, cool. And that's when everybody emulates San Andreas. And look, Saints Row was a template. Number two was the best one because it got away from it and it had the little wacky and the game banging, but you had every style. You had the wrestling. You have, my guy has the Ronin style on this one on Xbox. Yeah, my favorite one is the Sonic with the copper wire. You know, that's the one I like the most with the voodoo look and all that shit. Yeah, man, it was awesome. You know, because
I got a question for you, right? Because this was just,
go ahead.
I didn't get into Grand Theft Auto until like they stopped making it that top down look where you run around and do it, right? So that's when I played Grand Theft Auto. I beat it, but the first time, right? Because I wasn't an Xbox person, like the first Xbox. The first Xbox was totally underrated. It was actually a good console.
Yeah, it is. It's a good console. Yeah.
So when I played Saints Row for the first time, right?
I got it on here. Yeah, the first Saints Row.
So the first
shit. Yeah.
The first Saints Row, right? I played it. You know what told me the Saints Row, because it looked better than Grand Theft Auto.
It did.
Right?
It did.
It had more things and it made more
sense. It had the drugs too. You could drink cognac and he threw up.
But and you know all the stuff. This is when I say to date, even now, before they start getting all wacky and stupid with it, right?
Yeah.
Saints Row the first one and the second one is better even than Grand Theft Auto 5 is when you get into the car and you drive, the responsiveness of you driving is like Gran Turismo. Like when you driving, they put a driving mechanic. Like you can tell they didn't just copy and paste. And when you drive in Saints Row, you drive in Saints Row. Like it turns into like Need for Speed or it's like someone decided to take that part of the game and make sure they individually built a driving engine for the game. Not like, okay, you can drive, you can jump out the car and hijack a motherfucker, but it's all blocky and the shit don't make sense. And you know what I mean? Like, it's a part of the game, but like like Saints Row, like if you don't want to go, if you want to go on this side of town and this side of town, you can jump on the train, jump on the fucking train. You gotta drive, like jump on the train. Like Grand Theft Auto is like, I get it. It's Rocks, you know what I mean? It's Rockstar.
Rockstar, British, British.
You know what I mean? But I tell people, I said, look, man, Saints Row's better. I'd rather play Red Dead Redemption than Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
It's way better mechanics on Red Dead Redemption on the first one and the second one than Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. All of them Grand Thefts that they made and Red Dead, the first two are probably the better. The second one is longer than the first one.
The third game, I'll tell you this, it's my favorite. The reason I like Claude, it was basic. And not only that, you crash into stuff, but if you 100% it like I did a couple of years back when I was working, first time I ever 100% a 3D game. And the reason it was so easy and you did the research on it, I was like, well, damn, he had all these guns and he had a French name too, because he was recognized in that series in San Andreas. Now, San Andreas is my favorite because that set the bar.
Yeah,
but see, the Saints Row prior to that was going to come out in 03. And they was gonna wear green, and they had to switch it to purple. See, that purple shit was excellent. You know, baller shit, right? That's some player colors right there, right? And then the way they rock it out, I said that's the villain shit right here. See, I like that shit. Now the green's cool. Don't get me wrong. The green is hard too. I like Grove Street. Grove Street's beastly. That green, they did it right with Carl Johnson. You wore that green, you wore that shit with pride. And your rival was purple. Two killers. Shit, too much history, too much dialogue. See that yellow and red and blue, that's basic, right? Everybody see that in real life, but the green and purple was exciting. Those colors were exciting. But in Saints Row, same thing, same concept. The difference was it's all purple. You can wear it with anything with purple. You can wear it with blue jeans, black jeans, gray jeans, because purple can go anywhere. That color itself, and the boss is a beast. He is better than Carl Johnson, because the first one you did a lot of drugs. He was just being a nigga. This is a wigger, right? The second game, oh my god, mayhamic as hell. Yeah, you fuck bitches on that second game and in the bathrooms, whatever. Get your rep up in the pimp game, right? And that pimp game is beast. I don't care what nobody said. That's one.
You know what I like about it the most? Yeah. I like the goddamn fucking insurance fraud.
Insurance fraud. Yeah, that's my favorite activity. Yeah, and you get the rewards, and the rewards is beastly, man.
I would do that shit for hours. The one I did, the other one was funny. Was the paparazzi when you got to ride around with the limo? And
the escort.
Yeah, the escort thing.
You know what my favorite was? It's insurance fraud and septic avenger. That's my god, shit in the town.
But see, I played the third one, and I said, "What the fuck is this? Y'all doing too much." It's like this
mayhamic. They took the sex out of it. Now it was a good game if you had him not dying. It was mayhamic, but I know what it was going with. But that's when it kind of fell off for me. But that fourth game, the superpowers, I was like, oh hell no.
No. The third one fell off for me, man, because it was like I knew what they were doing. It was like acid. It's like somebody was on a bad trip and made the game, and I guess they had to do it because I think they was going through like some legal issues with Rockstar because it was too many. I'm like, they didn't. It basically Rockstar had the bigger money behind them, and Saints Row didn't. And
they was out of
they had
Champaign, Illinois. Yeah, they was out of
Yeah.
Champaign, Illinois,
Yeah,
a
so
smaller town.
yeah,
Yeah,
they didn't have the cachet to keep it where they need to keep it. So for them to come out, they had to make it more wacky. So and then Saints Row, like, and then Grand Theft could be like the straight laced, like in your face. And this is just funny because Saints Row had better everything. And even as wacky as it was still by far the better game if you're talking about a sandbox RPG gritty street one. If you take all of that extra fluff out of it, it's still hands down better than Grand Theft Auto. Like hands down. Like if you think of Grand Theft Auto 5, the only good thing about it is I gotta switch between 3 characters, and I'm not playing the white one unless I have to. I'm not playing the hillbilly one. I don't care.
Yeah, Trevor the Killer, Mayhem and Trevor. Yeah,
I'm not playing him. I'm not playing this angry ass fucking Italian dude that got a bad marriage, right? Because I don't. But I see what they did. Like they covered all demographics. They covered the black people. They covered the trailer park white trash, and they covered the
hidden killer. Yeah, the killer, the hitman, like the stealth. See, the blue one was the stealth. The red one was a wild adrenaline junkie, right? And the green is life. That's the nigga shit. Hood hop.
That's nigga shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I get it. I understand what they did, right? But if that's the case, man, like when the third Mafia game came out?
Yeah.
I enjoyed playing that. Like I enjoyed playing that. The one with the dudes down in New Orleans and stuff. And then you had to do the territories, get a Haitians this territory. I enjoy playing that. Like I enjoy, doing that. Like he just came back from the war and stuff like that and all that.
Oh, you talking about Clay. You're talking about Clay,
right?
Yeah.
I enjoy playing that one. Like even all the Mafia games was cool. I like that you do the interrogation, intimidation.
They got the defendant. Hold on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. See,
New Orleans. Yeah.
See, New Orleans. See, they had like PlayStation. Like I tell people all the time, man. PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like Xbox gets so much disrespect in Japan, man. Like they just
of course, it's an American console.
It's just you know what I mean. But at the same time, right? Like
it's Windows. Think about it. It's Windows.
Yeah. So and it to me, it's like you make a sandbox RPG game, right? Everybody thinks like when you make a sandbox RPG game, you're supposed to be doing everything in his mama, right? Right. And you're not. Like, all right. Like when people remember when Max Payne came out, right?
Yeah, I remember when Max Payne came out.
Okay. Yeah. So everybody was on Max Payne, but you know what was a better game? Dead to Rights was better than Max Payne. Way better.
Yeah.
When you had the dog. Ain't nigga, I get to sick my dog on you. He tag your juggler out and bring me back your gun. And I got bullet time, nigga. And I got bullet time, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Or like,
and they got it on PlayStation 2 and the classics too. I was on my PS4 today and I saw that, and then I saw San Andreas. I'm tempted to get San Andreas because I have so many memories of Carl Johnson.
Need to listen. I look, Rockstar. If you're listening, they probably ain't listening. But if they listening, remaster San Andreas. Just like don't do that dumb shit they did with Final Fantasy VII.
They remastered the graphics of that game on the PS3. It is so trash. I didn't like it.
No. I mean, when I mean remake it, I mean give me the same San Andreas storyline. Do the whole thing. Don't fuck it up, but you make it look like you give me the graphics of Red Dead Redemption. You do redo the graphics. Like you update the graphics. Like you get the pixels in there. You get the detail. You make that shit look sexy like you did 5. But don't change the story. Don't add no shit. Leave it the fuck alone. Like just leave it the fuck alone. Like I don't know if you can get the same voice actor, but get the dude that's similar to the dude that you had before. That's it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: the guy that played Franklin, what's his name, Solo, whatever his name is, he was one of the homies in the gang of Grove Street, but that's the cousin of Young Melee. Young Melee is the voice actor of CJ, you know, but they knew that, but they used his cousin as Franklin, so it makes sense why he was Franklin. But the three elements of Carl Johnson was Carl was a street nigga in the green, the blue was the stealth when he had that the silencer with Mad Dog, and the flying school. If you pay attention to flying school, the Trevor shit, you know, him being a country boy flying out of helicopters and planes and shit with the parachute. There's a reason why Trevor was created. That's an element of Carl himself. He flew up in the air. He was doing damage with Mike Torino. If you pay attention, that whole flight shit came from Carl Johnson. The stealth shit with Michael, Carl Johnson. He was a stealth guy. He had a silencer. And that third thing was obvious, Franklin, the nigga shit. So they had to create three characters, and it makes sense based off their story because they have like this tree, a story of characters who want the voice actors to play. And Rockstar's known to do this. They do this all the time in Ubisoft. They do this in these companies. They put characters out they lace in front of them, and they have to play it out. Now, Voltolition, this is their fault, and THQ, Saints Row had a great catalog of character acting, right? And the boss was their theme. You customize them, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. They fell off in the third game because they thought they was going to compete with Grand Theft Auto, and they just went backwards. They should have just stayed on it because Grand Theft Auto was not that interested because they didn't have no competition. No, you had competition, Saints Row 2. And that's still selling like hotcakes to this day because the third game is mediocre. Now it's a good mayhem game, but it's not a good sandbox. It's mediocre. It's always going to be second. The fourth game saved them. Why? Because when you had superpowers, it was dead. It was dead. And then the Johnny Gat one was trash. Now they try to say they're going to make another Saints Row. I highly doubt it. You know, Grand Theft Auto.
They probably will because
because Grand Theft Auto is gonna come in 2024 because I already know election year. So you know.
Well, the thing is the reason they can sell that mayhem thing is because what is the popular thing online? Like Fortnite. That's nothing but mayhem. Yeah. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? And people, you know, the younger generation like this over the top wacky mayhem games now, right?
Yeah.
So they'll make it, they'll be fine. Like I'm not even really, you know what I mean? I'm not even, you know, but you know, if you're in the game and in certain things, it's just like I look around, man, and I look at games. I look at games now, man. It's like, man, I can't like I
can't tell the difference. It's just like I'm so used to the classic 3D era because I came when the San Andreas, the old Rockstar, and especially Saints Row. I love Saints Row because Saints Row 2 is just like, damn, you can just be a beast on that game, especially the sexual part. That's it. Now the infinite ammunition, that's cool. Now the third game, I give them the infinite ammunition because of the mayhem game. The only drawback, you can't do the extra shit. I'm like, come on, bro. You know, Voltolition fucked up and THQ dropped the ball on that one. I give you that one.
What was that game that came out during Saints Row? You was a cop, right? It was Crackdown, right?
Crackdown. Right? They got that on. They got that on Xbox. I played Crackdown. It's pretty cool.
I like the first one because you just didn't like you had to work.
Yeah, the first one's cold. Yeah,
like if you didn't drive, you didn't have no driving skill, right? Like if you didn't fight, you didn't have no strength, and if you didn't shoot your weapon, you wasn't proficient with your gun, right? You had to level up your shit, right? Yeah, you was a police running around punching motherfuckers in the face, kicking them across the screen and shit. But it was actually a pretty good game. The problem that I'm having now is with these games, right, is leave the RPG games the fuck alone, right?
Yeah.
The RPG, and what I mean by that is, right, an MMORPG is an action RPG. That's what it's built for. That's what it's for. You're supposed to run around and be like some Sword Art Online shit. I play those where you playing online and then you have a friend and they got their console and y'all run around and y'all go from objective to objective to objective. That's an online that shit originated in like Korea and China. They do that shit a lot. So I'm good with that. If I'm sitting down playing a one person RPG game, that means I have time. Do not put the action engine. I'm playing an RPG game because it's turn-based. Do not make this a one-person MMO RPG. That is not fun at all because it's too much shit going on at once. I don't got time for that, right? It's too much going on. You take like what they did to Final Fantasy, they did everything right, but they fucked with the fight mechanic. The reason why Final Fantasy was so great, even though the graphics sucked, is because it was a turn-based game. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't want to be worrying about, oh shit, the timer on this guy, I gotta set this. Oh, let me set this over here. No. Enemy goes, I go. They go, I go. I want to go faster, hit haste. You know what I'm saying? Like we're doing too much. You can now all the animation of me fucking this motherfucker up. Cause I played, what was that Final Fantasy where the girl Lightning or whatever, and they had the brother on there being the
Oh yeah.
Being the he over there fucking taps dancing. They had the tap dancing nigga on the goddamn game. You know what I'm saying? They had the brother in there, and I played the game, and I was playing it, and I was like, I don't like this shit. I see where this is going. And then they finally did it, and I was like, Final Fantasy VII. Everybody was pumped, hyped and shit, and I was like, see, they getting you on that nostalgia money. That's what they doing. Yeah. And my cousin, he's all about Square Enix. He's, he's a fan of Final Fantasy, like, you know what I'm saying? And him and his homeboy, and I said, man, how did you like the Final Fantasy? He said, man, you was right. I was mad. I wanted to go back to my turn base. Like, I wanted to sit there and watch Belmoth come down and hit for 999 damage. And he said, you can't even enjoy the fighting scenes.
No, you can't.
Because you're too worried about what you got to do next and all this other shit. It's too much going on. It's too fast. He said, yeah. I said, yep. They ruined it. They fucking ruined it. They didn't do what they needed to do. It needs to be turn-based. Like, what's that game? What's that game? Pandora something. Like, is the guy got the mask on? They got like 4 of them shits. It's off of Japanese anime. What the fuck is that damn game?
Oh, we talking about games, Degenerate. What's going on, man?
Yeah. Yeah, we talking about games, man. This is fucking. I just, they don't like just make a game like The Last of Us, right? The
Last of Us
was the shit. Now the first one was long as hell, right? Did you play that one? You played The Last of Us?
Yeah, I played a little bit of it. Yeah.
Okay. Whatever little bit that you played, you didn't play enough of it because it's a little bit compared to what you think a little bit is that you actually played, right? I played the motherfucker. When I thought the game's supposed to be over with, the game kept going.
Yeah.
Right? And they made the game so you can play through it again. So because when you first play a game, I get ADHD when I play a game. I gotta, I'm not trying to rush through the game, right? But I realized why they did it. Maybe the game would have been shorter than what I thought it would be, but I'm taking my time methodically going through the game. The problem with the second one, right, was they was pushing this gay shit too much, right? Yeah. We all understood after the first one, Ellie was going to be the star of it, right? Because even when you played the game, the last 25% of the game was about Ellie.
Yeah.
And how cold she was. And I like that. I like that shit a lot, right? I like how they sat Joel down and Ellie had to get her feet wet because she was forced to be thrown. I'm like, the storytelling in the game was right? It was like basically you was playing a Walking Dead game if you think about it, right?
Yeah, true.
So now you see the second one. I see the second one. I see where the story's going. I didn't even purchase the second one. Didn't even purchase it, didn't even want it. You know why? Because I already knew where they was going with it. You're trying to shove this, not even feminism, trying to shove this LGBTQ shit down motherfuckers' throats.
Yeah,
I'm not paying into it, and I'm not buying it. Go ahead, have a good day. And that's why people complain about the second one so much. They complain about it, and then they try to come out with these DLCs to kind of make up to get the crowd back.
Yeah, that's what they did with Watch Dogs Legion with the Aiden Pierce with the Bloodline. The Bloodline's cool with him and Wrench. It's cool and how he go his life, which is weird as fuck. I didn't like the story, but I did like the gameplay. Now you can get him, recruit him into DeathSec in the main story, him and Wrench and that Assassin's Creed woman and things like that. And I thought that was interesting too. But my personal favorite is the first game. My second favorite is Watch Dogs Legion because they did good with the drones. That was the only thing outside of that, it's all right. The second game is my third favorite because Marcus and that team, way he went against Bloom, it was just brilliant. It's just brilliant. But yeah, man, like I play those games too, but the best RPG game still is Witcher 3. I like the crafting of armors, the ingredients, and especially customizing Roach. You know, like you get different places and you travel. He knew what the hell he was doing. The monster contracts, that game is top notch, and I still got that. And I played the second game. The second game was okay. It's my second favorite. The first game was new. It was on PC, and it's Geralt. You know his story. But that third game, goddamn, that changed all the RPG. It changed the whole RPG game, and not just multiplayer, but his style of it. Customizing swords. Are you kidding me? What you call it, Heart of Stone, that's the best DLC right there. Blood and Wine is no.
It's certain RPG games that could have been great, but they just kept failing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. RPG game, great storyline, great interaction, horrible gameplay, Dragon Age.
Yeah.
Dragon Age had everything right, but the actual fighting game mechanic,
it's terrible.
Listen, I don't want to, right? I don't want to sit up there, put all this investment in my character, right? And have to worry about and put more investment in the side characters. Especially when I'm playing the game and I gotta control the side character to that degree, right? Like, look, if you're going to have me do all this investment into dialogue, choices being made, going here, race, like you get certain things, attributes because of your race, and you get certain advantages and disadvantages, blah, right? And then then your story dictates where you start off in the map and certain things. I'm like, it was perfect, all the stuff they was doing. Then you're going to have to make it a turn-based game. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to do that because I don't have because I want to control my character. I don't want to control these other characters. And then if a decision is made, I done gave this bitch some gear and she done left the party with the gear that I done fucking customized and hooked up with. You know what I'm saying? Or she done got killed off because of the storyline or the story or the whatever. I understand why you did it, but if you're going to do it that way, you have to give me a classic RPG thing, or you have to set it where I control my own character and these people are supplementary and I don't go through all that. I can give them some shit and it's just like, I don't have that much control, right? And the way it was like, it was like the MMO RPG Dragon Age. Dragon Age would have been better as an MMO RPG. It shouldn't have been an RPG. If you're going to build it that way, you got to make it an MMO RPG. Sorry, that's what it is. And I brought the first, second, and third one. First, second, and third. Like I brought all three of them. I played them because I'm like, man, y'all can be this thing can be great. Like it can be great. And then I play Black Desert Online?
Yeah.
Way better game, right?
Yeah, I still play that.
Yeah, like way better game. It's Dragon Age, way better for free. For free. It's another game that I got, right? There's another game that I played that's kind of like that, right? Play that game too for free, right? Play, you play these online games, what I mean? Yeah, you got to pay for the other shit, what I mean? Whatever little packs, but it's like, man, what the hell, man? Like, it's like, okay, Destiny, right? Destiny's another game. Trap, Money Trap. I can say like Money Trap. Between Destiny 1 and 2, they got $400 out of my ass. These are facts.
Yeah.
These are facts. They got $400 out of my ass. You know how much money Warframe got out of my ass? 0. Warframe is a way better game. Better storyline, better game for free.
Yeah.
It's a way better game. It's everything you wish Destiny was, but it isn't, and it's for free. And it's just the only thing about Warframe is you better be patient. You're gonna have to wait. And wait, like, man, when you make a Warframe, bro, it's a week. Literally, it's a week. Like a week in real time, not game time, real time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a week. And a lot of
the weapons too.
Yeah, making weapons, that's what, 24 hours, depending on what it is. Like, you're not going to go certain places in the game unless you do this, but the story, and it's so much shit to do. And then they put the element in there where you can do your MMORPG shit. Where you, where you
fucking stalkers, man. Like,
no, man. The iron, like the Steel Path Stalker, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, you know how, like, when you first get in the game, you kill your first boss, right? And then the stalker's after you, right? That's how you feel when you're on the Steel Path again. Like when you finish the whole map of the whole solar system map, and you done opened everything up, and you done went over there, and you done fought the Corpus and the Grineer, and then you done fought the Oricans and jumped in and out of your frame, and you done got your thing up where you done fought the big thing that's walking on the plains of Edelon, and you done fought the Orb Mother and shit.
Yeah.
When you go through that Steel Path and try to do that shit again, you gonna really know where your weapons really is. You gonna need to go put that 7 former in that Orca Plasmor to get that. Your build's gonna need to be scrum tight. Like, you ain't
right.
Your first mission on Earth is gonna really let you know what it is. And listen, I'm gonna say this. Rhino, we trust. That's how it was when I first played the game. The only Warframe I had what was the Excalibur, and then they gave me Excalibur. Right?
Excalibur.
I had Excalibur. You know what was the next Warframe that I used? Once I got a Rhino, I got Warframes that I made that just stayed in storage. I only used Rhino. It was Rhino We Trust. That was it. Like, I'm rolling, and then I got that skin. That skin, we got all the muscles and shit.
Yeah.
I had my cape on with my skin on, and then then I got the what was it? I got those that augment on it, where how many people you hit, right? You put your Rhino armor on, and your shit is just ridiculous. So I'm running around with like 150,000, armor on, just like I was the team medic, everything. Like, hey man, like we would go into forever survivals, right?
Oh my god!
I started playing Warframe before you got to, before you realize you can get out your frame. So I was playing I started playing Warframe.
Oh, you played the PlayStation console.
Yeah, I played the PlayStation console. But
I played the PC. I played the PC version.
Yeah. So I was playing Warframe. I was playing Warframe before they came out with the Neza and the Wukong frame.
Right.
Like when
Ooh.
they right before they nerf Ember. When motherfucker used to run around with the world on fire and just run around and shit
Yeah.
and just kill everything, and they had all like before they start doing certain nerfs and shit like that, where they had to make the dragon one, where you had to go to the derelict, right? You had to get the keys to go to the derelict to forgot what that frame is with the dragon, right? Like if you change your colors, it's a different type of elemental damage it does. If it's white, it's like frost. If it's red, it's fire. If it's like green, it's poison, right? So I was playing it then, and I'm over there like, yeah, nigga, like, so we were going to forever survival. So the rule is, if I go down, right, it's time for us to leave because I'm the medic. So everybody in the survival, they would just, if you need to level up your shit, don't worry about it. I'm going to be here. I'm just going to pick your ass up, right? Because I'm Rhino. Unless we fight in the Corpus, I'm not losing my Iron Skin. It's not happening. Like, it's not happening, right?
Right.
Going to Steel Path, I get shot twice. Iron Skin gone.
Dang.
Don't fuck with the Steel Path if you ain't ready. I had the Umbra form of my Rhino 5 times.
Oh damn.
And then the Stalker came out.
Oh shit. That's it. Damn.
So the Stalker on the Steel Path is different, right? So when you get to a certain level in the game, you ain't scared of the damn Stalker. Fuck the Stalker.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I used to walk around with that Tigress, right? I call it Betsy, that double pump shotgun, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The shotgun hit you 2 times with Betsy, dropping. You ain't got to worry about it, right? So on the Steel Path, the Stalker is just like the sentient things, right? Where you hit them a couple of times and they get an immunity to your weapon, right? To your thing. So you got to keep switching up your attack, right? The Stalker's like that on the Steel Path. The only way to consistently hit the Stalker is that your operator has to be on a certain thing. You know what I'm saying? And you got to have a certain you got to have your shit set up a certain way where you're in a certain discipline. You know how you go into the void mode where you go through the Stalker, drop his defense, and you got to hit him with your brace, right? The shotgun one that you use for the sentient thing that's walking around the plains of Edelon when you be doing that. Hit him with that, and then jump back in your frame and blast away with him, and then flip it and keep doing it over and over again until you kill him. It's like you fighting a mini boss inside of a boss boss. Yeah, man. Like, Steel Path. Yo, you trying to do the Steel Path? No, don't listen. There ain't no playing around on the Steel Path. You better do the damn mission.
Oh, nah. Yeah.
Like, what's old dude? What's his name? Limbo and shit, right? Limbo, Wukong, like the best friend to use. Limbo, Wukong.
I use Ash.
Ash is good, but if you talk about Steel Path, like if you got to do certain things, like I mean all around, like you can go from mission to mission. Limbo is good, like especially when you got to do defense missions. You can put the pod in the void and shit, and do all of that shit. Nez is good. I got him. Yeah, like Wukong's good because nigga, you can jump on that cloud and get the fuck away, nigga. Like, nigga, you get on that cloud. Like you get on that cloud, or you make that twin, that celestial twin. What I would do is I make sure I got a nice ass melee weapon. I do the Celestial Twin, and I use the melee weapon and let him use the firearm.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Like I use the melee weapons of one of my prize melee weapons that so many Orcus and Corpus and Grenadiers died from is the Nakana blade.
Yeah, man. Like, I think.
And their minds for that blade, man, it's like
man, listen, you know who's the cold ass motherfucker in the game, but I thought he was nice, but I didn't want to play with him after that. Is when you got to do the mission where you got to get the mummy dude and shit.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like when you go down, you go into the coffin and shit, and you start sucking like you don't have any armor, but you got health. I mean, you don't have any shields, but you got armor and health.
Right.
Yeah. But he's not because I always play with a team of people. He's not like a team player. He's more like a selfish. If you're playing the game by yourself, guy. Okay.
Okay.
You know
Okay.
He's not a team because he doesn't have any support for the team. Everything's about keeping him alive. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, I hate those type of games like that. I've seen in several. I would say most of third person. Yeah, I've seen some like that online. Online games too. I hate shit like that. Like that shows you it's
a pain in the ass. Man.
Yeah. No, those games. What I say about those games is twat. And the reason I say that because I play with people like that, and I used to do this in Rainbow Six 2 Vegas with somebody when we had those maps, and I'll never forget this on PlayStation. I had all the maps, right? There's one guy you got to keep alive on the team. I'm like, what the fuck? You can't shoot or something? Even in co-op, I'm like, oh my God. And I was doing all the shooting. I'm like, man, that's annoying. But you got games like that, like DeAndre's saying, like that's just what it is. I avoid them all costs. I was like, nah, I don't be doing that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's a character that like I thought he was cool because he had the whole Egyptian thing. The whole storyline in Warframe was about that, and you couldn't just get him. You had to wait every 2 weeks to try to get him because you had to go to the Void Trader and buy the story just to get the nigga, right?
Oh,
so like,
hell no.
Yeah, you had to go to the Void Trader. What's this like? You had to go to and the storyline is the shit. Like it's the
storyline be the shit, and then if he's that type of character, then you gotta get him. Like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, and then you get him. No, he's good, he's powerful, but if you play with him in a team like scenario, he doesn't help the team. It's
exactly.
Nothing. It's you know what I mean? Like he's DPS, but he's how should I say it? He's DPS, but like if your team goes somewhere and they weak or you're in a survival scenario, he's going to make sure y'all don't fail a mission because he's going to be the last motherfucker standing because he can't die. Literally, like if you got him up, like he can't die. Right, even when he goes down, like in Warframe, when you go down, somebody come and res you. No, this nigga don't even need to be res. The motherfucker go into a coffin, and the nearest enemies, he sucked the energy from them and then come back alive. Like you get like, you know what I'm saying? Even if you're running out of energy or you running out of health with this guy, right? He'll just run. You know how in Warframe you got throws. You run up and grab an enemy. He got a move where you just run up and grab the enemy and then start siphoning health from him, and then you know what I mean. Then you got another move where if the enemies are dead, you'll turn them into your own like sand zombies and shit, like scurbs and shit, right? Other than that, man, and then you can suck energy from him and kill him. Like it's not like he's helping the team. Like it's not like with Rhino. Rhino's got a stomp, right? He's got a stomp and he's got a roar, right? The roar makes everybody's attack power go up, right? And it works off of strength and duration, right? I would set my rhino for stomping that he'll hold a motherfucker in the air for at least about 5-10 seconds. I was like straight duration, like range and duration, right? I come in there, stomp, res a motherfucker. All right, man, you got it. I'm gonna go back here on the other side of the board. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? If you talking about who is it? You talking about Oberon, right? Oberon's perfect support character. He throw down that grass, everybody, right? You talking about Frost. Frost put up them goddamn snow globes, right? Protect everybody, stop the enemies from advancing because he slows them down, right? You talk about Neza. Neza put them hula hoops on people. You know what I'm saying? You talk about Volt. Volt speeds everybody the fuck up, right? Gives you that crackhead speed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You talk about Mag, right? Mag is squishy, but it's an in-game frame because Mag, got that monocular prime breaking down shields and defense and all of this other stuff. You got CERN. CERN throws the poison on them and the corrosive damage and shit, eating through shields, whatever, right? Like, like shit, even was it Equinox, right? I would run Equinox to give more damage or health or heal everybody, right? You got certain frames on there, man. It's just like, I'm strictly for myself. I'm not here to help nobody. Like, you know what I mean? And I get it. They make frames for people.
Yeah, I get the concept.
Yeah, I get the concept because you do got people that don't play well with others and just want to play by themselves.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Make frames for that. So I get it, but it's certain frames I wouldn't play with because it's just what it is. But I understand why not everybody can get in a Warframe because it takes patience. It's grind frame. You gotta grind shit.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't like how it took me and my friend like 8 hours to get the full Equinox set. Because you got to get the parts times 2, because it's 2 parts to Equinox. Like, you got to get the day and the night, and then you got to make those parts, and then you got to get the actual Equinox blueprint. And the crazy thing about Warframe, it's easier to get the goddamn prime version of the frame than it actually, in some cases, the actual frame itself. Like, it's hard as shit to get CERN. Hard as hell. Like, it's a pain in the ass to get CERN, right? But they got so many aspects of the game. Like, they got those, what is that shit? Now you got your own spaceship in the game.
Yeah.
Right? Now you got your own, like, I like how they redid the Corpus. They redid the Corpus and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They did a rework of the Corpus and how the aesthetics look and they did a lot of board reworks. They reworked a lot of boards and stuff like that. But the community is good, man. Like, the community is good. The devs don't play, sometimes, people start complaining about, certain shit, shit happens or whatever.
They gotta let that go. Yeah, that's part of the game, man.
It's part of the game. Like, but the thing about Warframe is one of those games is you play it for a while and you drop it.
Yeah.
And then
it's just like it reminds me of Uncharted. Uncharted was like that. And I'll never forget this. Uncharted 3 is my personal favorite. I played the first 2, they're classics, but that third fucking game. One? Oh my God. Online, I'm talking about online. I had a couple of friends there on my PS3, and we used to compete with each other, and then it was a team thing, and we just kept knocking dudes out and then grab the treasure, and that shit's fun. I mean, the guns and the customization guns, Drake was a beast. There's a certain character you had to unlock. Similar to number 2, they had the online. Those games like that are fun. I mean, even I mentioned this before about Rainbow Six. If you had the guns and customize your guy, you go out there and just start shooting each other. That's a multiplayer, but then there's a co-op. The co-op's fun when you have all the maps. My favorite one was the video game one, the one that runs around the room side to side and kill those terrorists. Is like, I think it's 40 to a room. Certain strategies, with the suppressors and the silence. That shit was awesome. And then the grenade, boom. And next thing you know, and just You had to be tactful. I used to watch videos like that on old YouTube, watching, even playing my game on the PS3. This was back in 2011 when I had my old channel, my first channel before it got flagged. And I was watching those type of content. And this is when the video game era was big in the 1.0 days. Oh man, you want to talk about serious video games? Shit. That was life then. That was life then of video games. So now it's kind of dry.
No, DeAndre.
Yeah, good.
Quick question: have you still play Black Desert? Do you?
I think the last time I played it like 3 months ago. I had to make room on my PlayStation because I was playing. What was that game that came out? That actually that bombed. You could be a pyromancer. You could be the technomancer.
Necromancer. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the game had so much potential, but it bombed like a motherfucker. Everybody just stopped playing the motherfucker.
Have you tried the Hassassin class?
Yeah, that's when I actually stopped playing. Like I played it and I liked it, but then the other game came out. We just started jumping on that. It's very few games nowadays that I play by myself when it's when I'm online. Like it's like Ark is a game I'll just sit up there and play by myself because you don't necessarily need a person to play with. Yeah. Like, like you can just sit up there and play, because you're really much building and just doing shit. Like if I just I'm never going to play Minecraft. Never. Like I'm not. No.
Yeah.
That's just not me. I don't nobody.
Yeah, Minecraft. I tried to get into it years ago. I know this Jamaican dude named Barrington. I went to volunteer at the school in Emory, and he loves Minecraft. But he's been to Japan a few times. But he always liked it. The arts and things like that, the swords and shit like that.
Yeah.
But then he played Friday Nights at Freddy. He told me about that game. Yeah, it's a scary game, man. I don't play games like that, but it's cool. But that's what he likes. That's cool. I play different games, so But that was his thing. I just couldn't get into Minecraft. Oh hell no.
It was just me.
But it's a nice community. No, it's a nice community on YouTube and outside of it. It's a nice and fresh. Yeah.
And the thing about Minecraft with me is that I did play the mobile version, right? I played it on my phone, right? Like not but it was like they had like a app for it where it's just you by yourself and you just playing Minecraft or whatever, right?
Right.
But this is what pissed me off about Minecraft. As technically advanced as the game is, why do you got this shit looking worse than an 8-bit game on Atari? In 3D.
Goddamn.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what pissed me off about it. Like, dude, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, but I understand who's it's for. So it's that nostalgia thing that, you know what I mean? So I get it. Plus, if you ain't got to worry about all of them pixels, you can put a lot of money into other things that make the game great. I get it. You cut the corner on the graphics, and then you put all the money allocated to this. That's what makes the game great. I get it. But I'm not playing that. Like, that's just me. It's just, nigga, I left the 80s alone. when Sega Genesis came out, when we got the 16-bit, we got the 16-bit. Like, when we got past 16-bit, that's why I got a PlayStation, because I wanted shit to look like when I had a Dreamcast. When I saw it,
Dreamcast was the shit. I wish I had the Dreamcast.
When they had NFL 2K and NBA,
2K1
and all
2K
of that,
and 2.1,
and you saw how the players looked like the players, and they were smooth and it wasn't all blocky. You don't want to go back to that shit.
No, you don't want to go back. Dreamcast had the best graphics. I could have had it. I played the Dreamcast in Best Buy on demos a lot when I was a PlayStation person. So I would have had 2 consoles. I remember GameCube. Now, GameCube is the shit. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I was a 2K person. I was an NBA Live person for years, even on the PC and the PlayStation. But when I had 2K5, ESPN 2K5, Sega. Oh my God. I know exactly what you're talking about. I got 3 of them. I have 2K5 from all the way from 2K7 with Shaquille O'Neal. Still got it on PlayStation 2 on both of them 3 discs. I haven't played them in years, man.
Listen, that blocky shit was over with
Yeah, so
when Mario started doing handstands off a pole and shit when the Nintendo 64 came out. When Mario was running around doing all of that
Nintendo
shit.
64, I played that console too at Best Buy.
Yeah, when you had to get that, you had to get that Game Pro magazine to show you all of the moves that Mario could do and the button combinations, motherfuckers doing backflips and handstands and all of this crazy shit. No, man, listen, man. That shit was over. That shit was
dead. That shit was dead.
And then the GameCube came out, and then Metroid. Metroid. Ooh, listen, I wasn't a. Listen, I'm gonna tell you games that I hated. I hated Mega Man. I hated Strider. I hated Metroid. I hated them flipping, side-scrolling platforms. I couldn't stand them shits, right? It just for
Mega
some
Man,
reason,
I tried for years. I mean, he was decent, but I didn't like the flip. That was the only turn off. Yeah,
I didn't like it. Strider was like, it was just Mega Man without the blaster, right? And I get it. You got to figure out which motherfucker to fight first, to fight next, to fight the other, because that's how Mega Man worked, right? You ain't going to go fight this boss now. Right. And it wasn't really no storyline. It was just go fight this motherfucker and that's it. Like it wasn't really nothing behind it. Right. So, but when Metroid came out and it was a first person game and it was it was like, so this is what Halo was supposed to be.
Yeah.
This like, oh, this is crazy. And then when they was talking about coming out with the Metroid for the new Nintendo Switch, right? I'm like, all right, because I'm thinking I'm getting a GameCube Metroid. Nope, we're going back to that side-scrolling nonsense. Now the only side-scrolling game that I played and I loved is Abe's Odyssey. For some reason, I like the motherfucking game. Like Abe Oddworld and shit. I liked the game, right? Because you wasn't doing all of that flipping. You had to think. It was a strategy game. You had to think about everything.
A strategy game, yeah.
In the foreground, in the background, you had to think. You know what I'm saying? And then you had to take control of shit. Like it was one of those. It was slow paced because every side scrolling game is like fast paced. Because it reminded me of the horror. Like I was getting PTSD from goddamn Castlevania from Nintendo.
Yeah, Castlevania was another one. It was okay, but I've liked some of the recent ones. The one with the castle with the vampire that wasn't like that, and it was almost like a flipping game, but it had that Devil May Cry feel to it. Yeah, with the swords and all that,
like Castlevania, like my bet, but like Castlevania. Remember, RoboCop was the same kind of way, right? Yeah. Remember the first Batman movie? They had the Batman game, right? The Batman game. It was like this thing. It was like this thing that every game, no one put any thought into it. They just kept punching it out. The only side-scrolling game, it was something like Sonic was like a different type of beast, right? Because you gotta break from the side scrolling. Like when you went to the bonus round and you had to get all of the rings and shit and get into the middle like a pinball. Like they broke it up and it made sense because when you change levels, it wasn't this ridiculous, all right, jump over here, but this sliding thing's going to get you, and then you're going to worry about, and you're going to hit the spikes, and then you're going to jump over here. And it's like when you play side scrollers, it's like it's the obstacles and not the enemies that's the problem. Sonic, it was the enemies. It was the speed. It was like the obstacle isn't the issue. It's the speed in which you got to get through the level. That's the issue. And it's going to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Sonic was a little bit different, right? You know what I'm saying? So it actually made sense. Now, when they start trying to 3D it and do all this extra shit, that's when you got a problem. That's when you got a problem. That's when you're doing too much.
That's kind of like Shank and the Assassin's Creed Chronicles. That's why I didn't get into the Chronicles with Russia, India, and China. That's where they fucked up at.
Yeah. Now, I'm gonna tell you a game that I played, man. You're not a gamer if you didn't play SimCity.
I play SimCity.
See, you gotta play Sims. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Sim.
I played SimCity when I was a kid in the 90s, so it ain't nothing new. So yeah.
Like Sim City, like I'm playing. I played Sim City, then I played The Sims. Like if anybody, motherfucker, you play video games.
And The
you never
Sims
played
was the
Sims.
first open world game there was, and that's when people start getting the ideas they stole from The Sims. They even tell you, and that's why Rockstar flew off. See, it was a 2D, 3D game for a while, on like upside down. Like you have to look down to see the game and how they move.
Yeah,
that's where Chinatown Wars came from. It came. See, Rockstar went back to their bag. That was old Grand Theft Auto. The first two, they were not the best to me. They were the best at its time, 2D. But when you had GTA 3, that changed the game. When they had Claude, that was a different ball game.
Yo, remember? Okay, so this is what I told everybody. I said the official death of Mortal Kombat, right? I told him the official death of Mortal Kombat is when Mortal Kombat 3 came out, right? Was it 3 or 2? I think it was 2. When Mortal Kombat 2 came out, and Killer Instinct came out at the same time. That was over. It was a wrap right there.
Yeah.
It was old because Killer Instinct was 3D, the graphics was smoother and all of that, right? And then Mortal Kombat tried to do the third one, and then they had to go into the 3D modeling thing, right? Because then you had Dead or Alive came out at the same time, right? Because it was like what? It was Tekken 3, then it was Tekken 3, and Tekken was smart because Tekken came out in the arcade, and soon as they could come out on console, they didn't wait; they came out immediately.
Right.
Yeah, right. Just you know, here's the funny part: Tekken, Street Fighter versus X-Men, and then X-Men versus Capcom, right?
Yeah.
Tekken, Street Fighter versus X-Men, X-Men versus Capcom. Basically, and then was it the Infinity? Was it the Infinity Gauntlet? Like the, you know what I mean, Marvel superheroes. They actually actually made a resurgence on the arcade pad. You know, when they remember they started selling the controller with the arcade stick at home.
Right. Yeah, I remember.
Instead of you having to use the console shit because everybody was in the arcades, right? And they had to, and then they had to, because they started having those tournaments, those fighting tournaments. Yeah. If it wasn't for those games, I tell everybody one of the greatest fighting games is Capcom, is Marvel versus Capcom.
Yeah.
You gotta say two.
Yeah, Marvel. Don't get me wrong. I love Marvel, but I like some of the Capcom characters. The only ones I like is Dante and Virgil with the DMC. That's the only ones I like. I mean, there's some good characters in Street Fighter, but when it came to those two guys, the brothers, nah, man, it's hard. Now, Marvel. Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of characters I like. Marvel. That's fun. You know, Marvel had some characters.
I'm more like. You know, when I look at it, like if someone asked me, like if we was playing a game, like if they was like, look, if you want to play a video game, you want a fighting game, and you want to have fun with some type of technicality and stuff, you can play the Capcom side of the series, like Capcom versus Street Fighter versus
that's it. And then if you have DMC, but when you have DMC on there, that's kind of hard because I like Virgil and I like Dante. Now Street Fighter, some of them fighters okay, but the rest of them they just trash. I never liked Street Fighter. I never liked Street Fighter. That's why I chose Tekken over Street Fighter. Street Fighter back in the day was my least favorite. I played that shit in arcade. I said, who made this bullshit?
Like it's like buying that shit. Yeah. And so this is what I tell somebody. I said, you know what? I said, one of the top fighting games, hands down, when you talking about knowing your shit, knowing your moveset, knowing your character, right? Knowing that your character has its weaknesses, but it has its strengths, and it's not so much of a matchup, but it's all about skill and technique.
Yeah, skill and technique.
When you play SNK games. Like,
Yeah.
you notice when, like, you remember that? Okay, like I played both versions, right? Capcom versus SNK and Capcom's version, right? And then Capcom versus SNK's version. You
Right.
know, Ryu and Ken plays totally different on the SNK version. They're more technical, and then you get more respectful. Like every
Yeah.
Street Fighter character is actually a way better character with the SNK version, right?
Of course, they had to do that, but see, when you play it on Street Fighter, it's a terrible series. I mean, they try to sell those characters. It's just like this. Tekken to me is better than Street Fighter because it stands out. You actually see techniques and whatever. So
I'm gonna tell you why I got on Tekken. I'm gonna tell you why I got on Tekken. 'Cause I played Mortal Kombat, but the reason I got on Tekken because I played Virtual Fighter and I hated it.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't stand it. I said, this game looks great at its time, right? Virtual Fighter at its time was like leaps and bounds when you're talking about graphic wise, when you're talking about a 3D game, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But the move list, it was just punch, 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 kick, spin, ring out. I was like, what the fuck is this? Because remember, Soul Calibur was the shit, but nobody was really on it like that, right? Like nobody was really on it because you had weapons, but you can do the little ring out and juggle a motherfucker all the way across the map if you did it right. People didn't know about stepping in and out of the frame yet, sidestepping. They didn't understand rolling and sidestepping, right? So I was like, because everybody was coming from that Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat shit. You know what I'm saying? You didn't understand that we live in a 3-dimensional world. You know what I'm saying? So when I looked at Virtual Fighter was like a 3D, 2D game, if you think about it, right? Because it was barely any stepping in and out of the frame, like it barely any sidestepping. So I said, man, then I went to Tekken and I saw you could actually sidestep. So basically, you didn't have the fault. You had the good shit of Soul Calibur, but you didn't have the bad shit of Soul Calibur, which was the ring out. Right? You had the 3-dimensional movements: up, down, left and right, forward and back, right? And you only had 4 buttons. And you know what I'm saying? And the move list made sense from the fighting style. It was like Tekken was like, when they designed it, they built it so fluid. Like it was just like, I got left punch, right punch, left kick, right kick, and a directional. I got a joystick. How do I get all of these moves out of this joystick? And it was like you had to learn how to set up moves, and certain moves you couldn't do unless you from rising or falling or like you're not going to normally. You can't just do this.
And then Tekken, I think the older Tekken you need a joystick. If you play without a joystick, it's a lot easier to learn the buttons, the holds. Now King's moveset, his wrestling moves, his strengths. When I play Armor King, I said, God damn, this dude is powerful. They based off from Mexico, the wrestling and all that stuff. Yeah, the luchador shit. Yeah, and then when he Armor King story, the blood in his mouth and all that stuff, the eye and all that. He trained King, and they gave him that mask and threw him in the parking lot, a drunkard. And I was like, that's cool. But that series kind of fell off. The first Armor King kind of passed away, and I forget the second one, his son, Armor King 2. You know, that right there with the movesets, their weaknesses and stuff like that. When I was into Tekken was my only fighting game I love. And then I love Mortal Kombat. I'm not gonna front. I like that one too.
Yeah.
And that was it, but Street Fighter was my least favorite. Now I've seen the other fighting games you talking about. Yeah, they're good too. But they just added Geralt in Soul Calibur in one of those newer Soul Calibur games. I said, why they add Geralt in the game and then they add other people? This is crazy. And then Monster Hunter was a good game too. It reminds you of Ark a little bit, but they try to be like Witcher 3. I was attempting to get that on PS4. Yeah.
Yeah, Monster Hunter is one of them type of games. Like I played it. Monster Hunter is like what is it? Like Monster Hunter is like was it Souls? Was it what's that hard ass fucking game they got on fucking they made Death Soul, whatever the fuck they call that shit. Where it's hard when you play the game and you fight a little low level monster, you go around the corner and niggas like plus 99. Like,
Yeah.
that's what Monster Hunter is. It's a frustrating game, but it's rewarding, right? Because you gotta track down the monster, you gotta whip his ass, you got a certain time, and then the motherfucker run away. And then you gotta go find the motherfucker. Like they do say it's better to play Monster Hunter in a team. And then another monster
it's better with a team,
yeah. Another monster can come in and fuck it all up. So Monster Hunter is pretty good, man. Like that's what I said. Is it's like they got good games out there. Like what was the other game? The game it was Guilty Gear. When Guilty Gear came out in the States, you know what I mean? And here's the funny part, right? When we play Guilty Gear, right? This is when you had to go to Blockbuster to rent the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right. Nobody was talking about it. We would just pick random games that we thought was cool to go home and play them, right? Because you only got it for the weekend. So if you ain't like it, you just get it shit. You know, you take the shit back, right? Of course you.
Right.
So when I play Guilty Gear, I'm like, who is this dude? And we was playing it, and by mistake, I did the move where I threw the sword. It was so bad, guy, and the ground just blew the fuck up, right? I'm like, oh shit, this is like the cool. Guilty Gear is another game as a fighting game. That's the shit. It's technical. You just ain't gonna sit up there and just get on the controller and just be pulling shit out your ass, right? Actually, what was the Deathstalkers was good too. But they didn't, you know what I mean? It's technical. You just ain't going to just play the game. And I did notice that Westerners that play fighting games, the reason we're on Street Fighter like that much, like Street Fighter doesn't do well in Japan at all.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It's a terrible game.
They just make it because because the Westerners like.
Yeah, see, Japanese, they'll tell you a secret. One of them told me in the workplace they rather play Tekken than that. Like I said, they like Mortal Kombat too a little bit, but they do like them other fighting games. Like I said,
SNK,
SNK, all that. But Tekken, they'll fuck with you like that if you actually want to fuck with those games. They'll give you one.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this like real hard, right? There's nothing like this is what I used to do when I was, you know what I mean, when I was in the Navy, right? I used to sit up there, and we had these arcades outside of in the bar area in front of the base. So it'll be a Wednesday, you know, I'm off work, I ain't got shit to do, right? 20-year-old in Japan, it's Wednesday, midday of the week. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be on the base or something, but I want to relax. I would literally take out $40. I would take out $40, and this is how I would break down the $40. $4.50 was for dinner. That's my beef bowl, right? The rest of the money, right? $10 is going to my 6 tall ass Chuhas. The rest of everything else is me breaking down into coins so I can go ahead and get on them damn Tekken sticks against these Japanese dudes, right? And I'm up here giving work. I'm giving work. I'm giving hands tax free. I'm giving these hands like Paul. Like, you know what didn't do well in Japan? Tekken Tag. Tekken Tag did not do well in Japan.
Yeah, Tekken Tag term. Yeah, they didn't like it. Well, they're so used to the first two, and the reason they didn't well, like I read an article about, they just didn't like the moves, and they was trying to reach it, and the story fell off. You know, that's what they was hurt by it. You know, and I get it. You know, Japanese have a weird way of looking at games, but I get it. They like story games that are accurate, which is cool. That's one thing I like about Japanese people. At least they pick their games right. You know, that's why Xbox thinks, because America's different. We like this role playing, wild, silly shit. Yeah, crazy shit, because we're insane. They respect that because that's what we like. It just ain't gonna sell in their country. But you know, I get it.
I'm gonna tell you what it really. I'm gonna tell you for the gamers. You know what it is. This is this was the real problem. What they don't like, and this is why, like in Japan, the Capcom versus X-Men, the Capcom versus Marvel, and all of that. The reason why those didn't work because it was a team fighting game, right? Because even when you think about it in Japan, right? Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
You can't call in a team member to save your ass while you getting them hands put on.
Oh yeah.
It's just ingrained in them. That's just dishonorable than a motherfucker. Like, yo, I'm putting these hands on you, then you gonna call a motherfucker in. It's like you getting jumped. You know what I'm saying? Like you getting jumped. It's like the coward's way out, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like that's the way, like, you know, if you fight in a fighting game, like even in Japan, you don't stand next to the person. You're not next to the person when you're on the sticks. Like they have their own console on the other side. So when you go to the arcade to battle, right, you got your screen and your shit, and then they sit on the other side of you. So ain't no mistake a nigga just hit your hand while you was trying to go for the last move and hit the button. Like y'all ain't standing next to each other. Y'all are actually facing off with each other. So you got your own full screen. Y'all getting it. Y'all doing whatever y'all need to do. So that's really why Tekken Tag didn't take off. Now Tekken 3 was the shit. Tekken 4, they was cool with it because you was introducing different characters. They didn't like Tekken 5. They didn't.
Yeah,
like
Tekken 5 didn't do well, and then there's Tekken 6. I don't know, it did all right.
The problem they got with Tekken 5 and Tekken 6 is the characters that you brought in, right? It was well rounded.
Yeah.
Tekken 6, you nerfed those characters. You bumped certain other characters, right? Because like Mudak was made to basically when they gave King that new move set.
Yeah, that new move
set. Grab in Tekken 4 and just snatch your ass out of anything.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Everybody was kind of complaining about that, but people stopped when they learned, oh, that sway back punch that Steve got. He's for King. Oh, he was specifically put there for King. Oh, I get it. Okay, so then Murdoch was there specifically to fuck King up, right? Okay,
right.
You get it, right? Then you had old dude with the rings on his arms, right?
Oh yeah.
Raven? He was nice. Like he had
Raven was deep. Yeah, he's cool. I played Tekken 4. I have the Dark Resurrection on my PS3. Yeah, he's a beast.
So he was up there, he's stomping, hitting the ground, blah, blah, blah. The moves got a little bit better. You gave people extra moves. You tuned Paul down just a tad that he's not that annoying.
Yeah.
You tuned him down just a tad, which was cool in Tekken 4, right? Because he no longer had that heat-seeking the heat-seeking Phoenix punch, where as soon as he said, "Oh," you getting hit with the motherfucker. Like if he's in range, you can roll. In Tekken 3, I ain't gonna lie. That swing back Phoenix.
Yeah, he was a beast in Tekken 3. That's when Paul had that facial hair. But in the first two games, Paul did not have that facial hair. He was young. He was massive. A big motherfucker.
Because he's supposed to be the age of Law's dad. Because I think Tekken 3, what was it? It's Force Law. Remember, like the first two.
Force Law, that was his father. And his father was Martial Law, and Force Law
was in Tekken 3.
He was in Tekken 3, and he was in Tekken Tag Tournament as well. But if you had the Laws in the tag team, they had the same moveset. It was no different. Force Law is cool. Don't get me wrong.
So then you was like, all right, then they tuned down Eddie, so he's not so
Eddie Guerrero.
They took certain things like certain connection moves. You would notice it if you played with him. So when
Yeah,
you
I
got-
played them. They took down a lot in Tekken 4, which they did because Eddie was overpowered in the third game. He had
Yeah.
the copper whale, and then he had the there was another, it's a female, and his they trying to say his brother Tiger. Well, Tiger was cool. I mean, that was it. But outside of
listen, Tiger, listen, I tell motherfuckers like this, right? If you gave me a choice between Eddie and the alter ego Tiger with the platforms,
yeah,
Tiger is way better than the other Eddie because everything that Eddie moves, there's certain moves that Eddie does that don't connect. You got to get off your hands. You got to stand there. Tiger, everything connects. You can start off with one move and end up with a move.
You just keep on going with it. You just keep on going with it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then was it Hwang? Like Tekken 3? Paul was like Hwang's nemesis. Because the only thing you had to do was keep sweeping his fucking leg with Paul. Like,
Paul was beast. Paul, his throws, his punches, and his kicks, I know all of them. And that dude is a beast. Yeah, he can counter like a motherfucker. Yeah. You can outwork him with Kazuya all day. But see, he's close to Kazuya because they're peers. You know, these dudes is barbaric. If you play the first two games, you understand why they would. I use them a lot more than anything, and martial law. I used everybody. Every character I've used and tried movesets, they were decent. Now, King is kind of like my top 5 because I love the wrestling. Now, his mentor, Armor King, was a beast. Now, I like that Armor King. Yeah, that power slam.
Armor King, like I tell people, like if you play, like Armor King plays like Tekken 2 King, right?
Yeah.
You know,
but if you play the first Tekken and Armor King, he was a beast. The way he slammed, they played the same, and him and King had the same movesets. But the Armor 2 King plays like Tekken 1. That's why he fights like that, you know. And it's still the same, but King is different. He had a totally different moveset in number 3, and I was like, "What the fuck?" But the power slams, it was cool though. Don't get me wrong, it was cool, it was catchy. I used to have that game, and then they used the same one in Tekken Tag Tournament, based off of number 3, because Tekken Tag Tournament and 3 they was around the same time. Yeah, around the same time. And then what people forget, in Tekken 4, they upgraded their moves, so they had to cut some things out. That, and you know, if you play Dark Resurrection, that's what that whole thing was about. You know, but number 5 and 6, it was stale. But number 7, they brought it out.
Now the thing about, see, here's the thing here was the thing I didn't like. This is why people didn't like 5 and 6. They nerfed they nerfed the stays, the mainstay characters, right?
Yeah.
Changed up their moves, nerfed them. Then they brought these new characters in, right? And they made you play with these new characters. Right? Made you, like, you was forced to play with them, right? And then they did all of this build up with Jin, right? Remember in 4, like, Jin had Kazuya's moves and his mom June's move, right?
Yeah,
he was like this perfect.
Yeah, Jin Kasama. Yeah, he's a beast. Right? Yeah,
he was a beast, right? And he had, you know what I mean? He was power. He had that Mishima power, but he had that fluidity from his mom, right?
Yeah, the Kazama, the kicks and all that.
Yeah, so he had all of that, right? Then in 5 and 6, they fucked him. They fucking nerfed him. They did all of this.
Zone fighter, yeah.
And then they forced you to play with these new characters, which was good, but they was overpowered. And what everybody really had a problem with was they nerfed the fuck out of Brian. Now, people let it go in
Brian Fury. Yeah.
Because they let it go because they finally gave Bruce his love, right? Like,
Bruce Herbert. Yeah, he's a beast too. Yeah. Right? They upgraded him on number 4. And I think what you're saying right now, 5 and 6. Oh, man, he's a beast.
So it was all about these side characters and all these new motherfuckers, right? Then you get to 7, right? And then they say, okay, we're going to level it out. And then they put Akuma in there, right?
Yeah.
I didn't want to play 7 because how dare you bring a motherfucker that's known for projectiles into a game where it's only certain bosses that got projectiles. And
Right.
you got to do a certain move set to do the projectile, right? It's you got to know the character. It's not like the projectile is going to save you. Akuma can sit up there and throw fireballs all fucking day. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? He can demon crush your ass. Like, you know what I mean? And I did like the thing that you got a special move now. Like, I see where they're going. I didn't like it because, you know, being a Tekken purist, you don't got a special move. Your special move is your skill and your technique. Like, you do have a move that'll silence some shits. Like you know, Paul's Phoenix Punch, Hayachi's like thunder fucking stomp.
Yeah.
You know, King grabs you and he does the fucking death roll, the death cradle and shit.
Yeah, and the power slam. Yeah.
Yeah, like Yoshimitsu when he does that stab forward with his sword.
The sword and the kick. Yeah.
Yeah, the kick. Like everybody had.
He has so many movesets I've used. Yoshimitsu wasn't no joke.
Man, Yoshimitsu was the truth, man. You know what my cousin would do? Because he used to fight me with Yoshimitsu. He's pretty Tekken 3. He was really good at it. He would do the shark attack. Yeah. Where he'd start the combo off and then he'll dive into you. But you know how does everybody do the thing where they either stab you or they'll like stab themselves, right?
Yeah.
What he would do is he would do the shark attack, spin around and grab your face.
Yeah.
To get his health back up, then stab himself, then kick you in the leg, punch you up, and then grab your face again. You're dead, but he stabbed himself, but he got his power back, right?
Yeah, it's just like if you play him in the first game, oh my god, the Hanya mask with the red hair with the horns, and then the actual if you played the regular, he had the Hanya mask with the metal. That was Yoshimitsu. That was classic Yoshimitsu. Yeah. Now, if you played him in Tekken 2, it was a little different. He had the samurai hat, and then he had the mask, right? Same with the metal, but if you played him in the first game, he had to hang your mask. That's why the first game holds dear to me, just like the second, because both of them are favorites. And the same movesets. He was violent on that one, and then I saw it on the demo. I said, "Man, he's vicious," you know, with that sword. That's what made him unique. And then his partner, Kunimitsu, a rival, a female, she was in that first one. And the second game, they sound the same in the first game, but the second game had the female side. This is when they add the female sound. That's why Tekken 2 got so popular. And then when they had to make the third one, that changed the whole story for what it was, man. And that just shows you that Tekken was the shit. It fell off, like you said, 5 and 6, and most people say 7. I agree, because number 7 was like, you know, I didn't get that one, you know.
Yeah, like people like that's what I'm saying. Like 7 was pretty good. I'm like, and you could tell 7 was made strictly to play people online. Like it was right. There was, you know, I mean,
you got to blame GTA 5 for that. They forcing other game companies to play online, like the fighting games in the sandbox, because online is the thing now. Because online gaming has been around forever. See, the first-person shooters is getting kind of stale, so they had to do something different to add to the game, just like Xbox. But Xbox, if you want to play online third-person shooters, play Gears. Gears got the best. Now, number 5 is selling like it ain't nothing. I just got 2 skins and 2 people and the guns and stuff. I just played number 5 recently and finished the story again on the plus. And you get to play that girl too, because her mother's the queen again. Because if they made number 6, they're going to have to start with the story with the queen again. Because I played the 5th game. Because at the end you got to kill the monster with the rail guns. And then the tricky part is you got to shoot those tongues like you did in that Red Desert. That was very tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I looked at man, like I played Gears. I think was it this? It was on 360 when 360 came out. Which one was it?
Yeah, I mean, I played the first one when they did the Ultimate Collection on here on the Xbox One when I got it 2 years ago, and it was a 360 game too. They have the 360 game with the first one and the second one, the third one. Now I played the second one on 360 on the Xbox One version. Then I played the third one. That's when you defeat the queen. The fourth game is his son, JD. JD had hair on his head, right? And JD was the protagonist in that game. But I knew the 5th game they was gonna go with the female, the girl. She was cold. And the reason they did her right in this one, because her mother, she, so-called killed her mother, but she turned into the queen. She didn't realize that little locust symbol. She took it off her chain at the end in the 5th game. That's a spoiler. That's going to be the future game. It will be her mom. They will have to go to the queen like they did in the 2nd game and destroy. See, it's an even number. Think about it. It was in the 2nd game in the even number. So they did invade and destroy the locusts. They'll do the same thing and kill her like in the 3rd game. Now, if they do make another 7, they might kill the queen that way. Because if number 6, if they don't kill her, they'll do some weird shit. She's gonna be the standard, because since we don't know what happened to JD and that nigga, because the nigga, what's his name? I forgot his name. Shit, you got to choose one if they die. If JD dies, the nigga be the main character. If the nigga dies, it'll be JD. So you know what it is.
Nigga, the only nigga in the future. We don't know his name, but nigga
in the future. But he was in the 4th game though. No, his name is Dale. My fault. Dale. Dale was in the 4th game. But if you choose between Dale and JD at the ending of it, you'll realize one of them. See, JD will help you out in the end of the game. I don't know what happens if you choose Dale, because I think I choose him twice to go around. I might have to play the 5th one again, because JD, if he dies, if you choose him, if he dies, that means Dale will be that character of these next 2 games. It's interesting with Gears. So, like Dale and JD, that's fucked up how they did it at the end. One of them has to die. It's a choice. Because the queen comes in when you had the Hammer of Dawns and stuff like that. And that's what the whole 5th game was about. So they're like, all right. And I was like, God damn, that's just some weird shit. And she's the protagonist. She's the protagonist.
Yeah, she's a protagonist. I'm like, but you already know, man. Like, it's like, I played Gears of War, man. When I played it, I was like, yeah, this ain't my cup of tea, man. There's too much going on here. It's just I didn't like the aesthetic and how it looked.
I like the story. That's the only thing I liked about it. That if I had to play Gears, I like the chainsaw gun. That's it. And now online, a lot of people say it's fun. I haven't played online. I know it's fun because if I knew the cover systems and killing the locusts is cool, dog. The locusts had some good weapons. The hammer burst. It's like shit. They the 5th game, the reason it's my favorite, I like when you travel that red desert, the ice and the way you find those monsters. I did not like the part where you had to kill that thing that looks like the queen running around trying to smash you. You had to shoot its back, and that robot. It's just fucking crazy. What's going on, Anti-Socialite? Salute. And it's just it was annoying, but the red desert with the nukes and shit, that was my favorite. I'm just sorry. I mean, that red sand, that's a whole nother beast.
Yeah, that's that's what it says, man. Like video games, and it's like, that's what it says is a great conversation to have. And you were saying this earlier, like 1.0 video games was a part of 1.0. And the reason why is like, why it's not a part of 2.0? I said the reason why it's not a part of 2.0 and 3.0, right, is because 1.0 understood, what they were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is not just only a space about talking about relationships, but it's a space about men congregating, because that's only like 1/10 of what men actually talk about. We talk about sports, we talk about politics,
everything,
we talk about everything else.
Yeah.
And 2.0, because it was that thing. Like, what's the thing? Oh, you can't get no broad because of
it's pussy driven.
You fucking with them damn video games. Even though
it all started. You was talking about football, right? NFL and the NBA, and then and Wacky came through in the string. I might have to watch this again. And
man, we got
the replay. And that was like an hour or two. And I think where then he came at. I'm gonna check it in my chat. Hold on here on StreamYards, because he came in where the magic thing, and it was a good little pushback, a little debate, but how it was.
He made some great points. Like, I can't deny the points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he made great points, and he knew you made some great points. The Magic and Larry. Yeah, it all started around 9:12 p.m. I know it's 1:28 a.m. right now, Monday morning, but man, it's been good points, but And I was looking at it like, you know, UD came through. So yeah, I started out 10 out the box already.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, it's up and down. So,
So-
you know,
Yeah, man. Like this, I'm like, this man, great stream, man. Like this is like, you know, I know, like I saw that from Abba and Preach because it was like, you know, they dropped the video about cancer. Like
yeah, MTR. Yeah, I
and
saw
then
that.
I was
earlier.
like, who they talking about? And,
The
then I saw
tutorials
who-
guy.
Yeah,
the
Mediocre
tutorials guy.
Tutorials.
And I think Kuda did one too. Now Ramil did one on him earlier in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And that early in the morning and the afternoon, and then I had to go out and get something to eat. And he was talking about him and the cancer. And then you had this doctor I mentioned earlier in the stream, this wannabe, and then Body caught him for lying because you don't know if he's a life or death. And I think Red Sings the Blues, I saw his first I saw his after Ramil, my fault. There's a pre-record, and he mentioned him later in the evening of yesterday, and it was like I shared the stream, and he was talking about that in the men health, and he promised he was gonna go to the doctor, same with me. And it's some serious thing. And Kuda did 2 streams on. He did 2-hour streams I shared, and he said he talked about it, and then in the prayers, and he did one as a show to him, a tribute. So he did like 2 shows on that. So yeah, it's all good. He'll probably talk about it probably tomorrow or whatever. He ain't gonna do it right now. He's probably tired. He's probably worrying about that shit. So I'll give him probably around
I think Mediocre
a day.
I think Mediocre, I remember him mentioning it like I think it was like 2020.
Yeah, they did a collab with him. I think it was Albert Preach collab with him. And I think who else collabed with him? Ramil, and that was it. And I think he got interviewed RSB. I think he interviewed Mediocre Tutorials as well.
Yeah, he was on a couple. I remember he was on a couple. And I think he did one with Kevin Samuels. But I remember Mediocre mentioning something about that. Like it was. I think he mentioned that he had a lump down there. He went to the doctor. Then they said it was benign. It wasn't nothing to worry about at the time because it was so small or whatever, yada. And then I guess he went to go back and check, and recently it actually turned into something. But the same thing is when he was talking about it was around COVID. So even if he did have it and they could have caught it, they wasn't trying to waste the manpower for that at the time. Like a lot of people's finding that out. Like they were actually prioritizing the COVID people more than people that had something wrong with them that could have been prevented. You know what I'm saying? So and they were giving people like diagnoses, like they were actually like there was a couple of hospitals that they actually were suing. Just saying that the doctors were downplaying their actual diagnosis because people were actually getting second and third opinions. And they were finding out that they actually had something, and that the hospitals they were prioritizing the Rona cases, and the doctors was getting them out of there because they was getting short-staffed and all this other stuff. So people were actually going to private practitioners, paying the extra money to find out what's going on with them, because nobody was doing anything. Like they actually secured like any type of surgeries was actually secured during that time. Like people couldn't get surgeries. Their surgeries were pushed back. Like, and this was worldwide. Like if it had nothing to do with Rona, you wasn't getting some shit unless you was always on the list and there's some life threatening, you about to die tomorrow type shit. Like this is actually facts. The thing about it, he caught it at the right time. He might get a testicle removed. You know what I'm saying?
He's going through a procedure right now. I heard that from Red Sings of Blues. He said that earlier.
Yeah, he probably get the testicle removed. But even if they fuck with it just a little bit, remove it from whatever, I'm like he's going to be on testosterone treatment for the rest of his life. And you know what I'm saying? So. You know, it's the thing, man. Like you know
Ramil mentioned remember one guy had kids with one testicle. Yeah, it's possible because you have one sperm. You're on that. You're on a pill to do that. And most people don't do it, but some can. Yeah. I ain't gonna risk that. You know, he
Yeah.
he could have got that from his uses of, I don't know what he does as extra activities that he does. It could be drinking, or it's hereditary. I mean,
Yeah.
hereditary.
I'm like, it's
You
cancer.
know,
I'm like, you don't
yeah,
know.
it's cancer.
Like, it's a cancer.
And it
cell.
could run in the family, you know, because
Yeah.
he ain't telling the whole story. The MTR guy, he ain't telling
Yeah,
the whole
I'm
story.
like, you know what I mean? But even still, cancer is cancer. Like, you know, there's people that don't smoke, don't do nothing like that.
Yeah,
and
that's
end
true.
up with cancer. So it's like,
And I'll tell you why the ones that don't do that, it could be hereditary in the family. That's probably
Yeah.
genetic,
Yeah.
and it could be your diet. And the reason, I ain't saying unhealthy or healthy diet. It's a possible you can get it, but if you don't
Yeah.
take care of your stuff down there, you can easily
Yeah.
damage stuff. Yeah, you can get cancer. Anything can turn to cancer. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's a possibility because we don't know what he did. You know, because sometimes they got these new tech shit with the, you know, the health stuff. When I did the research on the oxytocin, I tell Mike, they're scanning shit what happened to you when you're younger, and that shit catches up when you turn into cancer. You be like, what the fuck? And then, you know, that stuff, the context, a lot of that stuff can turn into things that you never really thought they can turn into cancer. You know, and in the food, it's a combination a lot, because it could be the air you breathe. It's a lot of shit. You know, and then they got it's the tech, and the military is being sophisticated, and the doctors now they got to treat you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like COVID is exposing. There's a cure for AIDS, which it is colloid silver. It's expensive, just like with the autism and things like that. It costs like billions and trillions of dollars, and most billionaires said, "We're not going to do that. That's your problem, not our problem." You know, if you get the pills,
until they get it,
you know,
and then they get the colloid silver, or they pull it, and then that, and you know, and that is basically broke down with, you know what I mean, with you know what I'm saying, that explains why Magic Johnson is straight. Like, you know, motherfuckers like, oh shit,
he don't have it. New Jack said it best. He don't have it. That's why he's bouncing around, twirling and shit. And like,
you know, nigga gained more weight with AIDS supposedly than when he was in the league. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
This nigga head gets bigger every year. I swear.
Yeah.
What
the fuck?
This nigga, if you showed him a picture of Magic Johnson right now, and you told them that he played the sport, what sport, you would say NFL, not NBA.
Like, what the fuck? We know it's NBA, but most people will say
they never know if they don't know what the sport is. If you look at Magic Johnson, like right now, like Magic Johnson looks like was a old dude that used to play for the Steelers, that strong ass nigga.
You talking about Cordell Stewart? Yeah.
No. He looked like old dude to play for the Steelers, the big dude. He can't even wear a suit when he does like commentary. James Harrison. You know,
James Harrison.
That nigga was strong as shit for no reason. Man. That nigga's just strong. Like he's just
strong. That nigga strong.
Like the only reason he ain't in the league because he got too slow. But he's strong. But you know what I mean. But at the same time, like, yeah, man, is you know, he, of course, you know what I mean, he said, like, you know, I'm glad he put out the message for dudes to get out there, but you can't go see the doctor if you ain't got no health insurance.
Yeah.
See, that's the first. See, okay, so real quick, right? So you know, old dude that played Ezel, is whatever, and Friday he died, right?
Yeah, Anthony Johnson.
Okay, so his wife is up there, right? Trying to run a guilt trip, right? On people talking about, if y'all really is fans, y'all would help out with the funeral arrangements, blah 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 blah, right?
Right.
And I like Willie D, right? You know what I mean, from Ghetto Boys, you know what I'm saying? Right. So, you know, he you know, I like when he does his little segments, and he was talking, and he said, I didn't do a good, if my family is up here begging the public to take care of my funeral arrangements and people know who I am and I'm famous as I am, then my family ain't shit and I ain't shit to set it in motion where they wouldn't have to do that. Right? And I was like, and I typed in there and I said, yes, wealth is passed down through death. Most wealth is passed down through death, right? That means, but that's what life insurance is for.
Yeah.
Like, this is like, see, this is the problem. And I'm gonna say this, right? And people don't talk about this shit. Like, people don't talk about this shit in the space, right? They don't talk about medical, like health insurance and life insurance. How many of these niggas walking around without a life insurance policy as we speak?
Ain't that many.
Right? It's a lot of them. They ain't got no life insurance policies. And life insurance policies is cheaper. It's cheaper than putting gas in your car.
Yeah, it's very cheap. You can get that
It's
right
a
now.
monthly. I'm like, you spend more for Netflix and a Hulu subscription than you do for life insurance. And the life insurance is going to bury you without putting any strain on anybody. Right? And it's going passed down to take care of whatever residual bills you got. Because them bills don't just magically go away when you die. Somebody got to pay that last month's rent in that house you was in. Like, the landlord don't care if you died. You still got to pay rent this month, nigga.
Yeah,
Like,
you still got to pay. Yeah.
You got to turn them lights, gas, your car. Like, a lot of dudes don't even know you're supposed to, when you get a bank loan, make sure they put in a clause in case of death, the loan does not be passed on to the next of kin. Now, they going to have to get that car back up. It's going to have to, the bank comes and confiscate the car. Like, I'm like, when you get over a certain age, like, listen, like, we had life insurance policies. Especially as a black man, you need a life insurance policy. I don't care. Like, you're a black man, you need a life insurance policy. Matter of fact, if you're a black man, you put life insurance policies over your kids, especially your boys. You need to put life insurance policy. You can put life insurance policies over children. You know what I'm saying? You put them policies over, especially, listen, there should not be a black man walking around in the world without a life insurance policy on them past the age of 16. These are facts.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, past the age of 12, actually. But 16 is usually where you get the life insurance policy. So if I got a life insurance policy on me. My kids got my sons, they got life insurance policies on them. Everybody got life insurance policy.
Yeah, I believe I have one is myself. I said I think my dad put one on us.
Healthcare, you got to kind of get in where you fit in, you know, because these packages ain't too good, man. Like for y'all, that's horrible. Like what I'm saying? That's horrible.
Yeah, I believe I'm on some life insurance. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I have.
But I'm like, but you can get more than one policy. You can double up your coverage. You don't have to. You know what I mean? You can have multiple life. People don't get that. You can have multiple life
insurance. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting another one too, so I can double up. Yeah,
I'm like, because you can have one life insurance policy to cover your funeral arrangements. You got your other life insurance policy to cover whatever bills, and then you know what I mean? Or you get that policy to take care of, you know, your children. You know what I'm saying? Pass that down, life insurance and all that other stuff. So you're looking at people that had some type of form of wealth. Like, yeah, he wasn't rich, but he wasn't like the next nigga broke. Hope not. Hope he wasn't, right? You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was a 6-figure dude, you know what I mean? Still, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Or whatever. But with that being said, that shit is a shame where you got your woman up there begging people online to donate to a dude that we seen in films, that we see doing stand-up, that was on stage and all of this other stuff. Like,
that's what happens. I mean, if you're a nigga like him, he ain't got no support. Just like Kuda said, they're only there for the moment. You know, just like GMT told him about the Angerman thing. Like, and then they just leave you hanging.
Yeah, like, you know, like but see, that's what I'm saying, man. Like that was the whole point. Is that, you know, I see the brother, you know, like, you know, going to the doctor. Yeah, go to the doctor. But the problem is, for most of these brothers running around here, they can't afford to go to the doctor, because if they go to the doctor, that's 2 paychecks. You got to pay that deductible. And most of these brothers running around here in the space ain't got no health insurance and no life insurance. These are facts.
That's so true.
Like, but we spend too many time crying about the bitches. I bet you these bitches got health and life insurance.
Of course, they're protected.
You know what I'm saying? But they go and get it. They still got to pay for it. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. So They got to pay for it because they can't be running around if the children.
And you know, another secret is most black men don't want to pay for no bitches' life insurance and health. You know why? Because they I'm saying the marriage wise. Now we can. Now some of us can, but I'm saying the majority of these dudes that hate these women that say if they're married, right? They do not want to pay their wives and kids' health insurance. They're selfish, man. Because I've seen this a lot in certain families, and the reason they don't because. I don't want to say they less of a man. They just don't want to do the work because yes, you're going to have to take care of your health. Yeah, you take care of yourself and the family. But see, this is how it's done by design. When the government stepped in, they taught us not to do that, but they don't realize it backfire. That works with everybody. See, COVID exposes who don't have insurance or not. You know, I don't trust any insurance, but life insurance is probably the best one. Yeah, I can trust it covers everything, you know. And health insurance is a joke. See, black people have a history of not trusting the medical industry, and that's another reason. That right there, and then the woman. See, the woman, she's gonna get it in paper regardless. But if her husband don't want to pay for her shit, that's a problem, you know. And that's another problem why we don't. We're so damn stubborn. We don't want to take care of ourselves. And if you make that type of money, you know, you should. I don't care how rich you are. If you don't have any health insurance, I can't respect that. Now, I get the poor man not having money. You know, we can help him out pitch in there to help him get his feet wet. But when it comes to the guy that's wealthy, dude, you got to take care of your fucking self. That money's not coming with you.
And that's what I mean. And I'm gonna tell you this, sir. Right? This is probably the real reason why niggas don't want to pay for their health insurance when they got a woman, they got kids, right?
Right.
Because when they grew up, right? Now I'm saying this. A lot of these dudes that grew up without a father in the home, right? You knew you had health insurance, right? Or that free healthcare plan that HMO shit started to kick in the mid 80s, 90s and shit. Like niggas in it finally could get it because the white folk was getting it already, right? When you got hurt or you got sick, just put some testing on it. But then when you start getting the flu or something like that and you was took into the hospital, you start seeing more black people in the hospital and these free clinics start popping up in the hood around like the mid 80s to like you know what I mean, like to the early 90s, right? But before that, everybody was you had to be like broken arm, like, you know what I'm saying? Like black people didn't go to the hospital because they couldn't afford to. When they started putting that health care and you got to have health insurance and the shit and the doctors start charging a lot of money, black people stay their ass out of the hospital, right?
Yeah.
So that's the reason right there. Two, every time something's wrong with the kid, the woman gonna run their ass to the hospital. I got insurance, right? I got insurance. And shit, hey, man, I don't feel so good. Let's go to the hospital, nigga. Ain't nobody trying to do a $50 copay because you wasn't paying attention. You wasn't home, and you just thought. And he up there eating cold ass pizza in the goddamn refrigerator from a week ago because your ass ain't fucking feeding the child because you too busy living your best life. Ain't nobody trying to pay a $50 copay for that, for stupid shit. And if somebody want to kind of debate me on that, nigga, I'm married. My wife ain't black. We got health insurance. My kids go to she go to the hospital. My kids go to the hospital for any little stupid thing.
I go to the doctor too. So you know, I got insurance myself, even my family. So I'm covered.
They go to the doctor for any stupid thing. Like my son sneezing bad and shit. Hey man, grab some allergy medicine. No, my wife taking him to the hospital. Nigga got allergy medicine in the fucking in the thing, right? But,
he's got allergy medicine, and you can still go to hospital. You can do both.
You can do both, but the difference is that here, when he goes to the hospital, even though he has insurance, you know, family insurance, he's under 18. He don't pay for shit, right? That's incentivization. He doesn't pay for shit. We pay like an extra $10 a month for our health care, right? If I go to the hospital, right, I'm only paying $20 to see the doctor on copay, right? Nigga, that's $50, $60, $70, $100. Nigga, you ain't got no insurance. You paying more than that, depending on which doctor you go see, right? And then you paying the fucking deductible every month. You know how much money I pay for me? Like, okay, the most I've actually ever paid for health insurance. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't had to pay health insurance. Like, really, I didn't have to pay health insurance until 2008.
Right.
Right, because I was in the military. You don't pay for health insurance. It's free, right? You know what I'm saying? So I didn't have to pay health insurance till 2008. Me and my wife was working, 3 kids. The most we ever paid a month, well, we don't pay it every month in Japan. You pay it every 3 months, right? Was $250 every 3 months. With a 25% deductible. Your health insurance is covered by 75%. Universal health care. See how that works?
Yeah, I see how that works.
So that's the incentivization. So the healthcare system is set up just to suck people dry, right? Like everywhere else in the world is some type of universal health care, right? They don't have it in the US, right? So it goes off of how much you make and all this other stuff. But at the most, there's nobody paying the basic premium for healthcare in the US per month is about $300. And that's a single person in good health. That's $300. That's Medicaid and Medicare. I'm talking about paying $250 with a family of 5. If you think about it, 5 people under one roof, and it's $250 every 3 months. And that's why niggas don't want to go to the doctor or have health insurance. Because if you're paying $300 a month, that's lights, water, gas, cable. But then here's the other problem.
Yeah.
That $300 a month that you're saving on no health insurance, which you're not, you're still eating like you need to be in the fucking hospital getting a triple bypass surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not.
And they're not going to spend money on health insurance because if they don't have the money like these celebrities and things like that, yeah, they're gonna die. That's done on purpose. I see why health insurance. Yeah, that's why I don't like the health industry. The insurance industry is trash. It should be revised into life and health is one. You know what I'm saying? They both matter. You know, your diet and all that. That's designed by the top, and our system ain't shit. That's why we need to get rid of it and make it. It needs to be one. Like for one, have one, because Japan, theirs is okay, but it's still you're following our ways of system. You're no different than we are, even though you're fast in technology, but that shit can kill you long term. And I think they're up on it, which is smart with this COVID shit, and Koreans, they smart. US is so damn stubborn. That's the issue. They like say, "Whoa, I'm American. I can live forever." No, motherfucker, you ain't gonna last 300 years. Me and Mike V talked about this nation will not last if the way we're going on all races, especially black people. You're done. You're done with the dieting and stuff. It's despicable.
Like, but it's about this. I'm like, it's like I said, it's
done by design. Yeah, and that's why I don't cry and complain about it, because that's like, these niggas don't want to do shit, no, especially in these spaces, because it's obvious their background.
Yeah, well, I'm like,
that's why I'm not mad why they don't have health insurance. That's just on them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and then you think about it like this, right? Okay, all right. The average Japanese person lives, on average, to be 85 to 88 years of age.
Exactly.
Average, right? Japan and Italy has the longest life expectancy of any first world country. It's you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So what's the difference? Yeah. Well, Italians don't work as hard and Japanese work harder, right? 6-day work week, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14-hour days. So how in the fuck do they live so long? Diet, food choices, infrastructure. And what I mean is, in most cities in America, the way that you get around they're changing this, right? But the way that you get around is by car, or by public transportation that is by bus, right? Trains are different because you have to walk platform to platform and switch platforms, and you're standing up and you're on the move. Whereas a bus, you're sitting down and you're riding, and then, you know what I'm saying, and whatever, right? You're not really moving around and walking unless you work in the service industry, right? Like, you work in the service industry and stuff like that, right? So then you're talking about, what are you eating? You know, the food that you're eating. I didn't notice this until my wife pointed it out to me. I go into Japanese. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that one day. I'm gonna do that. I think I should do that. I should make a video about the differences between the Japanese supermarket and the U.S. supermarket, so people can see it. Right.
Right.
I think
you should. Yeah.
If you go into a U.S. supermarket, if you go into a Japanese supermarket, right, the frozen section is small as fuck. 50% of a supermarket in the U.S. is dedicated to preserved goods.
Processed goods, huh?
Processed, canned, freeze-dried, and frozen. And most of the frozen stuff is entrees. Shit you throw in the microwave, hit the button, heat it up, right? It's not like you're freezing like your meats.
Yeah.
Or your dairy products like your ice creams and stuff, and your chickens and stuff like that, right? Even though they already got hormones pumped up into their ass, right? Now you're freezing shit. Now you got to unfreeze it. Now, you know, fresh and frozen, you can debate that all day, but most people are grabbing the entrees. Like, you know, I remember growing up, the meats would be missing first before the entrees. Now, the entrees, you'll open the freezer to look in the entree section to grab you something quick, and the shit is out of stock. But you see all the you see bags of meat and chicken legs and shit hanging out of the thing because ain't nobody buying them because people ain't cooking. Right? Yeah. Then I remember going through the produce section. Most of the produce would be missing, right? You're talking about your vegetables and your shit. You can go through the supermarket at any time of the day, and the shit's packed because people don't know how to cook basic vegetables. They don't. And they don't have the time to cook it because they get home and they ain't trying to cook it because their brain is fried. It's not that they physically tired, it's that they're mentally drained because the jobs take up more mental. So how do you keep your brain power up, right?
Exactly.
Keep your brain power up with sugar and carbs.
Carbohydrates, yeah.
Carbohydrates and sugar, right? And caffeine and all of this other shit. So now that's why you get more people that got diabetes or more susceptible to diabetes nowadays than you did beforehand, right? So in the olden days. So America, lacking in its infrastructure, right, with clean, renewable stuff. Now, if you look at certain cities, they're starting to do the thing with the whole bikes, right? Like you rent a bike, ride around the city, but they're doing that on purpose. I'm looking at what they're doing in the Netherlands, right?
Mm-hmm.
They made a big parking lot for bikes because everybody in the Netherlands got at least 2 to 3 bikes per person. Like they had this thing with a dude to be fishing in the little aqueduct, like the you know what I'm saying, that they got, like, you know, in the Netherlands, everybody walking over water and shit. And motherfuckers always pulling bikes out of the goddamn river. Always, right? You motherfuckers just toss the bike in the bitch and whatever, right? So they made this big thing in the city. So when you come out the parking lot where you park your bike, it takes you underground with an exit to come into the city without having to use pretty much any public transportation like that. But if you are self-propelling yourself to your next destination or to work, you're actually exercising.
Yeah.
So you get and then the work hours isn't long, things are different. Like, I mean, even the way they do their workspaces, like people don't have cubicles.
Yeah.
Like people have that like the only like there's offices for certain people that need their office, but everything is like table and out in the open, and you sit down and have your meetings, or you can plop down on the couch and type your shit up, and it's like a relaxed atmosphere, even though the office doesn't have those fluorescent lights. It's like tungsten lights, and it's like very fun way to be in the office, right? Less stress in the office. You do your work, you actually get more accomplished if you feel more comfortable. You have standing desks, the desks stand up, all of this other stuff. And guess what? They did a study that people actually are more efficient, they're less stressed when they're at work, when they're not sitting down for 95% of the fucking time.
That's true. That's so true.
And they're healthy.
And I'll tell you this: the reason when I was a barista, I stand a lot and move around. That was the difference. And I was in good shape, and I was in my late 20s at the time, and it works. And exactly what you're saying. But most people that sit down, they usually be bigger and overweight, can't move, and that's sad, But what you're saying in Japan, of course they move, and no matter what size. And that's why I told my mom they're in good shape for a reason. There's a reason why Japan's the way it is, and that's what Italy's is, and other countries right behind it. It's the way it is. And the ones that's lazy, it's obvious that America is destroying them too, with this same old fast food American diet. And then the drinks too. That's another thing. Yeah. I saw this ad with this guy about this one food that can maintain muscle. I forget. He says it got a long name, and I know what he's talking about. I don't know if that's true. See, that sounds like a fucking diet to me. I'm skeptical of that. To help with testosterone. He forgot about the serotonin helps you build testosterone well to your brain as well. Because I hate these ads and these fitness commercials. The white guy, the ad that you see on YouTube, and there's this one food he says that helps you boost testosterone. And I'm just shaking my fucking head like there's no food that can do that. I'm sorry, that's a diet. Ain't nobody gonna eat that because we don't know what's in that. I mean, that could be processed. It's bad enough people don't understand. Serotonin makes a whole difference. I mean, I'm talking about that ad I always see a lot that he comes on when I watch a video. Yeah. I don't buy into that.
Nah, I'm gonna say it like this: for men, there's certain things that's gonna fuck up your testosterone, right?
Yeah.
When it was like, man, yeah, you ain't got enough testosterone because you're eating all that soy. I was like, no, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
Because most of the shit in America is made out of soy. If you ain't thinking about it.
Yeah, thank you. Most shit is made out of soy, and I ain't had no estrogen and all. I still have my testosterone, and the serotonin determines how I'm gonna be. It's weird, but that's just a man. See, this is where they try to reach for shit, and that's why I don't listen to fitness shit anymore. They done finessed it with the feminism shit, like we said earlier. I'm like, I'm done with these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Yeah.
It's like, because dudes like, yeah, all that soy, all this blah 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 blah. I said, dude, when you think of a Japanese man, do you think of him being lacking testosterone? He's like, no. Okay, shut up about the whole soy shit. I said, because what is tofu? What is? I'm like, when you eat soba,
soy.
Yeah, it's soy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Soy sauce, motherfucker. Think about it. Think about it before you think. If you eat sushi, you sucking down a lot of soy with that sauce on the top of your sushi.
Exactly.
I said, you're dumb or you're stupid. I said, what kills your testosterone is inactivity as a man. Sitting down all fucking day.
That kills testosterone. That kills testosterone. You just said it. You got to be active.
Like you got to be active. That kills your testosterone. You got to move around. Do you exercise for consistent of at least an hour out of a day?
Yeah, see, I lift weights and I move around, but see,
Yeah.
that's what these men don't get. If you exercise, if you stretch your legs, and if you move and be mobile, I do it all the time with self live stream. They say you keep walking like what? It keeps my strength up. I lift weights too. I'm not just somebody just sitting down all the time. I'm sorry, I just can't do that. Not for 15 hours. I just can't.
Yeah, not for 15 hours. And you know, the older I get, you know what I'm saying? I was like, man, why my lower back hurt? I never had this problem. Like, it started hurting. And then I started thinking about it. I said, man, what are you doing? Because, you know, you got to work from home now and doing all this shit. And I said, what are you doing? I'm sitting in a chair, right, for long periods of time. And I said, you know what? Let me do this. And I go work out and stuff like this. But what I started to do is, I said, let me start doing this. Let me be mindful of not sitting down consistently for the same amount of time, right? Let me move around, right? Just be mindful of it, right? And so I set like a timer. You know what I mean? I set a timer of how long I allow myself to sit down.
Right.
You know?
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah, I set a timer. So now, like, we've been on the stream talking, right? So
for 6 hours, I can cut it around the 8-hour mark, but yeah.
So we've been on here talking. So I would say the first 90 minutes of the stream, I was sitting down. The rest of it, like I got my mic stand. I pulled the mic stand up. I got the screen right here. I got it doubled on my 55 inch, and I'm standing up. I'm moving around. Like I'm you know what I mean, I come back and forth to the mic because I got the mic on. But I'm standing up and I'm talking into the mic because if I sit down too long, then you know it defeats the purpose of what I'm doing. And I started to think that. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah, and even while you was talking when Rashawn came on the panel and then I kind of stepped away, I walk around too myself, even listening to y'all, and Kuda does it all the time. I move around. Even James asking, how you do all those long things? Well, I move my legs while I'm in this chair, and sometimes I get up and move my ass around, stand up. If I'm doing something, closing the door, make sure no noise is coming through. And I do that shit all the time. Even talking about myself, I do it all the time. I'm just mobile like that. I'm always doing something in the chair and I'm moving around, even when I get out of the fucking chair. If I let people talk, you know,
That's what I told like kids, these young kids are gonna be fucked up because now they got these gaming chairs, right? And the gaming chairs that make you feel more and more comfortable sitting for long periods of time, which in proxy makes your abs, your core weak, and makes your lower back weak, right? Because you're not fighting against gravity. When you're standing up, you're just by standing alone, you're going against gravity, and your core stays somewhat erect and strong. You're not going to have lower back problems and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When you get older, you're mobile. When you're older, see me, the way I lay down, I lay on my back sometimes to stretch. I lay on my stomach. I told my mom, try sleeping on your neck. And I try to tell her, relax your neck with a muscle. When I lift weights years ago, and I told my mom, the reason you want to lose that weight, you got to be mobile. I told my dad, you got to stretch your legs before you even do it and after. And the trick is why I sleep on my neck. And since I'm 6'5", you got to be mobile at this height. And this is the difference between me and Fantastic. He's big, and he used to be big and like 300-something pounds. He always said this in the stream once upon a time when I was subscribed to him. I said, dude, you so fucking big and lazy. Me, I'm mobile. And how you in the military not that mobile? So they're going to trim his weight down and try to tell him, you can't be this goddamn big, okay, in the water
he's
like
in the
that.
Navy, man.
He's in the Navy. They try to trim your weight down. I noticed in the military that he talks about in training. I said, dude, there's certain ways how to, like you said, you swim right under the water. That's simple. But you got to have a certain look, like a muscular, like a LeBron, right? Athletic. Now that right there is awesome. Now you cannot be stiff and heavy stiff too. You ever seen these stout dudes in the South where we come from that's stout and they kind of fat and they're not even that mobile and they lazy as fuck? That's because they don't have the energy. I try to tell them the reason why I'm thin at this age and 33 years old, I'm in good shape because I can look like this until I'm like 80. My dad is 60-something years old and still moves around with a small gut, hanging gut from his beer days, but he's in good shape. He walks every day.
He got that. We call it the. You know, what I mean, people think. And here's another thing. People misconstrue.
Yeah.
Seeing abs has nothing to do with the strength of your core. Nothing to do with it, right?
Right.
A dude with abs, I'm like, and a 6 and an 8-pack and all of that is all fucking genetics too. Like,
yeah, it's genetics.
It's genetics.
Most of it's genetics. It's how your father's built. You have to go by your ancestors and stuff like that. My dad gave me he's 6'4", right? He gave me the height, right? The physique came a bit of my mom and him. So if I carve it out with muscle, better shape than him, right? That shows you I have the better genetics of the two. So I have to work what I got in the middle. Yeah. And my midsection is a little small because it used to be all messed up, but I worked that up in the gym. I didn't cry and complain like a little bitch. No, I did something about it. I worked on the ab machine, had a V like body on the lower body still. And just maintain my leg muscles and that. If I go back to gym, I'll be a lot stronger like I was and just make it more ripped and use the deadlifts and things like that. You know, it's pretty simple. I think Gully said it best. If you're that size, you can easily pull muscle out of your body. It's just things that people don't understand. You're just building more muscle. But the thing is, yeah, you still eat the right foods and everything and like that. But don't listen to people saying, oh, sorry, go give you estrogen. That's been a lie. I've never seen. That's a cop out. That's a cop out. I know why they did it. That's a marketing tool.
Yeah, and it was. You know what I mean? And the motherfuckers was believing it and it worked. Like I told a dude, like I was in the gym, man, and I was up there lifting and shit, right?
Right.
And this is what I was lifting. I stopped doing all of that. You know, you get older, you know, compression on your spine and on your joints and all of that shit. And I can feel like now that I'm glad I stopped when I did, and I went more with a calisthenic style workout. I'm always on the bike, riding everywhere and doing whatever. And I'm, you know,
that's the best way to do it when you're older. Yeah. Well, now if you're muscle bound like LeBron, yes, he lifts weights, but he don't lift heavy weights.
Yeah, he does a lot of
biometric
stuff. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, this is the hardest workout in the world. LeBron was sitting up there, balancing himself on a yoga ball, standing on a fucking yoga ball. For him to be that tall and that big, for him to have that much agility and core and hip flexors and all of that, for him to stand like that, that's a tribute to himself being almost like 40. Like he's going to be what, 37 this year, 36, 37, 36, 37.
He'll be 37 this year because he's born in 84. Yeah. Wacky's born in 84. He's a Sagittarius. He'll be 37. The one that just got on pound, he'll be 37 this year.
Yeah, so he'll be 30. He'll be 37. So LeBron, like in a lot of these, if you notice, a lot of these athletes are getting they lift the weights for resistance, but they're doing it in a way where it's actually helping them with what you're doing. Like he's gonna be jumping off of a leg. He's gonna be jumping off of one leg. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be coming through the lane and catching contact, and his body's gonna be shifting. So his tendons have to be flexible to absorb that shock of him not jumping, but landing, shooting, running up and down the court. All of that stuff. Like he slimmed down. Like, you know what I mean?
He slimmed down. Yeah.
He said he's slimming down.
Yeah, he's still slimming down now. But see, since he's getting those injuries, he's being finesseful and he's very careful. Kind of like Kareem. And Kareem used to stretch and do yoga. A lot of athletes. Now, Kawhi, he has an old man's body. I said, Dad, the reason he got old man's body, is contact. And even if you're big like that, you're still going to get hurt. I don't give a fuck who you are.
And I'm gonna tell you, like, but it's not surprising that Kawhi. I'm like Kawhi, like when old dude ran into his ankle when he fell down. That was.
Yeah, that was dirty. Yeah,
Yeah, but once your ankle goes,
It's
9
over.
times out of 10, it's over. Like you know what I mean? Like Kevin Durant.
It's just like the Achilles. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. The ankle and
Yeah,
Achilles
Kevin
is right
Durant-
next to each other. Yeah.
like people like, man, Kevin Durant, shit, he came back from his Achilles and he's still KD. I was like, first of all,
But
First
you
of
have to
all-
understand, they trying to make it like Dominique. Yeah, the reason Dominique came back to Achilles, look at his frame. Yes, he can't
Yeah.
dunk no more, but he had to take mid-range jump shots. He was
Yeah.
careful, just like Kevin Durant. Same thing. Yes,
Same.
he's the second person to survive it. Yeah, but he's
Well-
very careful. He ain't the same player. He ain't the same player.
He ain't the same player, but the thing is that Kevin Durant did the same thing Kobe did when he fucked his shit up. He
Yeah,
went to Germany. See, they don't want to tell you that he went to Germany.
yeah, that's true. He did went to Germany. I remember that. Yeah,
he went to Germany, and here's a reason why you go to Germany to get your shit fixed, right? Adrian Peterson did the same thing. It was like, how did he come back from fucking an ACL, MCL in the middle of the NFL season? He went to Germany and he got shot up with them stem cells where they didn't where they didn't have to go in there like that and reattach shit. So them stem cells basically speed up the process because it's basically stem cells is basically your body. Basically, it's like a Wolverine healing factor.
yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's basically cells is rebuilding itself. And the reason why stem cells is such a big ass problem in the US, they say it's because of morality reasons. No, you get stem cells from the placenta after a woman has given birth. That's why. And you think they just harvesting, you think they just throwing that shit in the trash. They're not throwing it in the trash. They harvesting that shit for research. They just don't tell you because everybody knows that's where the cells are most potent and you can, like, you know what I mean? They grow in like whole livers and shit. Like it's like, you know, but Kevin Durant, his game leans him to whatever, but when he comes through that lane, he don't go dunking on people like he used to. You know, he used to come.
No, he lays it up. He lays it up just like Dominique. Yeah,
he used to come through there with that. You know, when KD in Oklahoma, he used to come through there with that.
Yeah, just spiking it, and then even in Golden State. Yeah, same with Dominique. Now Dominique, there's another story that he went to places like Germany, where for I don't want to say stem cells too. That's how he got his Achilles fixed, and I shook my head. And when I read it, I said, "Oh my God, him and KD too. Come on."
Yeah, him.
And
KD,
that just shows you. That just shows you, and you have to look how they was built. They had long careers. There's reason. The skinny you are, and you're careful, you can have a long career because he can get away with it. See, Kobe is a little bigger than them too because he had a little long career as well, but he was not the same. He was not the same. And Dominique wasn't the same. Dominique had a decent career. I mean, the high flying dunking from them three, it was minimal. Achilles, it's a career-ending injury, but not necessarily. It's a myth, really. It's just to slow you down. It was just it just means you're out of there. It's just like the ankle injury. The ACL is the worst. MCL, ACL can be, both of them can be worse if you tweak it the wrong way. I heard many stories athletes tell me all the time when I used to work, and they tell me in high school, MCL can be the worst, ACL can be the worst too. I said, Dad, both of them can be the worst. I don't think he understands the difference. When you have an MCL, it's painful, but it's a lot worse. Don't let them fool you. ACL is worse because it's ligament tears. You got to repair it. Now, stem cells, they can heal you faster. They put that shot up your butt or whatever in the leg, and you're out there. And they don't want you to. They don't want you to be banged up all the way. So,
well, because I looked at the process of what they do in Germany.
Yeah,
what they do in Germany is this is what they literally do. They go in there, they open up, and they open you up, right? The leg or whatever, right? The tendon, but they do microsurgery, lasers, and all of that shit.
Yeah.
But while they're doing the surgery, they're actually steadily injecting stem cells directly into the actual area that's affected. And they putting these like micro sutures in your shit.
Yeah.
So, you know, they dissolve, but it's like a weird. So what the stem cell does is because even if you repair it, right, and like, because like if you repair the ligament by surgery, you still got to cut the ligament, and it's going to be tighter, right? Like you're shortening the ligament, right? Because the tear is gone, right? You're not going to repair it at the same length. It's just life, right? But what they do is with the stem cell is that they repair the ligament, right? But they stretch it out some. And then they put the stem cell in there, and then the stem cell shorten it back. So now your ligament that's inside of wherever that happened, like your Achilles or whatever, it's actually over time when it heals, the body's going to tighten it up itself. And then that way you don't have no muscle imbalances. You don't have like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have no ligament imbalances, and you're not compensating, because the problem is, okay, you had the ligament tear on your right leg. Even if you're healing up, you're going to overcompensate with your left leg, and then your knee going to be fucked up, or your hips going to be fucked up. You're going to have back issues. So,
Right.
So that's why the stem cells is important, because the stem cells is like a patch. It's like, you know, it's like patches and glue and shit, right? It's like a patch, but it's a perfect patch because the stem cell makes more cells and the body heals itself. And it's like basically, it's like you never tore your shit in the first place. But the problem with athletes is they don't get, because even if you get an Achilles tear, you're supposed to be out for 2 years for it to fully heal back. So Kevin Durant running the fuck around like he is, even though he gave himself a year to be out, he wasn't supposed to be out last year anyway. He wasn't supposed to play last
year. And the
year.
reason that happened, they was rushing because of the stardom, the league, you know, how silly these teams are. They make me sick doing that. But it's a 2-year process. I think Dominique did the 2-year thing, and then he came back.
He came back. And that was he had the early cert, like it was the like he had the procedure in his experimental stage, and it was a success because he was able to come back. But if he would have actually took 3 years off at the time, he would have been able to jump again. Not as high as he once was, but
but still, after the 2 to 3 years, he wasn't the same player. Like he deteriorated. Yeah, he can jump and do layups too. Because I noticed in the 90s he wasn't the same player. Because everybody remember him in the 80s. He was a beast.
Yeah, it was like you know, it was the same thing with Mike. Like it was like, you know, it was the same thing with Mike. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, when Mike got older, you didn't see Air, you didn't see Air Jordan. You know what I mean? It was hovering Jordan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was hovering Jordan. You know what I mean? It was he went from, somebody said it. He said, man, he went from Air Force One Jordan to fucking Huey Vietnam Jordan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He was still up there, but he wasn't up there. Like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't up there. He wasn't gaining altitude while you was coming down. He was hanging and then you was going down, but he was at the same altitude. Like he couldn't climb like he used to. And and I get it. Like it's, you know, but that's what I mean is, you know, these guys, man, they need to get it together. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I told people, like, they was like, man, LeBron trying to wait to play with Bronny and shit like that. And I was like, nah, he ain't trying to wait to play with Bronny. LeBron knows this. This is just me. LeBron LeBron trying to get one more title, right? 2 more that'll put him at 6. He want to at least have 5.
Yeah, he's got 4 right now. He wants 1 more and he'll get 5. I don't think he's gonna get a 6 because he realized his career is short.
6.
His career is short. I'll tell you a secret. He, like I said, his zodiac. He's Capricorn. He's pragmatic, kind of like Kuda. They break motherfuckers apart. And the reason I say this, he's probably the greatest out of that sign as an athlete. That dude is too good. There will never be another athlete like him. Similar like what Magic Johnson said about Larry Bird. There will never be another one like him because he's the only player that had that style, just like Michael. And same with LeBron. LeBron is a combination of Wilt and Magic and a few other guys. I wouldn't say Jordan because he's a specimen. He's probably the greatest forwards. I would say three wing. I would say small forwards all time. I ain't never seen a guy that's 6'8", his size, that's mobile, fast like a beast, just tearing up shit like a Spartan. He's a black Spartan that just rips shit apart on the basketball goal. It's so embarrassing. Like he had the only competition he had was probably Dwight in his prime years when he was younger and got him a championship. Now he had some competition with Kobe in regular season, but it'd be cool to see them in the finals. You know what I'm saying? Now Steph Curry, I can't give him that. I mean, it wasn't fair. You know, KD, it just wasn't fair.
It was like this.
I just couldn't.
If Steph, I'm gonna say like this. If people like Steph, I'm like, look, Steph has yet to win Finals MVP. Yet. How do you like yet? That means
how can you compete with that? The only person I would say KD compete with him on that team with the Warriors. That's it. But outside of that, it's kind of hard to see.
And I'm gonna tell you what does. I'm gonna tell you what saves Steph. And people don't want to get his credit. If you give me a choice between Steph and Klay Thompson pre-injury, I'm taking Klay. Give me Klay.
Yeah, Klay play defense. I agree with that.
Klay play defense. Klay get hot. Klay is consistent.
No argument right there. That right there, I agree right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Klay is the heart and soul of that team because here's the thing, right? Golden State was going to beat the Raptors if Klay Thompson didn't get hurt, and everybody knows it. And everybody said it.
Klay would have had the edge, and Kevin was banged.
Kevin was already hurt. Remember, he got hurt. So everybody even said it.
And this the only reason he couldn't beat Kawhi is because Kawhi's been in a winning game 7. It would be difficult. It had gone either way because
they was winning. They was winning.
They was winning, but it wouldn't have mattered because Kawhi had that instinct and he still would have got hurt. Because I'm just saying, because I know how the refs are, they're gonna be biased and give it to Kawhi because the only way Klay would have won in game 7 if Kawhi would have got hurt. That's the only thing he knew. He said, all right, you got hurt before in 2017. Now, if you're talking about young Kawhi and 14, nah, you ain't beating a guy like that. Not in no finals like that. See, Toronto shouldn't have won that semifinals with Joel Embiid. My dad always bring it up. Yeah, because Embiid should have won that year. But see, Kawhi's shot wouldn't have made it if it would have rimmed out. He wouldn't have had that. He wouldn't have had that finals. Now, it would have been the Sixers and the Warriors, and the Sixers would have destroyed the Warriors, everything they had, because Steph likes to choke in the finals. But what saved them was Klay and what's his name, KD. Draymond. All that.
Yeah, it was Klay and Draymond because KD came back. And here's the thing, right? The reason why KD came back, he didn't have to come back because they didn't need KD. Because you saw how they was just walking through niggas and KD wasn't playing, right? Yeah. KD came back because it was a contract season. He was up for free agency, right? And if they would have won or made it a competitive series, like if KD didn't play 1 ounce of the finals, right? 1 game of the finals, and they would have took it to 7 games and Klay would have got hurt, then everybody would have been looking at KD and saying, they didn't never need you, nigga.
Uh-huh.
Right. And he had to play. He had to play 1 game. And when he pulled his shit and fucked up his Achilles, that gave him the excuse to say, well, they would have won if they had KD. But everybody at the time was saying, even when KD pulled his shit, they still went 7 games. Right. Yeah. And Klay was going the fuck off. He was losing. They wouldn't have got the game 6 if it wasn't for Klay, because I think KD pulled the shit in 5.
Yeah. Right. And Klay cost him that damn injury, and he is he's not injury prone, but he has bad landing skills. And I knew he wasn't going to be Kawhi with bad landing skills. If his landing was correct, like the first couple of championships he would have won, he would have beat Kawhi. I'll give you that. But if
But-
you have bad landing skills for your style like that as a guard, I said Clay don't do it. And when I saw that ACL ripped, I said, oh shit, it's over. It's over.
But then the problem is Steph, where the fuck was you doing? Right?
Steph's a choke artist, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, nigga, with all that shooting from half court, all that shimmying during the regular season means absolutely nothing. You don't show up in the play. Yo, nigga, if Steph played to half his potential he plays during the regular season, it would have been a 5-game series. KD they wouldn't even have to ask KD to come. And here's the thing is either way. Lucky for KD, and this is what I mean. Lucky for KD, he snapped his shit, right? Because you notice they didn't rush Clay to come back. He didn't play last season. You notice Clayton took 2 years off.
Yeah.
You notice they told Clay, don't come back, take your time. And the Warriors purposely tried to tank, like they tried to kind of tank
so he can come back. Yeah,
but so they can get some draft picks.
Yeah, that too.
So they can go through the draft, because if they tank, then they can get who's good coming out the draft, move some shit around, slowly build.
They got some
good
players. I mean, I seen the draft. It was kind of iffy.
But the thing is what they're trying to do is listen. They know that the West is weakening right now, right? And what I mean by weakening right now is, let's be honest with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
James Harden went east. KD went east, right? You got, you know what I'm saying? The Pelicans kind of imploded their shit because Anthony Davis is in LA, right?
Yeah, and they lost Lonzo Ball to Chicago and East. And so the Pelicans are stuck with Zion Williamson, and
he's about to leave too.
He's about to leave too. He's about to go. Yeah.
He ain't staying down.
Not right now. Not right now. But in the future, yeah, he's going to.
This is last year of his rookie contract. This year, they already. Old dude, Adrian Wojnarowski. Mr. I'm snitching, telling everybody. Yeah. The Woj bomb. So Woj already said that Zion is already talking about leaving New Orleans, right? Already bouncing, right? So
they got to give him a player to stay. But if he leaves in a trade, whatever, I'll say he'll lead to a team and he'll be valuable. I don't know. Oh, the Knicks.
Yeah, he going to New
York. Play with
RJ
Barrett. Oh yeah. The Knicks gonna be. Yeah, they're gonna destroy the Hawks. Yeah, I agree with right there. See, they're gonna get some pay. They're gonna get some payback in the playoffs.
I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna tell you why he's going to New York. I'm gonna tell you why he's going to New York. Zion was hyped up to be like the next LeBron, this, that, and the third, right? They like to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Zion is injury prone than a motherfucker. He's too
heavy. Like
he's not going to make it an 82-game season with all that weight on him, right? Plus, he's got all of that torque, right? Because he's like, you know what I'm saying? He's torque, right? So he's got to slim down. He's not going to slim down in New Orleans. There's nothing to eat in New Orleans that's going to slim your ass the fuck down.
Now, New York. New York,
yeah, you got
a good
Whole
place.
Foods, you got all these trainers and plus it's a better market. Is a better market, right?
And I'll tell you this: if he went to Atlanta, they had the same thing New York has. They have Whole Foods. They have a Publix grocery store that's similar to Whole Foods, and the foods are cleaner, neater. I went to Publix today, and they have all the same stuff, nutrition. I'm just saying that if he went to Buckhead or whatever, they would have got him right. He would have been slimming down, and he would have the guys from the hospital and Emory. They'll back his ass up like anywhere from those teams from Atlanta and New York. Yep. Those New Yorkers, they're gonna slim your ass down. Now New Orleans is different.
The problem with the NBA is this is their problem, right?
Yeah.
The problem with the NBA is they have to have star power on two coasts, right? The problem is the media, the fans
in the media.
They don't like KD. they don't like, you know what I mean? They especially don't like Kyrie. And they take James Harden as a joke, right?
Oh, he's been a joke.
You know what I'm saying? So
I don't like James Harden.
Zion, because he's got this giddy kid, like I just love the game of basketball, like persona, and the way he talks, right? Very respectful, very humble. You know, the way he carries himself. LeBron is still the face of the fucking league. But the problem is they're tired of LeBron because LeBron has so much power and they talk about him 24/7. Even on the offseason. Listen, Giannis won the title and niggas are still talking about LeBron like Giannis ain't
Let's see, there's a reason why. LeBron's like he's an icon, he's a legend. He's up there with Magic, he's up there with Wilt. If something happens to LeBron, Lop said, "Oh, they won't forget about him." Yes, they will. It's just like anything else. He'll be gone. They'll throw him under the bus. Giannis is the next thing, and he'll shut you up again. He has to win another one. And here's the thing: if he works on his game this year, going on next year, LeBron's through. LeBron knows this. He knows that man right there. He said himself, that motherfucker right there in Milwaukee is a problem.
Yeah, he's a problem.
Yeah, he's a specimen. He knows the same position they play. I have problems with that motherfucker than KD because he ain't gonna respect KD. Now they boys and everything, but he said, "No, that guy right there, is a problem, man."
Yeah,
like,
Giannis,
come on now.
And this is the thing, LeBron. But here's the here's the thing about LeBron. At 37, coming in at 18, right? He came in at 18, right?
Yeah.
At 37, right? He's got one more year. He done been in the league for 20 years.
Yeah, because he's almost 40, and he's successful for 20 years in his age. But see, he's got some years on him. He's born in 84, so I know what we're going through. And the guy we had on the panels around his age as well, he's older than LeBron because his birthday's in early December. So that right there, y'all at 37 going on 40, he said, like he told me, we're a bunch of old niggas. Yeah, we're in the old nigga category. Not just yet. We're not 50, 60 yet. I mean, we're still considered young to BGS. We're not elders yet, because if we was elders, that's where the problem lies. And the next generation of ministry dudes, how they going to survive? You know what I mean? Because I ain't worried about it. I mean, I'm a leader to them right now. I try to tell them this is what we're doing. And we can't be talking about women 24/7, no, because it's a plutocracy. We said it earlier in the stream, and we said injuries, and the injuries determine who's going to win the championship. LeBron knows this. He has to at least one to survive this shit. This is a test to LeBron.
The only reason why LeBron is doing is look. LeBron, when did he come in? 2000? When did he come?
2003 to 2004 season.
Okay, so LeBron came in 2003 to 2004 season, right? So that was probably the most loaded draft class
of all time.
Right? Loaded, right? So, and was it him, Melo, and Chris Paul?
And they had Darko Milicic as number 2, which is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, but if you're talking about players that are still playing, it's just him, Melo, and Chris Paul.
Let me look at this draft class up. Okay, 03 draft class. Hold on. 03 NBA draft. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the wiki. Hold on. We're gonna see this shit. All right, 03 draft class. Let's see. I'm gonna share this real quick because this is something. I did this when Kwame Brown was on fire in the summertime. So we're gonna bring this up again because this is why I even had the microphone. Here we go. Okay, LeBron, you got Darko, Chris Bosh is still he's gone.
He just got in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's got in the Hall of Fame, and then Dwayne Wade, same here. Okay, so Carmelo. LeBron is Carmelo. Okay, what's it say? The player who has been inducted in the Naismith Hall of Fame, that is Chris Bosh. Wade is about to be, he's selected NBA All-Star. Okay, he's about to be in the Hall of Fame too, Wade. Yeah. So you already have one Hall of Famers already in. So you got David West, he was there.
Dante Jones,
Dante Jones, Kurt Heinrich, he's gone. TJ Ford's gone. Michael Sweetney is gone. They all came out of this draft. Nick Collison is gone. He used to play for the Sonics. He used to play for the Thunder. That guy, he played for years. Yeah, Nick Collison's gone.
Yeah.
Jarvis Hayes. I remember TJ Ford, Troy Bell, Brian Clark. They think there's somebody at that time. Dante Jones, I remember him. Boris Diaw. Yeah, some people call him Boris Diaw or Zhao.
Yeah.
I don't know why they call him Diaw, but it's really pronounced Zhao. It's French. But, you know, the D is kind of solid. But I ain't going to get into that. Kendrick Perkins is around. He's an analyst. Josh Howard. Leandro Barbosa was in this draft. There's a lot of people who's in this draft. I remember this draft. Mario Austin, and who's this guy?
James Jones.
James Jones, James Lang, James Jones.
Yeah, Jones is he's a executive. He over there in Phoenix?
Yeah.
Phoenix,
James Jones, he built that team. That team's gonna be a threat. Kyle Korver.
Yeah, he retired.
He retired. Kyle Korver, Mo Williams, Brandon Hunter, Andreas Galilinkius. That's the 60th pick. He's Greek. That's 58 picks. It usually be 60. They got the 58th pick. That draft was kind of weird, but it was a long draft. So LeBron came with guys that were role players, and a couple of them were all stars. So yeah.
So the only person that's left, right? And Chris Bosh's career was cut short with the
because of blood clots. Yeah.
And then I don't know. And here's my thing: I don't know why old dude that was in Portland for the longest time and down in Houston, down in San Antonio. What's his name? He had to retire because of the Aldridge, right?
Yeah, the heart arrhythmia. Yeah, that's a common.
I don't know why he came back.
That's a common disease. Arrhythmia, the heart arrhythmia. That's a black hereditary disease. Black folks. The reason why they don't go to the doctor because of that too, because you got the known diseases like that. And like you said earlier in the stream, like this. Well, the last hour in the stream, you said the healthcare thing. That's part of the arrhythmia, the cancer, all that shit. It's black genetics in America. You know, it's the lifestyle we chose and the mobility. Soy ain't killing us. And I ain't seen one nigga die from no soy injection.
Yeah.
You know what I see niggas die through is genetics with their arrhythmias, cancers, and their lifestyles, eating bad shit, the carcinogens. A combination of a lot of, and carbohydrates is not killing niggas. It's easy to cure diabetes. Just don't eat too much of carbohydrates. It's the healthy ones. Like I said, veganism does not make you healthy. It does not make you live long. You can die like a vegetarian. It actually fucks you up. That's why I'm not a vegan or a vegetarian. That's the worst diets of all time. A fruitarian, that doesn't work. It only works when you're in good shape. It's just another thing. And then you got to balance it out. You got to have some carbohydrates. That's how you live longer. And like I said, you don't have to eat too much carbohydrates. You just got to slow down and balance it all out. Niggas just don't get it. They don't get it. And rednecks too, they don't get it either. Americans don't get it. They're just too stupid.
Yeah, motherfuckers just shove that. That's why you notice. That's why you don't see that vegan shit no more. Because
it's stupid. You start dying. Just like all meat is bad too. A lot of that stuff is called being a moderate diet. I trust to Google that vegan shit will get you killed if you ain't careful. You want to get back in martial arts? Balance your meals out. Why you think Asian people try to tell you eat of everything? That's why they have a nice diet. Why you think Japanese are smart? You know, DeAndre. These people train to eat right.
You know what I mean? The Japanese diet, everything counteracts each other. Like it's like but, you know what I mean? But
Faston know this. The shit he be saying, I don't believe. Like, dude, you know the stuff works. It's just y'all got to get away from American logic. Like when they say stuff is bad, you can't trust people in the alternative. They give you bad shit and taking out the shit that's actually helping you. You're not dying. See, a lot of it is water and mobility. If you drink enough water every day and balance it out and then move around, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine.
Yeah, that's what
Vegetables ain't everything. There's certain vegetables you can eat, and the ones you cannot eat, it does damage. That's why you can't eat a lot of fruit because it's got fructose in it. Don't they understand that a lot of fructose creates fructose? They don't get it, man. They don't get it, man. Like, I mean, sugar is sugar, but you just got to be careful what you eat. Moderate diet's the best diet. All these other diets that are singular and all that shit,
Yeah, I had to
that's
tell
backfire. That's
I had
backfire.
to tell my homeboy something, right? Was this a 2004 draft? This because I see Dwight Howard up there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
So
He said, "How about part-time Presbyterian?" That's okay, but I wouldn't invest in these diets, man. I mean, you do what you do, degenerate, but I'm not.
Man,
I don't
listen.
believe in that shit.
Listen, like there's certain diets. Here's a crazy thing, right? Here's a crazy thing. We was doing some research on these diets, right? On some of these
Right.
diets, right? Okay. We was doing like this, right? And like, in Asia, if you go to a dietitian, right, they do it off of your blood type,
Yeah.
right? They do it off your blood type. And if you like, I think if you like an A negative, A positive, they would literally tell you what's more healthy for you is to eat some meat, but you do better with chicken and pork as an A blood type, positive or
Yeah.
negative, right?
Yeah.
Then they say if you be positive or negative, don't really touch pork at all, really to that extent, don't touch it at all, and actually you should be more fish and beef based versus chicken. Don't touch poultry, right? Now, if you get in your O positive and negative, you're pretty much good, but you should lean more to seafood. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I
So-
think I'm probably. I don't know if I'm A, B.
Well, that's
or
what
O.
they say.
I have to check.
That's what
mine.
they say. Me personally is me personally. At the end of the day, like I noticed that a lot of people like remember on YouTube they had all of these vegans, right? They had all these vegans,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
vegetarians,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then they had an argument between cold vegans and hot vegans, right? They had it's like Crips and Bloods with
Just
vegans
dumb
and
shit.
stuff.
Like I
dumb
saw
shit,
this
right?
back in 2015 and over at Emory. This is one white girl, right, who was
Mhm.
volunteering for Emory, whatever. She said veganism is the best and shit like that. I was hearing that bullshit, and it's a part of it's another form of vegetarianism, a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's come to find out it does damage to your bones too. And I
Yeah, it
used to
does.
did some research, and my dad said, "No, I ain't doing that." Me and him didn't do that. And the reason I do intermittent fasting, I do the water, and I eat stuff. I still eat meat. I eat not as much, but I do the brisket and things like that as a delicacy. But I do eat a lot of fish. I do the salmon, the omega-3 and the rice. I balance it all out. And yes, I'm a well-balanced eater. So that's why I'm so thin and everything else. I'm not overweight and sitting around. That's how you pile up, junk.
Yeah. Because
Everything's like fuel,
You know what I told is if you actually like they did a poll on vegans, right? Western vegans, right?
Right.
They did a poll on Western vegans, and 80% of Western vegans that became vegans is look at how they slaughter the animals. Look what they do. Like 80% of people that became vegan was about animal rights and shit.
Yeah.
The 20% it was actually about dietary change and all this other shit, right? And when they did the poll about people being vegans, only less than 5% of them actually went to a dietitian to see if it was okay for them to actually change to that much of a change, right? And when they did the study after 3 years of the height of veganism and all of that, people were actually more worse off health-wise because they weren't doing everything that comes with being a vegan.
Yeah.
Right? That comes with it. And then vegetarianism, right? So they were buying these vegetarian entrees that had more shit in it than the goddamn if they would have just went to McDonald's and ate a cheeseburger, right?
Yeah.
So and one doctor said, "Do you know that they said, do you know that a cheeseburger at McDonald's is actually more vegan and vegetarian than actually that entree that you got? Because the patty is not beef, it's soy."
Yeah.
Like he's like, it's not real beef. And McDonald's actually basically came out and admitted, like, yeah, the patty's never been.
It's always been soy. I can
It's
taste
always
it.
been
I
soy.
haven't ate McDonald's
Yeah.
since 2010. Now, other places I eat, other fast food places, I hate to say, like a Culver's, and they have like they have some soy in their shit too. A lot of people try to say they don't. They do. I taste it. Even the Sonic shit, and don't be fooled by these hamburgers. A lot of it's soy based and plant.
Like you would
and they try to
like,
trick you with the fake Whopper, what you call it, vegetarian Whopper. Hell no. Get the real thing. You be all right.
Yeah, you be all right. Like you know the funny part, right? There's like Arby's, even though their food is trash. Arby's and actually Carl's Jr. Hardee's are the only ones in the fast food restaurant that use beef. Like actually use beef.
I eat the roast beef there, like the sound. That's it. I don't eat that much man, like the what you call it, the Arby's. Yeah, I haven't had Arby's in a minute. Sometimes the older I get, I kind of stop eating Arby's because I grew up around eating it. But after a while, I'm trying these different restaurants.
The Georgia is like, what is a vegetarian, a vegan burger, and a vegan pizza? You know what? If you don't put any type of like sausage, like you know what's a vegetarian, a vegan, like a vegan. There's no such thing like as a vegan pizza. Like the dough. How can you check the dough? They use egg yolks. They use egg in making the fucking dough, right? In the crust, right? A Napoli pizza is the closest you're going to get to a vegetarian pizza because they only use cheese. You know what I'm saying? Like they only use cheese. And if you talk about vegan, you're not supposed to use any dairy products.
Exactly. Yeah. You know if you're a true vegetarian, you have to have raw vegetables, not no cheese. Raw. So like what is the cheese, there's a bodybuilder that's Italian. He said he called them what, grainitarians.
Grainitarians. And here's the thing. Like so it was this dude, man. I was doing this film for him, right? He came from England, right?
Right.
And black dude, he was like, man, I'm vegan. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. You vegan? My wife was cooking something. So I was like, you vegan? I say, hey, he vegan? Because my wife always asks what you can't eat, if you got any allergies or whatever, right? Because you're in Japan, whatever. So she makes them like a vegan thing. She makes them a tofu burger, right? She makes them a tofu burger, right? They got that in Japan. Make a tofu burger, right? Make them a tofu burger, you know what I mean? Put the soy sauce on it, all of that stuff, give it to him. He was happy. Right? Make him a tofu burger, put a lettuce, tomatoes on it. And she put Japanese sesame sauce dressing on it. Right? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And so plant milk, like that's just funny. So plant milk, he's stupid. So then he ate it. I'm eating a regular cheeseburger, right? He said, hey, man. I said, what's going on? He said, you know that's not good for you, right? And I said, are you going to sit in my motherfucking house and try to guilt trip me into eating that shit you eating right there? I said, let me ask you a question. He said, what's that? Are you Christian? No. You know you're going to hell, right, if you don't give your life to Christ. Man, I said exactly. That's how I think of you vegans, man. Stop trying to convert me into your fucking religion of stupidity. I said, man, don't sit in my motherfucking house and try to guilt trip me on what I'm eating. Dude, I said, you know what? Every poor nigga in the hood is a vegan because we done missed too many meals with actual meat and food in it. So I'm making up for all of that shit that I lost when I was young. I was a vegan by force. No, nigga, I don't give a fuck what they did to them animals. Matter of fact, you want to show it to me? Let's go. So he was like this. He was like this. Do. We typed it up and shit, right? I played it on the computer, right? Yeah, look at what they're doing to this cow. I was biting into the fucking cheeseburger. Right? I looked at him. So, right? I said, let me show you this. Look how that tiger is tearing out that gazelle's neck. I don't give a fuck. I said, let me ask you a question. Do you hear the screams of that lettuce as you bite into it? Plants have feelings too. It's scientifically proven. I don't see you motherfuckers out there marching for that shit.
That's how you shut them up. But see, we were saying that years ago, and they didn't want to hear that. They shut the fuck right up.
I said, as you know, the other thing I said, you know what? I'm a vegetarian by proxy. I said, how? This cow eats hay. It keeps the cow alive. The cow dies. The hay dies. The cow shits. The cow patty grows mushrooms, gives nutrients back to the soil. I eat the cow. I said the cow dies. Then I take the cow's parts, grind them up. I said, you work out? He said, yeah. I said, okay. You drink protein? I said, yeah, I drink protein. Where's your vegan protein? I said, do you know that protein that you're taking, that protein shake that you're taking, the protein shake, thing that you like to take, sometimes you put it in place of a meal? Yeah. I said, do you know that's a byproduct of waste product of cow feed and chicken feed? It's whey protein. So if the cows and the chickens wasn't getting eaten by me, you wouldn't have your protein because they wouldn't have a waste product. You're eating a waste product of what the animals deem not needed for them to eat to make yourself big and strong. I was like, or you could have just chomped into this goddamn cow that I'm eating, like right now. Like, I said, do you know that the last food outbreaks in the last 6 years have been vegetables? You know that?
Yeah.
Spinach salmonella, iceberg lettuce salmonella, cauliflower salmonella. Like, do you notice that, right? Right? Do you notice that, right? It doesn't matter what the fuck you eat, because if it's processed and someone's touching it, what's going to happen is you're going to be fucked, right? So we're walking around, right? We're literally walking around. We're doing this shit for the photo. She said, hey, man, we got to calm down. I need to take a break. I'm tired. You tired? I said, yeah, man, I'm tired. I said, why you tired? Man, I ain't got no energy. I said, oh, you don't? You don't have any energy? You don't? I said, why? Why, Mr. Vegan? Like, oh, I'm petty, man. Why? Why you ain't got no energy? Oh, that's right. Because every time I look at a vegetarian herbivore, they always chewing. The biggest land animals on earth are herbivores.
Yeah.
They just chewing all day, just crunching and crunching.
And
crunching and chewing.
And I hate to say it, they're the weakest.
They're the weakest. I'm like,
I mean, shouts out to Gully. I had to disagree with you on your diet plan because he was saying, yeah, dinosaurs are strong, but we're not dinosaurs. Black folks need to get out of it.
Nigga, dinosaurs are strong. We're not.
Yeah, doctors. Yeah, we're not herbivores. We're omnivores. Omnivores live longer because you have to have carbohydrates. That's what makes our body up. I hate to say that because our brain needs a lot of carbohydrates, not as much, but certain potatoes. Yeah, I hate to say it, certain potatoes, if you cook them right, that's a good carbohydrate. That's why I have no problem eating potatoes. I eat less now, but I can still eat them if I want to. You know what I'm saying? It's a good diet, and mix it with the vegetables, mix it with the meat. That's a well-balanced, moderate diet. You got to have it each. And I still drink a lot of water. Yeah, water's healthy, and you can drink the ones that have calcium in it too, like the Perrier's. That's good. I can drink some milk that's, goat cheese, goat milk. It's all good, but they try to say milk's bad. Well, it depends on how you structure your body. Milk is not bad. It's just
be taking in gallons and gallons of fucking milk and shit like that.
Just drink a small dose. I mean, it's not bad long as you do it right. Now I drink plain milk now. I used to do the chocolate, but I stay away from that shit.
I'm like, well, it depends on what chocolate. If you ain't fucking with anything over 50, if you fucking with shit less than 50%, like actually you need to be in the 72 to 80 percentile range.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
keeps your blood
chocolate.
pressure down.
Yeah,
And it's
chocolate's
actually
good.
an
I know chocolate's good for you, but
Only if
chocolate
you
milk,
get
I stay away
some-
from that. But I do the regular. If I have to do regular milk, it has to be whole milk. I tell people like
Yeah.
that all the time because that's the only way you're gonna get it. I'm not gonna do no what's they call it, almond milk and all that. Now soy milk is okay, but the almond milk, hell no.
Man, listen, man. Listen, I'm gonna explain something. I had to break this down to niggas, right?
Yeah.
I said, what is almond milk? Man, it's good for you. What is almond milk? It's good for you. Do almonds have nipples? So I said, so the process for you to make almond milk, right? I said, I'm just let me get this straight, is who's there to guarantee this with this almond milk, right? I said, okay, cool. Now, soy milk, right? They've been making soy milk forever. Ever. If you grew up on powdered milk, most of that shit is soy, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is, you know what I'm saying? Soy takes the taste. Is actually I'll say most of the time, most black people use milk to put into shit. Like that's what they use milk for. Cereal, cakes, scrambled omelets, you know, anything that needs milk as a stretched out ingredient other than water. Right?
Yeah, it stretches out.
It stretches out. Niggas ain't running around taking milk to the head unless it's chocolate milk. Let's just be honest. Right? Let's be honest, right? So you ain't running around drinking milk like that. That's for white people, really. It's not for niggas. Niggas, look, if you need your dairy, if you need your shit, niggas gonna eat cheese before they fuck with some milk. Let me just gonna say what it is.
Yeah, that's true.
100, right? So why are you sucking down almond milk? Well, you're not going to use it to cook. You're just doing it because some motherfucking white person said, I'm going to use the almond milk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, listen, just go with the soy milk, right? You know what I mean? You put the soy milk in your shit, it's going to actually taste better because soy doesn't have any taste to begin with. It tastes like nothing. It tastes like styrofoam. Tastes like shit, nothing. It's going to just taste like whatever you put it with, right? So just get the soy milk and have a good fucking day. Like you don't have nothing to worry about. You ain't got nothing to fucking trip about. And it's in this little carton. It's going to last as long as whatever because milk ain't supposed to last that fucking long, right? You don't need a gallon of milk, right? You don't need it. Like, you know what I mean? And the only reason why niggas got a gallon of milk because cereal was in the house. Niggas eat cereal as an everyday meal. Like it's like breakfast, lunch, and dinner and a snack, right? Shit, I'm about to go get me a box of Crunch right now because I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just certain things that we do that we don't understand that is not needed because it's habit forming and it was just put as a psychological suggestion, right? And we don't understand what it is. Like we look at food as this thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Like
you guys never had any
plans. Listen, man. Hey, man. If you drink almond milk, good for you. To me, that shit is disgusting and it's nasty.
I tried that. Yeah.
To me, it's just I don't know. Maybe I got the wrong brand. You know. Plus, I'm in Japan, right? There's certain things in Japan. I'm gonna just tell y'all you should never get. Never get yourself Japanese peanut butter. It's horrendous. Tastes horrible. It's sweet. It's like they don't understand what peanut butter is. They take shit literally. It's peanut butter. Literally. Imagine butter, peanut.
Oh no, I can't.
Yeah, there you go. See. They don't understand, right? Now, almond butter, I do that all day. Just tastes like almonds on a spread, right? This is smart.
We know almond is vitamin E. Yeah, the almond itself, but not the milk. I mean,
no. Listen, man, just eat almonds. Just eat them, nigga. Like, what
eat almonds.
Like, why do I need to look?
What we do? Why we got to make a milk out of them?
Well, we got to make a milk out of it. Like, what is it? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I get it, right? Yeah, listen.
Yeah,
almond we don't do an antioxidant. You know what's else an important antioxidant? You know what's important? This is a way better antioxidant. You know what's really important? Honey, right? Honey.
I put honey in my tea. I put honey in my
honey
tea, and
raw, like raw honey, not that processed shit from China. Like you got to get the best honey is the shit with the comb in it, the actual real honeycomb in it. That's how you know it's actually real honey. It's not processed, touched. It's like it came out of the goddamn colony and it went straight into the goddamn jar. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's how you know, right? Or if it came from like Argentina, anywhere in Africa, especially the Congo would be the best.
Now, if you get American farm raised raw honey in Georgia, like there's this one place in Georgia that's raw honey with the orange on it, and it's raised by those bees and they protected it. That's good too. And you could put it in you could put it in your dark coffee and tea. Now my aunt, she's a Libra, she does it in her dark coffee and then she puts it in her coffee. I said, really? I never tried that with coffee. I said, wow, I might have to try it. Yeah, honey in our coffee. That's what she does. And I said, first, I never heard that, but she just tried it.
No. Think about it, man.
But like, she's right though. It's both of them can be healthy, you know.
But think
I've heard of it.
But think about it, like when you go to Starbucks, right? They got honey sitting right there.
I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They got honey. They got honey sitting right there. When you go to Starbucks, the honey's like right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you know what I mean? Like, you know, people been on it like with the coffee and stuff like that. Like when I drunk some real Turkish coffee, like how they do it with the press and all of that. Yeah, they put honey at the bottom of the cup. They ask you honey with or without honey. And they put the honey in they line the bottom of the cup with honey. You know what I'm saying? They put the bottom of the honey at the bottom of the cup.
Starbucks, but it makes sense. When she told me about it, like this was years back. It was years back, and I know it's good because I haven't tried it. I'll eventually will, and I'll be like, all right. I said, damn, and now I know what she's talking about. Okay. I try it in my teas a lot. I do the herbal teas. The green and the black, because I know that's good for weight loss. Them too. A lot of people said my dad said black tea ain't good weight loss. Yes, it is. The news said it because they found research. Black tea is good for weight loss if you do it right. You know, because if you're training and things like that, if you want to get away from being huge, whatever, it does. It makes you sweat and makes you go use the bathroom. Because I know I drink black Irish tea.
It's a diuretic.
And it's a diuretic. And same with green tea don't make you go use the bathroom like that. It just make you go take a piss. I know from experience. I mean, green tea. That's all it does.
Yeah. You know what? Like, see, here's the problem, right? American green tea makes you go to the bath. Makes you piss. Asian real green tea
is different.
Right?
Yeah,
it's totally different. They're totally different, right? Totally different. You gotta like people don't even know, man. Like you gotta go if you want. Like if you, sir, I'm gonna tell you this. If you really want to be on your teas, man, your teas, like you get into your bougie tea game and your tea bag. You gotta go like I don't know, like y'all got like an Asian. Y'all should have an Asian community, Asian part of
they have it.
You need to walk into the Asian like tea store, right? The medical store, the herbal store, right? You know what I mean? Where they got the ginseng root in that bitch and the old Chinese motherfucker shit behind the counter, Mr. Wong and shit. And you need to ask them for some 100% jasmine tea, right? And you gotta get that tea set, right? Mm-hmm. You gotta get that tea set, and when you get the leaves and shit, not the shit that comes in the bag already, like you know how you get the ones that like it's the herbal, it's the black tea, but then it got its own bag. It's got the little triangle bag that's real nice. You know what I'm saying? No.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you need to get the tea pot that come with the cups. They got the strainer in the motherfucker where you pop it open and you put the tea leaves in it and you put the hot water and then
I've seen that.
Yeah, you got to get that because that means you're getting a real tea, right?
Yeah.
And then so what I do in the winter, right? Like right now, like I drink tea, like I have my tea time, right? I'm not a coffee drinker like that. I had my tea
same
time.
here. Yeah.
When it's wintertime, like soon as the temperature like dips below 60, oh, I'm in my tea bag.
Oh,
right? Yeah, I that's when I break out my good shit, right? And I get my good shit, and then like he was saying, like ever try peppermint tea, lemon,
Yeah,
chamel, and ginger?
I tried peppermint, I tried lemongrass, I tried so many teas. I've tried the elderberry,
Yeah,
echinacea. That's the Puka brand. This made by these Indian people.
Yeah.
In Minnesota, their shit's natural. That's the brand I
Yeah.
drink from. I get it a lot in Publix and I get it a lot in Whole Foods, and that's
So-
good. In the
So
bag.
here's a little trick, right? So if you want an everyday tea, Earl Grey.
Yeah, Earl
right?
Grey's good.
E-
I like
everyday
Earl
tea.
Grey. Yeah,
Yeah,
Earl Grey.
everyday tea, Earl Grey, and if you want to spice it up, right?
What about oolong? What about oolong tea?
If oolong tea, oolong tea is actually like Folgers coffee
Yeah,
to Asians, right? Like it's like, hey man, you got a cup of Joe? Yeah, I got a cup of Joe.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
oolong tea is, man.
yeah,
It is-
oolong's good. I've tried oolong and Earl Grey. Now,
Yeah,
Earl Grey is correct. Yeah, that's
yeah,
a good
early,
everyday
but
tea.
see, like in Japan, nigga, I got oolong tea in my refrigerator right now. Like it's like Kool-Aid to niggas today. It's not. It's something. It's like instead of drinking water, you drink oolong tea, but it's not good to consume too much oolong tea because
Right.
it's just cheaply processed. You know what I mean? It's nothing. If you had a choice between drinking Kool-Aid, Sunny D, soda, and oolong, yo, Ned, grab the oolong. You're gonna live long, of course. But if we're
Right.
talking about on some tea stuff, like if you're gonna drink some tea, then you might as well just go get some Lipton tea bags, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So if you're gonna do you know what I'm saying, if you're gonna do some teas, right? If you're gonna do some teas, was it Degenerate said oolong tea? Nah, it's actually the other tea. It's actually I forgot what it's called. It tastes like dirt. It's the other tea. It looks like oolong, but it's darker brown, and it's a barley tea. It's an Asian barley tea that prevent cancer. Tastes like dirt. Yeah, it tastes like dirt. Like oolong has a like a woody feel. It kind of like oolong kind of tastes like smoked, like something that you smoked, lightly smoked, right? Like it has that, you drinking tea, but it has that woody, like maybe like a not a chestnut, because chestnut is kind of sweet, kind of like a oak taste to it, don't it? Like a light oak oolong. No, the tea that Degenerate's talking about is barley, and it tastes like dirt. Like you took a tree and you liquefied the roots and drunk that shit. That shit cures cancer.
Yeah.
And it's also purple. It's a reddish purple seaweed that actually kills cancer also. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's $100 a kilo. But that's neither here nor there. But anyway, so what you want to do is, right, and this is what I found out because I would go to the tea shop. My wife goes to the tea shop, and I was asking like, hey, what's good for antioxidants? Because it's getting winter time. I want to keep the cold out my body, this, that, and the other. I want to get my teas right. And I was like, and they mix it up for you, right? They'll make tea for you, right? When you go to a proper tea shop. I said, I was with the peppermint and the charmel and all of that. You know what they told me? Get you some regular Earl Grey and go get you some mint leaves. Buy you some fresh mint. Keep it in the refrigerator, the freezer, whatever. Get you some charmel, like whatever, and make sure it's dried out or whatever. Like, cut up a couple of mint leaves finely, put that with your tea, and they told me the thing to get, and you straight, that save you money. He said, because that's all that shit is. He said all them teas like peppermint and all of that, they're not made out of pure peppermint unless you get like the expensive peppermint. He said it's like 10% peppermint or whatever they say that's in there, and the rest of it is Earl Grey.
Yeah.
The rest of it is Earl Grey. and you know what I'm saying? Like people don't even know that. So you might as well just get the Earl Grey and just go to the Whole Foods and get you some fresh mint. Some fresh mint leaves and put it in there. And I did it. And it actually tastes better. And I actually felt the effects better because I'm measuring it myself and whatever. You take a couple of seconds, but man, look, but hey, y'all, winter's coming. You know what I'm saying? Y'all worried about bitches not having a place to stay. Bitches always gonna have a place to stay. As long as a woman got 3 holes, she's always gonna have a place to stay. Right?
Yeah.
And the more kids she got, ain't like you don't see too many homeless women with children.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? What's up, man?
Yeah.
What's good, yo? What's good?
good?
Oh, what up, chat? I mean, Pino.
Yeah,
I'm
y'all
What's
getting-
going on?
You just
get
hopping
yourself
in.
ready for the winter.
Just
Hey, what's
showing
up,
love
man?
real quick. Just showing love real quick. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's true. What you were saying, yeah, definitely. If you're a woman, man, you got it easy. You know, you got it easy, man. You got to use that feminine energy, man.
Yeah,
You got it
I'm
easy.
telling you, man, the coldest shit I ever heard, man, is one of my godfathers. I mean, my mother was out there acting, you know, kind of crazy when I was young, and I remember this as like a 4-year-old, man, like a 4-year-old, coldest game in the world, right? And what happened was my mom and my grandmother, she, you know, what I mean, she was doing her thing, but my grandma was acting a fool, right? You know, it was just dysfunction all the way around to a certain degree. But my mom was like, it was the winter, it was the blizzard. I think it was blizzard of '85, right? Blizzard of '85. We in this house, man. It's no electricity in this house. My mom just kind of broke in the house. It's winter, you know what I mean, whatever, right? Yeah, put the thing up against the door, yada yada yada, right? We basically in the it's a vacant. It's not abandoned. You know, there's a difference between being an abandoned and a vacant, right? That means nobody's renting the house out. It's, you know what I'm saying, it's ready to go, but nobody's renting it out. So we're in a vacant, right?
Oh, so it wasn't like all worn down or nothing.
No. It was fixed up. It's just nobody moved in. You know what I'm saying? Nobody moved in. It was fixed up. You know what I mean? Nobody moved in. So we in the vacant, right? And I remember this place before because one of her friends stayed there. You know what I mean? I remember when they got set out. Like they got put out, right? They ain't pay their rent. They put their shit on the curb and the crackheads was grabbing their shit. So I remember that shit. So that was in the summertime. So we back at this spot. So I'm thinking we in the same spot. You know what I mean? Whatever. We get in there. So my mom was like, hey, don't leave. Just stay right here. So I hear somebody at the door. I think it's my mom. So I go hide and shit because she told me go hide. And then it was a dude came in there and he said, hey, I know you in here, blah, blah, blah. So I ain't trying to say shit, right? He said, look, I know you in here, right? So come out, right? So he said, you got to count of 3 to come out. I'm gonna start shooting this shit, right? So I was like, nigga, I came out. So this light-skinned dude, man, older man. This is the first time in my life I saw this, man, from a dude, man. Like, man, this dude started crying, like, you know, tears coming down his face, because you know he was about to start shooting. He the landlord, but he might have killed the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know, right? You don't know who in your shit. He just knows somebody in the shit or whatever. So he said, you know what? He said, come up. So he took me up the street, like a block up the street to his crib, right? Like he had his own crib, but I didn't know he owned 6 houses on the block. So we go in his spot, right? And he had like a man cave spot. Like it was like just a one, you know, room apartment with the thing. Like it was like a whatever, right? So we sitting there and we watching Sanford and Son. He eating his little pop TV dinner shit on his thing, right? And we ain't saying nothing. So he hears like somebody yelling, and he said, that's probably your mama. Go out there and meet your mama. So I walk out there and see my mom. My mom like, didn't I tell you not to go? And he's like, yeah, he was in my house. You almost got your kid shot. So he said, come in. So she come in there, they talking, and he said this. He said, why the hell are you out in a blizzard with a child? But we ain't had no place to go. He said, you got a mouth and 2 holes. You always, as a female, got a place to go. Nigga, that shit right there hit a nigga home. Like that shit right there hit a nigga home. Like I remember that from 4 years old up into being shit. I'll be 40 in like a couple of days, man. That shit. And then I thought about it, you know what I mean? You know, but he rented out a place to me and my mom moved us in quickly and shit like that. You know, until she, you know what I mean? Because you couldn't, like, you know how niggas talk about how black women was getting welfare back then? How niggas talk about that shit? That's a lie. That's a lie. You know why it's a lie? I'll tell you why. The process for black women getting welfare was way more stringent than white women. My mom had me at 25. I was 4 years old. Why didn't she get welfare? You know why she finally got welfare? Because she had her own residence. You couldn't be living with somebody and pulling welfare if the person at the residence was already putting in welfare, was already getting welfare. You see how that works? And there was a cap on your welfare. There was a cap. So it was like, was it how long? No, man, you know what? I learned when I learned how long did it take me to understand what he said? Yeah, when my peoples kicked me out the house at 14 and I was homeless. That's when I learned it. Cause I ain't see no young chicks my age getting kicked out the house working on street corners, homeless. Never saw that. I saw nothing but boys outside working them corners, 14, running around, ain't got no clean clothes, you know, out there slinging on the corner, doing all this extra shit. But you ain't see no girls slinging a pack outside. They was in the house. And what I realized from that was I wasn't blaming women for that. I was just saying I learned that the world don't give a fuck about men unless you're doing something, unless you provide or you on your gully, when you get right. So with that being said is that it took black women twice or 3 or 4 times as long to get on welfare, to get public housing, to get certain support like that. Took them twice as long. Yeah, you was on welfare, but you had to have a residence to get on welfare. And niggas keep forgetting the first of the month, all them women was sitting out on the front waiting for their welfare check. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these niggas don't tell you the whole story. They don't want to tell you the whole story.
They be capping.
They don't want to tell you the whole story. It's the first of the month. You had to sit out on the front step. I remember seeing the mailman getting harassed by the women in the neighborhood. Where my welfare check at, Cletus? Clarence, what's up, baby? I ain't got your check. They ain't sending checks out today. Why they late with the check? These kids gotta eat. He said, ain't nothing I can do. Ain't nothing I can do. Like, you ain't get your check, you ain't get your check. The mailman was the hated and the most loved nigga in the fucking neighborhood. And then when you got your welfare check, where was you gonna cash it at? You had to stand in that long ass line down at social services or certain places to get your food stamps. You didn't just get cash. You didn't just get cash like that. Your welfare check was split between food stamps and the actual cash of the check. And then you could only buy groceries with it. You couldn't buy hot food. So that's where the fucking little the corner store, the bodegas came into play, because they would buy the welfare checks off you. They would buy the food stamps off you and trade it for cash. $5 food stamp and get you $3 in cash. Crazy, isn't it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas couldn't get credit. Niggas couldn't, like, niggas had to go to those little mom and pop shops to get their shit on credit. Niggas couldn't go to Rent-A-Center and just rent furniture.
Yeah.
Why you think the plastic was on the goddamn fucking furniture?
Mm-hmm.
The plastic was on the furniture because niggas didn't own it and they kept it on there just in case you fucked it up and they had to repossess the shit and take it back. Once the last payment, that's when that shit came off the furniture. These are facts. Like niggas have like selective memory.
Yeah, selective memory. Yeah.
About what really went down, what really happened, right? I remember what it was, I think it was 88 when they start putting out them EBT cards, when they stopped giving welfare checks. They stopped giving welfare checks and they start giving EBT cards. Niggas didn't even know how to use them shits. You had to verify, and then you had to go get a job. My mom already had a job, so she was still getting some support from her pops or whatever, right? But he, you know what I mean? Like, because this is what they did. They got rid of food stamps because the food stamp program stopped being federally funded around 87. Between 87 and, depending on where you lived at, 87 and 90, the food stamp program stopped being funded. You notice now, sir, remember this shit? Remember you remember around 90, they started giving those free Norplant things to black girls?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, don't you think that child support start becoming an issue and back child support became an issue between 88 and 94?
Yeah. I've seen that most in the 90s. I know in the 88 from 94, they kept talking about it as a kid growing up. But see, I never had that issue. I had two parents, but I've seen friends that was on that. Yeah, it was a whole different story. Yeah.
So if the food stamps, right, and the welfare is a federal and state funded program, which the federal was given the kicker, and the federal pulled back off of the funding, the state pulls back, but you can't kick the mamas off of this support and you tell them they got to get a job, then you reroute that money to programs to get them to go to work because the damage is done, but people are still fucking, and you know you already fucked up the fucking community. Then you start doing what? You started pushing in what? Sex education in junior high school, contraceptives,
and DARE. Remember that DARE shit?
The DARE shit, right?
That failed on its face too after that. I remember,
but it wasn't. But niggas thought it was for them, but it was actually for the dominant society because white people were getting pregnant and they was taking advantage of the welfare system, right? Yeah. And then the child support thing came through, right? And guess what? You were already, if you were getting public assistance or welfare, guess what happened? The state said, well, we can't keep funding this shit because the constituents is mad. So we got to hold people accountable. Who the father? He on the birth certificate. Back child support. Got him. Dude don't even know it. Now you just getting your shit yanked out of your check out of nowhere, right? Like dudes getting their whole, they ain't seen now, and then you start getting the men's rights movement because the men that was actually paying, giving the woman cash, giving her something, and she applied for welfare, and he finally get him shit straight. Now he's paying back child support. He don't really see the kid or whatever the fuck. And, you know, some men that was doing it right, and they owed more than the state sanctioned child support. Because you know what I mean, they had to readjust it, right? The money got to come from somewhere. If the taxpayers ain't paying it, the people that's in the infractions got to pay it. Now, black people, of course, because part of America, we Americans, of course, you know, those men are going to get caught up in it. And then some niggas ain't never had a job. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? You got both on both ends, but these niggas like want to tell it like they didn't grow up in it and they got selective amnesia, right? that black women was just sitting up there collecting child support and throwing they niggas in the paddy wagon so they go straight to jail. And that shit wasn't the case because I was watching it. I was in the hood. I saw the shit. You know what I'm saying? I was there. Like, I saw niggas not doing their duty to their families. And I saw niggas that was doing whatever they could trying to make it. I saw motherfuckers that was doing the right thing. You know what I mean? And more times than not, it was people doing the right fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? The whole hood wasn't on the corner. It was a select group of motherfuckers on the corner. It was, you know what I mean? It was, when I was growing up, yeah, there was like there wasn't too many married people where I lived at. There was a few, but there wasn't too many. But there was a lot of joint, like my god sister, she lived with her grandmother, right? Her mama lived somewhere else. Her grandmother took care of her. Her mama gave her grandmother money because she was running around running businesses and shit like that, running numbers in the street. She finally got married to my god sister's father. You know what I'm saying? And he was a cool nigga, but you know what? My god sister's father looked like Brother X. They act exactly the same. They look the same and they act the same. You know what I'm saying? But he had a blue collar job, just like Brother X. He worked in the shipyard, right? My godmother was running numbers, all this other shit. She had the money, she had the clubs and all of that shit. But here's the thing: they got married. They didn't start raising my god sister until my god sister was going to high school, and they moved to Virginia. So her grandmother raised her the whole time. If think about the black community, for instance, right? We think about certain people. If you listen to their conversation, and they Xers and they Zs and late boomers, right? Their grandparents raised them. Their parents didn't even raise them. Their mamas neither. Think about it. My grandmama, right? Like, you know, I mean, you got a couple of people. Their parents didn't really, they mama didn't really raise them because their mama was working. So the grandma had to raise them. Grandma was there after school when they got out of school to watch them. They spent more time with their grandparents than their mama. Was it Shannon Sharp is like 50-some years old? And he always talk about his grandmama, right?
Grandmama, yeah.
Yep. Terrell Owens always talk about his grandmama, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you gotta, like, you know, if I think about it, I talk about my aunts and my grandmother. Really, if I'm talking about some things, whatever. My mom late. The hell? My mom late game and all this other stuff, right? But if you know, look at the manosphere, right? If you sit down and ask dudes who actually raised them, it was their grandmom.
Yeah.
It's their grandparents. You know what I mean? You ask like, you know, not to say this or whatever, but look at Angry Man. He said his grandmama raised him, right?
Yeah. He always talks about it.
Yeah, his daddy didn't, he said daddy didn't raise him because his daddy was in the military. His daddy was in the army. He had to go out in the field. Where was his mama?
Yeah. Somewhere messing around. But he said it in his streams a lot because him and his mom did not have the close relationship. He talked about the generational shit. And like, see, Gen Xers have problems with boomers because they was forgotten. And that was done by design. I was trying to tell this a complex design. He's a young Gen Xer. Dude, y'all been lost. Even Art's generation. I try to tell this to Art, your generation has been lost. That's why you think they call them the silent generation. Both of them are the same. If mindset wise, I hate to say this, silent generation was not the greatest generation. That's a myth. They were bad too. They just were forgotten. People didn't give a fuck about them. You know, they praise World War II generation. Why? Because they were spoiled. Look at the boomers. Why you think it was a baby boom? People was fucking. Millennials did the same thing. The difference is different layers of us because what we did is similar to the boomers. We act just like them when we had kids. And the fucked up thing is we choose when to have them. We have them late. in my
Yeah.
age. If
When
we
we
ever
ready.
get 35, yeah, when we
Yeah,
ready.
when we ready,
And my dad
like,
had
you know.
my dad had me at 35. My mom was 26. She had me.
Yeah.
That's an age difference.
Yeah,
And
that's
they
11
knew
years.
that's all it was. And then I'm 11 years older than my sister. So she's in her 20s. I'm in my early 30s. And I try to tell her, when I was your age, I enjoyed my 20s and I
Yeah.
cherished it. Because in my 30s, I'm more wiser now and stay away from these hoes and shit. But I balance it out. But I get the looks that I get, at this age. In my 20s, I didn't. Not as much.
Mhm.
But you gotta
Yeah.
understand, back then, it's just how it was. But like I told you, in the sports world, my dad said he grew up around radio when it was black
Yeah.
and white and stuff like that. So he came in that generation. They ain't gonna tell you the truth. Now he had some siblings that did the single parent thing, and he was the marriage type, and they wasn't. And that's a problem. Them niggas ain't gonna tell you that in space. No, everybody's different. Every boomer's not the same. BGS grew up in a decent neighborhood, went to a white neighborhood. That's all he did because he was from fucking California. That's all that was. If he was from the South, he would not able to do that shit.
No,
And he
and
knows
doing it, and BGS even said it, like,
himself.
BGS even said it himself, but he even tell you that he was able to do that because his people migrated from the South over. So he's a first generation Californian. Like,
That's
you know
all
what I'm
he
saying?
was.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think it's like his people came from Alabama, Mississippi, something like that. I think.
No, it's Louisiana and Texas.
Louisiana.
He said
Louisiana and Texas,
those places. But
Okay.
like I said, I don't listen to a lot of boomers like him like that. He's just a younger boomer. I look at his age. My dad's an older boomer and be laughing because he grew up in the South all his life, even though he moved to Georgia in 07. He can tell you a lot of people of his generation that moved out there, they was just trying to find opportunities. As soon as when the shit went back, guess where they're going back to? The South. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. And I hate to say it. My dad in the future wants to live overseas one day. He was thinking about in South America. I said, well, Venezuela's nice. There's a lot of nice places. Chile.
I would tell him.
I told him, don't even go to those places. I mean, there's better places outside of South America. Like there's Asia. I mean,
I'm like Asia. The issue, I would say like this. The issue with Asia is, I would say the issue with Asia is he's looking to retire, right? That means chill out, do nothing, right? Like you do things just to keep you busy so you don't die quicker. Because if you're used to working that long, right? But if Asia, you're coming, you better be built. You better be bringing a business, right? Something. You need to be working still, right? You know what I mean? Because they work until they 80. Their retirement is 80. That's what it basically is. I would tell him if he was going to do it, if he's going to South America, the thing about South America, Guyana. It's an English-speaking country in South America.
And I think he said Guyana, and I was trying to tell him, I said, why you want to live Colombia? He kind of changed his mind because Colombia is overrated. That's been tampered with.
Colombia, I wouldn't say, look, Colombia, I would say this. Brazil, Colombia, no. Argentina, Venezuela, and Peru, right?
Yeah.
Those Argentina's gonna get a little cold, whatever.
Yeah.
Venezuela, but the country part, but they you can't really trust it too much because they political.
I wouldn't trust it. Yeah, I wouldn't trust
thing. And I
but
would
he
say,
at one time he thought it was gonna be Colombia. I said, nah, Colombia's dangerous, man. That's a no-go. And then I told him Brazil has been tampered with. Like he would be Guyana and I hate to say Argentina, he'd be fine.
He would be better off Panama. He would be better off, like if he's talking about something like that, he would be better off Panama and actually
Panama.
South Mexico, like Cancun, that area like that.
Yeah.
But I would basically tell him he would do well in Portugal. And because even though it's euros, the cost of living is the same as being in Mexico or anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Portugal, parts of Italy, Spain, you can even look at Eastern Europe, looking at Montenegro, Romania, places like that. You know what I mean? Or Turkey.
Right.
Turkey, Turkey don't play about these citizens and people being taken care of.
Yeah,
Turkey,
Panama is very underrated degenerate. Yeah, because we saw them in a Caribbean parade a couple of years back, and I told him, yeah, that's a good country. It's
Panama,
really underappreciated. Yeah, Panama's
no
good.
extradition, dude. No extradition.
No extradition. Yeah,
no extradition.
Yeah.
No extradition.
It's a good land, good country. And I told him,
run to Panama.
Yeah. No federal taxes. Yeah. And it's some good countries out there, but I told him in the Caribbean Sea, when my mom visited Jamaica. Yeah, Jamaica's okay. The problem with Jamaica is you got to deal with the hurricanes and shit. Like, I can't anything around water. I am not fucking.
I'm gonna say like this.
I'm just not fucking.
I'm gonna say like this. You got to pick your poison, right? You got to pick your poison, because most developed civilizations is always around some type of fucking water, right? So you got to pick your fucking poison. Like, and what I mean by this is your major cities, your major ports, your major anything, even in a third world country, is on the coastline. So hurricanes, tsunamis, typhoons, earthquakes, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
There's no perfect place to be on the face of the goddamn planet. It's just how you got to get on with it and deal with it, and
unless you're on some, unless you're on upheaval to it. But even though you can still get hit, you can. My poison. I hate to say, if I do live in those regions, I would take Haiti out of all of anything. Now I don't know about Dominican, brother. That's a whole nother story.
DR is. I'm like, DR is. It's like, like DR is. Like, I would say this, right? If you're gonna go in the South, if you're going to go into the Caribbean, right? There's Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
There's the Virgin Islands.
Virgin Islands close to Florida, ain't it? Is it?
Yeah. All of it's close to Florida, but if you're talking about you want to live somewhere, whatever, people don't look at certain other places like that. Like, look at these other countries that are there.
I forgot. Bahamas, there's Barbados, there's St. Lucia. St. Lucia's okay.
St.
St. Lucia's is small on the map, but it does exist. And there's a one British one, St. Berm, something like a Bermuda.
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. And then there's Bermuda or something like that. A country called Bermuda. It's an island. It's isolated.
So I'm like, and then you got like, then you get into the Mediterranean and shit, man. Like, what I'm saying? You got Malta, you got, I'm like, you got places where you can be. Matter of fact, let me pull this up, because I think I saw this a while ago, right? In top countries.
He said, how about Costa Rica and Belize? I wouldn't live in Belize. I wouldn't waste my energy on that. Costa Rica, yes.
Yeah.
Costa Rica's okay. I mean, the only downside, a lot of people try to say, it can be a little dangerous, but if you know a tour guide from there, but it does have the what my mom said, the hummingbird. Yeah, Costa Rica's nice. I mean, it's
all right. So here's the thing. Since 2021, the best countries for comfortable retirement is
Singapore's okay.
Number 1 is Costa Rica. Number 2 is Panama. Number 3 is Mexico. Number 4 is Colombia. Number 5 is Portugal. Number 6 is Ecuador. Number 7 is Malaysia. Number 8 is France. Number 9 is Malta. And number 10 is Vietnam.
So they have France number 8. Oh man, no one.
Yeah, but they're not talking about Paris. They're talking about outside. They're talking about
outside of France.
Nice. Yeah. They're talking about Nice and other places.
Yeah, Versailles. That's a rich part. Oof. Yeah, France is not bad. There's other outskirts of France. They ain't talking about Paris. There's other places you can live in France. I've been looking at it. I figure why people want to live in France. You know, I ain't gonna say Ubisoft. I'm gonna say there's other places besides Ubisoft. He said Singapore. Yeah, Singapore is yeah, it's okay. I mean, you're close to Southeast Asia. I mean, there's plenty of places live in Asia, you know. I mean, or a visit, but you know, DeAndre got the best place in the world is Japan. You know, even though it's not retirement, that's a decision. You know, you want to live there, you got to deal with it. So, but like he said, yeah, I figured Costa Rica is number one because of the I forget what they do out there. It's that, yeah, the taxes, yeah,
And the non-extradition, and you know the Swiss bank accounts.
Swiss bank event, yeah, that's it, yeah. I think my mom wanted to live there. I said, well, okay, that's good. You know, I mean, it's better than most Central. I would say that and Panama are the only two is better than Central America. Now, Mexico, I wouldn't trust it. That's because of Cancun. Cancun is nice. I heard Cancun's nice. Oh, I did saw people went to Cancun and Black Ink. They had those nice villas and all that shit and the water and stuff like that. That is nice in Mexico. I mean, they show us the rough part of Mexico, but you know, but that's Mexico. You know, but Mexico's nowhere. You know, it's funny. It's close to Texas. I wouldn't live in Mexico like that. You know, I visit.
See, the thing that people see, here's the problem, right? Is everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that talks about Mexico, and I'm gonna be honest with you, everybody that talks about Mexico, they talk about Mexico in such a way where they don't necessarily think about it. Is they only talk about the top part of Mexico.
Yeah.
Right? They only talk about the top part of Mexico because
Right, Mexico is humongous.
yeah, and they don't talk about Mexico as a whole. No one talks about Mexico City. No one talks about the other parts of Mexico. And it's like
there's good parts of Mexico. It's just they focus on the north and the cartel shit. I'm like, I ain't worried about that. Like, people forget that country was connected to what, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Were they one landmass one time?
Yeah, well, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico is Mexico.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I don't get. Like, that's humongous itself. That's fucked up. And then the people wonder why they come over. No, actually, that's their land. Oh, California too. Want to get technical? That's one landmass if you want to cut it off that way. But you know, but they said no, Mexico's smart. You know, they cut it off the line. I get what you're saying, DeAndre. Yeah, all they did was created what, Arizona territory, Texas, California, which is crazy to me. But that's all connected to Mexico, though.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, that's us. I mean, yeah, it's weird like that. Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. But it's just like anything else, man. Is if like, you know, when people talk about certain things, right? Like why do people my age, when they finally decide that they're going to go take a trip for the first time, they take their ass down in Jamaica? Oh, it's called promotion marketing. Nothing wrong with the country Jamaica. It's just when you was growing up, you used to hear them damn commercials. Come to Jamaica and feel all right. Like that's all you used to hear.
Yeah.
You used to hear that. Like, see, now that I sing the little tune, you remember that shit, right? You remember sitting up there like, oh man.
Be all right.
And then you see these white people smiling and kikiing and frolicking on the thing. You see the black dudes serving them up some lobster. They drinking good shit. Then they hearing them steel drums, ding 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 ding, and you don't even know that these motherfuckers didn't even fly down there. They on a Carnival cruise ship, right? They on a Carnival fucking cruise ship, and you sitting up there looking like a dumbass. Man, once I make it, I'm going to Jamaica, right? And then why do niggas go to Cancun? You know why they go to Cancun? Because MTV Spring Break, Cancun, Mexico. White girls gone wild. Like That's all was shoved into your head as a kid between fucking 8 into your 20s. If you damn near almost 40 now. If you're 35 and over, you have been subverted for your vacation outside the country is to go to Cancun and Jamaica.
Cancun, Tulum. I see a lot of people going to Tulum now.
Because they can't afford to go to Cancun.
Cancun, right? Oh, Tulum is cheaper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Tulum is cheaper.
Okay.
Tulum is cheaper. Yeah, Cancun have made so and shit is listen. Why are you going to a third world country to play LA, New York, and Las Vegas prices? The point of going to a third world country for tourism is because you become a multi-thousandaire. The second you jump on the plane and land, you are a 6-figure nigga. That's the point. I'm just being honest with you. Like, look. Like, why do you listen? Why do you go? Okay, if a nigga was to tell me like right now, hey man, I'm coming to Japan. How much money I need? How much money you need to take your ass down to Manhattan? How much money you need to be downtown LA? How much money you need to be on the strip in Las Vegas? He's like, it's that much. Add $1,300 because you got to fly your ass over here and hotel and accommodations.
Man, fuck Vegas, man.
And
I remember,
you got to pay your bills when you get back.
Right.
See, that's the thing about traveling.
Vegas, you know, like in Vegas in the little lobby. Like I remember I was dead drunk. It was like 3 a.m. I was hungry. I was like, yo, let me just get something to eat right here. And in the lobby, they had like this little mini restaurant. I got a burger, small fry, and a Coke, $20. $20. I'm like, what? For this shit? For this crap? It was like airport prices. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and listen, you got a burger, right? All right. So here's the biggest problem about flying here's the biggest problem about eating in Japan. You're gonna pay that, but you're gonna be hungry an hour later. You know why? Because you always moving. You gotta walk places. You gotta jump on the train. You gotta use a lot of energy to move around Japan. And they feed you small portions. Even if you go to McDonald's and you get an extra large, it's a medium in the States. These are facts. A small is a kid's meal. Is a happy meal. Like their portions are small. Like their whole economy is built off of carbs.
How would you treat it when you was out there in Japan? How would you treat it?
How I treat it? I still live here, but how I treat it? Yeah, I'm used to it. Like it's just I'm used to it. Like it's not like if I go like okay, I know I learned that we eat too much in the States. Is I went to Shake Shack, right? I went to Shake Shack. Me and my wife ordered some food at Shake Shack. I ate half the burger. She ate half of her shit. We walked back to the hotel room, passed the fuck out. This was like 12 in the afternoon. We woke up at 5 in the damn evening. We ordered room service because we didn't feel like walking around and find something to eat. We ordered one meal. We shared the meal. We was straight. Like we shared it between each other and we was full. Here's another trick, right? You said you went to Vegas, right? Like you went to Vegas, right?
Yeah, like a year ago.
A year ago.
What 2 years ago? 2 years ago.
See, these travel niggas, they don't really travel like that because they don't do it as often. So they don't give you little tips and tricks. The next time you travel, here's a trick. Pay extra money for the club lounge. right?
Okay.
You know what the club lounge is? The club lounge is usually on the club floor. So your room, your standard room is bigger. Right? It's cost a little bit extra per day, but you know what you get? You get to walk into that lounge any time of the day, and they got snacks and food and everything for free. They serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the club lounge. But here's the trick. It comes out of the restaurant that's downstairs. When you pay for that buffet, that's where the food comes from. See, people don't know that. That's the trick.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and then you can bring people up there and just conversate and chop it up and stuff like that. And if you get the right club lounge, like if you usually staying in like the Hilton or the Sheraton, like those types of hotels or something like that, from 5 until 8 is open bar in that bitch. Make your own drinks, all you can drink. There you go. See, put you on game.
Yeah, that's game. Or
put you on game. Put you on game. See, niggas don't even know that shit. Here's another one. Say you don't want to do the club lounge. Say you if you're not staying in the hotel, if you're not doing a week-long trip, like 5 days, 4 nights, and you want to be there for like a couple of days, make sure breakfast, at least get breakfast with your room.
Right.
Pay the extra for the breakfast with your room. You know what I mean? Breakfast, brunch, or whatever. What they do is they give you meal coupons, meal stipends, so you can go downstairs to the nice buffet that they got downstairs when you first walk into the hotel. You know what I mean? Look, always like people, like when people travel, they look for the good deals on the airfare and the transportation, but they never look for the good deals on the hotels.
Right.
People will book, they'll book their plane ticket in advance, but won't book their hotel room in advance. Which is stupid. What you should do is you book your hotel room in advance, book your plane ticket after the hotel. And the reason you do this is you can always cancel your hotel room at least 48 hours prior to you actually showing up. And the earlier you book your hotel room, the cheaper the price on it, long as it's not around a holiday.
Yeah.
Because they already filled the room.
I just went to Dior 2 months ago. I was out there for 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And the tickets were cheap, right? I bought them with 2 months prior, a month prior. It was cheap. I think it was like $400 round trip.
Yeah.
And now I want to go back for like around Christmas time, because that's when Dior is lit. You know, I got my family out there.
Yeah.
And when the price went up crazy, man, it's like a G.
Yeah.
Man, I'm like, damn. Like, and I want to go too. Like, I don't know. I might bite that bullet. I don't know.
I'm like, but here's the thing, right? All right. So you gonna go DR around what? Christmas, right?
Yeah, because that's
thinking about going Christmas, right?
Yeah, it's lit around that time.
All right. So you looking at the tickets right now. So are you like where you at? Like what? Up close east? Like up northeast?
Yeah, northeast, yep.
Yeah, all right. So are you talking about direct flight down to DR, right?
Yeah, but like I did a what you gonna call it? Not the standby, the connection flight. They did it because of there was a storm the day I was traveling.
Yeah.
That was the first time. I never did connection flights ever. I always like fly direct. So they took us to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico right next to DR.
Yeah.
So they took to Puerto Rico and San Juan, and then Santo Domingo. We only had to wait like an hour or two.
Yeah, to catch the connection flight.
Yeah, so I said the connection ain't that bad. Like if you gotta wait in Puerto Rico for a little while, then go there.
Yeah,
it's not that bad. The flight is literally 40 minutes or something. So
yeah, it's like I mean, sometimes you don't want to be, we know how we is, man. We don't want to get in on off planes, man. Once I'm in the air, nigga, get me where I need to go so we can get this bitch down.
Yeah, and they lost my suitcase.
Of course, they always. So
I was tight. Man.
here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This is what I usually tell people, right? It's like this. Traveling somewhere during tourist season is the dumbest thing ever. Right?
Well,
and the reason why I say this is like this. Everything is marked up 50 to 100%. The only thing that you're going to do is you're there for the people, right? So they know that you're there for the people. So like you said, going to DR during Christmas is going to be lit, but you're not really there for Christmas. You're there for New Year's. Let's just be real.
Right. Yeah.
There for New Year's Eve, right? That's adult time. That's when you really gonna get it popping, right? That's what is gonna get popping. After New Year's Eve, the New Year's Day is dead. Dead. Right? You know when people don't go down to people don't talk about going down the Caribbean
right after, like
it's doing Carnival or Juve.
Like, oh yeah, right? Carnival is dope too. Like February.
Yeah, but see, people broke. They can't go down there during that time, right? Because they're trying to recoup the money that they overspent during the holidays. You know, they brought presents and all this shit, and then they got their tax return, and they waiting for that shit to come because they got to pay these bills and all this other crazy shit.
Tax season starts around this time, and then March, and then you have to, it's due to April and shit like that. Yeah, my dad's on order. He knows. Yeah,
so that's why if this is just me, my personal opinion, right? Is if you're going to go down there, you're going to pick, it's better that you go down there doing Juve or Carnival. If you're going to drop the rack, right? It's cheaper for you to send some presents, tell them you're thinking about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you will be better off bringing in the New Year's down in Miami or going to Panama. Go down to Panama, right? Going to Panama City or something like that, right? Then show up doing Juve. Because you know why it's going to be more lit doing Juve or Carnival? Because that's when the locals get the party and punch it in, and that's where you really get to see it. When you down there doing like a holiday like that, they working. It's tourist time. You know what I mean? But
that's how they get their money. Yeah, that's how they get their
money. Yeah, Juve is it's the tourist vibe with the down low homeboy prices. You know what I'm saying? It's a different thing, and I had to learn that. You know, just, you know, being in the entertainment industry wise and whatever, right? I couldn't take my holidays or my vacations with my family when it was holiday season because it was money time. This is when I make my money, right? But when everybody had to go back to work, like right now, right? This is the perfect time to go on vacation. Yeah. Perfect time. You know why? Because the weather's still good. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. Prices are in the toilet, like right now. And you get to deal with the locals and you get to see shit without being too confined and motherfuckers on your neck. And you get to meet new people. You get to meet people you normally wouldn't meet if it was a tourist trap. Right. You know, and those are the people that look out, right? Those are the people, like, because, you know, the locals, like you say, you got fam down in DR, right? So you just got to get there. You pretty much straight on the hotel and accommodations, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Because we know the most expensive thing when you're traveling isn't the transportation, it's sleeping somewhere and eating. Yep. That's the most expensive shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like these wonderful traveling brothers, I don't hear nothing about niggas talking about going to Germany for Oktoberfest. Shit.
They ain't going to.
I don't hear nothing about these SBM niggas talking about going to goddamn Germany.
They had a stream with those guys on Ramil's panel, and they was all geeked up and everything. Ain't talking about nothing. I told this to Juan G's the other night, and I'm like, them niggas ain't talking about nothing. And then Big Truck's ass showed himself with a suit on with an avatar picture. I just shook my head. So look at this nigga.
Yeah.
And the guy with the braids showed his hoes, right, that was flirting and drinking, and I just shook my head. I'm just like shaking my head. I'm like, God damn, man, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's
This is
why,
crazy.
and that's why it's important too. Like,
Mhm.
before you travel,
Oh, what's going on, BMT? Salute,
What's
man.
up, BMT?
like, do your footwork, like go, like,
Actually do your research before you
yeah,
travel, and
yeah,
then
like
actually
go,
talk to the well, here's my advice. Actually talk to the people that come from the countries, because I live in a state that a lot of ethnics come from these countries, and I was a barista and I talked to a lot of foreign people, and you know what they told me? At least you're doing they say you're a smart American that does his research. Well, I have to, before I go over there, and then I'm like, here's a tour guide. Now DeAndre can be my tour guide for Japan, but if I get somebody different,
Mhm.
shows me the whole country. Now
Yeah.
you learning something. See, Fasten is a great example. He's a guy that you should listen to about Congo. He'll give you the in-depths and ins and outs, what to do, what not to do. Now he does have a lady over there. I don't know if he's gonna be with her or a long
yeah,
time. He'll switch it up and trust that, oh, that ain't my lady no more. But he has a right to do that. See, I can do the same thing in the Americas. They ask me about America. I just be careful in down south. They're not as friendly as you think. They will fuck your ass up because a lot of them are hardened. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not travel friendly. It's just like in their country, it's all the same. Just don't be fooled by that. Don't believe that bullshit on TV about America. That's not true. America's a violent place too. And I had a ethnic guy told me years ago when I was a bar. He said, "Yeah, we get down." See, in New York and LA, they showed you that, but where I'm from, nah, they put holes in you. Trust me. Like at night, they're not your friend. They still mad because the imagery of the media is on both sides of the world. And that television fuck our heads up. And that's why the world's kind of divided. And it's kind of fucked up. We can't see it from that lens. Even when you travel, it's that mind control. That's why Kuda and you guys are right, because you got to do your research on people just like anything else. It's just a bigger pawn. That's all.
Yeah, like,
but it's good to know people, and then when you talk to the people, then when you travel and they know this person, they're like, this guy, no. They realize you're American, then you get the respect. See, these dudes that think they travel, they don't know what the hell they talking about. They never talk to these ethnic people like that.
They stay. They stay. You know what I mean? Like like brother right here just said it. He like, yo, I got fam. Like the whole conversation that we had, right? That we're having right now. He said, I got fam in DR, right? Now, since you're here, brother, right? I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. Do you mind answering these questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me read it. So they're basically the male version of Hoen in Japan, if you're familiar with that YouTuber.
Yeah. Okay. That's what these questions gonna come. Since my man went to DR, right? We got somebody that been to DR. I've been to DR, but
and I lived there before.
What's up?
I lived there before too.
Okay, you lived there before. So let me ask you a question, man. On a scale of 1 to 10, right?
Yeah.
If you're dealing with a woman and she does not have a stove, what type of woman is this? Like, far as where she ranks or her
I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just asking you a question, man. I'm just asking you a question.
I mean, that's like the primary thing you gotta have as a woman,
No, I mean in DR, like, what is her financial status if she does not have a stove?
She's doing bad, man.
Okay.
That's bad.
Do she have shoes?
I mean, if she don't got shoes, man, that's hard. Like, that's real bad. That's
Okay,
real bad.
So now the area in which you lived at, they, I mean, these women, right? These women, because because the whole time up here, you did not say proudly that you went to Dominican Republic and you purchased a woman a stove as a badge of honor. You did not say that.
Nah.
You didn't mention no Wilma Flintstones. You know what I'm saying? You didn't mention Dino. You didn't mention Bam Bam. You didn't mention Thelma. None of that stuff, right? Pebbles. None of that, right? None of that.
Nah.
All right. So just to make this clear, right? You know what I mean? Just to make this clear. So, in your honest opinion, I'm gonna ask you this one too. Would you leave the comfort of AC, right? Regular kitchen appliances like stoves and refrigerators to save money, to stay with a woman that didn't have all of that?
Nah, I mean, I personally, I wouldn't, man.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
So what part of Dominican Republic would this woman have to live in if she, as a woman of the night, we're going to be politically correct here, right? Okay. A woman of the night getting paid for her physical services, right? Because we know that they're everywhere. They're in Vegas. They're everywhere. So, Instagram models, same thing, right? So how bad would it, like, I'm just thinking, like, I'm sorry, man, I can't even ask you these questions, like, even kind of in a joking, serious manner, because then you start digging, how bad is her pussy if she can't even afford a stove already before you got there? Like, you're not even good at your job. Like, I'm sorry, man. I
you're not. Yeah, man. I don't. Yeah, man. I mean, damn. Yeah, I mean, there's women that are in like bad conditions, like, like in the especially like the rural areas that like that's kind of like
machetes and coconuts, right?
Right. Where they're more like in the wooded areas,
the jungles and shit. Yeah, right, I'm half Haitian, so I know.
Okay, you Haitian. Okay, so El Campo. Yeah. They call it El Campo, right?
Yeah,
So you by the river, you up in the mountainous areas and all that. There's people that live like that, but yeah, man, I'm not. I mean, who knows, man? I could fall in love with anybody, right? But
but I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, but you're not going to forego, right? Like, you and your homeboys, like, go down there, 5-star up. You dealing with the lady of the night, right? Okay, shit, hit it off. Like, you're not dealing with a regular Dominican woman that has a job, that has a shop. You meet her, she's working in the, like, because there's a lot of people that work on the resort and they have rooms for them to stay because they do that shift work. They may work a week, 2 weeks, and go back and come back, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I noticed that when I was at the resort. When I was out, they got like a little behind the resort. They'll have like another little building,
like dorms and stuff.
The workers, they live there. Yep.
Yeah, they sleep there and stuff. It's not that. Like, her job is to use her 3 holes, right? Yeah, so you know what I mean? Like, and depending on which hole you're using, it may be expensive, it may be cheaper, whatever, right?
And the city the Soo is real infamous. The Soo
for that, right? So she's not even working on the Soo, right? Yeah. Like, she's coming to you. It's like Uber hoes, not Uber Eats. Uber hoes. If any of you niggas is eating out hoes, you should die now.
Oh man.
Not be eating out prostitutes. I'm telling you.
I was in Rosarito in Tijuana recently. It was in March, right?
TJ's.
Right by TJ in Rosarito.
Right by TJ's.
Right by TJ. I was in Rosarito.
Hey, let me ask you a question before you say that. Let me are they still doing that?
I heard about it. I didn't see it, but I heard about it.
No. I ain't talking about the Donkey Show. I ain't talking about the Donkey Show. All right, I'm talking about, are they still doing the $5 12 beers in the bucket? Are they still doing that? Oh,
yeah.
Man, that shit. Man.
Yeah, they are.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yo, you talking about eating the joint, right? When we was in the little strip club joint, right?
I know what you're talking about. Damn, they might have changed the name of that shit, man.
And they was in the clubs out there, it's crazy. I'm like, damn, we don't even got this in America. Like, this shit is crazy, like out of a movie.
They wilding, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and there was this dude.
Just the dawn in that bitch.
It was this dude. He must have been like his birthday or something. Yo, this nigga, he was in his tighty whities, right? He got up on stage. He got up on stage, and like when they do like the bubbles, the foam.
Yeah, the foam party. The foam party. He was doing
having a foam thing on the strip and all that. And yo, this dude got on stage and started eating her ass.
Let me ask you a question. Was it a white dude?
Nah, man, he was Hispanic. I think he was like Mexican, man.
Mexican dude. Let me ask you a question. Did he have one of them crew cuts?
Yeah. He had like a low cut.
Okay. He was
Oh,
yo, I'm
shit.
sorry to say this.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to
yeah.
say this. He was a
Very-
Marine, so he might as well be a white boy.
Yeah.
No. He was a Marine. No. Listen, if he's up there with his tidy whities and he eating the chick ass and he was up there and them tidy whities look like
Yeah, he's a Marine. Fuck.
yeah, he's a Marine.
He's a jarhead.
and-
Jarhead.
Yeah, he's a jarhead. But I'm gonna tell you something.
He came from San Diego. He
He came from San Diego because it's right there, bro.
Yeah, he's a
Like,
jarhead.
like,
Yeah, he's a
listen,
jarhead.
man. Like when we was in San Diego, we used to see Mexicans hopping the border fence, like
Oh, wow.
right, like the border is like 10 minutes away. Like you can ride to the border from the base on a bike in like 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, bro, you know, I went over there because I had just got my passport, right?
Yeah.
I had my passport in years because legal shit,
Yeah.
But I just got my passport because I'm off papers now and all that, and I just got my passport really to go to DR, and I want to travel the world and whatnot.
Yeah.
I got into TJ and all that with no passport, just my ID, and I got back with just my ID and my social. I brought my social on purpose because I knew,
Yeah.
just for convenience, and it's that easy. It's just that easy.
Yeah. Like TJ, I think you know what you should have did. Like people don't even know this, right? You used to could go to Canada with just your driver's license and shit, right? But I think during Trump, they was cracking down on it. I think Biden kind of opened it up a little bit more, or whatever. So it depends, man. Like it depends. They change. You got to check that shit. Like whoever's in the
I want to visit Toronto. But
yo, I'm gonna tell you this. Look, this is what you do, man. This is what you do, right? Toronto is like New York, Canada, right?
Yeah.
Toronto's cool. You want to go to Vancouver. This is what you do. You fly to Seattle, right? And you take the ferry over to Vancouver.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
like,
is
like,
that? What's Vancouver like? What's Vancouver like?
Vancouver, like Toronto is more, how should I say it?
Toronto's more American than you think. It's diverse and all.
Yeah.
And what's her name? Misha told me about it. They don't have the problems like we have, but the taxes and shit living there is
expensive.
Ridiculous. I had a guy when we was talking about the Hannibal, when we did that stream, that 5-hour stream, the tail end of it, he was a Mason. He said it's expensive. Like he wanted to move down where I live at, instead of up there. And I said, I know why. It's bad government.
Yo, I'm gonna say like this. With Toronto, right? How should I say it, right?
Would you say it's more lax than Vancouver? It's more lax.
I would say, yeah, Vancouver. No, it's like it's New York. It's expensive. It's shit moving all the time. It's like, yo, you going to New York. That's like if you want to go to Toronto, go to Toronto. But the reason why I say you go to Vancouver's like. You been to Atlanta, right?
Nah, I never been to Atlanta.
Miami.
Yeah, I've been to Miami.
All right, so you went to Orlando?
Nah, I never been to Orlando.
All right, so what part of like let me put it to you like this.
I was in Miami, but then my brother lives in like Fort Lauderdale, Miramar.
Okay, so check this out, right?
Allendale.
All right, so you see how crazy Miami is, right? Expensive. There's bad bitches everywhere. There's shit to do, right?
Right. Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale is more relaxed, right? Kind of more relaxed, chill. It's still shit to do. It's still Florida, right? That's what Vancouver and Toronto is.
Oh, okay.
Vancouver's more welcoming, like Fort Lauderdale. Toronto's Miami. Just cold. Right. Yeah,
and Toronto's more like the city I used to live in, Atlanta. Yeah, it's correct. Because the same people you see on the license plates in Georgia and Atlanta, I see Ontario license plates coming here versus Vancouver. And now Vancouver, they have a little homeless bar with the blood drinking, thanks to Gavin McGinnis. That's the bad side of Vancouver. The good side of Vancouver is it's weird. Like, I'll tell you a story. Like, he did a podcast. No, he did a podcast, and he said it's something wrong with him. He had like a nosebleed with her, right? It was going on. It was like a problem, right? He said, what happened to a guy like bleeding out of the cut? What happened? You know, because there's certain temperatures that they live in certain parts of Vancouver. He's a Canadian himself. He said the two places you want to live in the world is Toronto and Vancouver. But he said the problem with Montreal, most people don't want to speak French, and that's the issue. And I think Montreal is diverse, just like Toronto. It's a lot better than Toronto. I hate to say that. If you know French, you're gonna get a job. He said, no matter what color you are. Now, if you're black and you can speak both, that's excellent. Even in the Caribbean, you know that you're gonna get a pass, and you speak French, you're gonna make it. It's just the white folks, American. He said it best years ago when I used to work. He said they have a hard time living in Montreal. That's why they always live in Vancouver a lot versus Toronto. Now, you don't see a lot of them come down south in America, do you? No, because they stay in Vancouver. It's not a bad place, but just be careful with Vancouver because they have little issues as well. I mean, it's better than Toronto. Yeah, but it's better than Toronto. You know, Toronto's overrated. It's just as bad as Atlanta. You know, I would visit Toronto just to visit, but I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't live there. No.
What about? What about? Because I'm like, in boxing and all that. A friend of mine, he a pro boxer. He just turned pro, and then he went over there for a pro fight in Canada, and because of his past criminal record, this dude had the fight set up and everything. I guess they didn't let him through in immigration because of his record. I'm like, what the fuck? And then also somebody else told me, some dude I used to work with, some white guy. He used to live up in Buffalo. But they used to always do like work trips, and they would go to Canada. And he told me that they went on the bus to go to Canada, and then I guess like Border Patrol or whatever, or passport people, whatever, right? They got onto the bus, and then they were just asking questions, checking passports and stuff. And they said, has anyone ever been arrested? And one of them said it playing around, yeah, I have. And then they made them go back. So I guess they really strict about that.
Yeah. I'm like,
they strict. Yeah.
If you think the U.S. like the U.S. act like they these like Nazis when it come to fucking border security. 95% of illegal immigrants come through ports of entry. Like they don't like niggas like Mexicans. Listen, the tunnels. Ain't no immigrants coming through them tunnels, man. It's just drugs coming through them tunnels. Like
it's just drugs coming. Yeah, and 9 out of 10, they always get shot and killed. That's the worst part, And some of them do make it, and some of them get their head blown away. And they ain't gonna tell you that on the news. That's what a Mexican told me in Atlanta years ago in Smyrna. He said, yeah, they do get shot and killed, and they do kill a lot of Mexican, they do kill a lot of Mexican mafia in prison. Get shanked for that too if they don't get their drugs. They kill each other. Do you know there's a new Mexican mafia in Arizona right now, rivaling the ones in California? They're divided, man. That's why that game will not last, because white folks know all they have to do is just drop a bomb on their ass and say, "Niggas, you want to be free? Go live in Texas." You got it on your footstool. Like, how people is leaving California because of the economy. Everybody wants to go to Puerto Rico and DR and all that shit. The exodus. That's all done by design, man, because black folks don't understand. You're sitting on a gold mine. Look at Texas and Georgia. That's your riches right there. You don't want to live in New York in the future, because in the near future, New York will be a war zone. California will be a war zone. All these immigrants will be dead. They know damn well they need the nigga to work on certain construction and tech to keep your ass afloat. Now, why do you think Japanese said, "Niggas, you need this to get you some gear"? What do you think Kuda's talking about in the industry and media and podcast? Black man's in media right now. That's why Mike V always said, if you want to invest in that in Africa and take it back here, look at the places that's thriving in the South. See, the South is trying to get prepared to have a next empire, like you said earlier, DeAndre, about the America, if it hasn't peaked yet. Well, the South is right where it was in the past. So the South has the economy right now. See, the North doesn't, because That's part of the country that's missing. And the problem with up north is, like I said, the immigrants gonna have to say there's more than life than just New York and California. There's other parts of America you can live and sustain and dominate. I'm sorry to tell you, you know, why you think a lot of black people ain't moved out of the whole South yet? Yeah, you pushing them out of the cities, but there's rural areas that can dominate in other small towns. They build all these shops every day, and people forget Mexicans are not the future, bro. I'm telling you, they know this because they'll get slaughtered if they want to be the new niggas. They're not gonna last. They had their chance in the 40s, 50s, 60s when those gangs came in. Yeah, that's the kind. We get it though, but they're not as powerful as you think. If you destroy them with the feds and CIA, they don't have no manpower, man. Now I feel sorry for them when they try to come down the south with that bullshit. The new Mexican mafia in Arizona, like I saw in that documentary, that Gangland, they tearing them apart, man. But see, that's the division. Like I said, yeah, you may have California, but I'm laughing at you deep down because them Salvadorians don't like your ass either. See, y'all don't stick together, man. They don't respect brown people like that. It's just like the Spanish. They're laughing at them right now. When I met that racist Spanish in Lenox years ago, like he looked down on y'all like a bunch of niggas. When I saw his facial expression, he smiled at me, but he looked down at y'all. And when I saw that racism, I said, God damn. But it took me back at this age, look back at it now. I say, yeah, he was a racist Spaniard, like he wanted to conquest the indigenous people, but that's what he thought of y'all. He didn't look at y'all the same. But so that's what people got to get used to, man. I mean, racism is in small spurts, but it's class, that caste system. That's yeah. Many will disagree because they don't fucking understand. They're retarded. They don't understand how the world works. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is if they study people and talk to people, they'll tell you is usually different because these people don't do research. If you do real research, most people don't like each other. When money divides people, see, black man has so much opportunity. He just distracted by US nonsense. But if he travels and do shit, he will understand that you got the power now. See, the white man's losing power because he's panicking with the northern. We mentioned in the stream about the Northern Ireland situation with Scottish, and I think Big J brought it up in his stream with Wacky and told him that's what he was focusing on, and I'm glad he brought it up. And it goes back to Brexit. We talked about the sports aspect and, you know, the retirement of LeBron and Tom Brady. We talked about teams being divided and split off. It ain't no debate. I mean, fuck a debate. Them niggas can't debate, bro. Trust me, they stupid as fuck. They can't even debate what COVID is real or not. Them dudes will not even last against Charles and BGS. Fuck out of here. I'll destroy them with facts, links, books, and everything. These dudes ain't built for no debate. Stop it. You know, like stop it. And them dudes, no, I was talking about doing it in the comments. I was trying to tell them, dude, these dudes cannot debate. Trust me. They wouldn't even go on X's panel and have a presentation. This is why presentation is so important. I'm glad I did that conservative stream twice. And I was trying to, it wasn't no hate. I was trying to tell Kuda, no, these dudes are not smart. They're stupid. That goes for both races. Most Americans don't do research and they don't travel as much because they don't study people. If you haven't talked to a ethnic person from Japan that's been on both worlds, like America and their country, and been traveling around the world, those are the ones you want to talk to because they give you information how the world was, especially in government. And even like yourself, they have the information. See, we're so far behind and trying to chase some bitches. That's done by design too. And then just like Ask Nathaniel said, man, it's a drought. You just got to get in where you fit in. But like he said, I said in early stream, everybody pays in some degree, and they do. Yeah, I'm just saying, man, like a lot of people, that's why I laugh at Ramil streams, man. You get all these fake doctors. Why don't you debate BGS, man? And his scholars. And they scared, and they scared, man.
I'm gonna say like this.
They tried to chew me up one day. No, I'm saying I went on there one day, they tried to chew me.
Nah, it didn't work. That was zero. He's mad. And you see him, he ain't on panels no more. You see why? Because Third Ward kind of troll him and roast him. See, he don't want to deal with Third Ward. Third Ward gets under his skin. That's why you don't see him on my panels and stuff like that. Yeah, he subscribed to me. He watches his stuff too, but he don't be over here like that. I mean, it's a lot of dudes that they're paranoid about. They get their whole cars pulled every time, and it's no diss to nobody.
Yeah,
He said, "Do you think sports industry is losing leverage?" And I'm deep research. Yeah, they're losing interest because of money. They don't want athletes to go overseas to try to dominate, especially black players. Anything black, they want to just keep it in house. America, see, like I said, America wants to be this big empire. They're competing with France. They're competing with all these Asian countries, but like DeAndre said about America hasn't peaked yet as an empire like the Roman Empire. Well, you take black people out of jobs and certain tech things, and they decide to go travel elsewhere. United States wouldn't last. Without us and certain people, this country wouldn't function. And just like BGS said, it is a plutocracy, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it. I ain't gonna go in depth on that. That's like a future stream. I have to research myself to see what it looks like. I know we're in it, because it's so many levels. So many levels.
And this is where he says people don't want to debate. Like, all right, so like not to say this, about whatever, but like remember when on Teapot's channel when he was doing all those debates and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Remember when Obsidian was debating Cerulean, right?
Yeah.
Actually, Obsidian was supposed to debate Angry Man, and Angry Man backed out.
Of course.
And that's why. And then Brother X asked Cerulean, because I think it was supposed to be Cerulean, and because Game Changer, Fantastic. No one wanted to have a debate with Cerulean. The only one that wanted to have a debate that was open to have a debate with Cerulean was Obsidian, and that's because Angry Man backed out.
Yeah, I remember that. I heard about that. Yeah,
Angry Man backed out. Yeah, and it wasn't, and it wasn't really, what I'm saying, like, and even if you do debate them, if you get into a debate, it turns into some nigga shit.
Yeah, that's
so it's no really I'm gonna say like this: it's no real reason to have a debate because there's no neutral territory. Like, people are not there to listen, or I'm gonna say like this: people are not there to actually learn something and hear. Of course, you're going to have a percentage of your people listening that going to like this person or that person. It's not like watching Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson have a debate, right? That's where a debate's supposed to be. It's supposed to be on academia, right? It's supposed to be learning.
Get it? You're a college student. Well, it's a lot to learn. I got content on Dark History playlists. I mean, check it out. That I have tons of content I've done years ago, bro. And I did it from this guy. He's a black scholar. He travels around the world seeing bones and digging up sculptures and shit like that. All that anthropology shit. Yeah, he's been doing it for years, man. Check out my playlist. I got a whole plethora on my channel. Plethora. I have all that. See, me, the reason they don't debate me, I actually do research. I'm not one of those dudes that yell and scream all day. I ask for links and dates and all that. And they're scared to debate me too deep down, because I can tell when I say a certain word to them, they get emotional. That's why I don't argue with dudes on panels, because they know, they said, well, I can't challenge this guy, so they'll treat me like Cerulean. I get it. Because guys like us, it's like we get under their skins. I already know. Angry Man will never debate me, because of course, if we get in discussion, I'll ask him a simple question. Do you think this matter? And the reason I brought up Barry Goldwater, he ain't coming over here to debate me. No. Not by myself. No. Because he knows where I'm going to go with it, because that's why I didn't attack him in the March from the spring and summer. You've noticed, I know why he left. I know what we said off air, but it's more to it. He thought he was going to stay over Kuda. I said, nah, bro, I was over there. See, I used to give him a troll name. I used to call him Hangry Man, because of his size. I said that. And I kind of paused for a minute because I was dealing with, MOT in them. Mm-hmm. And that split happened. You know how that is. And it got derailed. I said, you know what? Let me lay off Angry Man, because it's not working. I won't treat him like what BJ does with Sin G. That's how you treat him and everybody else. But debating these guys, like you said, it turns into nigga shit, because I saw it from Fantastic and Kuda with that mic shit.
Yeah,
That could have been like the ribbon versus dynamic and condenser debate. But they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to do that. See, Kuda's got a background for number one. He knows what's going on, and Fantastic is a military guy, just had experience with certain microphones. That's it. But he don't understand the polar patterns, the builds, the where they come from. It's more to it. And then there's other guys and brands, how they sell them to you. It's like an industry. Anything's industry. And then the lighting and things like that.
yeah.
Yeah, does he know about that islands dispute? Of course he does, Jerry. He knows all about that. But I'm just saying, from the debate aspect, these dudes are scared of the challenge like that. And I agree with Mike saying, like, yeah, they're scared because they don't have the research. That's why Ramil likes to do these victim streams.
All right, so like he was asking about the island thing. All right, so every time North Korea does some off the wall shit, right? North Korea doesn't do anything unless China allows it. That's just real, right? China's their proxy, right? China's their proxy, like Syria's Russia's proxy in the Black Sea, right? So when China gets mad because they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar and they having bad publicity, with the rest of the world, and they did some fuck shit, and they're not standing by their damn product, you know what I mean? Because the world doesn't care what country, how they treat their people, long as whatever product that you're giving is the best product possible. If you keep giving fucked up products or shit and you're not delivering, now you got a goddamn problem, right? So what China does is, to get the heat off of them, North Korea has some military goddamn thing. They shoot a missile over Japan, whatever, right? Then what Japan does in turn, because as soon as North Korea goes out there to shoot a missile, it's a U.S. Navy military ship sitting in between Japan and North Korea at all fucking times. I know, because I had to sit on them bitches, right? It's called BMD, Ballistic Missile Defense. It's actually 3 of them. And then there's another one that's called Ready Tail Ship, where you're just roaming around the bottom part of Japan waiting for a Chinese electric diesel sub to try to cross that fucking international waters on some shit, right? So now what Japan does is to thumb their nose in their face is they go to them Senkaku Islands and they get up there and they bless the shrine, right? The reason why those Senkaku Islands is such a sticking point for the Chinese and the Koreans, right, is because that those islands that's disputed when Japan did they surrender, that was a part of the peace negotiations. But because technically in war, you're not supposed to surrender your bounty. And so the US didn't want anything to do what was going on in Korea during World War II, and they didn't care about what was going on in China. Matter of fact, they basically extended what was going on in Hong Kong back to the British during World War II, right? Yeah. They extended it. They ain't want nothing. They got Okinawa and they was happy because they didn't give a fuck what was happening in Asia but Japan. They didn't give a fuck. They wanted to keep Japan straight. They didn't care, right? Because Korea and China already got colonized by the Dutch, the British, the Spanish, everybody that ran through there. They don't give a fuck. Japan was actually the first country to actually physically colonize Japan after it actually was unified. These are facts. So they was happy with that. They wanted Okinawa. They got Okinawa. So they was good with that. So Japan got those islands. Now, the U.S. didn't even know what those islands really meant because it was a sacred place because of Shinto and Buddhism, right?
Yeah.
So when Japan goes up there and they fucking bless their ancestors, they're really pissing on the Chinese and the Korean ancestors that died on that island. So they do it on purpose. That's what those disputed islands is about. Yeah. That's what it's really about. Just watch it Every time North Korea shoots a missile, Japan goes over there to them fucking islands to say, fuck you niggas, because we got America on our side. What you gonna do about it? Right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then they get mad, and then they start talking about some shit, and then they come back to the goddamn drawing board, and then they draw up a new Pacific trading, like a TPP order, and then everybody goes off into the sunset. And the people that get fucked is usually North Korea. North Korea is like the red-headed stepchild. Like
that's all it is. That's all it is.
North Korea is that like you remember you had that cousin that if shit hit the fan, you would call that cousin because no matter what happened, the cousin would get blamed for it.
Right, absolutely.
Even if they was in the right, nobody would believe them because they always doing some fuck shit. But really that your cousin just get blamed for shit. They ain't really doing fuck. That's what North Korea is. They want to be. They want to be loved. They want attention. They want to be in the in crowd, but nobody will ever let them in.
They kind of like the black sheep in the family. So yeah,
they the black sheep. They got nuclear. They got nuclear missiles. And they you know what I mean, they don't want to play ball. They don't want to play ball. They got nuclear missiles, and nobody want them at the table, right?
Yeah.
And truthfully, to be honest with you, it's more of China's doing than anybody else.
Yeah, China's doing that. Yeah,
China's doing it than anybody else. It's not because if you think about it, right? Who sits on the nuclear? Like in the UN, the people that sit on the nuclear chair board that have lifelong membership is Russia and China and the US. Yeah. And then you got France, England, you got the European islands, but whichever way the US goes, the Europeans gonna go. Like the European countries gonna go.
It's automatic. It's automatic. It's just the same old shit.
Yeah.
Like
and then Russia doesn't have as much nuclear armament as it had before.
People think I hate to say it. It's Japan and Korea, the only two that has that. They the only two that have that. Yeah, because North Korea gets their nukes from Iran too. A lot of people don't know that.
Those are outdated. Those are like North Korea's nukes, right, are outdated Cold War tech from Russia.
That's all it is from Russia, and then it gets some from Iran too. That uranium, and it's so outdated. It's like prehistoric now. If they ever get new nukes from, I hate to say it, from Japan or certain countries from Europe, like France. I know the boy went to Switzerland when he was in school before he went back to North Korea, and they called him back. He can get those nukes too from somewhere in Scotland too. He can. He knows about it. He's a hacker. He could try, but no, I'm saying his hackers can. They'll send it to him with the aircraft. If their stupid ass give it to him, like America, he'll be capable to bomb. If he really was nasty and want to hurt China, America will be stupid to give it to him. If he has somebody in the White House, will give it to him. Of course, he will do some destructive shit. We ain't gonna do that, but I'm just saying, if you vote somebody that's a loon like Trump, he would have gave him those nukes. I hate to say that. That boy was tempting to go and say he wouldn't bomb America. He would bomb China because China wouldn't have the wherewithal. Because if America doesn't want to help China, for example, you want to hurt China, get Japan on them, put North Korea on them, and our Navy, and then the British. They wouldn't even last. They wouldn't last because they will have to beg certain African countries that don't even like America. You know what I'm saying? Because America don't want to step in and do all the the work. They want everybody else to die, and Japan will be safe. North Korea and the Koreans will be safe. It's just a bias. I mean, like everybody's gonna move on.
And to be honest with you, to be totally honest with you, like 75% of the Pacific would side on America's side against China. Like, just people don't even understand that. Like,
they understand that. Yeah, they crazy, man. China wouldn't last, man. I feel sorry for them. I mean, they're brave, but
they wouldn't last. I'm like, China right now isn't even built to fight like people think they are. Like, it's these YouTubers, right? Have you ever watched these YouTubers? Right? It's these North Korean defectors. Yeah, used to be in the North Korean army.
Yeah.
And they have them react to videos of what America's got and what they don't got, and they were like, "We gonna die. We can't fight them." Yeah, it's like, it's like, don't fuck with America. And they see, they watch and they react and they actually tell you, right? Like it was this North Korean lady that was in the Korean army, right?
Mhm.
North Korean army, and she was reacting to the videos of how female soldiers come home and their kids run up to them and hug them and shit. And they was like, "Can I join the American military? We can't do that shit." Like most of the female soldiers, right, that are in North Korea are strictly there to be hoes for Kim. Like, like the woman talked about it. It's like, yeah, like you're there to be the playthings of your superior officer. You're not there like to protect the country and shit like that. Like if you look good, look pretty,
you just look pretty.
You
just like I hate to say that's how Nazis were treated. Just under Hitler. Like I hate to say Napoleon's French battalion. That's what they were. I mean, you wasn't protecting no damn country. It was about money and resources. And Napoleon was stealing. Yeah, Napoleon was stealing.
He was thieving, man.
Yeah, all that shit.
That's why I'm like, that's why his soldiers, they loved him because he took care of his soldiers. Like the everyday regular citizen, like the regular soldier, the everyday soldier, the everyday soldier had more prestige and power than the actual private citizen. Hands down, straight up, no lie, right? And people don't get that. Like people don't understand how like a republic works in that thing, right? So people don't understand when they get up here and say, "Man, China this and China that and China," I'm like, man, shut up. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Thank you.
I was like, if China was that much of a threat, you think my black ass would still be living here? They right there. They right. How you know more about the neighbor next door and you ain't never been next door? And I've been next door.
And they crazy. China's not a threat like that. Even I hate to say it, most people, I hate to say it, Chinese come here all the time. Why they in America, in Georgia, somewhere in Michigan as bankers?
Exactly, because they can't make no money
in China.
Because of it's not even a regulations. It's the way they like, man, they anti-corruption. Man, if a motherfucker with the right money and power in China, only thing he has to do is roll up and say, "I don't like this motherfucker." Fine. Every motherfucker that's in a position of power, every man that's in a position of power has done something to bend, shake, break the rules, which is considered corruption.
Yeah.
Only thing you got to do is to prove that it's in the best of the political people in the play that this corruption isn't good, and here's a bag of money. And then bam, you got a billionaire sitting up there getting executed, marching them talking about he's corrupt.
Stop it. That whole country's corrupt. But I'm gonna read this. I heard about that. They haven't went back on, but it should have been. Nah, it's not easy debate, bro. That was on some bullshit. You wasn't around. I'm talking about Kuda and Fan. That was a bullshit debate, bro. I'm just gonna answer and clear it up. That debate had nothing to do with Mike's. He wanted to be like Angry Man, and he was on some whole shit. And then
it was
exposed. He exposed. He didn't know the difference between a condenser and the dynamic. That's all it was. And the dude had dynamic experience. That was Kuda. He technically won that debate. The only reason he won that debate was his Nut Riders. That's how Fantastic won. And I saw that bullshit tape from T-Pop. Yeah, it was on X account. It was a bullshit debate. Yeah. And Kuda knew about that. He done this. Go on his channel. He'll tell you about it. And ain't got nothing to do with no ego. The only motherfucker had ego was Mr. Finelli himself. That motherfucker wants to be king, and he has to go on out sea somewhere before Thanksgiving or something like that. And that's what Gabe A told me he was going out. Say, well, good for him. I mean, he can learn something. Well, he still ain't no fucking high rank Navy official. I won't respect him. If you're not a lieutenant or like my man, the general in this space, I'm not gonna respect you. You're just a fucking soldier. You ain't show me. You ain't show me. You ain't got no medals, man. Talking all this big shit. Keep your ass in the Navy and learn something. I'm not hating on the Navy guys, but don't talk bad to guys that lead you. You're not no leader, nigga. Not yet. You got to show me something.
Well, here's a problem, right? Let me help you out here, sir. Right? Lieutenants are dumbasses in the Navy, so he would have to be a lieutenant commander to actually,
that's what I'm saying.
Or he would have to be, or he would have to literally be, he would have to be a warrant officer, or he would have to be a E7 to a E9, which the general's a E9. He's like, you know what I mean? He's like a senior enlisted, right? That means, okay, like, so this is how the military works. Like, so people don't understand this, right? People understand this, right? Depending on what you did in college, you can come out and come in the Navy as a lieutenant off rep. If you are an ensign, which is like which is a 01, which is your starting grade, if you are prior enlisted and you become a ensign, then you are like an ensign E. Right, prior enlisted, a 01E, right? Then you got you got ensign, and you got lieutenant junior grade, right? Which is a 02, right? So prior enlisted, senior enlisted, warrant officers are more respected than lieutenants. Damn. Now, if you become a lieutenant commander, that means that you can be on a destroyer or a cruiser. You can be an executive officer. If you're on a bigger platform like a LHA, a carrier, a submarine, or something like that, then you can become a department head. If you become a commander, you become the CEO of a boat, a ship, or you become the XO of a bigger platform ship. The big thing is you becoming a bird, which is a captain. We call it a bird, right? As an officer, you got the eagle on your shit. Admiral is God in officer territory. Admiral, you know what I mean? Like rear admiral, you know what I mean? You got 1 star. Like rear admiral, 1 star, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Left, rear admiral, right, 2 star. Then you have 3-star admiral where you're just an admiral, and then you got 4-star admiral, and there's only 1 5-star admiral, and that's the admiral of the Navy. You know what I mean? That's like you got 5-star generals, you got 5-star admirals or whatever, right? And you know what I mean? So I can tell he is an E6 at the most. You know why I can tell he's an E6?
Why?
Because he would not be up on fucking social media talking the way he's talking, showing his face, because he risking his fucking career, and that's a fraternity.
That's a fraternity.
And he wouldn't be an officer up here running his mouth because he would have been lost his commission the way he be talking.
Yeah, and then I know he's trying to, what he said, he was going to go out, see, that's what Gabe was doing. Yeah, that's him, but he's not a high ranking. Now he is an M6. Thank you for clearing that up, because I don't think, and I don't respect him.
Get it?
Get it while you can, but don't brag like you're a top guy, like you said, a lieutenant commander or admiral. Dude, you're not up there. Your attitude is fucked up. For one, look how you act on the internet. That's how they gonna judge you.
Well, the other thing is here's the other thing. Hold on, let me see. Get it? Hey man, you want to be safe? Enjoy your life. Join the Air Force.
Yeah, Air Force is that's a better branch. No, I am not a vet, but I know some vets get it because it runs in my family, and they tell me all the time. But the only reason I didn't want to do the military work is I don't want to risk my life trying to do all the heavy lifting like that. The way they doing shit now, the stealth thing and the police work is more what
Yeah.
you call it. Charles said is better if they're looking for jobs right now.
No, I'm gonna say it like this.
I mean,
man.
the military is good. Don't get me wrong. The military is another good one too. It can help you get into law enforcement, but it's not as easy as people think because of the stealth culture and the drones, and everybody wants to sit down and play with them little drones. Okay.
No, listen. People get it confused, right? People get a lot of shit confused, right? Here's the thing. The drones is something totally different, right? Like okay. If you want to go, if you know you want to go in law enforcement and you want to go in the military first, you need to be an MP, military police in the army, or an MA, master at arms. You're a police officer in the military. That's all you do. You run around, you do security, gate watches, searches, you do police reports, military style police reports, you investigate all types of shit. You work with NCIS, which is pretty much the detectives of the Navy, basically, where they bring your ass in. You got to deal with people that get domestic violence, fucking drugs, waste, fraudulent, and abuse. You bring about charges. You got to handle evidence. You work, with the JAGs and all that other shit.
Yeah.
So it is an easy transition going from the military, to the police force if you start off in the police force in the military. Like that's just, So you just got to know what to pick. Now, as far as everything else, technical wise, if you're talking about jobs that transfer more to the civilian market, Navy, Air Force.
Yeah,
Air
those
Force,
two right
Air
there.
Force first. Air Force first. Now, if you're talking about blue collared shit, Navy. Like if you're talking about
Navy,
engineering, if you're talking about air avionics, you're talking about construction, right? Navy, right? Navy. You talk about logistics, Navy, because most of everything on the world is moved by boat. It's not moved in the air. It's moved by freight and boat.
Yeah.
So you in logistics or anything like that, every system, even privatized. Like Amazon's system that they run, I saw it, right? My homeboy worked at Amazon. My cousin, he was having some issues. He said, man, I can't get this system. I looked at it, I said, no, that's the old Snap system we used to use in the Navy. He said, what's that? That's how we used to order parts. I said, go to the 3 screens, put this in, do this, that, and the third. He said, damn, nigga, like shit. Like, and then I thought about it. I said, oh, all these these privatized companies, civilian systems. And then I looked, Jeff Bezos started Amazon with a federal grant.
He did.
So, FedEx, federal grant. Microsoft, federal grant. You know what I'm saying? Government
by
grant.
Bill Gates, right? By Bill Gates.
He got the federal grant, and if it wasn't for that TPP, niggas wouldn't have Windows computers because NEC in Japan was up there, the only ones that was going to print them Windows chips. You know what I'm saying? And it was actually more Windows computers in Japan.
And plus they wouldn't have no Xboxes too, certain merchandise from Microsoft. Yeah.
So if you're talking about going in the military, go and you in college, go to the Air Force. You're safer.
Air Force,
you're the last one to the battle. Listen, they call it the chair force for a reason. Like they build like the facilities, and it's more like you can go on. It's more likely for you to go in the Air Force and leave with a master's degree if you come in with a bachelor's degree, because they have more resources, because they get the money first. They get the money
first. And not only that, I know a guy named, what's his name, Michael, and my cousin that's in the Air Force. They tell you that engineering jobs, and you get a good, I don't know about no 401k, but if you get a pension there, you're good. You actually
you get a 401k. Well, actually, their 401k is like they 401k. Okay, so this is what they do, right?
Go ahead.
You know how big Fortune 500 companies do 401k plans where you put into it and then they match it, right?
Yeah. I know.
You gotta be 10 years in the company. You gotta be at a certain level in the in the military period. You can come in and do that 6 months after fucking boot camp.
Right.
all branches, right? So you got a 401k in the military. Plus, if you do 20 years and you get out, you get 65% of your retirement.
Okay.
Of
I'm gonna
your
read
base
what
pay.
he said. Yeah, he
Of your
said,
base.
"Yeah, I saw my Army friends roasting the Air Force guys, and once I don't talk to them about it. What? Yeah, that happened all the time. When I was a bar race, I'm gonna tell you a quick story. The reason they pick on them, like DeAndre picks on them, is because
Yeah.
they do what they do. You know what I'm saying? But here's the flip side. They do a lot of engineering fixing on planes. I found this out by a friend named Michael, and I was volunteering at Emory University. He told me, he said, yeah, they pay you big money. If you're young, they want somebody young, you do the grunt work, and then they teach you how to jump out of parachutes, basically to dive in or whatever. I don't know if they do the C thing, but that's just to teach you how to survive. Now, if you went to the Navy first, it's a little different. When you transition to the Air Force, you get to learn about the land, air, and sea thing. Now, the Marines find out if you do all those branches, that's kind of like I will say the last, because they do everything. They do everything. Because if you had naval training and if you had Air Force training and Army training, they'll fuck with you. Because I think those three branches I would have gone was the Navy first, because years ago, because I thought the Navy was something, they came to our school. Air Force was new to me because I didn't know what it was about. But until I found out they did helicopters and planes and shit and engineering, cargo and stuff like that in Georgia and other places, I said, oh, okay. And I see they little fatigues all that. It's popular down here. But Marines, I've seen a few Marines, and you got to be tough. It's kind of like a mix between Navy and Air Force a little bit, and sometimes Army, because you got to really, this is like Jarhead. You have to be that monster. They're trying to kill a killing machine. And Army is different. Army is different because Army is straight up. You just go out there. But just go to the Air Force, like he said. That's a good branch. I mean, it ain't perfect, but you can learn.
I'm like, is Air Force, like, if you going to college, man, and you're going to college for whatever you're going to college for, and you want to go in the military because you want some for sure employment, but you know what I mean? And if you come in as an officer, they'll help you pay off your student loans or whatever you got.
Yeah, they all do.
They all do, but
they all do.
They'll look it out, and then you can finish and you get more training and shit like that. And I'm like, if you finish your college, you'll come in as an officer straight off. Air Force officer school isn't that bad. It's easy. It's more corporate. Like Air Force gets you ready for corporate America, right? And most of the time, you don't hear about an Air Force person that got out complaining that they can't find a job.
Yeah,
like
they get jobs.
They
get security, like you said. Yeah, man. Yeah. Although I'm sure it won't be, but no, they'll make you a pilot if you pass that parachute license. I forget a guy from Virginia told me he didn't pass it because those licenses, you have to be a pilot. You have to learn how to jump out of the parachute and thing. That's required. That's required. He didn't get that. He didn't get the license, and that's what he told me at Emory. And I said, really? I said, man, I would have learned to jump out, but I guess it was the fear, and a lot of people just wasn't.
Niggas ain't trying to jump out.
Niggas ain't trying to jump out. I would have. I said, fuck it, teach me how to land and show you. And they said, here, glide this, and and they show you. But some people can't. They're not built like that. And I've noticed that. I'm like, wow, okay. And there was a white guy that was scared to jump off the plane.
What you mean compromises, though? I'm like, you got to explain. Listen, man, if you in college, right, you compromising yourself.
Yeah.
Like, you compromising yourself. You're paying money that's like more than a down payment on a house for the not opportunity to a certain degree to enter a job market that's oversaturated, that's not hiring, because by the time you get out of college, whatever the fuck they taught you means absolutely nothing, because the person that has the experience in that job and the qualification is going to get paid equal to and the same without even going to college. That's why they say a 4-year degree or 4 years of experience in the same field.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not saying that college is bad. I say, do your thing, but to be in the system, you're compromising yourself. every time you're in the system. Like, there's nothing
Yeah.
about it. It's just
You in college, you'll go broke on student loans. You won't be those dudes be homeless. And a lot of times I've seen a lot of broke, smart motherfuckers, man, especially in Georgia.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a state like where I'm in that I see you all the time. See, I didn't go no 4-year school. I had to learn from the library books and online and meet people and then and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like that, even that right there, man. Like, okay, like what are you taking in community college? Because community college, like, here's the thing. If you put on your resume, like before you could go to community college and get you a proper job, right? I'm trying to figure out how to pay for a BA without debt. This is what I would basically tell you to do. If you're not sure about going to the military, join the National Guard because they pay for your college. That's how, if you're trying to get a bachelor's degree without any debt, join the National Guard. Join the National Guard, you knock out your college. You only was it 2 weeks a year, 1 week in a month. You get some of the same benefits as the military without having to have all that commitment. If you're not too sure what you're trying to do. And you can join the Air Force National Guard. You can join whatever you want. Like, you know what I'm saying? You get the benefit, you get the tuition assistance, you get the thing. I would tell you look for grants and stuff, but it depends on where you're at. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes most of those grants you need to put in, like you got to be a certain age to apply for certain grants. Like, you know, you got to be in certain grants. Yeah, man. Like I would say, man, look, if you want to get your bachelor's degree, man, best bet in this day and age, and this is an economy, man, join the military. And I would say Air Force. Marines don't take prior service. They want you fresh.
They want you fresh. As a beginner.
And Air Force won't take prior service if you're a Marine.
Yeah, that's all it is.
They take you if you're Army or Navy, but if you're Marine, they don't want you. The Navy will take if the Army will take you if you prior service from any branch. Air Force is very particular.
Get it. Yeah, there is a National Guard and Air Force. I seen it myself. Yeah. But Army, Navy is okay with the Air Force because they do deals with them. Marines. They don't really care for Air Force like that because they got their own. And I'll tell you this: they got their own. I don't want to say they got their own airmen. If they do, that's amazing as hell. But that's why they land, air, and sea. That's what the Marine. Yeah. They don't need you. So if you want to be a merc, join the Marines. A mercenary. I've met a few. They told me because he was a Marine and something else and other branches. But if you want to be like I hate to say a SEAL. That's like the mercenaries. They do a lot of shit. I mean, most of our military goes to the private military companies. If you want to be that rich in that culture, man, that assassin or CIA, join them, man. They'll tell you where to look.
Security, security and all that. Like a lot of the people don't even know. Like people,
a lot of jobs open up there.
People thinking the guys that's in special forces stay for like 20 years. They don't. They get out. A lot of them get out at 8, and they get paid by private security firms. And private security don't mean niggas over there running around in Iraq and shit. No, private security mean they securing like VPs and shit. Like, you know, a lot of these goddamn celebrities have ex-military, ex-special forces motherfuckers as they real security. That big fat motherfucker you see walking around, that nigga just for show. The real security is that nigga in the suit, that skinny motherfucker that break your shit and throw different places. Right, that's the real motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they got to go a lot of times overseas, and they don't keep them on payroll the whole time. Like they put them on payroll when it's time for touring and shit. Like when they got to go overseas. Like Kim. Like when Kim got ran up on, right? That was some dude she was fucking. You know what I'm saying? Like Kanye, like Kanye was actually paying for her private security in France. She secured the private security for the night and only brought her own personal little dumb security dude. And that's why the dude ran up on her and set up, because she was actually fucking the dude. And he set up to rob her and shit. See? Man, that's just, yeah, man. So yeah, it's cool, man. Like it's a thing, bro. But man, shit. Sun done went down over this motherfucker. It's like 6 o'clock.
Yes,
I'm about to raise over there for you. You said 8 hours. We back in the 9.
Yeah. Someone kept asking questions. Yeah, this is the longest round I have. Yeah, I'm about to kill this now. So
he keeps saying that shit, and then it's gonna be like 12 and 13 hours.
No. I ain't doing it.
Hey. Yo, sir, I did a live today, bro. I said I'm gonna do it 20 minutes. Yo, that shit turned into an hour and a half.
Yeah, I know. That's usually where it is, man. I try to, kill it, but someone be asking questions in the chat, because we done covered all the topics that we did open discussion, so it ain't really much. Wacky came through. Oh, not a problem. Get it. I mean, anytime, man. If you want to talk to DeAndre, he has a channel, so
Yeah, I ain't listen, man. Like, look, man. You can look at one of them videos, leave me a comment, man. I'm not going live or doing anything until probably after Columbus Day in October, man. I'm look, man. I'm turning 40 in a couple of days, nigga. I gotta kick the tires and change the oil on this body and shit.
Like, I'm about to hit 29, man.
Oh man, sit down.
39.
Listen, man. Look, man. You ain't listen. I'm gonna say it like this, man. Take care of yourself now, right? Enjoy yourself now. You know what I mean? Like, don't over take care of yourself, but enjoy your life. Take your time, and take care of yourself. Take care of your health. Like, don't stress yourself out, and don't rush things. Right. You know what I mean? And the reason why I say that is the stress of rushing things and putting pressure on yourself is, in essence, what causes you to age more, right? And have goals set forth for yourself. Fuck what society wants. And what I mean by that is, if you want to travel, if that's what you want to do, that's your life, you want to travel and you want to whatever, then you're going to have to give up something. And if you like traveling more than you literally like working a 9 to 5, then you're going to have to put yourself in a position where you're like right now, you're working to pay bills, but you like to travel, right? So you would have to switch that mind frame and saying, I'm working so I can travel. That's it. So that means that for you to be able to travel how you want to, you can't live in a life of excess of I got this car, no, or whatever. You're gonna have to drive it's not a bucket, but it's okay. Right? Like I don't got the best J's and all this extra shit. Like, I got some good shit. I'm not dusty looking,
right?
But I'm good. Like, I'm good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need 20 pairs of jeans and whatever, because guess what? I travel. Like, I need
cousin, my cousin is like that. I got a cousin that he's like that. You know, he's not all extra with the clothing and all that, extra flamboyant. Yeah. But he gets to kind of enjoy the life he wants to live. You know, he gets to go out when he wants to, and you could say he's what is the word, frugal?
Yeah, he's frugal. Well, is minimalistic, right? Is like frugal is like you pocket watching every purchase that you make, right? Where minimalistic is, I suggest that you look into it, right? Because for you to be a traveler, you got to be minimalistic, right? So what minimalism is that you got extreme minimalism, but minimalism is you get rid of unnecessary things and you cut down on things and you only pay for or have things that you use on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? Like you live by yourself probably, right? So you might got like a 3-bedroom apartment or a house or something like that, right? All right.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Let's just say hypothetically.
Right.
You don't, if it's just you don't need a 3-bedroom. You only need like a 1-bedroom because it's just you. You ain't got nobody else. It's just you, right? Like if you go in your closet right now, there's probably a pair of shoes that you never worn, really, right?
Yeah.
They look good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They look good, right? But you got probably 3 pairs of tennis shoes that you wear constantly.
Yeah.
Like you put them on or you got shoes or whatever. And we're not talking about work clothes because that's a whole different ball game. But
like the common wear, like
the common layer, right?
Ones that I always use. Yeah, I got shoes like that.
You know what I mean? So depending on what climate you live in, you might got a coat, you might got a jacket. Why you need 3 leather jackets? Why do you need 3 different bomber coats? Why do you need 6 different pairs of Timbs? Why do you need all of this different shit? It's taking up unnecessary space and it's an unnecessary cost, right? Just because you want a different flavor. But at the end of the day, when people look at you, they look at you from head to toe. And for the most reasons, right? If you look at dudes nowadays, right? Niggas was walking around with long ass socks, shorts, any type of shirt, but they was ODing off of the sneakers. Last time I checked, a bitch don't walk around with her head on the ground. They looking at you in your face. Yeah. Nigga will look bummy and dusty, head all fucked up, no line up, not shaven, not edged up around the jawline, none of that. Nigga got a t-shirt, nigga got some sweatpants sagging, but he got $400 Jordans on.
Yep.
And that don't even make sense because a woman, when she looks at you put together from head to toe. Your shoes just need to make sure they ain't dusty. Your shoes just need to be regular, right? And then you start seeing niggas change. You notice niggas ain't on them J's no more. They wearing whatever on the shoes. Like people you are wearing neutral colors or whatever. And when you travel, since you like traveling, you notice you probably don't even put them J's in your bag when you travel. You probably got some comfortable shoes. You got some, I need to go out to the club, some grown people shoes. But if you look at what you're wearing, you usually got some type of long pants or you got some type of thing. Like if you go into a tropical country, you got to fit in because it's just not black people there. It's a multicultural set. So you got to have some neutral type of clothes. You can't show off too much or you can't look without the part. You want to blend in as much as possible. So you gotta practice this beforehand. Like you gotta cut back. You can't live a life in excess and want to travel. You have to cut back. You have to cut back. And then when you go to these places, it's cheaper to eat like the locals. Like when you probably first went to DR and stuff like that, you was like, what I mean? But then when you got with your peoples, and they showed you, hey man, you can eat at this little spot right here. You get over here, you can go over here. Man, you can stay at my place. It's better to kick them a couple of dollars to stay at their place than stay at the reservation.
When I travel, when I do that, I try to like if I got family, like I might stay a day or two because I don't want to impose anything, right?
Yeah,
I might stay a day or two, but I definitely help food, buy food or do something, right? Because I can't just,
just be laying up
like that, yeah.
You know what I mean? You do something to bless the house, but at the same time, you feel more comfortable.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you notice that you spend less money when you do your trip. Like, even though, you gave money to them, you would have gave it to the resort. So why not take care of the fam, right? But you spend less money, but you actually enjoy yourself because people are being nice to you because they generally like you, not because you're paying for the service, right? Like, you know what I mean? And you don't got to spend that much. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go to the little bodega, the little store in the corner, you grab you something to eat, chill with the homies, just enjoy yourself. There's no pressure. There's no nothing. You ain't spending as much money. So But to travel, like people think most people that travel, it's this Robin Leach shit, right? But motherfuckers got these damn hiking bags with they shit. I see white people come over here all the time to Japan, and you know what they doing most of the time? They don't have no suitcases, right? They go to the outdoor store with them hiking packs.
Yeah, I see that all the time.
Yeah, and they put their shit on there, and this is what they do. They'll come to Japan and they'll live in a hostel, like a dormitory, right? They'll live in a dormitory. Yeah, they'll live in them, like, you know, you heard about them capsule hotels, them $50, them $30 hotels where you just sleep in a day and shit. That's where they sleep at because you're traveling. You ain't there to sleep. You there to see shit. And
I know what you mean. Like when friends
it's called
travel,
backpacking.
Like they want to go. Example, like you want to get this hyped up hotel, whatever. I'm like, bruh, or a hyped up Airbnb. I'm like,
yeah,
bruh,
because they trying to flex for bitches. They ain't listen. They're not there. Yeah, that's what they're there for. They're there. Right. They're there. What they want is they want the experience they see on the rap video. They want the look. They want the bitches twerking on them. Right. They want if a nigga could go to the bank right now, take out $20,000, go to the Caribbean, have a yacht that came with bitches, right?
That's all they want, bro.
Niggas listen, right now. I bet you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right here. I'm a promoter. I'm in entertainment, right? So I see this shit all the time. If I went around here, went down there to DR right now, had a film crew, ran an ad on YouTube, Google Ads, went on these panels with these niggas in the manosphere, and I did a goddamn Manosphere Mania convention, right?
Oh,
in Dominican Republic, right? Dirty Foots edition. Dirty Foots going wild, right? Let's just call it that. Dirty Foots going wild, right? And I told the niggas, only thing they gotta do is Cash App, PayPal me $1,500 to $2,000 a piece. Your flights is on you. Hotel accommodations for 5 days is on, it will be taken care of. Everything else, you flying down there, that's on you. I don't want to take care of nigga flight information. I don't want to take care of that shit. Pay me the money. We reserve you a room and I give you 3 different packages, right? Maybe about 5 to 8 motherfucking niggas will probably jump on it. Once they come down there and there's hoes thrown at them and they get to go live and they got a bitch ass in their face just rubbing up against it and shit, and they on the yacht and bitches is feeding them sliced mangoes and the royal penis is clean, your highness, and all that other crazy shit, right? Every nigga in the manosphere will be running, throwing money at my ass to participate into that shit. As much as they claim you niggas shouldn't be throwing money at hoes and the gynocracy, right? They'll be doing it because they're not there to travel. They're there to get pussy. That's it. You're there to travel. And the way to travel is, certain places I wouldn't recommend you doing the backpacking shit. But like in Europe, right? You want to travel? Go to Europe, do it that way.
Yeah, Europe's the best place to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Southeast Asia, do it. Shit. Australia, definitely do it. That's what they do. Go from Queenstown all the way down to Brisbane to Sydney and fly the fuck out. Right? You stay a day or two in this place, jump on the train, go to your next hotel, check in, see the sights, meet some people, whatever, right? Because you look more like you're on an adventure when you got a backpack than when you got a goddamn suitcase. You look like you're really like, it's something about when I see a person, when I'm on the train and I see a group of travelers together and they got those backpacks, those rucksacks, I see them, and if I hear them talking, I'll actually step in and say, "Hey, you looking at the map wrong. You need to go here, here, and here, blah, blah, blah." Because I know that they're here for an adventure and they're here to be immersed in the culture. When I see a motherfucker sitting there with like suitcases, you go into the hotel, you on the bucket list, you go into the tourist traps, and that's it. You're not going to go to the temple and go see like some natural historical shit. You're not going to go to the Louvre. Like you don't hear these niggas talking about going, like, okay, you going to DR. Like you're not talking about going to see famous things and certain shit that you need to see, like the ports and learn about the culture and all of that. You know what I mean? They're not talking about that.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know
I try to
Go
I try to tell niggas, like, that's why, to be honest with you, I'll be real, like, I don't really like the group trip, the group trip thing. Like, I don't really like that, because then everyone isn't the same, right? All your friends ain't the same. I
Yeah.
remember one time when we did a group trip thing. It's probably something I'm not gonna do again, but like we went to Utah and Arizona. Yo, Utah looks like fucking like a different planet. It looks like Neptune or something. Like, it looks like,
Yeah, nigga, it's not hospitable at all, nigga. You see why these
Yeah,
niggas got multiple views.
that's Mormon country out there.
Yeah,
That's
what
what
it's
niggas.
like
yeah.
the way the
Niggas-
rocks, when you're on the highway, the way the rocks are like stacked on each other. I'm like, what is this, like aliens?
That's a mountain area, because when you go to Montana and those places like Colorado, you're in the real Midwest. Now, for example, I've been to Kansas since I was like 10. I'll tell you the boringest place in Kansas, Topeka, Kansas. Topeka, Kansas is so trash for a 10-year-old back in 98, and I had a fit.
Yeah,
And it was years ago, and I said, fuck Kansas. Now I like Kansas City, but I say fuck Topeka, Kansas. It is boring as fucking hell.
Yeah, but I heard
It was nothing to do. It was
Really?
nothing to do in Kansas. No,
But I heard
it.
of Topeka though. I've heard of Topeka.
It's trash, bro. Like, Kansas City is where, if you want to talk about nice living or women and hoes, you can go out there. But Topeka, Kansas is so fucking garbage. I can tell you when I was 10 at the time. Now, I've been to the Lou. I've been to St. Louis. St. Louis is nice. It's a nicer city, and almost went to the Arch. I didn't feel like it at the time, but this is my experience growing up. And that's how, and I thought the Midwest was like, the Mid-South, like we think is Illinois and Tennessee. Go to Kansas. It's boring as shit. I thought Utah and all them saying, nah, Kansas is boring shit, bro. And I met somebody that's from Kansas City I used to work with, and he was real cool. And he works at the Acura company now. But I told him I like Kansas City, but I told him about Topeka, Kansas. He kind of agreed with me too. That shit is boring. That's a boring ass capital. I don't care about no damn Jayhawks. Fuck that city. That's all I gotta say about that. But yeah, I'm about to shut this down, fellas. It's been a great, it's been a great conversation, man.
It was great, sir. It was great. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna help sir out, right? Because I wasn't shit. When he said he's gonna end it like in 8 hours, I should have just jumped off.
We just got carried away. I got carried away. Yeah, I got carried away.
Lock it down. Yeah. But yo, sir, once again, man, it's another epic stream, man. 9 hours and no fuckery, nobody yelling, screaming at each other.
Yeah, not saying bitch.
No jawline. It's cool sometimes to just chat, you know what I'm saying? Just talk.
Yeah, man. Shit. Nigga, we had a whole nigga. It's NFL Sunday, nigga, sports. Niggas talk about sports.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I mean, if you watch the replay of the stream, that's what we talked about. And me and Wacky came through the NBA, and it got juicy for a minute. And next thing you know, we talked about video games, and then just
just man shit, man. Man shit, man. This was a whole free stream. I'm gonna leave on that one, man. Yo, I appreciate it, man.
Look at that. All right, man. Peace out, guys.
Peace, man.
All right. Yeah. By the way, I want to say shouts out to everybody. Shouts out to Third Eyes first. What's going on, man? And we here. All right. Yeah, I'm about to close this down, man. Yeah, it's been a great stream. It's been 9 hours and 35 minutes and 26 seconds. And shouts out to everybody that came through. Sexy Red, everybody else, DeAndre. Yeah, man, it's been excellent. Degenerate, Get It, The Glorious, The Legendary Wacky World of O, Underrated Darkness. Who else came through? Nicer, shouts to Dude, Third Ward, Toya, past $40, and Enhanced Utility and AB Media. Yeah, shouts out to everybody. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom on the broadcast.